The young man opened his eyes in shock, clutching his head that felt like it was hit by a hammer. Jan sat up and realized he was lying on the sofa. He did not understand what was happening. But after looking around, Jan seemed to realize that he had returned to South Korea in 2020. The country was still not destroyed at this time. Below the apartment building where Jihan lived, people were bustling about. The children were still happily playing. Jihan's emotions were truly indescribable as he realized he had been reborn 3 years ago. Jan rubbed his hand and opened the status window to check. At this moment, he was only level 2. A satisfied smile appeared on Jan's face that was hard to suppress. This was truly his chance. If he used the information from his previous life, he could completely change the future in this life. Thinking about this, Jan felt a surge of determination. He did not know why he had the chance to start over. But if it was like this, he would definitely protect everyone this time. Jan still remembered clearly that in 2020, South Korea was still very strong. They had one of the strongest players in the world, ranked 11th globally, and considered the 3rd strongest in the world. That man was famous for being the Sword King, named Junjin. Sejin was once a pride and a national treasure for South Korea, thanks to his achievements as the strongest warrior. South Korea consistently held a high rank in the continental tournament in Asia. They even managed to reach even higher rankings. However, in July 2020, Junjin announced that he had changed his name to Ichu and immigrated as a Japanese citizen, joining the Japanese Self-Defense Forces. That event shook the entire country online that year, and Jihan returned on this fateful day. The news was broadcasting a live press conference of Jin's vehicle. You sit in front of the V screen, and even though a long time has passed, you still feel uncomfortable every time you see that damned face. After Jin's vehicle left the country, everything plunged into chaos. Many people are worried about South Korea's ranking in the tournament, and this worry is indeed not unfounded, because Jihan knows that afterward, South Korea, which always stays in the top ranks, lost consecutively, and this country also plummeted in ranking at a dizzying pace. But at this moment, the South Koreans obviously cannot know about the future like you do. Some experts even speculate that the ranking won't change much because aside from Jin's vehicle, they still have many other rising talents and stars. Jan watched to this point and turned off the TV, because he knew that his country would soon be destroyed as experts kept busy indulging in this kind of spiritual satisfaction. The truth is, no one has the talent like Jun X Jin who emerged afterward. Perhaps everything would be different if South Korea had time to prepare. However, the reality is extremely harsh. At first, it was just a game. Nothing more. But 2 years after the Galactic Cup started, it became a real survival war. If you die in the game, you will die in real life too. Monsters are starting to appear in low-tier countries and are slaughtering people on one side. After the Sword King left, South Korea, as expected, fell into a severe decline, and everything gradually fell apart. At that time, all the survivors said that if the Sword King had stayed in South Korea, things might have been different. But Jun Sejin is exactly that kind of player. And the heartbreaking truth is that he is Jihan's brother-in-law. He looks at the family photo hanging on the wall, unable to hide his anger. Fists clenched. He then punches the face of Sejin in that picture, shattering the glass instantly. I am really curious. How could you love this damn jerk? He thinks to himself, wondering if everything would be different if she were still alive. The only woman in the photo is Jihan's older sister. Unfortunately, she has passed away. Setting aside the issue of Jin betraying the country, Jihan still has another worry. While it is great that he returned at this time, his stats are absolutely terrible. To be honest, this is not surprising at all, because Jihan spent most of his past time wasting it on gambling. Now that he has been reborn, he feels that he was really foolish in his past life, because he had no idea how amazing the talent he possessed was. When humans turn 18, they become players. But only a few of these players receive the gift known as talent or, in other words, a natural ability. At that time, Jian only had a low-level talent rank F, and he used that ability to dive into gambling, predicting the winners of each match. But back then, Jian had no idea that the true value of this skill would only be revealed after it awakened. Fortunately, he has come to his senses now. But these stats are really terrible. Those attributes should belong to a level 1 person. Jihan also did not understand how he managed to crawl up to level 2, right after wondering this. Jihan seemed to find the answer when he saw the experience potion spilled on the table. It seemed he had drunk this in a drunken stupor and accidentally leveled up. What a lucky fool. However, Jihan quickly realized another strange thing. which was that he had a total of 100,000 achievement points. Although this is quite useless and not worth much, he could not figure out why he had so many achievement points. During that time, he had not even completed any achievements before entering the tournament. Jihan wondered if this was because he had turned back time, causing something to change. And was it only this that changed? Thinking this, Jihan opened the item storage and was shocked to find something called an achievement exchange voucher. It was introduced as a benefit for the last survivor, when chosen to challenge again. This means this item is just for him. This thing is also a Class X. Jihan immediately used it. After that, a system called the Achievement Shop opened up. Jen feels like this is so amazing it is hard to believe. He can't believe something this incredible has come into his life, and that achievement point you thought was useless and worthless now has a lot of benefits. For example, upgrading the store needs 20,000 points. Increasing the status window requires 10,000 points. Or adding a level 1 job slot also costs 10,000 points. But that makes Jihan start to hesitate. Although he does not have many options right now, he does not know what he should choose. After a while, Jen decided to try upgrading the achievement shop. His achievement shop has leveled up to level 2, and the inventory has been expanded. But that is not the outcome Jan wanted, so he tried upgrading once again. At this point, the achievement shop has reached level 3, and he can add his nickname. Jan sighed because he realized this does not seem very useful now either. He only has 50,000 achievement points left, and if he continues to upgrade the shop to level 4, he will only have 10,000 points remaining. It seems that the higher the upgrade, the more expensive it gets. Jan only has two choices. One is to buy the available items in the shop right now, or to leave it to fate and upgrade it to level 4. However, being a daring young man, he still decided to choose the second option. After firmly deciding to spend an additional 40,000 points, his achievement shop has been upgraded to level 4, and this time, luck has truly been on his side as a feature called emergency recovery has been added. It has the effect of restoring an item to its perfect state. After reading the notification, Jan's mouth twitched, unable to hide his smug smile. This is not good. This is why I can't stop gambling. It is only sad if I hit the jackpot again, he muttered. Then, Jan confirmed his fingerprint and entered Junson's playroom. He was quite surprised that the system still recognized him as a family member and granted him access to this room, even though its owner, the Sword King, was no longer here. Satisfied, Jan sat down on the gaming chair inside and began connecting to Battle.net. He was eager to test the emergency recovery feature. The first thing Jan recovered was his first key item, the paintbrush of Dongfuang Sok, and a tier item that had broken. After using the feature, the brush truly returned to its original state. It became an S-tier item, the brush of the famous scholar Dongfuang Sok, and also something that linked to the martial god. Next, Jave received a new notification in the guide that the National Dong Gang Nam would soon begin. There were only 10 seconds left on the countdown, making Jian feel even more rushed. He quickly opened the status window and used the paintbrush of Dongfuang Sok. The reason Jihan could climb to the top 7 in the world in his past life and was called the Martial Saint was due to the combination of 3 stats: strength, agility, and health, creating a unique and rare stat. That number represents martial power, which has given you the strength of a fighter. This brush was abandoned in a past life because it was broken, but thanks to the 2 words written by it, Jihan now has a starting point for a completely different awakening. The countdown clock ticks down to 0, and Jihan has officially logged into the Battle tournament as a player from the Korean server. His mission this time is to survive. The mission's content is just like the name. You must survive against the monsters in the arena alongside 100 other players. Once the number of players is cut in half, the game will end immediately. Jihan appears in the arena with a paintbrush in hand. Wearing just a sleeveless shirt makes him look more disheveled compared to the other players. But in reality, this is not very important. He just wants to know what will happen with his martial power. Jihan opens the status window when he sees the notification line showing strength, agility, and health added up to form martial power. He is so happy he feels like flying. He really did it. By achieving a unique stat, Jian also receives an additional 10,000 points for his accomplishments. At this point, he finally dares to breathe a sigh of relief because he has rediscovered his old abilities. Currently, Jihan's martial power stat is just 5 points, of course. Although this is just the beginning for him to reach the unnamed SS skill. This much is enough for him to easily surpass the Bronze Cup. After that, Jihan receives another new notification from the Battle.net system. You logged in without connecting to the battle link. If you do not use the link, you will have to endure 100% of the pain in the game. Jan sighed. He remembers this, a world where pain can be reduced with money. At that time, one could minimize the pain received in the game by using the link. The one that Jane used to own was optimized enough to reduce pain by up to 99%. Now that beloved brother-in-law has switched nationalities, so Jian will make good use of this. Just as he thought of this, a new notification was sent. The system reported that the achievement window had opened and Jiha received a limited time quest. The quest content is to achieve first place in the tutorial, and the reward is 1,000 points of achievement. Since he had never seen a quest like this in the past. But that did not matter anymore, because for Jihan now, this is as easy as pie. He has the martial power. The match just started, and Jihan was ambushed by another player. He targeted Jihan thinking he was just a clueless rookie. Who would have thought that when the opponent's sword came down, Jan could easily block it with just 2 fingers. As he turned around, a sly smile appeared on Jan's face. Thanks for being proactive to come here and offer your first life. That is right. The most refined pleasure in this game is not killing monsters, but taking down other players. The guild is an organization that manages and supports players. While the family was caught up in the hype of Battle.net, countries also began investing in player development. Thanks to the competition among famous companies, many large and small guilds emerged in South Korea. At one point, they trained strong players throughout the early season of the tournament. The tournament where Jihan is currently standing is called the Bronze Cup. It is the stage for the guilds. Returning to the current situation, after the game officially started, the guy who just ambushed Jihan carefully observed his opponents. He felt a bit nervous when he saw that the players in the Bronze Cup had a completely different level. This young man is named Du Hai. He is a member of the guild branch managed by the Division Group. It is a well-known guild that has many rising stars. And Gu, although just an ordinary young man, managed to join the Division Guild through a sharp level gift. While looking for opponents, Guhit set his sights on Jihan. While most of the other players were pumped up and fully equipped, he stood out in a plain white tank top, making Gohit think that Jihan was just a rookie who was mistakenly summoned. This led Gohit to confidently believe that Jihan would be an easy target for him. However, things turned out differently than everyone expected. The person Gohit thought was a weak newbie easily blocked one of his attacks with just 2 fingers. Gu-hid could not believe that a rookie like him could keep up with his A-level agility. Not to mention Jihan's strength was also quite impressive. The proof is that you are holding his sword so tightly that he can't pull it back. While Ju Hai is using all his strength to pull out his sword, Jihan suddenly lets go, causing him to lose his balance and fall backward. Is that all the confidence you have? You come here to participate in this gang fight with that kind of attitude? Jihan, his tone full of disdain. Ju Hai is seriously affected by your words. Something as precious as an A-grade skill is being belittled by Jihan, turning it into just a cheap giveaway. Being looked down upon by an amateur like you drives Ju Hai mad. He won't allow Jihan to mock him just because he managed to block one of his attacks. So he gets up again, determined to use his fastest speed to take you down. Jihan also realizes this guy is about to unleash all his strength to attack. In fact, he can't underestimate the speed of this guy. He just knows he can win. The two of them dive into a one-on-one fight. Juhud is attacking furiously, while Jihan is flexibly dodging and weaving away. You immediately know that feeling of everything reversing back to the past will be very strange. Suddenly going back to level 2 makes it really difficult for you, because even though he has extensive combat experience from his past life, with his current stats, Jihan is truly too slow compared to his opponent. However, thanks to his experience in countless battles, Jihan can easily read Go Hai's attack trajectory, which is too simple and predictable. Thanks to observing his every move, after dodging for a while, Jian found the right moment to counterattack. When the sword in his hand was knocked away by the guy, Gyuhik could not even believe what had just happened, and while he was still in shock, Jihan jumped up to catch the falling sword. Next, he used Gyuhik's own sword to pierce his throat. No way. Yui screamed. But he could not stop his body from gradually collapsing. He was game over and starting to be kicked out, before disappearing from the arena. Gyuhu did not forget to leave a challenge that next time they fought, he would definitely win. But Jihan knew that scenario would not happen. After getting his first kill, he received 100 achievement points. The sword in Jihan's hand also disappeared. This made sense because when a player is defeated, their weapon vanishes as well. Although a bit regretful, Jihan had to keep moving forward. He should take down more than 5 enemies to ensure his ranking, but at the same time, he realized something. No one was out there fighting the monsters. In this arena specifically, and in the battle landscape in general. Besides players, there were also monsters. However, defeating one monster only counts as 0.1 of a player kill. Therefore, you need to kill 10 monsters to count as 1 kill. That is probably why most other players would avoid hitting them and target other players instead. Especially those monsters that travel in packs like these zombies. But the hot sweet potato that no one wanted to hold ended up in Jan's hands. Because the system has given him a new quest to eliminate a horde of 30 zombies, with a reward of 500 achievement points. Although monster hunting is not really a strategy Jan is aiming for, with a reward like this, there is no reason for him to decline. Monsters are still just monsters. They can't compare to a real zombie that he faced before. If that is the case, what is there to hesitate about? Jihan immediately ramped up to his fastest speed and charged toward them. The zombies saw a human with no gear charging toward them, and thought he was crazy. They raised their weapons, ready to team up and take him down in an instant. However, on Jan's face was a confident smile, and his confidence was entirely justified. Because right after that, Jan used his agility to snatch 2 weapons from his opponents. Then he threw both axes in his hands and simultaneously took down 2 zombies. Before they even realized what was happening, Jan continued to use his godlike speed to sweep through them. It was still the same old tactic, stealing weapons and hitting them back. In that way, Jan caught these monsters off guard. It was not that his speed was too fast, but rather that their speed was too slow. The scary thing about the zombies is just that they focus on their big numbers and attack in waves. But Jihan completely broke their formation. Relying only on his speed, this horde of zombies basically can't fight back against you, the remaining zombies. Seeing their teammates fall one by one to Jihan, are furious. This rage drives them to surround you, wanting to take down Jihan. But of course, a seasoned warrior like Jihan won't give them a chance to execute this strategy. You strike left and then right. The speed is astonishing. The more Jihan fights, the more he provokes the zombies' anger. But at the same time, the dopamine release makes him even more bloodthirsty. Before long, only a few zombies remain standing on the ground. They intended to ambush you, but they are making such a loud noise that it is like announcing their presence. Truly, these brainless monsters. Jihan immediately breaks the weapon of the zombie that tried to ambush him, then grabs an axe and charges toward the enemy. But before he can attack, the axe handle breaks in half. Jihan can't help but feel disappointed. These zombies are terrible with weapons. These weapons are too weak and do not suit their size at all. The human's weapon is broken. Now it is time to take his life. The zombies start to panic. Then from all directions, they rush to attack Jihan all at once. This foolish attacking style of the zombies really does not change at all. Jihan just wants to quickly end this uneven battle. You take a run up and then stomp down hard on the ground, making the earth immediately burst into a large pit. This is the true power of the martial saint, sending the whole group of monsters flying while being knocked away like this. The monsters have no chance to counterattack. Taking advantage of this, Jan jumps up high, grabs a sword and an axe from those monsters, and simultaneously takes out 4 of them. His incredibly fast speed leaves them unable to even see clearly. Now only a few are left, countable on one hand. Jihan's victory is very close now. He continues to showcase an overwhelming attack, eliminating 2 more monsters in the blink of an eye. Finally, only one remains standing. But this monster, after witnessing Jihan slaughter its kind from start to finish, can only mutter in horror. He is not human. He is the real monster. That was the last thing it could say, because right after that, Jan sent it back to the afterlife. After defeating the last monster, he completed the mission to wipe out the monster horde, and received 500 achievement points. More importantly, Jan leveled up to level 3 right in the middle of this game. This is quite strange, because experience points are usually tallied at the end of the game. But whatever the reason, this is quite beneficial. Jan can use it to immediately increase his stats. He does not need to think much, and immediately adds points to his strength stat. After all, this is the core factor that makes up his power. That is a unique stat combining both agility and endurance. Even if Jihan has other stats at the same level, this crazy stat can at least double his abilities compared to the others. Moreover, there is another reason why combat power is special for Jihan. When he reaches 30 points in combat power, he will have a chance to acquire the anonymous divine skill in his previous life. Jihan knew just how powerful this skill was, so in this life, he needs to get it as quickly as possible. However, combat power is also a critical weakness for him, because it is not a stat that can be easily increased. Although Jihan still adds 1 point to his free attributes and combat power, he does not hold out much hope that it will increase quickly. Yet this time, everything seems to change again as his combat power jumps up by 6 points. This excessive convenience leaves Jihan stunned for a few seconds. Normally, he has to accumulate experience through fighting and training to increase his combat power. The added attribute points can only maximize physical growth. But now his combat power is increasing easily like any other regular attributes. The corner of Jan's mouth lifted, revealing a satisfied smile. This is really amazing. It seems that being reborn has brought him more benefits than he expected. Jan does not know what will happen if his combat power keeps increasing like this. And while he is lost in that feeling of happiness, he gets ambushed again. But actually, it can't be considered a sneak attack since Jihan is in the arena. Anyone has the right to strike him. Just now, he was attacked by an arrow. But of course, Jan was quick enough to dodge it with his sharp instincts. And you have already met the author of this arrow. You managed to dodge it, truly a lucky bastard. The opponents have 2 people. Judging by their outfits, one is likely an archer and the other a warrior. 1 offense, 1 defense. It is the perfect combination. Just like before with Go High, they must have targeted Jan because of his shabby outfit without any gear. Handle this quickly because it is about to end. Alright, as promised earlier, whoever takes him down first will own the kill. Right, the 2 of them whispered to each other. But Jihan heard everything. It is not unusual for players to cooperate. In fact, it happens quite often. The purpose of the survival map is for players to fight. But there are no rules against guilds cooperating. Jan noticed the badge on the archer's shoulder belonged to one of the top 10 guilds, in Korea called the Association. It seems the opponents are not just lucky fools like Go Hei earlier. Moreover, now they have a warrior combined with an archer. The combination of close combat and ranged attacks is no joke. There are only 60 survivors left in the arena now, meaning the tutorial is about to end. No wonder these 2 are so eager to take Jan's life. He generally does not like confrontation. At first, Jan thought he just needed to focus on dodging attacks to survive easily. But if the opponent has come here with the clear intention to take his life, then he probably should not think that way anymore. If you agree to have dinner with me, I will give you his life, the warrior said. Thanks, but I will pass. The female archer replied. Watching them openly negotiate in front of Jan shows that neither sees him as a threat. Just an easy target. This feeling is really uncomfortable. Jan opened the current scoreboard. He has already taken Go Hai's first life, then eliminated a flock of 30 birds, totaling 4 points. Just enough to put him at the top. Following him is player Lingazan with 3 kills, and the others behind have just 1 kill each. A dangerously mischievous smile appeared on Jihan's face. If these 2 did not know this and came to him, then he could use their 2 lives to secure his rank. Jan saw the female archer drawing her bow to aim, but before the arrow was even knocked, she was struck down with a fatal blow. Jan felt lucky that he could use her as the perfect test subject for his 6 points of combat power, and he sent her on her way in just 1 second. At this moment, besides the female archer, another person also fell, reducing the total number of survivors in the arena to 58. The warrior witnessed the whole scene. Feeling both shocked and angry, his whole body trembled. His teeth clenched tightly. How dare you lay a hand on that girl? Jen did not respond to him with words. Instead, he acted. In the arena, if you are still worried about flirting, you might as well just hit the road together. Thinking that, Jan immediately circled behind his opponent to strike. His speed had noticeably increased, so he managed to land a hit on the warrior. However, since he was wearing the exclusive B-grade armor of the guild, this strike did not take him down immediately but instead left a deep gash on the back of his collar. It is really durable. You will never pierce it with those cheap weapons in your hands, he said smugly. But what is the price of provoking Jihan? It is getting hit by him with dozens more strikes. Even if he can't take him out in 1 blow, he can still gradually break that armor. No more flirting, just B-grade armor. Are you really here to be my opponent? This should not be happening, Jen declared after shattering his opponent's armor from behind. I feel like you should endure a bit more pain first. A scream echoed throughout the arena. Nothing changed, and Jen sent that guy on his way. After this battle ended, many people outside the arena rewatched the match, including Lion, the head of the 3rd department of the guild's human resources. Next to him was Linazon, Han's bodyguard, who was also ranked 2nd after Jihan. What a relief. Because this person was not summoned at the same time as her. If that is the case, instead of getting 2nd place, she could be eliminated altogether. Right. If faced with this person, we should avoid fighting him. I wonder if that is a good idea or not. Gazen replied irritably. Han chuckled lightly, then reassured her. Oh come on. How could my Gazen possibly lose? Just fight and defeat him fair and square. This is an order. We need to gather data. So go ahead and fight him. If you say so, then I will follow your lead. Gazen obediently replied. Even after Han stood up and left, Lim Gazon continued to stare at the computer screen. She could not shake the feeling that she had met Jihan somewhere before. This cold-faced girl is known as the possessor of the SSrank gifted ability of the guild, also a promising member with great potential. Her performance in that match for the guiding crown even exceeded everyone's expectations. Gazen demonstrated that she possessed all the qualities to be in first place. But a variable occurred when Jihan appeared and debuted with an impressive 6 kills. This not only left Gazen stunned, but everyone else was no exception. They could not understand why a young man, who seemed to come out of nowhere and was only in the 2nd grade, was ranked 1st. Moreover, he did not have any gear or connections with other guilds. The 2 members of the guild who were defeated by Jan seemed to be the most heavily affected. After being defeated by someone who started later than the others, wearing nothing but a tank top and sports shorts, almost empty-handed but somehow possessing 6 skills in a baffling way, that was definitely not a level that a level 2 could reach. But what kind of monster Jihan was, no one knew. After the match, Jan returned to his comfortable sofa. As expected, he ranked 1st in the tutorial. The reward for coming in 1st was a 50% experience boost, which caused Jihan to jump directly from level 3 to level 5. It seems that being a newcomer is why his level increased so rapidly. But this kind of experience also made Jihan feel quite satisfied. Then he added the 3 newly received attribute points to his strength stat. Now his strength points had risen from 9. Next, what Jan noticed was the title received after winning the tutorial of the Copper Gang. It was the dominator of the tutorial board. After equipping this title, all stats received a 1-point increase, and experience was boosted by 20%. And both of these benefits were only effective within the Copper scope. While this is just a common title, it is still pretty solid. Jan, give it a try. The system is not lying to you. Your power level just increased by 10 points. With this score, winning that bronze cup will be as easy as pie for you. For now, just focus on training hard to get stronger. However, when checking his info board, Jan noticed another thing. The career category was currently empty, and the career collection is ready. Collecting a career is an important moment when a new player chooses their own profession. There are 4 different options: warrior, archer, mage, and support. In his last life, Jihan chose to become a warrior since he has experienced it once. This time choosing that position should be much easier. Furthermore, he has the achievement shop available after respawning. With this assistance, even if Jihan chooses a different profession this time, he can add the warrior profession anytime for just 10,000 achievement points. This is truly an unbelievable offer. So Jihan feels no obligation to choose the warrior profession first anymore. He wants to experience something different, and thus Jan made an unexpected choice. After the first tutorial, the area battle in Gangnam continued. The next mission is to defend and protect the crystal on the tower against the wave of attacks from the zombies at the foot of the tower. The battle will end if the players fail to hold at least 5 towers. Gazen was the first to appear in the mission as an elite warrior of the guild division. She stood on the tall tower looking down and could not help but frown. Although this is just a game world, those zombies really do look disgusting. Soon, 2 other players quickly appeared. One was an archer, and the other was a mage. The guy in that flashy armor is a member of the Luck Guild and seems quite composed. The other person is a flashy mage. Although he is not allied with any guild yet, his gear is incredibly impressive. With teammates like this, Gazen feels pretty good. However, the most important factor on this map is the support. I say this because ultimately, defense is a measure of which side's endurance is more resilient. The ability of the support class member is the lifeline of the mission. Just as Gazan thought this, a blinding beam of light came down from the sky. The support she had been waiting for finally arrived. But what surprised Gazan was that this support turned out to be Jihan. This time, he was not wearing a tank top. But his gear was still so basic that it was shocking. Is it a defense mission? Jihan asked innocently. Flashback to 20 minutes ago. His decision was to choose the support class. Even though the system warned that this class was not suited for him, Jihan still confidently chose it. The only reason he chose the support class was that no matter how many times the system warned him that the position was not suitable, it only made him want to dive in even more. Choosing to be a support means unlocking the holy power stat. This is a crucial factor that must be present if you want to unlock a new specific stat. The thing is, that stat is really hard to increase. And even with practice, it won't build up like the others. So aside from contributing with the remaining points, there is really no other way. The thing is, being someone who once held a legendary title and is currently putting all attribute points into strength to unlock it. You can't waste those unused points like that. And Jihan knows there is another method. One that is all or nothing. But hardly anyone besides you knows about it. When Jihan showed up, his 3 teammates were all incredibly shocked. The one leading the guide with 6 kills chose to be a support instead of a warrior. That wizard guy was the first one who could not hold back and covered his face, exclaiming, "Oh man, I am about to lose it. This is why I do not go to the tutorial season. Huh. Look at all that gear and clothing on him. Damn. Are you a beggar or what? Do you think I spent all that money on this junk gear just to carry something useless like you?" The opponent kept hurling insults at Jan, but he did not react at all. After all, I got insulted by Americans so much in my past life that I am used to it. You are getting a bit too worked up. Calm down a bit. The archer in the group spoke up to mediate it. But that wizard still would not let it go, getting even angrier. Get your hands off me. You still dare to talk to me like that after seeing the pathetic state of that support guy? Come on. Can I just go home already? I am not getting involved this time. You all can handle it yourself. Gazan could not hold back a comment because of this loud young wizard. She did not expect to be grouped with a gaming nerd like Jihan. Looks like this mission is going to be tough. Just when Gazan was trying to think of a smooth way to resolve things, he suddenly heard the loud cries of that wizard. "Wait, you let me. I told you to let me go." It turns out he was being grabbed by the collar by Jan and was lifted up. Then without saying a word, Jan simply threw this chatty guy out of the tower. The wizard, known for his cowardice, fell right into a horde of zombies. The outcome was obvious. The other 2 watched this scene and gasped loudly. But Jan showed no signs of regret for his seemingly impulsive action. What do you mean? Didn't he just say that, if you do not like it, then do not play anymore? Anyway, I can still manage just fine without you. A scream rang out. Despite Jan remaining indifferent and reaching out his hand, "Please." The man bowed his head to the ground. Pleading desperately, "I will do my best," Juhai shouted. Sweating profusely, as if that was enough carnage already, he recounted the events. The one kneeling down begging for forgiveness was Kim Gu. There must be a reason why this troublesome wizard suddenly changed his attitude. Players have 3 lives in the defense game at the tournament. And he revived right after being killed by Sung Jihan for the first time. Remember when you were standing on that high platform saying, "Oh right, I can be revived." Then he got killed again. And now he only has 1 life left if he dies once more. Jihan's face was icy, showing no emotion at all. "You ask?" Gu had continued to bow his head and swore, "From now on, I will work hard." And Jan knew he would be ranked last. But for Goho, he gritted his teeth, telling himself he must not come in last. "If I come in last, I will be penalized and lose my level. And the skills I bought with my own money will disappear. If a player's level does not match the required skill level, that skill will be automatically erased." Jen realized Guhai's thoughts. "You revealed your true colors quickly," Jen mocked. "Why do not you try attacking like you did last time?" Guhik, angry, immediately stood up, flailing his arms and shouting, "Don't come near me, you jerk." Jan teased, "You are really good at that fire magic." This made Guhik pause in confusion. He suddenly remembered and smiled happily. "Oh right. Li Taikas." Guhik confidently asserted that fighting against a strong army, fire mages are very useful. He boasted, "That is, and by the way, I am level 15. Gu Hika's voice continued to rise in challenge. I am sure you do not want to lose a talented person like me. Gazen, watching the whole scene from behind, sighed and thought, you look alike. Yet you are the real Kim Go-hik. Meanwhile, he was once part of one of the top 10 guilds and was respected by everyone, but Gu-hee has failed 4 times in the silver rank promotion tournament. I remember the scene where he confidently declared, After that, Gu-hee went around causing trouble. Back to the present. Gazen was quite discouraged and assessed him correctly as a failure, while Jen remained completely calm, while no one else reacted. Gu had suddenly spoke up. But I have a condition. He pointed confidently at Jan and made his demand. You have to apologize for killing me. Then I will join your team. Kim Bong, who was behind, chimed in. Great. Why do not we team up? Gu Hai's eyes flashed with intense anger and hatred. He cursed under his breath. You bastard. I. Lost in thought. Jihan reached out and grabbed Goha by the collar. This scene left him bewildered. Not understanding what was happening, Jan coldly mocked. So you are telling me to say sorry? Guhid still did not understand what he was saying. His face blanked like a fool. But just seconds later, his whole body suddenly shook violently, making Gohei gasp and shout. Wait! Jihan did not hesitate and directly threw him from the ground up into the sky. You spoke up? Then people will think I am the one starting the fight. After saying that, Jen readied his weapon, preparing for battle. Guhit could not do anything but fall freely from the high floor, his voice screaming in despair. Just a few seconds later, the system issued a notification. The mage Kim Guhai has died. Gazdun saw this scene and was also startled. Jan, on the other hand, had no special expression at all. You need to hurry her up. Jan also added. Next time the jerk should understand a bit. This event made Kim Bung behind freeze with a blank expression. Realizing they were killed. Below the tower, dozens of zombies were still desperately climbing to the top. But then with just one command to fire, they fell in droves in the blinding light. The group looked at the result and could not help but exclaim. That is really a fire mage. The flames truly had an effect. We just escaped the bottom of the rankings. How about we go roast some sweet potatoes? Kim Bung also exclaimed. That is why we need a mage here. What should we do next? He complained. Everything would have been fine if we had Gu Hucket's support. But you killed him. We are about to lose because of your stupid pride. Jan did not care much, calmly opening the status window. Limited mission. Securing the first position in the top 10 towers for a reward of 1,000 achievement points. Then the system announced a new notification. A linked mission. This information surprised Jahan a bit. A linked mission. Mission content. Initiate the undead. Kill 1,000 zombies yourself. Reward 3,000 achievement points. After reading it, you could not help but exclaim. Kill 1,000 of them yourself. At this point, it is almost an impossible mission. Jen rubbed his chin and thought. But he did not want to lose those 3,000 points. Far away, Gazen was still quietly observing your every move. Lim Gazan had assessed Xian Jihan for a while. She concluded that he was indeed the worst choice. Gazen turned away without looking again, deciding to do things her way, and his profession is just a support. Even with his character stats. Even amateur players should not treat their teammates like that. She thinks there is no reason for the guild to be so eager to pursue him. Meanwhile, Kim Bum is still stubbornly insisting on asking until the end. Answer me. Are you intentionally ignoring me? If you keep acting like this, then just fight alone. Jihan was startled and asked back. Can I really do that? The unexpected question caught Kim Bum off guard as well. What? You are actually thinking that you will complete the mission if you take out these zombies by yourself? Gazen stepped forward, preparing to draw his weapon. I will take the lead. You cover me from behind. Gazen reassured himself. The outcome was already clear. But he needed to fulfill his duty as a player. Jan, on the other hand, did not refuse, replying, sure. His answer left Gaza Johan a bit confused, unable to process it for a moment. Jen explained further. I said I will do it. So I will clear the way. He reminded her to protect him. A light reminder made Kim Bum flinch and shout in indignation. What the heck? While the three were having a light chat, a hand from an uninvited guest reached the edge of the building. A creepy red golem appeared. Kim Bum stammered in fear. It is a blood golem. He warned. It is not like those ordinary zombies. Its head is liquid, so you can't kill it with physical attacks. Without waiting for anyone to say anything, the blood golem suddenly lunged at the group. Jan looks at the opponent and assesses that this match will be tough. Daihan is very calm. He uses his light speed to directly charge at the blood corpse, stabbing it into 100 pieces. blood splattering everywhere. Gazen and Kim Bung see this scene and are extremely shocked. Gazen quickly realizes that it is the holy fire god's holy power. At this moment, with a cold and determined gaze, tightly grips his weapon, preparing to charge at the blood corpses. They come in large numbers with horrid appearances, relentlessly attacking with powerful, decisive strikes that leave him unable to counter even a single blow. He decisively slams his weapon into one side of the blood corpse's face, causing it to grimace in pain. Not stopping there, another one charges forward, its eyes blaze with fury, its mouth wide open growling, wanting to swallow him whole. But Jahan only needs one strike with his weapon to quickly take it down. Once done, he rests his sword and says, "I do not know if I can do this." Dahan moves to the edge of the fortress, where other blood corpses are actively climbing up, telling himself to just give it a try. Then, with the monsters continuously climbing up, the system announces, 1,000 zombies, mission linked. Number of zombies eliminated 6 per 1,000. Jen continues to fight tirelessly. His determined, cold eyes decisively sinking each terrifying monster. Sequentially, the notifications ring out. Mission linked. Number of zombies eliminated 12 per 1,000. Just as he kills the next one, another notification appears. Mission linked. Number of zombies eliminated 13 per 1,000. After a series of slashes, the linked mission of the zombies has defeated 19 out of 1,000. Continuing the massacre, the linked mission of the zombies has defeated 26 out of 1,000. Jay assessed that these blood zombies attacked physically without any hesitation. He realized when he saw them that we would release a small amount of holy power and kill them all. Immediately after that, Jian continued to unleash moves to take down the zombies. On the other side, Gazen and Kim Bum just stood there, frozen, watching Jihan fight. He admired and exclaimed, "Incredible. This support is no joke." He happily continued, "Even though he is a bit of a show-off, I have to admit he is really good. Doing great. Amazing." Gazen was completely confused about what he was seeing. She thought he was comfortably controlling the holy power, while fighting without wasting any. This level of control is truly insane. Gazen's eyes widened in amazement. More importantly, this person, she continued to observe Jan slaughtering and noted that from the very beginning, he had always aimed for their heads with maximum accuracy. Under Jan's clean white shoes, the hideous blood zombies fell one by one. The system announced that the linked mission of the zombies has defeated 27 out of 1,000 and has met the requirements. He stood there with the system's announcement, fully understanding the faith in the other world. The holy power increased from 6 to 7. Upon hearing the announcement, Jan smiled in satisfaction. "I know another way to increase my holy power." He looked up at the sky and exclaimed a single word. Awesome. Jan recognized that and found it truly effective. Holy artifacts. They are sacred objects. In 2010, when the Earth Guidance course first started, they were sold at very high prices and rumors said that all items contained secrets. After 10 years, no one found any secrets, and their value immediately plummeted, especially for holy relics from other worlds. They are worthless. Many people are not even aware of their existence. However, the top-ranked high schooler in the use, Saint Sophia, said, "I enhance my holy power with holy relics from another world." Jan was a bit stunned and asked, "What?" At the branch of the top-ranked high school, Sophia explained that you can enhance your holy power with relics from another world. But after you complete the guidance course, it will no longer be effective. Jan, finding it hard to believe, asked again, "Is it really possible to do that?" She affirmed, "Of course. That is how I became a saint." Sophia further explained, "If you hold on to a relic from another world for a long time and pray, you can obtain holy power. But the requirements for each relic are a bit different." Jen was also surprised by this and rubbed his head, exclaiming that he could not believe no one knew about such an easy method. Sophia replied, "What can you do? Even if they hear rumors about it, these relics are provided in very limited quantities. And even if you look for them, you might not find any." Jen silently agreed, "That is true. Plus it is only effective during the training course." He wondered if that was how she could possess the relic's power. Sophia thought for a moment and replied, "It is not entirely like that. High-quality information is not known by everyone. And another player also knows about this information." She recounted that someone was continuously buying items from another world. Jay remembered the past. After he returned to the attic apartment of the Lightning Sword, in the dark room, the objects were piled up chaotically, making him wonder about these things as he realized they were all holy relics from another world. Their holy relics had been drained, So now they were completely empty. Holy relics from another world. The Holy Grail nullification. Holy relics from another world. The cross nullification. Holy relics from another world. The pendant nullification. Jihan stood there looking at them and wondered, could it be the identity of the player who collected holy relics from another world? Another saint that he knew, that is Janseongjia's older sister, who accompanied Jungsin. His sister was the strongest supporter in Korea, known to the world as a hero. Although the story of her death happened in the past and left behind holy relics, Jan quickly put on his jacket, his face a bit sad as he remembered his sister. He looked around and found the steel staff, which was the holy relic left behind. Steel staff level E. Holy relic from another world. The priests in another world reinforced their faith by striking this staff on the heads of their cult members. Jen held it in his hands. Based on the item's description, in the present, he had shattered the skulls of the substitutes. The item level was decreasing. Daihan thought to himself, there probably is not much holy power left to absorb, but it is still a perfect item to smash these things. Both teammates witnessing were extremely astonished. At this moment, Gazen was still dumbfounded watching Jihan fight. She secretly judged. While his physical strength was impressive, was not his level of keyboard control even more unbelievable? Meanwhile, Kim Bum standing next to Gazon did not think much of it. He just kept exclaiming, that is amazing. Kim Bung's eyes sparkled as if he had encountered a divine protector. He said to Gazon, hey warrior, there is a red tower over there. It is really high level. Top 5. He kept rambling on without realizing that behind him was a bloodthirsty zombie opening its mouth wide, ready to bite him. What do you think about joining and helping them? Gazon did not think much. Immediately drew his sword to fight. She decisively slashed a few times. Her body and stance were incredibly agile and practiced. It was those actions of Gazon that caught Jihan's attention. He turned around to observe. Jihan could not help but wonder. What was wrong with that guy? I find her very familiar. You were puzzled, guessing that the flower sword was Lingen. Right, Jan was fighting monsters while thinking. She was once famous with the title of Temporary Sword King, but did not have good results. You remembered she died at the hands of the game master. Did not you? Somehow. I have to save the flower sword again. While lost in thought, Gazon spoke up to offer help. She asked if we could join you. If we fight together, I think we can reach a higher level. Jan's face was cold, showing no emotion. You quietly opened the status window. Then Jan examined the 5th place with 398 kills. The linked mission number of living dead had eliminated 397 per 1,000. Still a considerable amount left. The system notified that there was 1 hour, 28 minutes, and 67 seconds remaining. Did you realize they did not have much time left? If it were the Peach Blossom sword, she could handle it without you. At this moment, Kim Bung was still dazed like a cow wearing a hat. Praising, and you? Brave warrior. Our team is the best. Jan reluctantly agreed to the suggestion. A team of 3 officially fighting together. You thought to just let everything continue and directly leave the original position. Then Jan took off to another place, reminding Gazon to take care of things here. She and Kim Bung were both extremely bewildered, staring blankly at Jihan's back. At this moment, you were letting yourself fall freely from the high castle to the ground. The iron rod in your hand glowed as if empowered. Jihan's eyes also clearly showed determination. You silently told yourself that you would take everything and blow it all to pieces. Meanwhile, above the castle, Kim Bum was still staring blankly in shock. He exclaimed loudly, oh my, we are in 1st place. The system reminded. You are the last survivors. You have completed the limited mission, ranking 1st among the 10 towers. Jihan sighed, thinking, just as expected. You wondered, is it a bit too much right now? The linked mission of killing 1,000 zombies is 560 per 1,000. Immediately after that, along with the game over notification, a teleportation circle appeared beneath your feet. Kim Bung saw Jahan reappearing at the top of the tower, and immediately thanked him for the support. Thank you so much, man. That was awesome. And Jen does not care about him at all. You think it over, and when you get a bit stronger, we will try again. Meanwhile, Kim Bung keeps talking non-stop. Thank you for taking the lead. You really are the best. Jan is worried again, wondering if there will be a similar mission next time. While Kim Bung keeps praising him. I always trust you. He said we will team up again next time. Gazon is standing alone, feeling chaotic emotions that make it hard for her to calm down as thoughts race through her mind. No way. Can a solo player truly do this alone? Gaz looks at the strange pile of junk and wonders. Moreover, he is a lower level support than me. Is it a game glitch? She turns to look at Jihan just as Kim Bum speaks to them. Then I will log out first. The system then announces, an allied player has logged out. Jan, covered in mud, thinks he should go collect his rewards too, but just as he is about to leave, Gazin suddenly calls out to Jihan. He glances at her and thinks of a name. Dao Ho. Jan wonders, do you know me? He thinks at this point we should not have met alone yet. Gazin is also reminding herself that she needs to talk to him. She observes Jihan from head to toe and assesses his potential and the achievements he has shown in the recent battles. We need this guy in our guild branch. She is Lim Gazin, a member of the guild. To recruit him, she took the initiative to extend the invitation. Please give me his phone number. Then Gazin fell silent, creating an awkward stillness, as if just realizing what she had said. Gazin's face suddenly became blank. Jen asked again, what is it? At this moment, she began to feel flustered and hesitated to explain. She realized this process was not quite right. Have I explained everything? Is this the first time we are talking, and I have already asked for his number? That is not proper behavior. Asking for someone's number on the first meeting. I was too careless. Gazin hesitantly introduced himself. I am a member of the guild. Meanwhile, he looked over with an awkward expression. She hinted to make it easier for work. Not letting Gazin finish, Jen directly replied. He explained. Right now. I really can't remember my number. The answer left Gazjonder stunned, hardly able to ask. What? Jen then scrolled through the system. He suggested, if she and he had a chance to meet again, then he would give her his number. That is it. Goodbye. After saying that, Jen quickly logged out, disappearing in front of Gazon. The system then announced that an allied player had logged out. Gazon stood there confused, wondering, why can't he remember his number? She sighed after what had happened, feeling a mix of thoughts about the experiences she had witnessed. Gazon wondered, did I just get rejected? The scene shifted to Jihan the next morning. As he walked hesitantly down the street, Jan remembered and thought that he had been using his American number for quite a while now. But what was his South Korean phone number again? He felt helpless. Realizing he could not just ask someone what his own number was, Jan's face was cold and emotionless. He had a faint suspicion. After all, he had just been recruited. Right. Daehan looked up at the recruitment advertisement board and told himself that he seemed to stand out too much. He reminded himself that he could actually ask for her number. But at the moment, he had no intention of joining the guild. Then he opened his status window, reminding himself that the most important thing right now was the rewards. Name: the Jihan. Level 8. Link info: Gangnam 1. Strength: Mana. Holy Power: 7. Class: Support. Ability: Rank Traveler. He could see the information of other players. Nickname: The Dominator. GP Guide: 1500. He carefully calculated to see that he had leveled up twice and received 1500 GP. Jan thought to himself, considering that his holy power had increased as well, it was not too bad. The gift shop displayed a list of items. Otherworldly holy item. Hammer. Rank: 3000 P. Otherworldly holy item. Scratch card. Rank: 3000 P. Otherworldly holy item. Construction gloves. Rank: 3000 P. Jan realized with a headache that 1500 GP would not buy him any holy items. He remembered that in 2020, things were generally cheaper, but they were still priced like this. Jan reminded himself that he should go home and search his sister's storage a bit more. Inside the building, the elevator door slowly closed, showing the 67th floor above. Jihan's hands glided over the fingerprint lock of the room door. Then he opened it and slowly stepped into the house. As soon as he entered, something caught Jihan's eye, leaving him momentarily stunned. He stood in shock, his eyes reflecting surprise and bewilderment. A pair of schoolgirl shoes was neatly placed outside the designated area in front of the room. Jihan held his bag in disbelief. Long hair, confused and puzzled. He was so stunned that he dropped the bag he was holding on the floor. Jihan knew that everyone had moments in their lives they would regret forever. In his past life, he had many regrets too. Jihan wondered if his hands would tremble as he reached up to open that door. He knew that what he regretted the most was the fact that he could not protect that person. The woman's hair brushed gently in front of Jihan, causing him to momentarily lose his ability to react. The woman's voice rang out, clear and sweet. This is surprising. You are already up and out at this hour, she had worriedly asked. Are you still feeling anxious? Jihan had promised himself that if he met her again, he had so much to say to her. Remembering old memories, the woman approached to comfort Jihan. It is going to be okay? Right now. You are just at the bottom of your emotions. Jihan's indifference made him coldly remark, "See ya? You are really strong." She calmly affirmed with sad eyes, "That is right. You are very strong." A gentle hand reached out to take the bottle from Jihan and offered comfort. "So from now on, I will protect you." Jihan felt incredibly grateful at that moment. "Thank you for protecting me." And when that silly statement echoed, "Just believe in me." Okay. Jan was utterly shattered when he had to accept that "I am sorry I could not protect you." In the scene of devastation, where Jihan completely broke down from the overwhelming pain of holding the cold, wounded body of the car. You cried out and realized that it sounds really shameless to say this, but I truly miss you. Before you right now is the image of the little girl, smiling brightly, reminding me, "Why do not you answer me? Hurry up and wash your hands." She smiled cheerfully, her clear voice calling me. In the empty, cold room, two people who seemed to come back from the dead saw each other once again, feeling each other's warmth and existence. Jen painfully called a name with all the care and respect, as if afraid it would be fragile and shatter in an instant. In the living room in front of Jan was Jung-sa. This year she is 18 years old, the daughter of Jung Se-jin and Jan's sister, also Jan's niece. Jen asked, "Did your group activity at Ju end already?" A shyly scratched her head in response. "In the end, you were the only one who finished it early." Because she was born when Jihan's sister was working hard to support the two kids. "I took care of her since she was very small." She said everyone is going crazy because of Dad. On the TV screen, breaking news was showing that King Jun-sin had joined the new self-defense army. Will the next season in Korea be safe? For Jan, who lost her family at a young age, Azkar is more important than anything because she is his family. Right now, she is shyly announcing that it is just her and uncle at home. Jen then remembered that jerk's name. Azkar could not hear what he was saying. She asked for clarification, but Jian explained, "Nothing. Has your dad been in touch with you?" When she heard the question, her attitude changed. Azkar recounted that earlier she tried to reach out, but Azkar did not continue. Jihan anxiously asked, "But what?" She hesitated. "The thing is, he fell in love." Remembering that moment, the man coldly told her that anyone would do. She just needed to know that much. Azkar heard this and worriedly asked, "What did Dad say, Dad?" Suddenly, "What do you mean by falling in love? Are you crazy?" The other end replied, "I do not expect you to understand." She screamed into the phone, "So what am I supposed to do now? Are you planning to abandon me and leave like this?" He coldly responded, "That is right." Jin's car did not hesitate to say outright that this was the condition that girl set to accept his feelings. After hearing that, Azkar froze. She painfully asked, "So Dad, are you saying I have to accept that ridiculous condition?" He ignored his daughter and coldly replied, "I am hanging up." After hearing the whole story, Jihan immediately felt a surge of anger. That jerka looks at your face and seems a bit confused. Jen helplessly sighs, thinking, "You can't always show that kind-hearted face. That ungrateful, irresponsible guy. You threw away your daughter and your country for just one girl." Jan stands there, fuming with clenched fists. "Because of you, is innocent." In the midst of a swirling rage, she suddenly speaks up, "Uncle, you broke the family photo here, right?" Jan is startled to realize. "Oh my," he awkwardly explains. "Sorry. I got too angry and lost control." Jan blames himself, thinking maybe he overreacted. After all, that guy is still his father. But what she said next left Jan completely unsure of how to react. "Why are you the one who broke it first?" She innocently raises her fist and says she wants to do the same. Naively comforts him. "Don't worry, Uncle. Really, I am." He realizes. That is right. This is truly a. If her mother or Jan's sister died, even if his father Jin betrayed and left, that girl always has a bright and cheerful smile. Cares more about Jan than herself. But he looks at her now and tells himself, "Don't be like that anymore." His expression softens. Jan gently reaches out. He lightly pats the little girl's head. Then he pulls her into his arms and whispers, "You have grown up." He praises her, saying she now knows how to take care of her uncle too. Looks at him, bewildered, and can only respond, "It is," Jan silently told herself from now on. "Because from now on you will protect this little niece." Dahan gently reminded her, "Don't gossip too much." After hearing that initial remark, was a bit surprised. But then she softly closed her eyes. Feeling the warmth radiating from his affection, she replied, "Yep. Thank you, uncle. Then spoke up to start a conversation again. Uncle. Jan wondered, what is it? Stood up straight and whispered. You smell too sweet. The scene shifts to early morning in the urban city of Sun, Gangnam, the faction guild. Gazan was still in a full mood from yesterday's battle. Han also overheard that conversation. Gazan saw her trying to stifle a smile and called her out. She could laugh out loud if she wanted. Miss Han could no longer hold it in and trembled as she replied. Gazan coldly said. Just laugh. As if waiting for this line. Han immediately burst out laughing in the hallway, startling those who were passing by. She tried to force herself to say, I am really sorry. Gazan. Really? Although Gazan said that, he still acted a bit sulky. She laughed so hard that tears streamed down her face, exclaiming, that guy is really funny. Lim Gazan, who was curious, had asked for his number and was denied. And above all, I really did not remember my own number, which is quite strange. Gazan also felt very sad about this. She confided, I can't do anything. People say that the first time someone appears before someone of the opposite gender, they will be judged based on appearance. I am not as beautiful as her. Miss, I look more like a boy. Han turned to look at Gazan after hearing that. She frowned, thinking there is a problem. Does she not know how famous she is? A young man passing by overheard and started spreading the news. That is Gazan, the flower of the school. Should I ask her out? Someone reminded him. She is cutting you down like a watermelon now. Han then walked ahead of Gazan while casually reminding him, if you go outside and talk like that, you will get scalded. The scene shifts to the break area of the building. Gazan sighed and stepped forward to ask Han. I can only relax here. So what are you planning to do about hiring ex-Gong Jihan? She calmly blew on her tea to cool it down and asked, what do you mean? What am I supposed to do? Either way, I need to hire him. That crazy old man told me to do it. I feel a lot of pressure. Gazan suggested. I think we should hire that ex-Gong Jihan. He is talented. Han did not respond to this suggestion as she calmly enjoyed her tea. There was suddenly a noise from the table. Han's phone screen lit up, showing information predicting the winner on the battlefield. She immediately focused on the system board and wondered, what is this? Why is this guy suddenly streaming? There must be a big match today. Gaz looked at her sarcastically. Miss, are you still watching this nonsense? Han replied a bit irritated. Nonsense. What are you talking about? This is simply a strategy analysis broadcast. Gazan suddenly realized after hearing it. Simple. Then she pointed at the system board and asked, that lady is Hazen, who also stared blankly before recognizing the name San Ji-han on the screen. He was adjusting the filming equipment and asked if Kara was okay. Immediately, those watching were startled and commented, what is this, the broadcast for today's winner? It has been a while since we have seen Jihan's car on screen. The framing today is beautiful. Did this guy even check the broadcast title? Then a naive voice of hers echoed on the screen. All right, uncle. The phone side is fine too. Gazan was startled and asked back. Is this the broadcast you are watching to predict the winner? Han, lost in thought, stammered. It does not matter anymore. Jihan's car. A line of text appeared on the screen. I am the brother-in-law of the Sword King. Han stared blankly. He said he was the brother-in-law of the Sword King. Just that name was enough to make everyone follow the broadcast in shock. Really? Look at that twin sword statue. It seems he is at the sword hall, so you know the twin sword statue. They kept sending comments with all kinds of emotions, from negative to positive. This is the rooftop of this sword hall. If you are not related to Jun's Karzin, you can't get in. How dare you casually call Kim Vikong by name? You should call him the damn traitor instead. On Jian's side, you are standing in front of the camera while requesting. Wait. Could you back up a bit? She obediently replied. Yep. The people in the comments kept sending their opinions. Wait. Is she the daughter of Kim Vijing? If Run Sin is a traitor, could his daughter be one too? Kim Vijing is not a traitor. He is just deceiving the Japanese to bring benefits to our country. The comments suddenly became a place for people to wonder as they saw Jihan start practicing spells. Wait, what is he doing? His back is really beautiful. Do you train regularly? Hold on. No way. Jen gently pressed down, then stomped hard on the ground, creating large cracks. From the center, Jihan's cracks in the ground gradually formed a circle around him like a formation. Power was transmitted to the twin swords mounted on the high wall. Hazen, Gazan, and everyone who witnessed this scene felt extremely shocked. The viewers immediately commented in awe, that crazy guy, a game-changing representative of Korea. the proud twin sword statue in the world. Along with the crack on the rooftop, a comment appeared. Your twin sword statue is destroyed now. At this moment, where Jan was, the scene became chaotic and desolate. The ground shattered, and the twin swords on the wall remained steadfast. Then, Jan decisively raised his hand and charged towards the twin swords, wanting to attack them. The viewers were immediately shocked and kept commenting, "Stop, I warn you. Goodbye, traitor. Do not do that." But Jan did not read those comments at all. He basically did not care how people would see what he was doing in their eyes. The views then continuously increased along with the lively comments. Look at the views rising. Who leaked the news? Wait. How dare you do that to this traitor? The Sword King. Aren't you afraid of the Sword King's family? Your brother is still idolizing that traitor. What kind of person is this? Scaring the heavens. Look, Jean's car is completely wrecked. The Sword King will be furious at these words. Such audacity. Is he really Jean's brother-in-law? He is definitely crazy. Speak English already. The system also announced that the goal has been achieved. Jihan's shirt, after the strong impact, could not hold up and ripped at the shoulder. He let out a sigh of relief. Now I feel lighter. Jihan's hand clenched tightly. Gathering strength, he recalled his plan. Next, the goal has been achieved. I will talk about the citizenship of the Sword King during the Xin battle, a live broadcast system of Battle.it, a platform that is favored and holds the largest market share globally. And since this is part of Battle.net, the achievement of attracting viewers 1, attracting viewers 2, reaching 1,000 dislikes, reaching 1,000 likes, the number of viewers. The amount of subscriptions and views allows Jihan to earn bonus points when he reaches a certain level. Forkson, the title of brother-in-law of the King of Swords, is a good opportunity to help him collect all the rewards. After the shocking punch that rocked the internet, the system kept ringing with notifications of regular achievements. You have achieved attracting viewers 1. Regular achievement. You have reached 100,000 dislikes. A user commented asking everyone, did he break that with his bare hands? Jihan's eyes glanced at the system boards continuously displaying beside him. He was secretly pleased but predicted a lot of dislikes. He never expected that the day the rusty truck would become useful. Comments kept coming in. Everyone was extremely annoyed and wrote harsh words. How dare you destroy the statue of the twin swords? It is a symbol of the Sword King. What if because of your actions, the Sword King never returns? Jen thought of a black logo featuring the twin swords. He frowned slightly, realizing it was the Sword King's clan. They were die-hard fans of the rusty truck, the ones who had pushed the truck into a dead end. Even though they showed absolute support for Jun the Truck Jin, their anger was also growing, and that rage began to shift towards the only bloodline of Jun Sin Jun X, using words to pressure the little Sword King who had left this land because of the unruly daughter of the Lord. Jun the Truck had to die for the Sword King to return. Kill her. Kill her. In the end, their actions had harmed the little girl. Those words are like sharp swords that kill. Just remembering them makes you so angry you grind your teeth. The tension in his face showed they needed someone to vent their anger on. Thinking that, Jan did not hesitate to speak up. I hope everyone listens to these words carefully. He told himself, I would be happy to be that target. Then, he decisively raised his hand, and the power activated, causing the stone tablet behind him to shatter instantly. Everyone became even more furious upon seeing this. They angrily sent comments cursing him. Stopping the little brat. You told us to listen, but you have already started destroying things. Jihan declared loudly in front of the entire audience. That guy won T come back. Witnessing this, O was momentarily stunned. As everyone closely observed the actions and expressions of the young man on the screen, someone recognized that he was none other than Xian Jihan, the guy from Bronze Tutorial. He is just a bronze rank. Look at how he is making a big deal out of nothing. Can you believe he broke the dual sword statue and still talks like that? I do not care about the dual sword statue, but those Sword King clan idiots are definitely brainless. Jan, on the other hand, did not care at all about those comments. He held his phone up and announced, I am going to let everyone listen to the original recording. This is a call between Ru and his daughter after deciding to take Japanese citizenship. Then, each word in the recording was amplified, revealing a girl's voice asking, Dad, what is going on? Why did you leave so suddenly? The man's voice replied, I found the one I love. What do you mean? I just want the best for her. Harangazen were also taken aback by the recording. She gritted her teeth in anger, thinking, he is such a jerk. Then the voice of the girl came back. Are you really going to leave me here? The viewers were left stunned. They were in disbelief. Really? The people in the window were left speechless. The man's cold voice responded to confirm. Yeah, he explains. That is the condition she set to accept my feelings after that statement. Jan turned off the recording. You turned to look at his expression. The viewers were eager for gossip. Some commented, "How could international marriage be stopped? We should not trust it. It is definitely fake news. Is this even called news? At most, it should just be considered gossip." On the other hand, did not feel sad at all. She nodded slightly as if signaling to Jan that his action was very right. After that, appeared on screen, she spoke up to introduce herself. "Hello everyone. I'm the daughter of Sword King." Everyone who saw that youthful face immediately commented with praise. "So pretty," she then calmly confided. "That was really a shock to me. I am here because I have something to announce. My father said he would leave the sword bow to me." Everyone listening to this commented, expressing admiration. "So envious. What is my dad doing? Go earn your own money and buy a house for him. You idiot." But then I said, "However, I can't accept inheriting from someone who abandoned the country and family like that. So the building he left for me, I would like to donate to the country." The viewers erupted upon hearing this. They questioned each other in disbelief. "Is she crazy? Did we hear that wrong? If you are going to do that, then just let me go," I said confidently. "I hope my contribution can support and help train players in Korea." You fell silent for a moment. Jan, standing beside you, smiled happily after hearing her little niece speak. I said in conclusion, "I will share the details soon." Flashing back 30 minutes earlier, I was startled and asked Jahan, "Do you want us to donate our house?" She looked puzzled, pinched your cheek, and asked, "Do I look drunk?" At that moment, Jahan was drying his wet hair and replied irritably, "That hurts." She still did not understand the reason for this action and asked, "Why do you want me to donate everything we have? Are you crazy?" Daihan reassured her, "You are sober, right?" He glanced away, secretly admitting that he was not confident he could convince the girl. But let us see who gets persuaded. At that time, Jan pulled her to look at the building, and she still asked doubtfully, "Are you serious? You must be kidding. Just trust me, because we are not selling a building that an ordinary person could not build in a lifetime. What we are doing is donating it." But Jihan had to do everything possible to convince the girl. He only wanted the best for her. After Jin's team defeated Korea as representatives of Japan, the anger of the Korean citizens grew to an uncontrollable level. In a match between Korea and Japan, Jun from Jin participated as a representative of Japan. Korea lost to Japan. The one who contributed the most was not the Sword King, but Idari. The people are outraged and demand the Hunting Association to eliminate Jun-sin. Anyone who benefits from Jun-sin must take responsibility for Jun-sin's family, and the parties involved in the Sword King must be held accountable. The government can't calm their anger and must confiscate all of Jun-sin's assets. The traitor Jun-sin will have to remember our faces. Jen really wanted to tell his little niece, Akse, "We have nowhere else to go. We can't endure the Sword King's clan lurking around, threatening, and taking her life. Anyway, it is going to be confiscated. Donating it to please them and protect the safety of the girl is better." After careful consideration, he realized that Aksa probably sees him as just a lazy uncle who stays at home drinking all day. So he can't tell her that he is from the future. Aksa was still staring blankly at her uncle, her eyes shining with hope and a need for a specific explanation. But before Jan could say anything, Aksa unexpectedly spoke up in agreement. "All right, Jan." Upon hearing this, asked back, confused, Akse, "Do you really see it?" She coldly turned away and asked again, "How did you react? If you agree, then suddenly your attitude changes." He hesitated, meaning that was a bit unreasonable. "Right," Jan hesitantly explained. "You are not the type to blurt out such things. Plus you did not let me finish my sentence." Aksa turned back to tease. "It has been a while since I have seen this confident face of yours. A self-assured uncle." Jan just heard these words and was taken aback, not knowing how to react for a moment. Then he smiled, sighed, and thought to himself, "I wonder who this girl takes after." Jen glanced at his niece and confirmed that the girl was really impressive. But what he did not expect was that after the announcement from Kara, many people with a profile picture of two swords commented in not so nice words, representing the Sword King family. "I am telling you that Kara has been fooled. That guy is a fraud. Is not that Jan? The Sword King's brother-in-law. He is definitely a Japanese spy planted here." He read those comments and thought sarcastically, "Go ahead. Keep insulting me like you guys are doing. Then, the Sword King family won't have trouble with Kara." But I have to make sure to achieve my ultimate goal. The Samsung camera was still flashing. Jen remembered a name. Runsin. Then, to prevent his niece from reading those unpleasant comments, he decided to speak up and said, "Actually, I think I am doing just fine." Everyone watching this part was a bit confused and asked, "What did he just say?" Jen continued to ramble on. "He said it was all for a woman. But the truth is, anyone who knows him will understand." Cn, after hearing this, was also in a daze. She awkwardly called out, "Uncle, I keep telling myself, this is not in the script." He ignored everyone, firmly stating it was because he was past his prime. Those watching immediately exploded with emotions upon hearing this and commented endlessly. "Is this guy high or what?" You continued. "You think we do not know you ran to Japan because you knew you could not do anything in Korea." A user with the handle Song Kim commented as a warning, "Song Jihan, watch your words." Another person exclaimed. Jihan's low-tier card declared that Jin was finished. Both Hazen and Gazan were equally stunned by these words. You pressed on, decisively tearing off one sleeve of your shirt and warning, "Be careful in Japan. Because when we meet again, I will take you to the limit." The viewers then burst into laughter, continuously sending sarcastic comment. "Ryu is in big trouble. Can you speak English? Korea is always in fighting. Look at how envious they are of us. Go back to your country. How dare you come in here?" I am really looking forward to the match between Korea and Japan. As the sunset falls over the city of Holel, the golden hue makes the scene peaceful, beautiful, and poetic. In Jihan's house, someone asked anxiously, "Is it really necessary to do this, Uncle?" She was scrolling through her phone while nervously speaking. "Now both Korea and Japan are in chaos." Daihan calmly reassured, "Uncle said it is fine. Just tell them not to watch anymore, or it will get tense." O was still skeptical but felt something was off with Uncle. "It feels like after last night, you turned into a different person." You hear that and feel a pang in your heart. The girl understands. "How can you act normal after dying and then coming back?" Then Daihan teased, "You think I look like those drunkards, right?" O quickly denied it. "No way. Why do you think that?" Even though it is true. While they were chatting lively, suddenly there was a sound of someone ringing the doorbell outside. The noise made Jihan and C both look towards the door. She wondered, who could come at this hour? "You seem to know in advance who will arrive." Calmly putting his hands in his pockets, he said, surprised, "I did not think you would come so soon." I also had a nagging suspicion. She asked, "Don't tell me they are here looking for you." Jihan reassured her, "Do not worry. It is not that." He secretly thought, "All right, let us. Should we try to make some extra money?" Transitioning to the evening in Tokyo, Japan. A man sits in front of a computer screen, with the system displaying notifications in Japanese. The relationship between Japan and South Korea is expected to remain tense due to the Sword King becoming a naturalized Japanese citizen. I guess South Korea must be furious for losing their best player. Next to a pile of women's clothes thrown on the floor, the notifications continued. They are throwing stones at him and blaming it all on a woman. I wonder how beautiful this woman must be. That is right. The issue is that your brother-in-law has also issued a challenge. I am curious to see how the Sword King will react. I think this is pretty understandable. You could say that his brother-in-law represents the anger of Korea. The woman sitting on the bed puts her clothes back on. She softly asks, "Did those news bother you?" Sejin replies, "Not all. Are you up already?" Sizuru adds, "It is. After playing with the toys I still can't sleep." She confides, "Sejin, I am just worried that you might be going through something tough." Sejin reminds her. Annoyed, Sizuru, "Do not call me Sejin anymore. He insists I have taken your last name. So now I'm at Orio." Sizuru denies it, saying he is wrong. She hugs Sejin tightly from behind and asserts that he is Jun Sejin, the #1 player in Korea. The Sword King trembles. Upon hearing that name, he turns to look at his lover and calls out to Sizuru. She raises her hand to stroke XJ's cheek to hypnotize him and reaffirms that it is an unchangeable truth. The faces of the two are just inches apart, and the atmosphere quickly becomes suggestive. Sizuru whispers into Sejin's ear, "I love you." The two on the bed share a passionate kiss in a heavily intoxicating atmosphere. She confidently declares that he is her Sejin. Turning to Jihan, the door swings open, and he eagerly says, "Hello." The man steps into the house, quickly takes off his dress shoes, and says, "Thank you for coming." The Jihan, It seems like you were waiting for me too." "Right." Jihan politely replies, "Not all. I was just looking forward to the government's presence, because a minor issue has turned into a major one." You called him by name. Minister Park Ansich. The South Korean government has a combat division minister, Jan recounted after Jin left nervously. The government stopped the visits. You told Young Sek, please come in. He walked in with a warm smile, saying to the girl in the house. It has been a while since I have seen you. Sit up. This man is really just taking care of you and Sia for monitoring purposes. She obediently replied, hello. Minister. The three of them stood there looking at each other. Then Jan smiled. Now the stage was set to light up, and he would take everything he needed. Later, the minister was invited in for coffee. Yunsich got to work, although it was a bit violent. I looked it over. He explained that the government acknowledged they could not bring the Sword King back. Jan felt disgusted at this point, thinking they knew very well. Yunsich added. But we can't let the public know about this immediately. The Korean match is coming up. So Jan could not wait any longer. You bluntly suggested. Why do not we stop beating around the bush and get straight to the point? Jen asked. You want me to retract the donation for the electric sword? Right, because it will be an official acknowledgement that the sword master will not return as soon as it is accepted. Yunsich felt a bit shy upon hearing this. He picked up his coffee cup, his face slightly awkward, thinking to himself, he is getting straight to the point. Looking at Ji-han in the present moment, Yunsich was a bit skeptical. Is this really the pathetic guy from before? From what he remembered, he was just an unemployed drunk and gambler. Then he also voiced his agreement. You are right. We have not completely given up hope that the sword master will return. We want to propose a management contract as a substitute for donations. Jay seemed to have anticipated this. A management contract changes someone's ownership regarding the management of an organization or enterprise. O was left puzzled and exclaimed, what a complicated term. And Jan realized they were indeed smart, taking on the responsibility of management until the real owner returns. If that is the case, does that mean ownership must be returned to the sword master when he comes back? Young Seach rummaged through his bag for the paperwork and replied, yep. Exactly. So he pulled out the management contract and suggested it would be better if you both continued living at the sword mansion. Yun explained. It contains favorable conditions for both sides. Please read through it and think about it. Jen also read the document and realized they had really thought a lot about this matter. He calculated that he wanted to hand over everything anyway. But if they were willing to go this far, following through would be better for him. Then Jan placed the document on the table and spoke up. I understand. But we would also like to make a request. Yunsich wondered what the issue was. Your face shows that the guy from I is still confused and does not understand anything. Do we have the kid with us? That is a transition to a new announcement that streamer Hu Yu Kwang has started broadcasting. Everyone is actively commenting to kick things off. Are you live? Wait a minute. Where's that kid? Is he on top of the Roman Colosseum? He really likes to attract attention. Hu Kwang took off the mask he was wearing and started speaking. Welcome everyone to my broadcast. He began to speak like a professional host. Today, we are going back to the bloody and dusty Roman Colosseum. The traveling streamer greets everyone again with a bright smile. Hu Kwang just fell in a very strange position. This scene caught the viewer's attention, prompting one user to comment casually. Is that his underwear? In Hu Kwang's hand, he firmly held a shiny golden sword with a glowing red diamond. He proudly introduced himself. I am streamer Hu Kwang. Contrary to his serious demeanor, viewers kept making playful comments. Hello. Golden boy. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Then the system announced that B-Time Boss has gifted you 100 JP. He left a comment saying, today, teach those silver trash a lesson again. After reading the message, Hu Kwang was instantly overjoyed. He could not contain his excitement and exclaimed, oh no. My rich benefactor is here. I am going to react with Xeris dance, even though this is just a deadlock. Seeing that guy constantly posing in ridiculous ways makes everyone cringe. The viewers have sent in nasty comments. Hey man. Do you even know how skilled these people are? It is disgusting. The two guys behind are so angry they are gritting their teeth watching this. They are growling, ready to curse. That jerk, damn it. Oh god. I wish that guy would get hit by cars and end up sprawled out in the middle of the road. That jerk. At this moment, the face of streamer Hu Kwang looks unusually radiant. He is a well-known meme character recognized for his looks and exaggeration. A notorious prankster, Hu Kwang was once a gold-tier athlete, but he downgraded himself to bronze to create content, calling it a deep-sea adventure. He no longer cares about the game. He just wants to have fun. The peak of a prankster. Hu Kwang seems to enjoy doing this. There are so many people down in the deep sea. His gear and stats are still top tier. So it seems Hu Eva Kwang is excited to harass and kill weaker players. When facing everyone, Huan Kwang tries to normalize things and explains, "I am not a monster." But the others do not see it that way. They are right. He really is a damn gangster. After hearing those judgments, Huna Kwang took 5 minutes of his life to ponder about human morality. But since he could not think of anything, he returned to his overly positive demeanor and spoke to the screen. "Whatever. Enough of this boring stuff. Let us see who the first victim will be. Just checking out a few players." But as soon as he saw the person in front of him, Huan Kwang suddenly paused for 3 seconds in confusion. He immediately asked back, "Is this the content?" The viewers saw the image of the young man looking bewildered on the screen and started typing X going Jihan. The fool is X and Jihan. He still treats Jihan like an object. Hu Kwang also read those comments. He loudly called out, "The Jihan." He suddenly brought the mic closer and said, "I really want to interview you." Jan looked at Hu Kwang with disdain and wondered, what the hell? He is rambling on even though the other person has not said anything. Sister-in-law of the Sword King. Best player in the bronze tier. Destroyer of the twin sword statue. You go by so many nicknames. Recently, you have been getting a lot of attention. Jan was a bit annoyed and turned away, thinking, is he a streamer for bad? That is really noisy. Thinking back, it seems like there are still a few bad up achievements I have not gotten yet. After that, you opened the system board and thought you would increase the viewer count a bit. Hein Kwang, not getting a response from Jahan, created content on his own. "Hey everyone, I have completely been ignored." People in the comments remind him that he at least needs to reach the level of the Sword King before talking to him. "Bro, it seems Jihan is streaming too." "Oh right. There is a streaming icon right there. Let us go watch." Han Kwang suddenly glanced over at the opponent and was shocked to realize that he was live streaming. He clenched his teeth in annoyance, thinking, damn, I just gave him free advertising. Looking back at his streaming screen, Kwang thought he needed people to watch his stream, not his. Then, his system pinged with a notification as King Lu 52 has registered a kill mission reward to take down Jihan to drop him to last place. The reward if successful is 2000 P. After reading that, Han Kwang was skeptical. 1 P is about 1000. So that is around 2 million world. Right. A user then commented, "Hein Kwang, please take down Jihan for the Sword King's family. We will increase the reward." He was suspicious of the Sword King's family. Then the system continuously announced that the reward had been increased along with a series of excited comments cheering him on. Han Kwang looked at the reward amount and thought to himself, I know they have a grudge against Xian Jihan, but I did not expect it to be this intense. But then the reward notifications kept popping up, causing Huo Kwang to doubt himself and wonder, wait. This group. Another notification just went off. Kill Jihan's vehicle to make him fall to the bottom rank. The reward if successful is 31,978 B. The reward has been continuously increasing. Huna Kwang was mind blown, realizing it is over 30,000 now. And it is about to hit 40,000 at this rate. I might get a full 50,000 B. The announcement reminded everyone. All players have been summoned, and the game is about to start. Much to his horror, a final announcement closed in. Kill Jihan to make him fall to the bottom rank. And the reward if successful is 42,713 GB. Hearing this, Huna Kwang was overjoyed to the point of madness. He sat in the middle of the arena laughing so hard, he could not open his mouth wider. The viewers watching had to sigh at this scene. Damn it. Is not that enough for you? This crazy guy. It turns out this is how he makes money. At this moment, Huna Kwang was lost in the intoxication of wealth and luxury. He exclaimed, just a bit more and it would hit 50,000. The mysterious user reappeared and said, if you can truly defeat Jihan, I will gift you 10,000 dollars. As soon as he heard the announcement, Huan Kwang's robe immediately billowed in the wind. He spoke seriously. Huan Kwang can feel your determination. The viewers were also astonished. Look at him. So serious he has become a black and white image. The greedy bastard has been successfully triggered. I would be the same if I just got 50 million. Meanwhile, Hong Kwang is still happily smiling inside, thinking it is a real sweet deal. He confidently declares he is going to take down Jihan. Now you are going to fall into despair. He is waving his arms and legs, asserting, from now on, Hein Kwang will end this game and become your personal reaper. The system then announces the preparation of an active skill to accelerate the player's body toward the target ahead at extreme speed. With that, Hon Kwang charges straight at Jihan with his sword. The strength and ferocity of his attack create a wind that makes others gasp in awe. Jan quickly senses this and decisively turns around. But before Han Kwang could do anything, he had to stop short as the sword in his hand evaporated and became unusable. Jay looks at his item and sighs. It is indeed a good and durable sword. Weapon info. Cooking set. Pestle. Item level to 1. A holy item from another world on an extraterrestrial planet. Aliens use this to cook heretics. You can experience the full power when equipped with both a knife and a cooking pot. You pull your remaining hand inside your shirt, looking at Hua Kwang, and say, I have given it my all. Seeing Hu Kwang still not giving up, noticing that silly expression, speaks up, I guess I will have to use an outsider's sword, but not let him do anything. Daihan launches a fierce counterattack, slicing through the air that sends Hudar Kwang flying high amidst the dazzling storm of swords, completely dominating the situation in an instant. He stands there, mouth agape at the brutal, terrifying power of the attack, completely unable to resist even once. The viewers who saw this were just as bewildered, continuously commenting, what the heck is that sword energy? That is right. Goodness. A silver rank using sword energy. But that person is not someone with the holy power of the white fire god. If he is using holy power, then is he a support player? After that knockout, the system announced that player Xan Jihan's first achievement bonus increased to 100B. You stand there with two weapons in hand, energy radiating intensely throughout your body. Item info. Cooking set. Kitchen knife. Luta D1 holy item. On a planet outside of Earth, aliens use this to cook outsiders. You can experience all the power when equipped with both the knife and the cooking pot. The viewers have a question. But what weapon does he have? Jan looked at the sharp knife in his hand and remembered that he had not been in the kitchen for a long time. Jan fell into endless thoughts, recalling that he had once fallen into the endless night of death, unable to see anything, as if all the light in life had been extinguished. Yet, the darker the night, the more the stars shone. After the battle with Jihan, a silly announcement voice echoed. Streamer Hua Kwang has come back to life because of the fans. This left the viewers puzzled. How could he come back to life like that? Must be a trick. Right. It must. The item used this time is the Resurrection Cross. It can be used for resurrection only once. However, this cannot be used within the scope of national alliances, team formations, or game promotions. The viewers read the item details and saw Huen Kwang's return, and they started commenting on what he was resurrected for. Anyway, we have to go back to B because Sanjahan is already here. The mission has failed. I am so disappointed. Huen Kwang. Damn it. This straight guy Huela Kwang. After reading the audience's comments, he shamelessly exclaimed, oh look, it seems my carelessness has left many viewers dissatisfied. However, everyone just wait a little longer. Soon I will pay back Sanjahan for sure. But just as he finished speaking, Jihan suddenly appeared behind him, making the atmosphere incredibly awkward. Their eyes met, but neither wanted to stare at each other for too long like the song says. Then, with Jan's ruthless signature moves, he took care of the bland streamer Hu Kwang in an instant, so fast that he could only manage to say 3 words. How come? Then came the notification from the Xan Jihan player system. Double kill. He glanced back and remembered that it had been a long time since he saw someone using that. In the future, hardly anyone will use it anymore. Not because of the punishment, but because of its loopholes. Jan looked up at the audience and noticed that today it was much livelier than usual. Maybe it is because the audience came to watch the game starting today. He could only spot individuals. Today's audience is the elves. The viewers were surprised to see her and commented, real elves over there. Look at the way they are looking at that guy. And Joe looked up at them with no emotion, because he knew that those bastards made him sick. The ones who contributed the most to humanity's failure in the event. You turn around and decide, but never mind. We will deal with that later. For now let us focus on solving the issue at hand. As Jan looks around the arena, he realizes he is being isolated by everyone. The moment he turns to face them, the crowd scatters in all directions. Running like they are being chased by ghosts, they shout to each other. Now is not the time to fight. Let us just run away. Even that gold rank player is getting beaten down by Jihan. Jan looks at the current situation and sighs, thinking that at this rate, the effectiveness of the hunt will drop. He looks at the 2 weapons in his hands and calculates that it took him a long time to find a legendary item, and to meet the display conditions. He still needs to fight more. Just as he is deep in thought, the system interface suddenly pops up right in front of him, startling Jahan a bit. He smiles and excitedly asks, "What is this?" The system announces a regular mission: to subdue goblins and eliminate all the goblins gathered around the Goblin King. And Jay looks at the approaching monsters in awe. What a surprise gift! Then, a goblin screams and rushes towards him with sharp teeth. But it is not charging to attack Jihan. It is actually running away from him. The goblin is so scared that it can only let out a whimper. But it manages to say just that one sentence before Jan smashes it in the head with immense force. The knife in his hand is also raised high, ready to strike down. The goblin hangs in the air after Jan's knife creates a hole in its chest. Jan lands with the sharp knife. The system immediately beeped with a notification. You used the sacred item correctly, causing them to surrender. The cooking tool set reacted. Jan then understood. So this is how to use it. You calculate the process of breaking their heads and stabbing their hearts. Since it is an equipped item, there must be a certain order of use. You breathed a sigh of relief for being lucky. Luckily, I noticed before the game ended. Looking at the battlefield where the goblins lay flat on the ground, Jang felt a bit disappointed, thinking that if I had realized earlier, there would only be a few left. You looked ahead and realized that it was not completely over yet, because in front of Jan was a huge monster boss with red eyes. It was the Goblin King. Goblins of this size are 3 meters tall, 3 times the height of regular goblins, and far superior in both strength and intelligence. Its convoluted information made Jahan scoff after hearing it. Such a long explanation. Then you apply the process you just realized directly onto the Goblin King with a shockwave strike. It falls over, hitting the ground hard, causing it to shatter. Jen then takes the knife in hand and whispers, "What is so superior about it? After all, it is just a big goblin." With that, he thrusts the knife down, delivering a lethal blow to the legendary Goblin King. The system then announced, "Mission completed. Defeated Goblin. You have received an additional 500 achievement points as a reward." The weapon in Jihan's hand radiated magical energy along with an announcement of increased holy power. Cooking kit. Pestle. D. Holy item from another world, based on the method of a certain cult in the universe. You use this to cook. Using the pestle and chef's knife at the same time will maximize the power of this lightning equipment. Cooking kit. Chef's knife. Itemless D2E. Holy item from another world, based on the method of a certain cult in the universe. You use this to cook. Using the pestle and chef's knife at the same time will maximize the power of this lightning equipment. The divine cooking item set has dropped from item list DE. Jan was wiping the blood off the knife with his shirt while thinking, that means I still have one more chance to gain holy power, but how can I hunt monsters with these slow things? He glanced at the group of people standing far away and weighed his options. Jan was sure he needed to take down another player. They were standing too far away. He was a bit annoyed, rolled up his sleeves, and said, "This is frustrating, but it can't be helped." Daihan hummed a self-composed line of poetry. "If the mountain does not see me, I will go see the mountain myself." The fierce momentum he exuded made the onlookers almost hold their breath to comment. Now everyone could breathe again. Just look at his scary expression. It is really terrifying. But Jan is not very good at these broadcasts. Is he? Transitioning to the high-end urban area Sun, Gangnam City. Sam Slopeward. One user with the name Barking Dog commented. But still, it is 1,000 times better than that useless guy. This one comment made Huazo Kwang so angry he felt like spitting blood. He keeps rambling and cursing, referring to me. Right. What about when you all kissed my ass and said my skills were top-notch and I am not weak? It is just that he is ridiculously strong. Don't you guys even watch the analysis video? Inside the match, the estimated power index was 33, agility 37, 36, mana 34. Huan Kwang angrily pointed out how the video estimated his stats from the last battle with the goblin, and the average was a whopping 35. He then realized the nonsense he just said and lay down on the keyboard. Thinking about it, the limit for stats in bronze is only 25. So how the hell did it go up to 35? What a hacker. Just as he mentioned this, Huan Kwang suddenly froze for 5 seconds when he heard a loud scream in the video. The system panel appeared with the notification that player Song Jihan had a kin. The sounds coming out made Ev Kwang look up in confusion. What is that noise? Like a pig being slaughtered. His eyes suddenly froze in shock. Huan Kwang stared at Jan's attack, unable to blink, wondering what this one-sided attack was about. Meanwhile, he was making a thrust down the arena with 2 holy items in hand. Inside the arena, Jan coldly fought, taking down each opponent one by one. Notifications kept ringing out. Player Jihan double kin. The viewers witnessing such a dramatic scene could not stop praising it. This is art. What kind of art runs straight and takes out 4 heads at once? Jan did not care about them at all. He continued to focus on fighting. Then the system kept ringing out notifications. Chipokin. Quadrakin. Bentakin. This horrifying scene terrified the other players. They shouted to each other. Let us temporarily call a truce. The guy poked his head to take out the ton to stop the bleeding. The person behind responded, asking who poked their head like that. Then Jan exhaled to gather strength and looked at them. These people were scared but still stubbornly called the hacker a damn fool. They angrily cursed. Damn it. They should know when to stop. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately fired a barrage at you. Jen did not bother to listen to another word. You swung your hand and hit this guy hard, then leaned to deliver a powerful blow to the other one. Jihan's gaze never changed throughout the fight, his actions always precise and unyielding. After taking care of one group, Jihan continued his journey to the others. But it seemed that this target left you a bit dissatisfied. The other players were just as scared. They stared at you and kept saying ridiculous things in astonishment. The spectators were also puzzled and uncomfortable. Commenting, "What is going on?" typing in Korean normally. Damn it. The system then announced a new player entering, Jihan Doublekin. This information left the spectators dumbfounded. Cursing, 10 consecutive kins. This god is totally insane. Is this the first person to pull off 10 kins in a row since the original run? Right. Don't mention that traitor again. But ignoring those comments, Jan fully focused on watching the items in his hands change one by one. The cooking divine item was reacting, increasing his holy power. While the cooking divine item had dropped from rank E to rank F, the system announced that the hidden mission was completed, achieving 10 kins in the Roman arena. You received an additional 500 achievement points as a reward. After reading it, Jan realized he had the holy power and achievement points. So he had everything he needed. You keep telling yourself. But there are still many things missing. I need something powerful and decisive. Thinking this, Jan suddenly paused for 5 seconds. He looked skeptically at the system board. This is a trial mission. To find the Dark Queen among the audience sitting at the edge of the Roman arena and provoke her. Does Jay really recognize a trial mission? He was doubtful. A trial mission appearing in the Bronze Cup. More important than the reward of 50,000 achievement points. Getting the attention of the Dark Queen constellation. The attention of a constellation. A constellation is a supreme entity representing a star, a divine being in the celestial diagram. Gaining the attention of a constellation means you will be supported to achieve abilities that you normally would not. He stood there realizing this was something that only took effect in the ongoing Diamond Cup, right here. Jin seriously promised himself he had to obtain it at all costs. Just pulling one of them to his side would surely attract the other constellations' interest as well. He felt a bit hesitant, his expression serious. Jan looked up at the stands, wondering if he could actually find her. He scanned a group of elf tribe members. They all looked very similar. She was hiding among a sea of elves, and his mission was to find the Dark Queen. Currently, Jan was one of the first in this land to achieve the record of killing 10 consecutive targets. The one before him was Jun Sin. News about this had started to spread across all public media. The result you achieved is 10,000 followers and along with 4,000 views. The predicted winning candidate is Son. Those in the Sword King family who once hoped for Song Jihan's defeat now turn back to support him. Viewers are commenting, is not the Sword King family promoting Song Jihan themselves now? If they think the Sword King family is getting played, and it leads to a good meal, then everyone should do that. I did that before. Now all the hate is directed at Hu R Kwang. Viewer diary of streamer Hu Kwang. This bastard needs to die. Can't even beat one guy, and yet how did he get to gold like that? I hope you will try your best on your path during this tough time. Hu Na Kwang. New comments pop up. Viewers mocking. Jihan's car killed 5 people, and one of them was him. The final stream is always famous. After reading these lines, Huan Kwang must be feeling emotional. Damn. The reputation is already ruined. He can't do anything about it. Whatever. Doing anything now is pointless. Huan Kwang confidently asserts that from now on, he will also hop on the Song Jihan train. Now you will have one more fan. Which is me? Lord Jihan streamer Hu Kwang dreams of becoming Song Jihan's editor. I will turn you into a star of Bada. Jihan must be suspicious after hearing that. What the hell is he planning to do? Of course. Who knows what Jihan thinks about that? In the evening at a tall building sparkling with lights. A looks puzzled. What did I just watch? She glances at Jihan drinking water and then doubts. When did he get so strong? After noticing her little nephew's erratic mood, Jan approaches his car. She speaks up. I feel so sorry for those people. It is really sad. He reassures her. Confrontations are usually cold and ruthless. Teases. Uncle. What you said earlier sounded like something a villain would say. Then Jihan scrolls through the system dashboard. Meanwhile, wonders why he blocked them when he seems like he wants to hit Uncle. Jihan replies. I just forgot to change the default settings. Suggests. Then why not raise the minimum donation amount while you are at it? She mentions that constant donation notifications make it hard to focus on other things. After hearing her suggestion, he seriously thinks. Is it right to set it back to 10 million? A is shocked by the number immediately. She asks back. That is up to 10 million. Is not that a bit much? Jihan does not say anything while A sits there thinking. Isn't that a little too little? He ponders. More importantly, the legendary mission he received tells him to find and provoke the Dark Queen. At that moment, Jihan looks up at the stands and realizes he can't think of a way to find her among such a crowd. Observes his expression and speaks up to inquire. Do you need my help, Uncle? She teases. Whenever your face looks like that, I know things are not going well for you. Tell me what is going on. I will lend you a hand. Jihan tilted his head and sighed while looking at the little niece. Then realized the girl really looks like Chu. After that, he replied, is that? Then let us see how skilled my niece is. Daihang seriously recounted. I have a mission to find the Dark Queen in the arena. I was eager to ask back, the Dark Queen. What does that mean? He replied. I am not sure either. All I know is she sits in the stands. I exclaimed. What a strange mission. Then she accepted the mission with enthusiasm and excitement. Yep. I will review the recordings and find her. Jihan readily agreed, relying on his niece's help. After that, he went into the room feeling burdened, feeling guilty for needing the girl's help. After shutting the door with a click, Jan sighed inwardly, thinking that it was no different from the color of the ocean floor. Jan helplessly sighed, thinking he should be proud of her. She must want to be a good niece. I should just feel grateful for that. He reminded himself that after a period of procrastination, he should finally organize the tasks he had neglected so far. On the screen, 2 squares displayed 2 options. Career position 1. Support. Career position 2. Do you want to add a profession? Jen contemplated that he had purchased an additional career position with the achievement points he had accumulated so far. Adding a level 1 career position requires 10,000 points. With it, I will be able to add another profession. The system reported back. You can choose one profession. Warrior, archer, or wizard. He smiled as he decided that this time he would choose the wizard profession. Jan directly reached out and pressed the option on the screen. As soon as he hit the button, the air around Jihan instantly swirled around him. The system announced, you have added the wizard class. He put his hand on his chest and thought to himself, I can feel a new source of power emanating from my heart. The feeling was different from divine power. Jan told himself, I will try it out right away. The reason he chose the wizard class after selecting support was that the unique stat could only be obtained after acquiring these 2 classes. His left hand grasped his right hand, and Jan's lips moved as he prepared to execute the action after gaining the new skill. In his hand was a bright gem gathering a stream of magical power with air swirling around it. It was called Achieving Strength. Jan recalled that before the regression, there was a day he heard Baron say something while drunk. It was really annoying. Jan helplessly replied, President, how many more times are you going to bring that up? Baron responded, if you had been a bit more flexible back then, I would have already accepted you as an American and treated you more warmly. Whenever he was drunk, he would open up to Jihan. He continued, and I think one day you and I could become close friends. Jihan remembered that on that day, he said something very strange. Baron raised a finger, using magic to control the bottle of wine in his hand, murmuring, like when I achieved strength. Jihan paused when he heard this. He wondered, the strength you mean is your skill? Baron, slightly tipsy, asked back. Didn't I tell you about that before? He began to ramble on. The force is a metric that appears when you combine holy power with mana to perfection. Baron explained while drinking. Of course, it is not that easy. Others can't try it either, because in the end, I am the only one with 2 classes. He is both a support and a mage. This is something only he can do because I have 2 status windows, which is the reward from Baron Seth's gift. After hearing this, Jen asked, Is that really the only condition? Baron replied, that is right. Besides that, the holy power also needs to be at level 10 or higher. You might wonder, can I not know this if I am not American? Baron confirmed, I told you. I am the only one who can have 2 classes at the same time, and even if the whole world knows, it would not matter. Jahan then realized he was really arrogant. But he was so right that he could not argue. Indeed, only Baron can possess the force and a dominating power over the bank. But that won't be the case anymore. Now you know the requirements and have met them all. Back to reality. Energy is radiating around Jahan. You curl up, tense up, and try to hold tightly to what you have in your hands. The whole room is enveloped in purple. The orb is now receiving even more power, amplifying it along with its distinctive red color. Jen realizes this ability has propelled Baron to the #1 spot in the world rankings, although he already exploited and manipulated it quite terribly. If I want to be ready for what will happen in the future, I must go all out to get it. You quietly told yourself, you need to endure. You need to focus your holy power in both hands. And Jan channeled the mana from your heart to your hands to combine the 2 sources of strength. You grimaced, struggling to look at what was in your hands. You need to condense it so the power does not leak out. After a moment, you smiled and muttered to yourself, I can do it. But before you could finish your sentence, its power exploded, knocking Jihan back. You painfully collapsed against the wall, your eyes tightly shut. Jihan hit his head hard against the door, causing it to crack. While he lay there holding his head, shaking from the pain, you rubbed your head, realizing you could not do it. It was not something you could maintain steadily just with your own power. I do not understand. Jen then leaned against the wall, letting out a long sigh. Do I need more mana before I try? I have only tried once and I am already out of mana. You looked at your hands and wondered if you could combine them in both hands. You could not hold that source of power in your hands forever. You halted and thought about keeping that source of energy in your hands forever. Then Jan sharply stood up as if he had thought of something. You tightly closed your eyes and thought, what if I can maintain that power in my hands? Your arms rose again. The energy sphere reappeared and radiated a strong energy. A question arose as the position of the sphere changed. But what if I brought it inside my body? Combining holy power in the upper danshan with mana in the middle danshan and stabilizing both sources of power with the strength in the lower danshan as the 2 sources tried to merge. A form so perfect that not even a little energy leaks out. If all 3 sources of energy are thrown in that state, the black energies mixed with purple are gradually contracting and tightly embracing the energy sphere. Jan's eyes are tightly closed, fully focused on sensing. But then he feels a bit disappointed. A miracle happened. Jan was then enveloped by an incredibly powerful force. The system also reported trying to combine all 3 energy points. Immediately, a red danger alert appeared. Having exceeded the maximum tolerance thresholds of the player, who is seeking life-threatening factors. The impact from the next room was so powerful that the person in room wearing headphones also fudged. She turned the chair to look towards the next room. Puzzled. Uncle. Along with the unification of the 3 energy points. Upper, middle, and lower. Jihan has tried to combine holy power and mana together to attack, and he also unconsciously used his strength to try to unify them. But the conditions for unification are extremely strict. It requires Jihan to fully utilize all 3 distinctly different essences. He is clutching his chest in pain along with the warning. The minimum indicator must be 100. If that standard is not met, and he still tries to unify the 3 energy points, he could lose his life. Jan is bracing himself in a storm of bright red energy, his whole body trembling violently. The power exploding intensely as if about to break all limits. Ruma next door quickly realizes something strange. The sound from Uncle's room. She quickly ran outside and shouted, Uncle, what is wrong? A worried Sia opened the door to the room, anxiously saying, say something, Uncle. But the scene inside left Sia completely stunned. She could only call out, Uncle. Then, a bowl of ice was brought into the room along with a confused question. Really? Sia wondered. Uncle yelled like that because he has a headache. Jan used a towel to cover his forehead and complained, it is tough. She wonders why Uncle is getting better so fast. Jan did not want to explain. He just said casually, the human body is very mysterious. You know. Sia angrily shouted. Be serious. Uncle. As soon as she said that, she realized she was wrong and said, I did not mean to yell at you. Xia felt wronged and cried, stuttering as she wanted to explain. I was just really scared. I thought something bad would happen to you. Dahan looked at his little niece, feeling uncomfortable realizing he had overlooked too much. He should think about Sia's feelings. Then she asked again. So you were okay? Right. Daihan nervously confirmed. Yeah. He took the initiative to admit his fault. I am sorry for making you worried. When Sia heard this, she was momentarily stunned, then she wiped away the remaining tears. Sia quickly regained her composure and punched Jan in the stomach as a way to vent her anger and happily said, What is wrong with that? Thank goodness you are okay. Then she happily left the room. Well, I am off to find the Dark Queen. Daihan could only respond helplessly. Yeah. Thanks. Good. He sighed as he looked at the small child's back, thinking that he could not show his weak side anymore. Clearly, the fusion process had failed along with the system's notification that the fusion of the 3 energy centers failed, because Jihan lacked both experience and level. Jen glanced over at the ice water still in the room. He moved closer, using his strength along with the red mana to wring the water out of the cloth before speaking up. But luckily, I already have the power I want. Jen clenched his fist and gradually lifted the wet cloth with his strength. The system provided an explanation. When combining holy power and mana, they would be replaced by a strange stat, which is force. He failed to fuse the 3 energy centers. The upper energy center for holy power, the middle energy center for mana, and the lower energy center for strength. However, when combining holy power and mana, Jihan gained force. The connection of the 3 energy centers would be maintained for a week. After reading, Jen was puzzled, thinking the force stat was strange. He realized it was already 12, with strength 12, mana 16, holy power 10, and force 12. The connection of the 3 energy centers would be maintained for a week. The stats of strength and force interacted with each other, sharing values quickly. Jen was stunned, wondering, we can still share values. He clicked on the strength box 14 and guessed, so if I just increase one stat. The system then announced strength increased to 2, strength 14, mana 16, holy power 10, and force 14. Then force also increased. Jian wiped his forehead and realized this was cheating. But he reassured himself that having strength was already good enough. So how good would merging 3 power pills be? Jan reminded himself. But let us put that on hold for a while. If he tried at this level again, he would die. His eyes widened. He had gotten what he wanted. Should he try using the wizard skill? Thinking this, Jan stretched out his hand to summon a spark of fire. The system then announced, making Jihan feel a bit embarrassed. You do not have enough mana. He sighed internally. How cute. The pale moonlight hung in the night sky, but the place for the brilliant dawn. The sun shone between the tall buildings, painting a dreamlike and poetic picture. Inside Jihan's bedroom, the sunlight filtered onto his face. Jihan opened his eyes and realized, is it morning already? The system unexpectedly announced, you have gained an additional 10 holy power. Now you cannot absorb holy power from artifacts of rank D and below. Please use artifacts of rank C and above. 2 items appeared next to him. The acupressure stick level. Artifacts from another world can't be used for acupressure, but they are still called acupressure sticks. The ball level. Artifacts from another world. Aliens also play with that ball. You know. Jan sat yawning. He exclaimed, thinking it would be useful. But it turned out to be useless. What a waste. I spent points to buy them. I need to sell the rest of my stuff now. Then, Jen opened the door and called. Hey, you are up? He stepped down the stairs slowly, wondering, is she still asleep, but suddenly appeared with dark circles under her eyes and asked, you are up? Jan looked at the small, tired face of his little cousin and asked in confusion. What is wrong with your face? Did you stay up all night? She wondered. Looks like you are really sleep deprived. He reminded her. You do not need to overdo it like that. She ignored his concern and pointed at the computer screen for Jan to see. Look, I found something good. He asked if it was a video about other creatures. Right. I confirmed it, right. There are some people with zoom skills pointing at other creatures and recording them. Jay realized the trickery, and this one felt helpless thinking. Wrong skill to sneak a shot, but then added, look at this. This is the footage of your match. The screen played a voice. Everyone look. The elves are really beautiful. They have no flaws at all. She announced, that sounds creepy. I am turning off the sound, she explained. Both of them are nobles. But one side is dark elves. Does she fit with the queen? I think the queen of darkness would suit her better. Kara turned back to ask, what do you think? Daihang said with a hint of satisfaction. Sounds reasonable. Kara is really good. She affirmed. But it was still a bit early to conclude. I will find out more. He then frowned and thought. Not believing that constellation would be found so easily. She said again. From tomorrow, I will watch foreign videos. Jen continued to praise his nephew enthusiastically. You are like a pro. She replied happily. Of course. Then you will edit the video with me. He immediately asked curiously. You know how to edit videos? Kara answered. Yep. Just a little. I used to make videos for my dad. Jan was stunned when she mentioned her brother-in-law. This made him think of the name Run-Sin. Then Jan felt a bit uncomfortable. He stood up and glanced at the picture on the wall. The picture was shattered where the tall man was. Jan heartbrokenly wondered. Did he really leave his daughter all alone? That damn bastard. Flashing back to 2 days ago. The day the man named Young Sitch showed up at Jan's house. He said, I think I know who the girl of the Sword King is. Kara, upon hearing this, asked. Really? Who's it? Young Sitch replied. Her name is Ida Suzuru. He added that she possessed beauty that could topple kingdoms. This information left both Jihan and Kara utterly stunned. You asked again. Do you mean that Jin's skill might have hit her? Young Sek shyly replied. Actually, I thought so. Jan thought to himself that he had never heard of this before. At that moment, Yun reminded him. Be careful. The Jihan. He explained. We think that skill is not just about control anymore, but also about altering human thoughts. This has happened many times before. When our shining stars suddenly fell into Japan's hands. If that skill has no limits, she would just appear again to mesmerize another player. After that, he researched the beautiful Naim Thun and Ida Suzuru, but found nothing. Japan is indeed very cautious with her. Jan thought to himself, now I can't find anything, just as Minister Bucks Junsuk said. I also have to be careful. He stepped inside, reminding himself to be prepared in advance. If what he said is true, then they have definitely started to take action. The airplane boldly glided through the city sky. On the wing of the airplane, there was a line that read, the defense forces have landed in South Korea. The scene shifted to one day. Wei in a beautiful uniform stepped out of the room. Uncle, are you done? She reminded him. We are going to be late. Jin also wore a suit, his wrist adorned with an expensive watch as he replied. Almost done here. You stepped toward Kara and urged. Jan fixed his clothes and excitedly said, it is time to greet our honored guests. Inside the elevator, it displayed the 32nd floor. Noticing his cousin's uncomfortable expression, Dahan worriedly asked Han, are you nervous? He gently reminded, relax. There is nothing to worry about. Kara sighed and responded, this is your first public appearance since Nine's incident. So I am a bit worried. Jan reassured his younger cousin. Just be brave and confident like before. We do not have to care about what others think. We have not done anything wrong. Kara felt empowered by that. She replied. Yep. Then the elevator stopped at the lobby, and the doors slowly opened. Dahan proactively stepped forward and spoke up. Most people already knew what they wanted to hear. In front of them was a large crowd dressed very formally. In the spacious party area, a guest unexpectedly called out. We have been waiting for you. He nudged me. Jihan, he reported that everything you asked for was ready. And you could go in now. Jihan thanked him with satisfaction. Thank you, sir. Please take care of everything until the event is over. You called the man, Manager Park Eunuch. He responded, at first, I was very surprised by your request. Remembering that day, Jan had slammed his hand on the table and said, I never thought about auctioning the collection of the Sword King, but it happened with the announcement of the auction of the assets and favorite items of the former Sword King. The auction was presided over by the Korean Runx Young Sitch department. Looking at the arrangement of the party, I affirm that I think I understand now. He straightforwardly asked if you wanted to draw Japan here. Right. On the table was a sign indicating the seating position of the defense forces. Jan did not hide it. Responding, that is right. The auction items I have chosen also serve this purpose. He added, the connection equipment of Junx Xin and the combat data in it is exactly what they are targeting. Jihan confidently asserted that Japan would definitely take action. Depending on the situation, a luxury car appeared. Inside the car were two men, one of whom held a pair of Japanese swords. Along with that is Jan's assertion that he will face it himself. No matter what he does, this event will force the people to confront reality and realize they have no choice but to accept it. Young Sitch carefully observed the expression of the young man, with a whirlwind of thoughts in his mind. Jan's car. He thought to himself. It is as if the kid can see the future. Jan continued. This is the last chance to change public opinion. Please ask the reporters to pay attention to the table for the self-defense force. While the two were talking, strangers suddenly entered from behind and caused a disturbance. Get the car ready. Wait. Seeing this, the building's security quickly stepped in to block them. You are not allowed inside. Please step back. They tried to explain. Just give us a little time. We are the family of Kara. The girl knows us. She heard someone calling her name and turned to look back. She was confused and recognized Uncle. The person from Kara insisted on stopping. Kara, have you lost your mind? Even if you need money, why would you hold an auction? Those items are very valuable. She turned to blame Jihan. Did you make her do this? How dare you sell someone else's inherited property? You scoundrel, Kara responded angrily. Are you calling him a scammer? You are the real scammers. You should not take my father's name to cheat others. She asserted that you underestimate me. Do you really think I am that stupid? The Kara is not afraid to expose. You all think I do not know your goal is to take my father's affection while he is not here. Right. What she heard made her stop in shock. On. Oh my. Watch your mouth. Kara declared loudly. What my father left for me is mine. And I can do whatever I want with it. You have no right to interfere. Then she coldly turned and walked away, not forgetting to tell the bodyguards outside, take them out of here. They should not be here. Uncle. Meanwhile, those three were still yelling and causing trouble. The guards spoke up to stop them. Stay right there. Outsiders are not allowed in. Please leave. Diane looked at her little nephew's mature demeanor and praised him with satisfaction. You look pretty cool today. Kara proudly replied, of course. You know how to protect yourself. Right. Yonengsich, who was ahead, actively opened the door and announced, Uncle Jan. Madam, we have arrived. I will lead everyone inside. Then the two were taken to the stage of the auction event featuring the assets and favorite items of the former Sword King, Jun Si-Zin, presiding over the Korean Runex department. The reporters felt excited as soon as they saw them, saying, here they are. It is Ung Jihan. Hurry. Take photos. As soon as they saw him, everyone immediately scrambled to ask questions. Exguang Jihan, what is the purpose of this auction? I heard you allow other countries to participate in the auction. What is the reason for that? On the other side, the Asmas? Run the car? Please look this way. Is it true that Quian's gifting of the sword and this auction are all due to outside interference? Another reporter wondered. Don't you hope the Sword King will come back? What do you think about people saying you are just profiting from the legacy of the Sword King? The questions became more unreasonable, causing Jihan to secretly use mana. The Jihan. Can you share a few words about your performance in the recent catching game? As the question ended, it was also the moment mana in his hand was activated. In an instant, the lens of a camera shattered, leaving the cameraman confused, looking at everyone. What just happened? Then, other cameras also simultaneously broke their lenses. And no one knew why. Why did the cameras suddenly break? It was not even on. How could it break? The invited guests were equally bewildered, turning to each other in confusion. What is going on? What is happening? What is with the fuss? Jan did not care at all and stood up to the podium to speak. This is not a press conference. This is an auction. Now, we will begin today's auction. He announced that they had prepared 3 items. Jan introduced them one by one. First is the connection device from Jung Kar-Zin, which reduces injury by up to 99%, along with stored data within the device. Additionally, we have the analysis data of Run Kar-ZJ prepared by him and the analysis data of other high-level players in East Asia. The attendees at the auction began to examine each item. The data about the Sword King is very valuable. The analysis data will be useful for us, especially with the upcoming Korea-Japan match. Jan smiled quietly as he watched everyone discussing, thinking they would not want to miss any items. You are sure that high-level player data is not something you can find elsewhere? And as expected, an arm then raised along with a voice saying, Excuse me. Jan looked towards the source of the voice and was surprised to see the somewhat familiar hair. You suspect he is the introducing man. I'm Taketa Zo, the recruitment manager for Japan's defense forces. He proactively asked if the auction had started. Could I place a bid? He made a bid. And I asked to place a bid of 5 billion yen for all the auction items today. Taketa's voice continued to resonate. Furthermore, I would like to have a private meeting with Miss A and you. The Jihan. You looked at the man and thought to yourself that you knew his intentions. Then you slowly walked up and cleverly responded. I am really sorry, but I can't agree to this request. Jihan stood in front of him, demanding, if you have something to say it to me right here. You asserted that this was neither the time nor the place for private meetings. I am sure Japan knows this better than anyone else. After hearing that, Takeda laughed and replied. The Jihan. Do not look at me like that. It scares me. I am just a guest at the auction. Do not be so cold to me. He was ambiguously sarcastic. If you keep provoking like this, others won't just stand by. At this point, the person next to him stepped forward, drawing a sword in front of Jihan and blocking him. Takeda introduced. Specifically, my bodyguard is over there. This person's eyes glinted with a deadly yellow. He boasted. She can't compare to the Sword King, but she is also a skilled player. Takeda continued to speak in front of the bodyguard's cold face. I do not mean anything by it. I just wanted to let you know. Jan stared at her, his eyes clearly showing lethal intent. And then Jihan directly punched her hard in the face, after being attacked unexpectedly. She stumbled back. Her face flushed from the punch. Sato momentarily did not understand what had just happened. Her teeth clenched in anger. He coldly raised his hand and asked, "Do you want to continue?" Sato's eyes widened with the sword ready to be drawn. He placed his hand on Sato's shoulder and reminded her that it would be best for her to walk away. This auction is being streamed live on the net worldwide. Her whole body was trembling. The screen immediately displayed images of Jan and Sato along with comments. Welcome everyone. It has been a while since he last streamed. Has not it? This is a personal broadcast, featuring beloved items and other assets of the former king of the underworld at today's auction. The competition is streaming on Battle Now. Jan whispered that she did not plan to keep waving a weapon in my face while being streamed live. Did she? Viewers commented upon seeing this scene. Breaking the rules. She hurriedly grabbed the sword, because she thought she could not win against him. Takeda looked at the tense situation and waved his hands to mediate. All right then. He took the initiative to bow his head and apologize. My bodyguard got a bit carried away. I would like to apologize on her behalf. After that, Takeda took the initiative to express his intentions. But you barged in. There are a few things we need to clarify. He reiterated about the 5 billion, including the private meeting. And I think I need to hear a response to that offer. Takeda pointed towards the woman behind Jihan and spoke. From that girl in the car. She heard her name and was taken aback. Asking again, the people watching later exposed it. That bastard is trying to take advantage of the girl. Protect that car. Takeda pressured Jan and asked. The assets of the Sword King are under the ownership of that girl in the car. Right, that is not wrong. Making it hard for you to refute. He walked past Jihan, reminding him in a very mocking tone. The rightful owner of this auction should be that girl in the car. After that, Takeda stepped closer to her and spoke. Girl in the car. This is an invitation for a secret meeting just for you. Don't you want to know where your father is? Hearing this, her face briefly showed extreme confusion. Takeda adjusted his collar and ambiguously said to the girl in the car. You can ask me anything, of course. I have a lot of things I want to say to you too. He hinted with a sinister look. So what are you going to do now? Under the overwhelming pressure from the man, the girl in the car hesitated. I can tell from that look on his face that she is definitely going to agree. How could she refuse this offer unless she is a complete idiot? But completely contrary to Takeda's thoughts, she bluntly replied. I reject your offer. That answer left the man speechless. Her words made the viewers chuckle. He turned into pixels right there. Takeda, confused, wanted to explain. Wait, what I meant was... Hold on, Kudasai. Are you really going to give up billions just for this secret meeting? That is 50 billion in Korean currency. She calmly responded. Yep. But my uncle is right. We need to be extremely cautious moving forward, and if my father can only communicate through money, then I do not want to know anything more about him. Takeda felt like he was struck by lightning after hearing that. He was so taken aback that his hands and feet struck awkward poses, leaving viewers bewildered. Look at that weird hand. Why are you posing like those girls from the 90s? Sia cheerfully continued. Moreover, I am still a minor, so I have to follow what my uncle says. Those attending the auction breathed a sigh of relief and started chatting. Thank goodness. I was worried that the items would be sold to those Japanese, but we still can't let our guard down. Yep. Even though she refused the private meeting, we do not know how much the Neo security force will bid. At this moment, the atmosphere between Kara and Takeda is a bit awkward. He speaks up. Did you refuse the private meeting? I guess there is no other way now. Then we have the defense forces. The onlookers buzz with comments. I guess he is planning to lower the price. Look at him cutting it down by 50 million yen. Takeda, on the other hand, confidently asserts, we are only going to bid 5 billion. He explains, to be honest, the secret meeting was just one of the options I added on my own. Jan, standing behind, listens and feels a headache coming on. You are puzzled. What the hell is this? Is he trying to trick us? Then Takeda pulls an envelope from his jacket pocket and adds, I was advised from the start to propose 5 billion right away. He presents the white envelope, announcing from Sword Master, with his name written on it. Takeda hands it to her and explains. This is a letter from Mir, Sword Master, to you. Kara. He hints at whether this is the final price or not. Kara looks down at the white envelope, which has the name Itorio written on it. She is a bit hesitant but ultimately accepts it. Takeda turns around, satisfied, exclaiming, is it really that easy to get Sword Master's goods? Or is it because the Korean team does not have enough 5 billion yen to buy anymore? This makes the auction participants furious, cursing under their breath. That bastard. Takeda happily steps in front of Jan and teases. The auction ended quickly. Did not it? You remember the head of recruitment for the defense forces before the regression? That guy is banned from entering the United States. He is oddly skilled at recruiting foreign players, which is why he is referred to as Japan's disaster. The guy Takeda eagerly rubbed his hands and spoke up. Jihan should start drafting the contract right away. Jan silently speculated. Perhaps he has something to do with the players using women of unmatched beauty. Thinking that, he replied, all right. Jan firmly believed he needed to pay attention to that guy. He looked around the auditorium and thought, with this atmosphere, things do not seem right. Japan took these items too easily, as if we had promised to give them to them beforehand. This will be seen as extremely bad in front of the media. Other guests at the auction expressed their annoyance. 5 billion right from the start. Really? Does this really make sense? If so, what the hell are we doing here? The audience was also frustrated and commented, are they just going to hand it over to Japan like this? Are you sure this is not staged? Isn't that right? No way, this is not staged. At this point, everything was still okay. Just needed a turning point. Kara was at the microphone and ready to speak up. She stood at the podium, coldly holding the letter written by her father, reading it aloud for everyone to hear. Siada. I heard through the news that you advised giving the electric sword. I do not know why you did that, but it is truly unfortunate. This is the last asset I will leave for you, so use it wisely. She continued reading with tears falling on the paper. This is the end of our father-son relationship. Everyone fell silent to listen, so do not expect to meet again. Although the paper had no writing on it, the content above was entirely self-inflicted by his vehicle. Yet she still cried tears of sorrow. His vehicle shyly told everyone. That is what was written. This must definitely be Dad's handwriting. And Jan felt a bit heartbroken after hearing this. Squeezed her eyes shut, turned away, and said nothing. You frowned, thinking to yourself, beauty that could topple cities. I heard that it is a form of psychological manipulation that even surpasses mind control. It must be true. Jihan had always hated her brother-in-law from the start. But at least he was a very good father to You seem surprised. Unable to believe he could do this to At that moment, she tore the paper into pieces so that no one would know this secret. Then, said, take it please pass this message to Matt. For me, I have received his assets. Her voice lowered, full of firmness. And I am also happy to cut off our relationship. Said a bit sadly. Right. If I tear it up like this, it just gives more work to La Gong. Jen coldly approached and comforted her. It is, Kara. He quickly used mana to clean up the paper scraps, then told his niece, I will handle this. After that, he decisively used a fire spell to burn all the scraps. The people there appeared extremely astonished. The confusion on everyone's faces at the auction was evident. The crowd was in a panic, whispering to each other. Fire magic. Is that person a wizard? How could you possibly have the skills of a warrior along with mana and holy power? Takeda focused on the back of you, feeling hesitant inside. That is Jihan's car. He had a twisted, happy expression, trembling as he thought that you were the person we in Japan need. While he was still lost in his joy, everyone at the auction rushed toward you. Takeda wondered when it all started. Everyone then rushed forward, trying to recruit Jihan without stopping. Are you going for Jihan? You are not part of any group yet. Right. We will meet any of your requests. I was here first. You will prioritize me. Right. They handed out their business cards and urged you. Let us talk. Jen raised both hands to signal everyone and then spoke. Wait. Everyone rushing at me makes me a bit uncomfortable. You straightforwardly admitted that you are not in the mood to talk about this kind of stuff right now. Kara called from behind. Uncle. Jen turned around to remind his niece. Kara. You can go ahead. I will follow you right away. Kara's face darkened. She stammered, gasping for breath, trying to say, it is not that. Kara held her head, her whole body swaying. My head really hurts. Then her eyes squeezed shut as if she were about to faint. Kara suddenly collapsed onto the floor in front of Jan. He was stunned, as if his heart had stopped, and he shouted. And she lay there motionless. The cause unclear. Jan rushed over to hold the little child in his arms and called out. Open your eyes. The car shook. She tiredly opened her eyes and weakly called for her uncle. He anxiously asked 10x. Are you okay? Just hang in there. I will take you to the hospital. She grabbed the hem of Jan's shirt and whispered to him. She softly said in his ear, I am at. Then the car subtly winked at Jihan. She thought to herself that she thought her uncle was having a hard time in front of the crowd. So she staged this act. Daihan was stunned and panicked. He wondered why she was acting at this moment. At this rate, we won't be able to bid. She glanced at her uncle and wondered internally. Did I do well? Jan sighed in relief, thinking, oh my, the girl looks just like her sister. The onlookers saw this scene and angrily yelled. It is all because of that damn traitor yo. Sister Kara, do not get hurt. Okay. Then he stood up and spoke to everyone. I am very sorry, but I will have to end today's event here. My child's health is not very good. She needs to rest. Jian helped the little child stand up and ask. Are you still able to walk? She whispered in response. Yep. I want to go back and rest. At that moment, Takeda was being blocked by the bodyguards. He tried to shout loudly. Let me borrow your time for a moment. I apologize for the trouble my appearance has caused. Takeda proactively took out a card and said, I just want to officially extend an invitation to you and greet you properly. Can you contact me later? The card was quickly lifted by Jan using his mana. Then he tore it to shreds in an instant and replied. Ridiculous. This scene alone left Takeda stunned and excited. Jan coldly added, that is my answer. The spectators, witnessing this dramatic scene, commented sarcastically. The head of recruitment for the 4th tier guild was being rejected by a bronze-ranked player from Korea. That bald guy must be really upset. But Takeda, on the contrary, did not feel that way. He still smiled cheerfully, his whole body trembling as he said, but I suspect he is the best. Jihan's strength. He recognized that power was real and the mysterious power that tore apart that business card. Just based on that strength alone, he is already worth investing in, even as a bronze player. A rising star will continue to develop even more in the future. Takeda told himself that he had to recruit him by any means. Outside the conference hall, Jihan and his uncle stepped out and happily high-fived each other. Uncle chimed in. Nice. You fixed your hair and complimented your niece. Good acting. You fooled me too. Uncle proudly boasted. Do you think there is anything you are not good at? He teased about cooking. While the two were talking, suddenly a system notification rang out. Have you read the notification yet? Jan looked confused reading the new notification and wondered. What is this notification? Thich-chan has sponsored you 10,000 to be of Sequing San. Nice to meet you today. Let us meet privately next time. Always a fan of yours. Thich-chan. Jan stared at the donation amount in shock. 10,000. I turned off the stream. Yet he still sponsored. Vehicle next to him laughed so hard he almost shook. His way of talking is just over the top. You can't believe it. I can't believe your first sponsor is this jerk. We should block him. While the two were chatting happily, a strange woman suddenly spoke up in front of them. Hello. The Jihan. Your vehicle is shaking. The two looked stunned as she continued. Very pleased to meet them. The woman introduced herself. I represent the branch guild to greet you. I am the head of Department 3. Lai Han. She smiled and continued. I was so eager to meet you both that I came here. Sorry for the sudden intrusion like this. Jan was a bit puzzled. Besides those involved, she should not be able to come in here. How did you get in? You were suspicious. Her voice sounded very familiar. Have I met her before? Han calmly replied. I have always maintained a close relationship with the B&H Net department in Korea. I am just taking advantage of my connections. She explained further. I am famous in the office as the little diva. Jen paused at that name. You definitely have that confident attitude. To the point of being shameless. And that tone. I must have seen her somewhere before. Her reached out with her hand and said, before we get to the main topic. She mentioned your nickname, which is a name that means victorious messenger. Meanwhile, Jen tried to remember, his expression a bit hesitant. The image of Han now reflected the image of the masked woman he had met before along with the line. I am a longtime fan of yours. Jen silently confirmed. That must be the person. She noticed his expression and asked, what is going on here? He is frozen in shock. She glanced at Han and also gasped in shock. Guessing. Could it be that he has fallen for her? Jen then spoke up. This world is full of temptations. So it is really hard to ignore that. He half joked, half seriously continued. That is a quote from Dostoevsky, a great writer. He is also famous for his gambling addiction. This made the two people in front of him startled. Jen asked directly, "Do you like that quote?" Gazen immediately realized his intentions. She stepped in front of Han and said, "Miss, let me handle this." Gazen asked seriously, "Who are you?" "How do you know her saying?" She shouted angrily. "It is only a few people who know that she is a genius gambler. How could someone like you know?" After hearing this, Jan smirked. No longer doubting, he silently confirmed, "She is indeed a member of the top group in America. Manager Zero, the only Korean besides Jan is a good-for-nothing who only knows how to drink and gamble. Yet he became the leader of the second hidden guild thanks to his vocal ability. Initially, the vocal ability was a skill used only to receive support effects. After the rehearsal ended, the growth scope expanded to all other aspects, including parameters and level through gifts. S-level gift voice, FB growth, and the parameters and gifts of designated players increased. That skill began to become useful. And the strongest among the voice users is her, Zero. Then Gazon, curious, asked, "Miss, are you also going to the casino to play?" Embarrassed, stuttered a reminder. "Don't he say anything else?" Gazon, "Just stop talking." Jan sighed, thinking to herself, from being a flirt to Zero, it seems like the guild is doing a good job of recruiting. Are you explaining this vaguely? I have seen her in a previous broadcast. Jan added, I'm on my fan. Her message is the most memorable, so I just asked. Sorry if I made you uncomfortable. After hearing this, Gazon turned around to ask when watching the stream, were you also fidgeting? She embarrassedly reminded her friends word by word, please be quiet. Then Hazen cleared his throat. I am not very happy about being labeled a gambler like this. Jen glanced at her and smiled, thinking to herself, who labeled that as the truth? The Akar glanced over, noticing he was smiling. He must be in love with her. Han still ignored it and moved forward to speak, but it is okay. I do not mind being proactive in this comfortable atmosphere. And strangely enough, I feel like we will run into each other a lot from now on. Askar saw Han turning on her phone, and her eyes lit up like stars. Oh my. She is taking out her phone. She must be falling for my uncle. She does not talk much but is straightforward. The guild wants to have Mar. Jan. See you next time. Just the two of us. Askar immediately thought of a romantic date with pink bubbles flying everywhere. She happily shook her head and thought, oh my. Am I about to have something? Han is now feeling very shy, rubbing her neck. She thought to herself, I was too sexy just now. I am really good at maintaining distance but still being direct. Her gaze flicked towards him, reminding herself to pay attention. Gazon. This is how I control men. Meanwhile, Gazon seemed calm and somewhat confusing. Han gently tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled confidently. Look at this. Contrary to her expectations, Jen stammered and refused. Sorry, but I do not know my phone number. Han and Gazon were both stunned and taken aback. He turned to ask his niece, what is my number again? She looked just as confused and thought, what a weird excuse. Suddenly, Askar widened its eyes, realizing maybe he is playing a soft approach. But looking at Jihan's eyes glancing over at her, it did not seem like that kind of situation. She silently guessed. He must have planned everything. I have to help my uncle. This does not seem like that kind of situation. Then said with a sigh, I feel dizzy again. Jan thought, does she really want to go back and rest this time? Zai thought, if that is the case, then I will cooperate with him. He then spoke to Han. My niece is not feeling well. I have to go. If you give me your business card, I will reach out first. She was taken aback, holding the business card in her hand, and stammered, okay. Then the two walked away together, but was happily smiling to himself, thinking he did not have to worry about his uncle's love life anymore. Still in a daze, called out sharply, Gazon. She replied shakily, yep. Miss. Han shouted angrily, I heard you laughing. I am about to go crazy. Keep laughing. Gazon could not hold in her laughter anymore. She burst out laughing and said, it is not funny. The sunset disappeared behind the tall buildings, and the air was still filled with the sounds of women's complaints. You are really getting on my nerves. Inside the elevator, a confided, but uncle, do you know what really surprised me? She admitted, I never thought you would wear my dad's clothes. Dahan sighed. They are too big now. What can I do? Your uncle's clothes do not fit either. He added that the clothes were indeed wrong. Agreed, that is right. As long as you look good in it. What is the big deal? She teased again, but uncle. That previous comment was not nice at all. Jan asked curiously. What comment? I replied, it is too old and shabby. She said bluntly, the way you were the first to reject me. I do not know how many times that has happened. Jan heard it and felt itchy without understanding anything. You wonder. What the hell is she talking about? I keeps rambling. It is fine to be snobby. But forgetting your own phone number is not okay. She reminded him. Because you are quick-witted. You managed to save the situation. But Jaehan casually admitted. I really do not know. As casual response hit him like a bolt of lightning. The atmosphere between the two suddenly became awkward. I asked back. Really? Then responded. Yeah. She was truly at a loss for words with this man. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment, until I spoke up. Reproaching. Are you really that forgetful? It is not like that. The conversation is about to head into a new chapter welcoming you to the male gang arena. This mission is a defensive one. Protecting the crystal and surviving the zombie horde. Jan logged into the game. Sighing in exhaustion, Jan thought to himself that I really was tired. Remembering earlier. I cried nonstop because she realized she misunderstood her uncle's intentions. She cried out in pain. Did I ruin your chance at love? Because I was foolish. I became the stumbling block. Remembering that scene made Jahan helplessly sigh. He thought, does she think I like Lehan? Who would even like that gambling addict? Jan's gaze was calm. Anyway, I did not expect to run into Zero like this. The screen displayed a man named Win Diego Masset from Argentina. An angry voice rang out. Damn it. Lost again. Han was complaining while wearing a mask back then. It is ridiculous. Jan, how did that guy score? Remember back then? The two quickly became close since they were both outcasts. On days up, they often bet on games. Zero really liked betting games. Jan had insisted. I told you Diego Mas would score. I asked back angrily. But how could that be? She complained about a dated gift like the top football god. Diego Mas. Argentine nationality. Age unknown. Profession wizard. A gift from the football god Cess. You reminded her. I told you to pay attention to that Cess gift. Han sighed and promised herself. Next time I will win the bet. Jan seriously reminded her that she should stop gambling. Han replied resentfully. Do not say that. She confided that it was hard to ignore temptation. You complained. Whenever she loses. Do not bring up her saying anymore. I have heard that saying too many times. Jan asked again, by the way. Are not you planning to remove the scar on your face? Han said honestly, I have never intended to do that. I have said it before. It is the price to pay for dealing with the devil, besides being homeless. They had many other things in common. At that time, Haezun called this guy Jan. She wondered how he got so strong so quickly. If I had been as strong as back in Korea, my friend would not have had to die so suddenly. And their biggest commonality was the feeling of guilt, and the torment of raising a glass, to blame themselves. No. I have no right to say that. It is all my fault. They clink glasses over their struggles and feelings of guilt for not being able to protect their loved ones. Jan, after hearing that, fell silent with a chaotic mess of thoughts in his head. Back to reality. He slightly lowered his head and remembered that incident. At this moment, Jan was in the game as he was lost in thought. Unexpected comments from the viewers appeared. Wait, his right hand. Oh my. It is sticking out of the screen. Last time it was a kitchen knife. What is it this time? Let us see what action he takes. As they caught sight of Jan's weapon, they exclaimed. Seeing what he held in his right hand was terrifying. Oh no. This time those monsters are in trouble. That is the Mashid of Pope Baraka, a C-grade item. A holy relic. The sword used as a sacrificial offering by Pope Yura. Very suitable for slaughtering various creatures. Jade looked at the weapon in his hands and thought to himself. How is it a C-grade item and still so cheap? This sword is big and heavy. Not everyone can wield it. He then tried swinging it a few times to assess it. Well, it is still easy enough. Jan held the weapon with both hands, raised it high, and prepared to strike down. The viewers, seeing him swing a few slashes into the air, commented in awe that he was as strong as a warrior. Some people were curious. Jan, show us your status window. That is a good idea. I want to see it too. He wondered why they wanted to see his status window. A loud explosion hit the ground, and the viewers started discussing again. He fights like a god of war, but his skills are really strange. He moves like a warrior but uses magic. His class is a wizard. Show us the status window. Jan stuck the sword into the ground and realized there were more people watching now. And they were starting to demand more. I already have 12,000 viewers. The viewers are commenting to check it out. Jan, just show us. Warrior. Support. And wizard. You are hesitating. I do not know if I should show it to the public. But they definitely won't let it slide. They are just ordinary people. The system displays the achievement notification for Channel 1 has been completed. Attracting subscribers for Channel 2 is not completed. Attracting subscribers for Channel 3 is not completed. Jay realized he just had to be direct. Thinking that, he spoke up. Hello everyone. Excellent. It seems there are many people curious about my status window. After hearing this, the viewers commented, how can we not be curious? Dante provoke him, seriously. Jen then spoke up, I will reveal it to everyone. Upon hearing this, everyone commented to express their feelings. So exciting. Now I can rest easy. Life has a crazy meaning. He raised his hand and continued. But only if 200,000 people subscribe to my channel. This is my promise. Hearing that number, the viewers immediately started cursing in the comments. You already have 10,000 subscribers. Surely the dead must come back to life. Even death can't save this name. You are just a bronze level player with 10,000 subscribers. That is already pretty good. What a weird thing to say. If you do not want to show, just say it directly. After reading the comments, Jan thought he knew they would complain since 200,000 is indeed a tough number to reach. So he decided to speak up. I will add another condition. Jan said openly, from now on, if I do not hold the top position, I will immediately reveal my status window. The viewers were stunned and commented non-stop. Are you planning to go on a winning streak? You won't make it. But go ahead and try. After seeing the audience's reaction, he thought, that should be enough. Right, you guys are really simple. The viewers continued to comment endlessly. If it is just a team leader, then it might work. But in a team game, it also depends on luck. When the burial shows up, the game ends. Just know to chant the burial. Just wait and see. Then Jan tightened his grip on his weapon. Someone watching has wondered who will team up with Jihan. Right. At the same time, there are beams of light shining down from above. Jen glanced over, stunned and puzzled. Why is this happening? His gaze was blank with a question. They were all in the same place again. Han Kuang then appeared and exclaimed, look who is here. There are 2 more people behind him. Han Kuang Lin Thine kept talking non-stop. Hey Jihan. Meeting like this really is fate. Gyu Hu also showed up, angrily glancing at him. Thinking about Jihan, he looked around for a moment and then realized, who else is here? This is the first time I am meeting him. Those watching saw this guy and started a lively discussion. Kim Gu-heek and Huo Kwang had become quite the circus. But that other guy was even crazier. He is definitely a joke with that silly ball. That is Diego Masset, a top player from Argentina before Jahan regressed. And everyone commented in amazement when they saw him. Diego too. I met him once in real life. He looks really annoying, but why is the Argentine player at this men's boxing tournament? Jay remembered that at this time he did not have any name or fame, looking fragile with a scruffy beard, but he suddenly realized something was off. Wait, this is too strange. Jan considered that he was the support, while Huo Kwang was the warrior. If that guy is a mage, could he be an archer? The Argentine player, Archer Diego Masset. Jan recalled that before he regressed, he was a mage. What happened? Gue over here is still grinding his teeth in anger, thinking to himself, can't believe he is running into this jerk. He is frustrated, recalling the dark past. How he lost all his skills because of that guy. Damn it. I do not even want to see his face. Just as he is busy cursing in his mind, Gu Hai's announcement suddenly rings out. The Kim Vichin clan 198 has registered for a reward mission. What is this about? Which crazy person assigned this mission? But before he could finish his thought, Gu had suddenly froze at the number displayed on the screen. What the hell is this? He finds it hard to believe. Questioning what this mission is about. System announcement. Destroy the crystal and prevent Jihan's vehicle from reaching the top of the reward leaderboard for 50,000 GP. The game begins. As soon as the announcement rang out, a surge of power from above shot down below, leaving the onlookers confused. What is going on? Diego jumps up and kicks the ball down. This scene makes the spectators gasp in awe. He can use a soccer ball to knock people around like that. Some things just never change. Then he calmly continues playing, completely ignoring the undead golems climbing up the tower. Diego's relaxed posture impresses the viewers. That is the legendary Diego Masset for you. Then he tilts his head to Jihan and says, pass me some corn. I still need more strength. Archer. Diego explains. In a team game, everyone needs to do their part. Jiha looks at his hands and thinks, corn. In the past, my stats were never enough to use it too much. You reached out your hand and decided. But now that my divine power has increased, I think I can give it a try. Jihan gently spoke. Power. As he finished, a part of the aura surrounded the players on the tower. After receiving the power, Hunakwang looked happy and exclaimed, "Oh my, Jihan. You really gave us so much. You are truly a worthy support." The spectators who witnessed this could not help but marvel. This support is amazing. A support with a sword that is suspiciously large. Ju Hai, after receiving the confusing power, wondered why that crazy guy suddenly gave us a surprise. Then a voice called out, "Wait. You wizard, we have met before." Jihan asked bluntly, "Are you going to play fair this time?" Ju Hik looked puzzled by the question. "What do you mean?" He hesitated and replied, "Of course." Hu Ongquang held perfect materials for broadcasting and moved forward to tease. "What is this? Do you two have some kind of relationship? Are you two friends?" He looked at Jihan, thinking to himself, "If I do not listen to him, is he going to throw me away again? You bastard." After hearing the answer, Yu stomped your foot hard on the ground and said, "All right." Jihan assigned. "Then I will leave this to you." With that, Jan decisively jumped down from the top of the tower. This scene left the three people standing above puzzled, not understanding what he intended to do. Diego turned to ask, "Are you crazy?" He replied as if he was already used to this. "Can't you understand that? That bastard who loves to play soccer." Juhaisi gritted his teeth, thinking, "Oh my, I hate. Does he think he is some kind of subordinate to him?" He suddenly paused, realizing, not all. In that case, I will just do what I want to see how long he can still be so capricious. The mission reminder on his screen was to break the crystal block and prevent Jihan from reaching first place with a reward of 51,800. He was still airborne, jumping down towards the horde of monsters below. Below ground, hundreds of undead golems were waiting with their mouths open for prey to drop. Jen raised his hand to cast a fire spell, and flames immediately appeared. He calculates the mana and holy power that has been enhanced since merging into his force, making a horde of zombies feel like just a bunch of paper people. The flame technique is unleashed, and the blue flames slowly burn the undead golems, causing them to scream in agony. Then, Jihan above holds a great sword. He raises the sword above his head, preparing to swing down to attack. Meanwhile, the undead golems continue to scream in despair. Jen grips the sword tightly and dives straight down from above like a blue lightning bolt. A fierce explosion of light shakes the ground, scattering the undead golems into dust. After Jihan's devastating attack, the undead golems are engulfed in fierce blue flames, their bodies distorted and gradually disintegrating, turning into shadows completely crushed by the power. Above, Diego witnesses this scene and exclaims in shock, "Supporting this Korean guy is just insane." Huno Kwang seems accustomed to this sight, happily exclaiming non-stop, "Oh my. Everyone. Are you watching this?" Hon Kwang confirms that all of this is being live-streamed. The viewers, after seeing the technique, are also left speechless. They commented, "What the hell is wrong with him? Didn't he just kill 100 of them?" Another person wondered where this guy came from. But Jihan's battle is not over yet as he faces a giant undead golem charging at him. It has a fierce face and glaring red eyes growling at Jihan. He does not say much. He decisively slams his sword down into the ground as the undead golem trembles. Jihan smirks. Just as he expected, he realizes that despite facing many hardships, achieving this is still worth it. The true value of spatial controllability. In Daihan's mind, a realm was formed as a thin barrier surrounded him, and the golems in front of him. Anyone who falls into this territory will have all their actions restricted and controlled by the user. That is why the undead golems do not attack Jihan even though he does not do anything. Jihan's eyes turn to glaring red like the golems. He knows that most people are unaware of the existence of this invisible power, but Jihan is very familiar with it. Baron, the one whose control ability is far weaker than his own strength, often trains with him. And Jihan, having repeatedly sparred against Baron's power, has come to fully understand the strength of this force. The sword was then pulled up from the ground, leaving a large scar in the earth. It carried destructive power, charged with his mana, ready to unleash a fiery attack. And right now, Jihan is truly a supreme existence, able to wield both holy power and dark magic simultaneously, while also possessing strength and martial prowess. How can a small cup challenge him? Jihan then directly delivered a sideways slash at the monster. After Jihan's devastating attack, the system reported that 124 out of 1,000 undead had been eliminated. He looked at the number and promised himself, "Last time I could not kill all 1,000 zombies, but this time I am sure I can do it." Then there was a new notification. The linked quest to eliminate 1,000 zombies alone. Reward 3,000 achievement points. He grabbed his sword and charged at the monsters. Just a little faster. With his eyes shining bright, Jian swung his sword, creating streaks of green light that tore through the air, fiercely swirling into the undead golems. The power and fury crushed them into pieces in a flash of light. His eyes were filled with determination. Faster still. The battlefield shook violently. Waves of energy erupted from Jihan's attacks, sweeping away numerous enemies, sending dirt and rocks flying. He charged through the torn night, making Hua Kwang above exclaim. That is amazing. Diego standing next to him nodded in agreement, both hands raised. The online viewers also had to comment. With this kind of performance, he is definitely going to come in first again. No wonder he dares to be so bold. Just need to get an additional 200,000 subscribers. Hua Kwang suddenly remembered. Now I am really curious about Jihan's status window. The viewers were puzzled and commented. What are these guys doing? 3 guys buried in the ground are forced to win. Someone's curious. But why is that guy Kim Guha so quiet? He stands there with a dark expression, contrasting with his appearance. Gu Hailey suddenly flashes a wicked smile. A viewer requests in the comments. Wait. Brother Kwang, tell us the situation with Gu Haix. He agrees, turns to observe, and says, there is number 1 buried there. They want to see his face. But suddenly he has to halt at what he has seen. Brother Kwang shouts, holding a flame that he had prepared. Ju Hik stands there quietly focusing on mana training. Brother Kwang nervously asks, what the hell are you doing? He does not answer, his eyes dark as if controlled by a force, his face expressionless. While Jihan is fighting hard below, a voice echoes, that damn Jian. That bastard without parents. Just this one line has got the viewers buzzing. Oh my god. It is so tense. Gu Uijirasi is like a madman, constantly grinning. You have been doing pretty well lately. You shameless thing. Only knowing how to deceive the girl. How on earth did you manipulate her mind to make her believe you so thoroughly? Jan stands frozen, quietly listening to every word he says. The viewers are shocked and start commenting, even involving the car. He has crossed the line. Oh my. Are you trying to die or what? Ju Hate can't stop mocking. Isn't that right? So you really want to be nice to her. So how the hell did you get her to listen to you? The onlookers comment as they see Jihan. He is calmer than I thought. Skung Jian's mentality is really solid. He might not even be angry at all. Ju Hik is still going crazy, insulting Jan. Or have they been up to something together? Another person, sensing something off, comments. Guys, I feel like that is not it. His face shows veins, mana flickering in his eyes with a fierce killing intent. The mission with a reward of 55,000 GP from Kim Gu-hid comes from the Sword King family that has always hated Xgong Jihan. It involves breaking the crystal block and preventing X-Kind Jihan from achieving first place, with a reward of 55,000 JAME if converted to cash. This reward is equivalent to 55 million. More than enough motivation for Kim Gu-hid to start his tricks again. He continues his inappropriate game, loudly cursing that damn bastard. Jan is currently standing among a mass of golem corpses scattered on the ground. He remains silent, not responding a word, but Xgong Jihan has seen through him for a long time. His gaze briefly glances at Gu-hek as he thinks to himself. A crazy person who always kept to himself suddenly rises up. There are only 2 possible reasons. Either someone is backing him up, or he has been provoked by someone. Jan hates cursing. He is really just a worthless piece of trash inside and out. Clearly, he is planning to do this when he is far away to make a quick escape. Ju Hik has become more outrageous. And you have been doing well lately. That scumbag only knows how to deceive my niece all day. He fell silent, actually not caring much about the insults directed at him. After hearing those words, Jan could not control his emotions. But how dare he mention Say? He recalled the day he returned in Mexi again. Unable to suppress the memories of what he had tried so hard to forget but could not. The memory was like the worst nightmare. The memory of Exia's death. The scar left on the girl from a horrific accident orchestrated by the family of the Sword King had her face wrapped in bandages. And Sia's body in his arms at that moment was cold, without any warmth. The one who witnessed SS' tragic state could do nothing at all at that time. He could only hold his niece tightly and scream in pain. Right at this moment, streams of mana began to appear and radiate around him. Jen slightly tilted his eyes toward him, filled with killing intent. That is why I decided not to let that happen again. To protect the girl and not let anything happen to her again. Those watching immediately commented. Look at Jihan. He is furious. Just look at the intensity radiating from him. Mentioning someone's family is really crossing the line. Jan. Go teach him a lesson, but he is already far away. Jan is sure everyone will remember what will happen if anyone touches the car. The moment he achieved force by merging the 3 energy centers into one, Jan discovered that he could use the nameless holy technique. Right now, 2 streams of power appeared simultaneously, and Jan was ready to fight, of course. Since his martial arts are only at level 30 right now, he can only defend a bit and strike. But Jihan could truly feel the moment he merged the 3 energy centers into one. There was something very familiar. Just like when Jihan used the nameless holy technique. Jihan's eyes shone brightly in the dark, his cold face filled with killing intent. Hiding the agonizing pain from the intense transformation that just occurred, he felt electricity spreading from the soles of his feet. Beneath the shoes Jihan was wearing, a powerful current surged. All the golems rushing toward him were scorched by the deadly electricity. The transformation had turned Jihan's whole body into a bolt of lightning. A technique that could tear the sky apart. This is called the Thunderbolt technique. At the top of the tower, the 3 people were still standing frozen. That guy Gu He is aiming a fireball in his hand at the crystal. Then an announcement rang out. The Sword Clan 898 has supported 100 JP. Ju Hai. Quickly destroy that crystal. Jihan is starting to take action. He speaks up in response. Alright. Get it? Cursing him feels really good. Brother Kwang, standing behind him, is still stopping him. Ju He does not say a word. Directly attacking, causing him to fall back. Gu He coldly reminds him not to block the way. If you dare to block me again, I will burn you alive. Brother Kwang is still undeterred. He seizes the opportunity to call everyone to create content anytime, anywhere. If everyone hopes that I and Jihan will be safe, please like and subscribe to the channel. Those who heard this were confused and commented that something seemed off. Are you still stubbornly trying to profit at this hour? Then Gu Hik uses his power to create formations. Alright. So he is crossing his arms with the magic staff. A sphere is generated among the 3 formations along with a declaration. We will just end it here. Ju He shouts mockingly with a powerful voice. He decisively uses a fire technique aimed directly at the crystal in front of him. But as the flames rush forward, Digo's ball successfully blocks it. It then gets scorched and rolls outside. The viewers are left confused. Why is there a soccer ball here? Ju He turns around in confusion, looking at the current situation. Over here. Everyone gasps. It is Dago Masset. How dare he block such an amazing attack? Sounds painful. Does not it? Is he a royal from the Kingdom of Swords? Ju does not care about that. He angrily shouted. What is wrong with you? That jerk likes to shoot the ball. Digo bluntly replied. I believe playing should be purely transparent. If you keep trying to ruin the game, I won't just stand by. He added. Moreover, you are insulting a team member who is carrying us. And you even insult his parents. I can't let you keep messing around. After hearing that, Ju He got so angry that veins popped on his face. His jaw clenched tightly, feeling frustrated and wanting to curse. Jian then appeared behind him and declared, a jerk like you dares. Huanei Kwang, seeing his idol appear, happily said, Hey everyone. Look, thanks to everyone's attention, Jihan has appeared, and the viewers are amazed at how he creates content. Huanei Kwang, you are really stubborn. Ju Hiki's eyes widened in panic, his pale face drenched in cold sweat. Fear was evident as he sensed the murderous aura and deadly lightning from Jihan right behind him. His dark face full of malice said, That is right. He growled, his red eyes asking, You seem to have a lot to say. Ah. Ju Hie gaped, his eyes wide in panic, cold sweat trickling down his cheeks. His face contorted and tense in extreme fear when faced with overwhelming power. Ju Hik was confused. What the hell? This is ridiculous. What should I do now? He hesitated and decided to take a risk. Damn it. Damn it. I am done. So just go ahead and curse some more. Jan's car. You used a murderous gaze. Your fingers curled up to command. Jan continued. Honestly, I was about to blow your head off as soon as I got here. But I changed my mind. Jihan declared. How could I let you die so easily? He gently moved his finger up and down to control Gu Hik and added. The pain will usually be dulled by the equipment. He was brought to his knees by Jan. He continued. So even if I kill you, it will only lower your rank. Jihan locked Gu Hai's mouth and asked. That is common knowledge you know. Right. Now let me show you some things you do not know. Du Hik's mouth was literally locked by Jihan, his hand resting on his shoulder. Du Hik angrily cursed inwardly. That idiot knows all this and still won't he just kill me. I am already stripped of all my skills. How can I even rank down further? Yu-hik regretted. That reward was truly a pity, but it also made him this angry. So he still won. But while he was lost in thought, Jihan had delivered a brain-shaking punch to Go-Hai. He fell to his knees. The pain hit him so hard that Go-Head could not even form a complete sentence. Stuttering. What is this? It really hurts so much. Facing Daihan's icy cold expression, Yu-hik could only tremble and plead, My body. My body. He coldly asked back. What is wrong now? You are in pain. And I have not even really started yet. Yu-hek yelled with a ferocious look on his face. That is enough. Please. Enough already. His voice echoed throughout the castle. Stop. Huno Kwang trembled and said. He is really patient. Jan Diego next to him chimed in. I agree. He frowned and asked. But do not you find it strange? Most people use the connection device. So there should not be such a strong reaction. He also spoke while looking at the light. Huno Kwang looked at Jahan. One hand holding the light. The other treating Gyu. He said. He is continuously treating him with one hand. He hesitated and said. No way. Side effects. Immediately, a question appeared on the screen. What are side effects? Huno Kwang touched his chin and explained. It is simply like a doctor. He began to explain. If you keep using the healing skill on a damage like poison or burns, it will overload and then a strange phenomenon will occur. The connection device will ignore 100% of the damage. On the other side, Yu-hik screamed in pain. Huan Kwang thought to himself, it is so scary. But he looks really hurt. What skill is he using? Jan calmly pondered. Causing muscle strain that breaks bones and tears tissue, looking at his body. He thought, this is a technique that only a few martial artists know. Transferring energy into the opponent's body and destroying them from the inside. Yu-hik's eyes widened in pain. Confused. Thinking he was using a connection device that could reduce 95% of the pain. What is going on? He thought in pain. Feeling like his insides were being torn apart. As if thousands of needles were stabbing into his body. Yu-hik started to wonder. If this pain keeps up, just go ahead and kill me. You bastard. Right after that, Jihan swung his sword and decapitated him. He looked calm. Raising his head toward it, comments started flooding in. Oh, Jian can do whatever he wants. Soon after, a notification sound rang out. Player Kim Gu-hik has died. He looked around. Wondering, is it going to respawn now? Huno Kwang turned pale and thought, I need to be more careful. The streamer fan Hu Kwang was scared by Jihan's attack. Then, Yu-hik screamed in pain. A comment popped up. Whoa, is this deja vu or what? He calmly watched him cry out, Spare me. Please spare me. I was wrong. Comments appeared. Jan, you scared me. Right after that, his hand fell to the ground. Comments started appearing. Hey guys. He just dropped dead. As he fell. The notification rang out. Player Kim Gu-hik has died. The others were startled and fired their guns. Oh man. He must be too shocked. The Jihan. Do not spare him. Jan stood still watching Gu's body slowly disappear. He raised his hand looking over there. Thinking. Could not take it and just died. I need to control my power better. Soon after, the notification immediately appeared. Player Kim Gu-hik has respawned. He sat up suddenly, startled and shouted. Back again. Ju-hee looked at Jihan getting closer. Panicking and shouting. Don't come here. Do not come here anymore. I know I messed up. His face darkened as he replied. If you can't handle the consequences, then do not do it. Jihan was startled to see the notification that Karo82 had donated 10,000 GB. Outside, the Akar shouted. Wait. Stop it. So just stop. It is too much. She looked worried and said, if you keep going, I will lose all my subscribers. Comment after comment popped up. I am too obsessed. If you keep this up, it might be a bit too much. The Jihan. I want to see you perform. But this is making the Akar plead. Stop and just focus on the game. Okay. Jihan was startled and thought. The Akar is calmer than I thought. He frowned in contemplation. But it still was not enough. Jay looked at Go-hik in front of him, wondering if he should stop here. It is still pizza time. So this should be enough to scare the monkeys. He tried to move forward, shouting for help. Just kill me. He thought about it. But Jan immediately decided he needed to confirm one more thing. Right after that, his voice echoed. Who's it? Ju-hik, with tears in his eyes, let out a suspicious cry. His eyes sparkled with red light as he questioned. I am asking who gave you the guts to do that. He panicked and shouted loudly. I will confess right here. My memory is really good. It is the guy from the 898 Sword King clan. They offered me 50,000. Ju had clasped his hands and kept pleading. I am just a crazy guy. You can kill me. Comments appeared. Confess right away. Damn. This coward. The sound of his voice explained that the Kim Vidong clan supports you. And I was blinded by wealth. So I am really sorry. Lines of comments appeared on the screen. You ungrateful dog. You failed today. There won't be a next time. I can't believe I assigned this task to that guy. Hearing this, Jan fell into deep thought. There is something off about rewarding 50,000 Pete for each one. It is probably not just an individual but a whole group. He grabbed Guhu's collar. Analyzing that he had to remember that, Jan calmly said, You should thank Vehicle for stopping me. He immediately got teary-eyed and shouted. Definitely. Juhi was thrown up high by him. Joyfully yelling, Thank you so much. Vehicle. Notifications immediately popped up. Player Kim Guha has died. Kim Guha has been eliminated from the game. Hu Kwang smiled brightly and said, Today, one buried guy got punished. Jan lightly clapped his hands, thinking he should probably go catch some zombies again. He furrowed his brow in anger, thinking that if he had not been interrupted, he would have completed the mission by now. Jan imagined himself slashing zombies, receiving a notification that he would defeated 921 per 1,000 zombies. He looked ahead and called out to the status window, then glanced at the screen, thinking, Oh well. How long could it take to kill another 80? Jan was startled, exclaiming in doubt when he saw the reminder. You have unread notifications. He looked at the notification, wondering, Did I finish? The screen displayed the message that the Zombie Origin Mission 1 had been completed. Jan shot a glance to one side, denying it. How could that be? He called out at the corpses sparking on the ground. That is the Thunderbreaker set. Jan thinks back to that moment and realizes. So that is how it is. You remember concluding that the lightning bolt you created killed the zombies nearby. Jan quietly reflects, saying, It is more like I could not control it, and the energy released caused an explosion. He touches his chine, frowning in thought. I can execute it perfectly because I do not use the nameless sacred technique. Just using my inner energy is enough. But it is really embarrassing. Jan looks ahead, thinking he needs more time to practice. Just then, a voice calls out, making him look over. Jianhu Kwang's eyes shine brightly with curiosity. Are you going down again? Can I go down with you? Diego looks over when he hears Jan call out. Masset. Shake hands with him and thank him. He hears that and continues. I am just doing what I have to do. Comments appear. Just talking casually. Jan smiles back softly. Please let me see you again so I can repay you this time. Just as he is speaking, the ground starts to shake. I want to say a few things to you. The three people standing on the high tower are startled and scream. What is going on? An earthquake. What is happening? This has never occurred before. Huna Kwang looks at the ground and shouts. It seems like something just exploded. What should we do? Diego looks ahead and shouts. Korea. Look over there. Jihan frowns and looks in that direction. The onlookers comment. What is that big thing? His eyes widen in shock as question marks appear. You see the thing coming out from the ground yelling. It is three people looking at a hand with a mouth in the middle screaming. One hand, the mouth wide open, letting out a deafening scream. That hand reaches up, letting out a strange laugh. Diego panicked and said, What the hell? That hand is terrifying. Huna Kwang jumped back and exclaimed. If it looks that big from here, how huge must it be? Below the hand, a group of zombies kept gathering. Jan shuddered at the thought of that giant mouth opening up. He clenched his teeth tightly. The zombies being pressed down to the ground. Struggling and screaming, Jan frowned, wondering about that thing. He saw that hand weighing down on the zombies, thinking to himself that it was suffocating them. Jan looked at that giant hand pressing down on them. The hand was propped up with its fingers, the mouth and the palm wide open. A stream of black liquid rolled down from its tongue. The liquid immediately fell straight to the ground. A flesh golem immediately crawled up from that pool of liquid. Hu Okwang was startled, unable to believe it, and screamed, Wait! How did that thing show up in a bronze ranked game? Shouldn't it only appear in gold ranked or higher? Jan's eyes widened as he analyzed the monster that was born after the arms split the bodies apart and reformed. He looked at them, pondering. A flesh golem like that, as far as he knew, had never appeared in the bronze rank. E A E E E E E E E E E E U They Ye The screen displays the text. Zombie Origin Quest 2. Defeat the undead golem without the crystal's help. You see this and wonder. What do they mean by no help from the crystal? A notification sound rings out. You have crossed the defensive edge of 10 buildings. Jan furrows his brow in confusion. What does the notification say? A line of text immediately appears. The side quest has been unlocked. The system sound announces the side quest to eliminate the undead golem. A group of people looks forward and shouts. A side quest? Is there usually stuff like this at the edge of the common zone? Does it really want us to kill that thing? The screen displays a notice about the undead golems created by the Apostles of the Black Destruction. That hand quickly burrows back into the ground. On the tall tower. The system sound rings out. You can narrow the power gap by using the crystal's blessing to take them out with a nuclear bomb. Huna Kwang frowns and yells. How can we do this mission? Those gold tier guys can't even do it. Jan closes his eyes in contemplation. This mission seems impossible. He opens his eyes and thinks to himself. If it was not hard, there would not be such a reward. The screen displays a notice for the side quest to stop the undead golems created by the Apostles of the Black Destruction. Reward. 1,000 achievement points and a shard of the crystal. Jahan was startled, pondering that the shard of crystal was the main reward, and the additional points and other things were unusual. He looked down, guessing that this had to be an execution mission at the very least. Huang Kwang groaned. It is a side mission, so we have to give it our all. The blade on the ground was immediately lifted, a sound demanding attention. Wait. You should take the lead first. Dihan calmly refused. No need. Comments began to appear. Is Dihan scared? Did he give up? Is he going to expose the data window? The audience continued to doubt. Come on. How could a bronze rank beat a gold rank boss? Stop defending him already. Jihan's foot flickered with a flash of lightning. Jihan raised his blade, charged forward with a flash of lightning in mind. A corpse golem. He looked at it thoughtfully. Golems are undead, so they are very hard to kill. You can only defeat them by destroying the core in the middle of their body. Due to their large bodies and being made from various corpses, that is very difficult to achieve. Moreover, the corpse golem is considered a medium difficulty boss at the gold level. Even if Jan is at bronze rank, it is going to be tough. Jan calmly shouted. You two step back a bit. Huo Kwang was startled, suspiciously asking. He did not explain, quickly rushing towards the corpse golem. A footprint left on the ground crackled with lightning. The two of them, Huo Kwang and Diego, jumped and looked over there, his eyes wide open in disbelief, unable to scream. Jen raised the dagger in his hand and swung it forcefully at the undead golem. There is a technique that forms the most basic foundation of the nameless saint art of 3 talents. This martial art, based on heaven, earth, and man, has 3 stances. Heaven represents the sky with vertical slashes, earth represents the ground with horizontal slashes, and man represents humans with diagonal slashes. That is the foundation of the anonymous sacred art. Jan tightened his grip on the dagger, thinking, this technique also represents the breaking of the mountain. He used the 3 talents technique to break the mountain and split the undead golem in half. Huna Kwang and Diego were immediately stunned. The ball in his hand fell. On the other side, the entire body of the undead golem disintegrated, leaving only the core. Jan frowned slightly, thinking to himself, the name sounds quite grand. He watched it fall to the ground in contemplation, but it was just a vertical slash. The notification sound rang out. Player Xan Jihan had defeated the undead golem. The screen displayed a reminder. The 4th tower had completed the side quest, and lines of comments appeared. Going wild. Don't mess with Jihan. I declare this guy is a nuclear bomb. That is the only reasonable explanation. The moment Jihan swung his sword, Huna Kwang felt a mix of different emotions. Fear and jealousy, anticipation and desire. All those feelings blended together into respect. Huan Kwang knelt on the ground, panting heavily. His eyes widened in thought. This was the first time he felt this way. At first, I thought he was just a good topic to stream. Han Kwang closed his eyes and silently denied it, but now it is more than that. He thinks about Jihan and decides he wants to capture this person's moments. He will rise to the top. Determination filled Hua Kwang's face. I have to do this. He sees Jihan transform into a beam of blue light, and he thinks he must return to his journey of becoming a legend. With all his determination dedicated to Xgang Jihan, he turned and excitedly shouted, "The Jihan, you did great." He looked ahead, unaware that from this moment, the relationship between Xag Jihan and Diego would begin. The crowd looked ahead and exclaimed, "Oh my god." They watched the undead golem raise its hand, angrily shouting, "This game is really making it hard for us." It struck towards the tower. A loud scream echoed. At the 3rd tower, The undead golems surrounded the area, continuously attacking. A reminder appeared on the screen. Side quest failed. Side quest has ended. Players who completed the side quest will receive triple experience points and GB. Jan smiled slightly, thinking to himself, the rewards in this game are truly amazing. He glanced over to one side, but of course, he still needed a few more things. Jan turned around and shouted, Masset, see you outside. Diego looked over and called out, I am not that interested in the prize. But thanks to you, I've got a decent amount of points. Jian smiled slightly and asked, I want to discuss your abilities outside. Do not you want to hear? Diego jumped and shouted, my abilities? What do you mean? Jihan raised his hand, sparking with red light, and said with a smile, here's a hint for you, wizard. If we talk about everything here, it won't be fun. Let us discuss it more at dinner. Diego thought to himself, wizard. Is he suggesting I change my profession to a wizard? If it were someone else, he would have brushed it off immediately and deemed their words meaningless. But Jihan had shown Diego a truly amazing scene, so he could not help but feel excited about what he was going to say. He immediately pursed his lips in thought, and after a moment, Diego also agreed if he really found a profession that suited him. All right, I will get back to you later. Jan stuffed his hands in his pockets and shouted, great. Do you have any favorite dishes? Let me find a spot first. Hunakwang immediately raised his hand to suggest, you go ahead without me. You heard and immediately declined. That would be a hassle. After all, it is Massa's personal prize. He shouted back, stream. I want to talk to you about something regarding the live stream. Jen coldly refused. I refuse. Hong Kwang shouted forcefully. I want to be a solid teammate for you. I need to edit. I want to be your editor. Jan quietly agreed. Aha. He gets so excited and shouts. Really? So Jan slowly disappears. Saying that is me refusing. You immediately leave the game, only leaving a message saying, everyone worked hard. Tears stream down Hu Kwang's face as he raises his hand and asks, wow. Comments flood in. How to deny someone correctly. Did you see him bragging and then losing? That is hilarious. Hu and Kwang is not happy. You know, the high-rise building where Janice still has its lights on. Each reminder appears on the screen. You have completed the zombie origin quest chain and earned an additional 10,000 achievement points and a shard of crystal. A notification appears. The next quest chain, the Apostle Mark, is about to be unlocked. You can't help but feel emotional upon seeing this. 10,000 points. No wonder the mission was so hard. Feeling happy, thinking the reward is indeed amazing, Jay looks at the screen in contemplation. Lucky that he already had a team beforehand. You hold the shard in your hand and feel emotional. But this crystal shard is a bit intimidating. The screen displays the introduction of the crystal shard, which has the ability to grant the user the blessing of the gods. This item can only be used once, at the bronze and silver levels. The blessing of the gods is something that only those at the highest support level can use. It is one of the highest grade items that boosts all stats by 50%, and is a must-have for the highest level. Jen raises his hand to put it away, saying it can only be used once and is limited to silver and bronze. This is boring. You should look at the screen to see what the next reward is because I finished first. Both my GP and stats have increased by 50%. Notifications keep popping up. You leveled up 3 times. You gained an extra 6,000, Jen calmly mutters. Now I am at level 13. And the introduction is on the screen. Combat power and strength are at level 17. Jihan at level 13 joins the gang in Area 1 with combat power 17. Strength 17. And support class. The mage thinks to himself, still needing to level up 12 more times to qualify for the silver promotion match. To be honest, these stats are hard to believe. He looks to the side and wonders, has any player ever grown that quickly? The relic from another world, the sword of the monk Ika, is reacting. Notifications keep appearing. You have completely understood the faith of the other world. Holy power is now +1. Holy power has merged with strength. Jen glances at his hand. A reminder appears on the screen. The name of the relic from another world, the sword of the monk Uraka, has dropped. You slightly raise your eyebrow to stop. Wait a second. Jan looks at the screen and thinks, why have not the stats increased? Combat power 17. Strength 17. So the holy power and strength are not equal. He gazes at the sword thoughtfully when a reminder appears on the screen. The relic from another world, the sword of the monk Ika, can no longer maintain its power. Jan covers his face with his hand as he watches the sword explode. This equipment is being destroyed. You raised your hand to block the light, thinking about the power of the Tam Dai Dd sees Li pouring out of the sword. Jan looked over there, thinking, can it not withstand the destruction of thy son anymore? The beam of energy quickly sliced towards your shoulder. Jan immediately raised his hand to analyze. If it continued like this, it would be a big problem. He had to quickly absorb its power. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. The golden light emanating from him illuminated the surroundings. Yet that light did not flicker. A sound of lament echoed from within a nearby building. What a headache. I even successfully moved next door. Take it a kuo from the Japanese Defense Force and FC Kim V-898 side while holding a chicken leg. And yet the plan fell apart. He recalled sending out the notification back then. FC Kim V-898 had sent a mission to someone. Ju Heek looked at the notification screen and gasped. What is this sudden jump? Who sent this to me? His eyes bulged as he thought. What the hell? Yu-Hu could not believe it. Wondering what was wrong with this mission. The screen displayed the line about breaking the crystal and preventing Jahan's car from finishing first. Reward. 50,000. Takeda looked at the monitor and said, nothing special. Just someone with the same goal wanting to lend a hand. He smiled and said, you will get your revenge on Ixan-san. And I will get his status window. Takeda looked at the comments online, angrily shouting, these idiots. Messages appear on the screen. Big family of fan. Let us unite to defeat Kahan. Sponsoring a large sum for Kim Vidung. Those online patriots boast a lot but ended up being a bunch of losers. Quieting down to take care of their parents properly, instead of messing around like spoiled brats. He calmly thinks about how he has already lost the strongest player, Kim Vidung. Yet they are still fighting among themselves. But thanks to them, it is easier to stir things up. Takeda laughs loudly. Now he can target Skong-san while pretending to be part of the Kim Vidung fan club. As easy as he intertwines his fingers under his chin, chuckling to himself. Xung-san seems to always be on guard against someone Japanese like me, but in reality, he should be wary of his Korean friends instead. Next, the screen shows Jihan and Go-Hai. Takeda looks at him and whispers the name of the Jelly Brain Mage, ready to destroy it quickly. Then he laughs, raising his hand and shouting, let us make Xung-san taste the bitterness of defeat. Back to reality. Takeda starts munching on a chicken leg. That is what I boosted about. But in the end, I lost. Maybe I should stop sabotaging the game by pretending to be part of the Kim Vidung fan club. He looks at the notification on the screen. Mission failed. Breaking the crystal and preventing Son Ji-han from coming in first. The reward of 50,000 Pete makes him a bit sentimental. If only he had succeeded just once. It would have been way too lucky. Truly a pathetic player. Takeda thinks of Gu-Hai, who was shouting about sabotaging the game a little bit, but could not even do that. That idiot should have shattered the crystal immediately, instead of stalling like this. If he had the guts to do that, everyone's wishes would be fulfilled. San's car will reveal his status window. Takeda's face is full of rage as he curses. Truly a pig-brain move. His plan has hit a snag. He raised his hand and shouted loudly, almost dying from high blood pressure. If this keeps up, I will let the whole thing blow up. Takeda slammed his hand on the table, growling, damn it. The recruitment director Takeda Kazuo of the Neo Self-Defense Forces is in a tough spot. With years of experience selecting talent, he realized that Xian Jahan is a skilled player who needs to be recruited immediately. But his superiors, meaning the headquarters, only agreed to review the recruitment plan if there was clear information and full evidence about the candidate. They demanded proof based solely on Takeda-ko's intuition, so to prove his judgment is correct, Takeda needs to obtain the status window of Xian Jihan. In other words, it is the actual parameters that demonstrate Xian Jihan's strength. He looked at the computer screen and shouted, there is not much time left. These amateur tactics won't work anymore. Takeda raised an eyebrow and shouted, just wait. Jan's car. He thought of that person and shouted, then I will get the status window of yours approved by the company. The Takeda sound rang out. And then you will use the special method that has been applied to the Sword King. The screen displayed a notification. Your divine power has increased by 1. Integrated into strength. Strength increased by 1. Jan gasped in surprise. You sat down on the ground, concluding that for every 3 points of divine power, it would convert to 1 point of strength. A reminder appeared. Strength and martial power linked have increased by 1. You looked at the system board and thought to yourself, thanks to this, your martial power is now 18. Jen glanced at the debris around, wondering. The remaining divine power was absorbed when the magic weapon was destroyed. It is really a pity for a weapon to end up like this. But if the rewards are so high, then each notification that pops up shows that the strength points have surpassed 17. From now on, you can only absorb divine power from the artifacts on list B. Seeing that, you shouted in anger, this is too much. What is the difference between only having list and asking me to dream in broad daylight? Jan closed his eyes and muttered. This is really narrow-minded. Just then, a drove, shouting. Wait. She raised her phone and smiled, saying my account has 5 billion. You calmly asked back. Is that? I questioned in disbelief. Wait. She looked at the wounds on Jan's body, inquiring, why do you look like that? You looked at your hand and explained. This? My weapon suddenly exploded. Jihan smiled slightly and said, it is nothing. I saw fresh blood spraying from the top of your head and immediately screamed. She angrily dragged Jihan outside, shouting, I really can't understand you. Hurry and clean the wound so I can bandage it. I thought you had grown up. Why are you so childish? He was startled and confused. The next day, Jan looked at the grilled meat in front of him and reminisced. It was the first real food he had eaten since that time. He smiled slightly, thinking that going out to eat like this sometimes was not too bad. But he said, but you like Korean food more. I frowned, crossing his arms. But since I am treating, you should at least eat something a little expensive. Jihan waved his hand in refusal. Come on, we eat together 3 meals a day. He immediately became suspicious when he heard her continue speaking. Is that really okay? Jihan was surprised to hear her say, I am going back to school soon. She scratched her face, shyly continuing, it looks like this, but I am the student council president, so I can't take a break. His voice rose in question. But is not taking a week off better? I looked troubled. That, she recalled that part. Actually, the day I received the blessing at the gift hall is coming soon. Jahan picked up his phone and realized he just remembered. He looked at the notification on the screen thoughtfully. His birthday was coming up soon. On the 22nd of next month. It would be her 18th birthday. Despite the difficulties, the girl always looked forward to this day. She had always received blessings from the gift hall at the academy, so she hoped things would brighten up if she received a good gift. But her hopes collapsed right after that. The gift she received was a cursed item. That was the moment that made his car break down. Even though she tried to push through everything. Thinking of this, Jan bowed his head and said nothing more. He analyzed the piece of meat in his mouth. If I told her she would receive a cursed gift, she would be so disappointed. Right, there is no other way than to slowly lower her expectations now. Jan's voice rang out. So are you leaving tomorrow? Azkar replied with a bright smile. Yep. Tomorrow is Monday. It is the perfect time to go. He looked at her and suggested. All right. Starting tomorrow, I will take you. Azkar was startled and exclaimed. Why so suddenly? She immediately waved her hand to refuse. I am not a kid anymore. Jan heard that and rebutted. But right now we have a situation. Uncle has already made a decision. So just listen to him. Kara frowned, annoyed, and asked again. Why are you acting like this all of a sudden? She pouted, turned her face to the side and added. This does not make any sense. Jen raised her eyebrows looking at Kara. The corners of her mouth slightly lifted into a smile. Kara saw him cover his mouth to suppress a laugh and got angry, questioning him. What is going on? Why are you laughing? His voice rang out. It is nothing. Just eat. She immediately retorted. What is? I was planning to take the bus by myself. Under the moonlight, Jan's serious voice echoed. Don't do that if Uncle still cares. Then listen. The next morning, light began to rise over that tall building. You brought along and were startled by the scene in front of you. What is this? You looked at the empty parking lot, exclaiming, what happened here? Jan thought of those cars and shouted. Where did all the supercars go? I was shocked and asked. Did they sell all the cars? Hearing that, you held your head and mumbled. So that is why Uncle did not see any keys. She laughed loudly and said. Then I am taking the bus. Okay, Uncle. Dahan looked in one direction and replied. There is one over there. I screamed. That is her pointing to the car in front, saying it is Mom's. You could not confirm your response. It is probably not that it could not sell, but it was too cheap, so they left it as is. Jihan grabbed the door handle, asking, can it open? You got in the car and said, the keys are still here. I asked in shock. Uncle, do not tell me you are going to take me to school in this car. As soon as Jihan started the car, black smoke immediately poured out everywhere. You asked doubtfully. Are you embarrassed? She immediately denied it. Sia hesitated and replied. I am just a little worried. Jang asked in confusion. Worried about what? A brown, looking fierce, shouted. This kid. Back the car up now. She replied with a pained smile. Just dealing with this. The guy continued to shout. Can't you hear? I said back the car up. Soon, the two of them arrived at Sun Gangnam Gu Battle Net Academy. Jen remained calm and thoughtful. I know this cheap car will draw attention, But is there really someone so bored they want to pick a fight with me? You heard that? Right. What is wrong? Brown furiously questioned. How dare you park this armored car here? Get that car out of here right now. Diane stepped out of the car to inquire. We parked here first. What is your problem? The guy yelled angrily. We always park there. You know, you bum. The guy shouted with his hands in his pockets. Why did not you shut your mouth for a second? I am also a parent of a student at this academy. The people around gasped. Is that really Jan? That is right. A low-class murderer. The person raised their hand and turned to gossip. Why is he here at the academy? The daughter of the Sword King studies here. I heard she is on a break from school, but when is she going back to school? That voice rang out. Posted online. Immediately. News broke online about the brother-in-law of the Sword King driving a Ronin to BattleNet Academy and getting into a fight with Ron Royce. Jihan is studying at the academy. And he is 27 now. Studying forever. It seems. Nice one. Bro. The scene shifts to Sun. Gangnam Gu. The Renan office building towering in front. A sound rang out. Lim Gaezon. Follow me. She is holding the phone. Suspiciously asking. That person raised the phone and shouted. Let us go to the BattleNet Academy. She gasped. Muttering. Jan's car. A sound rang out. Inquiring. What is going on? Han held the lipstick and replied. What else? She frowned and yelled. We are going to confront him face to face. Angrily thinking. How dare he ignore me? I am going to meet him. Han gritted his teeth and shouted. Just wait. Jan's car. Jan calmly listened as Brown yelled loudly. I can't believe a bum like you dares to show up in that junk. He raised his fist and shouted. Bow your head now. His eyes flashed with a bright red light. Brown punched hard towards Jan. Yelling to bow his head, the bastard from car opened the door and shouted. Hey. Two staff members here gasped. Can't hold it back anymore. That is strange. He saw Brown's punch trembling. Stopping and speaking. That guy's punch was right in front of his nose. He clenched his teeth, thinking why he could not move. Then Brown was startled. Looking at the red light. Tightly closing his mouth. Saying, what is it? Jihan swung his hand and knocked him down to the ground. He looked down from above and shouted. Stop cursing. You are taking students to school. Right. Jihan calmly said. At least do not act so tough. Alo anxiously called out. Look. They are watching. Suddenly a voice rang out asking for a ride. Vice President of the BattleNet Academy Student Council Kim Hae-woo. 17 years old. She poked her head out of the car and shouted. Oh my. It is really you. The car. Jan turned his head to look at her. Thinking she seemed to be a friend of the car, she immediately exclaimed. Long time no see. She stepped out of the car and asked. What are you doing? Gur quickly responded. I just slipped. Jan and C were surprised. Thinking. Is that... The guy bowed his head in apology. Sorry. Miss. Hugh covered her mouth in shock. Oh my. Car. Why are you in this car? Where are your other cars? The Akar looked towards the other car and replied. This one. She smiled softly in response. My dad sold all the other ones. She immediately patted her chest and shouted. You should have called me. Who grabbed his hand and shouted loudly. This is not good. Her eyes sparkled as she said. I will give you a ride to the academy. She gasped in surprise. Why all of a sudden? The sound of Hyeksu explained. A car like this will attract attention. Car immediately refused. That is true. But I do not want to bother you. She shook her head in disagreement. Bother? What are you talking about? I will tell my dad. Do not worry. Dihan looked at Kara hesitantly. But he turned his gaze away and fell into deep thought. Jan looked at her smiling face and wondered if Kara had a close friend like this in his past life. Something feels off. After a moment, An gasped loudly. What the heck? She gasped and shouted. Where's Jan? I rushed here in under 10 minutes. How could he have left? The security guard replied. He just left. Gazen closed his eyes and answered. I told you so. Han shouted angrily. What kind of fight takes 10 minutes? She frowned and muttered while biting her nails. If this keeps up, those foreign clubs will approach him too. Gazen immediately raised his hand to stop it. Stop. Han was startled. Looking at the hand placed on hers, she calmly reminded him. Don't you remember what you said? Biting her nails won't solve anything. So she asked me to stop her. Han smiled softly in response. That is right. He thought to himself. Do not say I almost liked her. Gazing watched her turn and leave. Curious. What is she planning to do now? Han asked softly again. There is no other way. Right. She touched the game screen and replied. I will keep an eye on him. A notification popped up. You have entered the stream of the prediction game song. Han smiled and replied. Let us see who will win. On the other side. Comments appeared as they saw Jihan raising his fist and charging forward. Jihan must already know the result. So what is the point of watching? He punched someone in front of him, and a message popped up saying it was a total mess. Then Jihan kicked the person next to him hard. The audience watched him fly back, amazed and commenting. He did not break the shield with just his hand. He closed his eyes and used the nameless technique. His eyes flashing with a white light, Jihan used the skill to unleash lightning through the crowd. Immediately, the people behind him fell down simultaneously. Jen looks at his fist and thinks to himself, it is not bad. He is used to this technique faster because he focuses on the feeling when using it. He glances at the other two, thinking a bit more. He and the other guy laugh bitterly, muttering, don't tell me it is Jihan again. Jihan slices through a corpse golem, a gold tier monster. With just one attack, they look at him, thinking that a copper tier player facing him is like getting struck by lightning, a natural phenomenon that is impossible to resist. As soon as Jihan appears on the rooftop of the building, a notification pops up. Game over. He calmly looks at the message saying he came in first. As comments flood in, first place again. Jan is always first. The notification sound keeps ringing. You have ranked first 5 times in a row. Experience and GP gained will be increased by 200%. He gasps. Really surprised by this, a message appears. You have leveled up 2 levels. Jan is startled by the reminder. You have reached level 15. The dungeon game has been unlocked. He takes off his outer jacket and exclaims. That is right. It unlocks at level 15. Dungeons are a new map unlocked at level 15. Unlike regular games where you just fight, dungeons also have puzzles and traps. Jan thinks to himself. There is a limit to what solo players can achieve. So even though teaming up is marked as encouraged, it is actually mandatory. The elevator doors open. He looks ahead wondering. The problem is Jan has his hands in his pockets. Pondering. There are too many people targeting him. He scratches his chin. Calculating, if my teammates team up to cause trouble, then there is nothing I can do. Should I temporarily join some group? Right after that, Jen immediately shook his head in denial. I do not think it is worth it. I thought to myself. It would be a hassle when I want to leave. You touch the analysis system screen. And even if it is a hassle, I just have to endure it for now. I am about to level up to silver soon. Jihan's gaze became sharp and calculating. And when I reached silver, he bowed his head and secretly decided to start my own club. After that, Dahan and Tima had a night shift. Inside the pan, 2 fried eggs were sizzling. Dahan held the pan in one hand and the plate in the other. Instructing. Tima, please arrange the dishes. She immediately agreed. Yep. Sure. The two looked at the 2 plates of bread on the table and exclaimed. All done. Let us. They sat down and started tasting the bread on the table. Tima was stunned, exclaiming, oh my god. Uncle. How did you cook so well? Dahan immediately retorted. This is not cooking. She quickly replied. It is really good. He smiled slightly, promising. Next time I will cook properly for you. I thought to myself. It seems like cooking 1 dish a day in America is paying off. Tima excitedly exclaimed. Really? That is awesome. Suddenly, Jihan asked. Is your friend coming to pick you up? She raised the sausage to her mouth, asking back. Yep. That one. She bowed her head to respond. They are not coming to pick me up anymore. He asked in doubt. Wow. A gently chewed the food in their mouth and replied. I do not want to talk about that at all. When he got home, he made me really uncomfortable and I felt a bit overwhelmed. In her mind, she recalled the scene back then. Who curiously asked. What do you plan to do now? You must be really sad. Is there anything I can help you with? What kind of father would do that to his daughter? Jian heard that and said. That is really annoying. She nodded in agreement. Right. Uncle. He jumped a bit when he heard her say more. And there is this too. She smiled brightly and shouted. Mom's car is much more comfortable. More spacious. Jen was suddenly startled and froze in place. Then he suddenly bowed his head and smiled gently. Jihan's voice echoed in response. Yeah. I feel the same way. Then he still used that car to wait for her to come to school. Inside the schoolyard, a group of people simultaneously looked over. He looked ahead and asked. Is it just the recruiting and reporters? A replied helplessly. We caused quite a stir yesterday. Jan calmly added. More like stalkers than reporters. The car drove inside, leaving loud shouts behind. This is private property. Move aside. No entry allowed. Jihan sighed. We have to use another car. Suddenly, she gasped and shouted. Uncle. A look towards the 2 people Hazen and Gazan in the distance and shouted. Those people. She scratched her head and exclaimed. You are here. Hazen immediately spoke up. I'm coming. Jian opened the door and got out of the car. Wondering, why is the atmosphere so tense? He looked forward and exclaimed. Surprised to find her here, she stepped forward and replied. I came early to wait. I heard this and remarked. She is really obsessed. How immediately chimed in. I gave him my business card. But he has not called me at all. She raised her fist and said. Good luck. I won't bother you this time. Daihan immediately exclaimed. But you already explained. Jeetmine remembered. I forgot the business card too. She stepped in front of him and shouted. While Han hugged herself and asked, Can I borrow a moment of your time? He asked Jihan. A group of people gathered, looking at the cafe in front of them, their faces filled with anger as they shouted. She is ahead of us again. And I am supposed to get that gold contract if we can't deliver it to him. What is the point? We can negotiate too. They are not the only big group around. Jihan looked at the crowd and asked. Sitting outside makes us too noticeable. Are you okay with that? Han picked up her coffee and smiled, saying, I am used to being looked at like this. He noticed that she seemed even more relaxed than usual. She set her coffee down on the table and replied, Well, I am used to it because I graduated from this academy. I looked up at Jan and exclaimed, But judging by your reaction, I find it hard to accept. He immediately admitted, If it is because I have not contacted you, Jan's voice echoed, I was too busy and forgot. Hasidon replied, It is a bit unusual. Her voice added, This is the first time I have pursued someone like this. Then, An raised his hand to receive the contract in response. That is why I have prepared a contract that suits you. She placed the contract on the table and said, We will give you a platinum contract. Outside, the crowd gasped and shouted, A platinum contract for a bronze tier. Forget it. I am leaving. Jihan was really surprised. She had prepared so much. You were startled when you heard Han add. I can confidently say that. She turned to Jihan and shouted, This contract is possible because of my determination. Ha smiled softly and added, You know how I feel about him. Gazen quietly thought to himself. She is determined. The people outside looked gloomy and turned to leave. Jihan looked up at Han, thinking beside him. His eyes widened in surprise. Her perfume smells like zero. She noticed Jihan was silent and raised her eyebrow. Thinking. Ha looked at his puzzled face and wondered. Why is he so calm right now? What is going on with him? The corner of his mouth slightly curled up as he concluded that Han is definitely zero. Jan looked at her thoughtfully. I wonder if it feels the same. I am too sensitive. Han hugged her arms and sat down. Remembering, now I just remembered I do not even have his number. I can't let it be like this. She looked at him and asked. I will send you a copy of the contract after you review it. Now, how should we stay in touch? Jan's voice rang out. Are you asking for my number? Han smiled and silently scolded. This guy. Gaijin smirked. Feeling emotional. Right to the heart. She calmly asked back, if that is the case. So what? He did not answer but suggested. How about a bet? Han's voice came up. A bet. Jan smiled and confirmed. Yeah. You can calmly tell me. I just reached level 15. And my next match will be a dungeon. She gasped in surprise. You have reached level 15 already. Han thought in confusion. I was just wondering when he would reach that level. He managed to get to level 15 in just 1 month. But why does he suddenly want to bet? She immediately asked. Bet on what? Jan pulled out a chair in response. Now I am going into the dungeon. He smiled slightly and said, If I do not come in first, I will sign a contract with Toya and give you the number. I said in reply. But there will be many people targeting him. Gazen was also surprised and asked, Is he planning to go into the dungeon alone without any team support? He replied with his hands in his pockets. If I am sure to win. What is the thrill in that? She affirmed. That is true. But it makes me even more worried. Jian smiled slightly and asked what his conditions were. If I have to check for myself. He thought about the person who asked her to show me her stats window. She whispered to herself. I need to see if she has the same nurturing talent as before. Han blushed at that and mumbled about the stats window. Her voice echoed back. My stats. He calmly admitted. Yeah. Right now that ability is seen as useless by everyone. He looked over thoughtfully. It seemed she had agreed. But he needed to check for himself. Han sighed in relief and agreed. All right. But do not regret it later. She immediately asked. You have to log in. Right. Should we go somewhere else? The screen displays a reminder. You have logged into Battle.net. Jen immediately declines. No need. You touch the screen and say more. Wait here. A notification pops up. You start the live stream. Right after, comments immediately start appearing. Jen greets everyone. Is everyone ready? Get ready to go. Your body radiates a blue light. I will be back soon. A comment pops up immediately. Something big is about to happen. The mission is a dungeon. A notification sound rings out. The dungeon is the Tome of the Invader. The screen introduces the royal tomb of the Great Punisher. High difficulty. A massive dungeon underground where a Great Punisher rests. This dungeon is famous for its large number of monsters inside and almost no traps or complex mazes. However, there is another reason why the difficulty of this dungeon is so high. Jen calmly explains that to complete the game, all members of the team must remain alive until the end. You close your eyes and think that is why being lucky enough to be in a good team is extremely important. The screen shows a line of text that player Jihan has entered. Notifications pop up one after another. All players have been summoned. The game will start shortly. You should open your eyes and look ahead. Seems like our teammates are not too bad this time. Dong-hee adjusted his glasses and said, Don't tell me it is Jihan coming. Jiangxi excitedly exclaimed. No way. Is it really him? He looked at them and thought. All three of them are from the same guild. And their gear looks pretty solid. He raised his hand to greet. Brother X Soong. It is a pleasure to meet you. Jen shook his hand in response. Nice to meet you too. Let us do our best together. The audience saw the badge on Xkong's shirt and immediately started chatting. That is the Black Hawk Guild. They have a good attitude. He is ranked number 1 again. Wait. Has he already entered the dungeon? Has he leveled up to 15 already? Munkyo smiled and asked. With this lineup, should not we go for number 1? He turned his head and smiled. Of course. With Sing here, there is no need to discuss it. He looked ahead and suggested. Then Brother Xkwan, we will lead the way. Jihan spoke up to refuse. Let me go first. Dongin was taken aback and exclaimed. But should not it be the warrior's job? He turned his head back and said. It is. I am confident in my frontline combat abilities. Comments flooded in. It really is reliable. He is right about that. Everyone remembers the zombies on the defense map. Right. Sangs quickly followed suit. All right. Then we will follow you. Jen squeezed his wrist. Thinking. It looks like there won't be any burial graves this time. I am actually glad. I was a bit worried about completing this level. He looked ahead and thought. All right. Then I should start sprinting. The screen displayed a line of text about the first underground layer of the tome. Jen looked at the ground ahead, and Sang Xkwang suddenly exclaimed. It is. He stared at the pile of clay statues in front of Latu, the tomb guard. Sang Xing asked in doubt. What should we do? Song. I think we should use magic to clear the way. Jihan did not turn around to respond. It is. He walked straight ahead, telling them to just follow him. The tomb guards raised their weapons and rushed forward. Jihan immediately leaned to the side to dodge. Then he swung his fist and crushed its body. Daihan quickly withdrew his fist from the body of the tomb guard. Soon after, he kept moving through, eliminating all of them, eventually grabbing the head of a tomb guard. The group of Sang Xtong was startled. They stared wide-eyed and shouted. What else is there to do? Jen crushed the head in his hand, turned around, and reminded them. I said to follow me. The tome has 10 corridors, and each team will be placed in one of those corridors, all connected to the 7th level underground. This is also the final area of the dungeon. And Daihan's team was placed in the 8th corridor, and was leading overwhelmingly. He used his hands to eliminate all the tome guards along the way. As soon as one fell, a notification immediately appeared. Tome of the 3rd underground level. Deng Aifi raised an eyebrow and exclaimed, It is really impressive to witness him fighting in person. Jiang was also startled and responded. Those soldiers are definitely tough. He saw Jihan effortlessly taking down the tomb guards, but did not expect him to crush them as if they were made of sand. Jan looked ahead, thinking it was indeed very simple, with comments flooding in, and he had not even used any weapons. From the previous fight until now, why would he need to use weapons against these weaklings? It is. He even defeated that golem. A message popped up showing a donation of 10,000 P. Jan glanced at it and exclaimed, What is this? He wondered what that guy was planning to do. The screen displayed a reminder that Thech Chan had donated 10,000 GB. He still had not checked his inbox. Can you read my message? Just once. I have even prepared a huge donation. This writing style is really annoying. How dare he show up in such a respectable place? Someone immediately commented. The Neo Defense Force has been obsessed with recruiting him. Daihan kicked him away. Soon after, comments kept flooding in. Jan, please do not leave us. If he goes to Japan, I will follow him too. You touched the screen, saying not to worry. No matter what happens, I won't move to Japan. I will take this old man down. Comments appeared, and I was so moved. Jihan was excitedly shouting with a beaming face. I can't believe we have already cleared the 3rd floor. If it were a typical dungeon raid, we would probably just be finishing the 1st floor by now. Munkyo looked around in awe, as fast as taking a bus. It is more accurate to say like flying a plane. He knelt down on one knee, lightly slashing at it with his sword, exclaiming, how did he break these tough ones? Sangx bowed his head and said, thank you. I can't deny that we are counting on you. Jihan reached out to touch the wall in response, saying, no need to thank me. He calmly continued, you guys not messing things up is already a huge help. He laughed loudly, saying, I wish I could keep playing with you, dude. Jan turned the corner from the hallway. Looking astonished at what was in front of him, the screen displayed a notification for the 4th floor underground. He stared straight ahead, contemplating a straight path. Ah, Sang's gasped, and Jan exhaled. Thinking it was unbelievable, he looked around, shouting, examining the walls on either side and the floor below. Sangx closed his eyes, smiled wryly, and replied, it is obvious they are traps. It seems like all the traps in this dungeon are concentrated here. Jihan's voice rang out, asking, do you mind if I move a bit faster? He was startled and denied it. Of course not. Deng Yangzhou also replied, surprised, no problem. Jian looked ahead and said, all right, I will set up some traps. Jihan moved quickly, adding to let them handle things behind. Munkyo gripped his sword tightly, thinking he had to keep moving and leave it to them. Deng Afi raised his bow and whispered. The moment he charged forward, they thought about that notice, secretly thinking 1,000,000 AP would belong to us. FC 787 of the Sword King has sent a viewer mission. Take it. You have been blocked by Jihan, the one who is behind it all. He looked at the screen and exclaimed, it is. Takeda raised his coffee cup and laughed out loud. I do not plan to use the same tactic twice. But right now spending money is all I can do. I have no other choice. His expression darkened as he continued. So what are you planning to do to get through this? I have bribed them all. Takeda looked at those people and said, and I even told them to act as discreetly as possible. He glanced at Jihan and muttered, you understand what this means? Right. Takeda saw Jihan charging forward and said, the moment you charge ahead, he is staring at Jihan's face, which is also when you fail. Seeing this, Takeda raised his hands high in excitement, laughing loudly. This is my victory. Inside the building, raucous laughter echoed. Unless someone warned you beforehand, nothing could spoil my plans. Over here, Huanyi Kwang, with a high ponytail, trembled in the wind, clutching his chest and looking at the broadcast screen. Sangxing saw Jihan running forward and quickly chased after him. Inside the agency, arrows flashed with sharp light, then simultaneously shot towards this direction. He frowned and looked over there, secretly thinking about it. Each arrow aimed at Jihan, and Sang rushed forward. He raised his hand and shouted, the Jihan, get out of the way. I am going to use my skill to make the arrows disappear. He calmly replied. Jihan was enveloped in red light. Using the power of spatial domination and absolute force, the arrows struck against the red glow. They were all blocked outside, unable to move at all. Comments started appearing. He blocked some arrows. What kind of skill is this? Jiang was startled, looking at the arrows hovering in the air, and exclaimed, what is this? The audience immediately began to discuss. Jihan's vehicle and Sang's vehicle cooperating is pretty good too. Also wants to be stuck with Jihan's vehicle. He turned his head to look at the two people behind. Did everyone see that? Soon after, Sang was shocked, looking at them with a big smile while raising his weapon. He was filled with panic and shouted, Daihan. Jan's eyes flashed with bright red light, gritting his teeth, thinking they were logging out themselves. Sang was startled and waved his hand, shouting loudly, what are you doing? Stop them. Munkyo remained calm, not caring at all as he struck down hard. From Jian's feet, bolts of lightning immediately flashed. Sung-hee was amazed and shouted loudly, that guy too. You are using the thunder-breaking skill with lightning aimed at those two. He was gritting his teeth and cried out in pain. Jan punched towards the two, knocking their weapons away. Sung-hee fell to the ground. Monkey screamed in pain. My hand. Then, he turned his head, eyes flashing red, raising his hand towards them. And Dian clenched his fist tightly. The two of them shouted fiercely. Sang ran over from behind, asking, Are you okay? The game is not over yet. Right. He almost replied. Munkyo frowned and cursed. Damn it. We almost ended it ourselves. Did you also get the self-exit mission? He shouted angrily. Annoyed, Sang looked over, puzzled, asking, why are they arguing? Jihan touched the system screen to respond. It makes sense. It seems like both of them received a self-elimination mission. He was surprised to hear Jan's voice echo. If one of them dies first, the game will end. He placed his hand on his chest, admitting fault. So embarrassing. I apologize on their behalf. Jen glanced back and replied, luckily, I stopped it in time. He noticed the hand on his chest and replied, no need to apologize. A flash of red light appeared, knocking Sang's hand away. Jen raised his hand to control his hand, adding, because I know you are the same. He thought to himself, all members of the Black Eagle Society received the elimination mission. Sang frowned and angrily shouted, how do you know? Jihan remained calm as he listened to him rant loudly. I have nothing suspicious. How did Jihan know about this? Lines of comments immediately appeared. Who the hell is that? Huna Kwang shouted excitedly. Is there anyone else besides me? A notification appeared on the screen. Huan Kwang has donated 10,000 P. Jan. Be careful. The Black Hawk Society has been completely bribed. They will self-destruct and receive 1 billion in rewards. He smiled broadly and replied. It is all thanks to my reliable assistant, streamer Hu Kwang. A comment immediately popped up. What do you mean? Humong Kwang pointed at the screen and explained. As a true fan of Xkan Jahan, I am always following the stream. His voice echoed, along with his teammate's stream. A comment appeared. Sounds a lot like Stalker. Huang Kwang shouted over there. And then I saw. He calmly recounted the moment Swing Family 898 issued a mission worth 1 billion. A reminder appeared on the screen stating that Swing Family 898 had issued a reward mission with the following content. I am going to be straightforward here. Self-destruct quietly. Once completed, you will receive 1 billion GP. The audience gasped and commented, 1 billion. Are you crazy? That is insane. Wait. Is not that the Su Family 898 from before? Huan Kwang lowered his voice and continued. So I let Jihan know. A message appeared on the screen. The recipient of the winning prediction is Sung Jan. Be careful. The Black Hawk Society has been completely bribed. A donation of 10,000 Jeeb. An unbelievable sound rang out. A donation of 10 million troops. He clenched his fists and shouted loudly, because for the right cause. That is not too much. The Jihan. Just let a loyal fan like me be your editor. Huno Kwang exclaimed in doubt upon hearing Jan's voice. Isn't that a bit strange? Inside. You raised your hand to control the red energy beam. Jan looked over and continued while lying on the ground. No matter how you defend yourself. You looked at the 3 people in front of you and asked, isn't 1 billion still a bit much? Jan leaned forward and gestured towards the sword. Even if risking their lives, it is not worth that much. The live audience immediately sent in supporting messages. That is right. Exactly. Even if it is the Sword King, it is still unreasonable. Isn't it a family of the Sword King? There. You tightly grip the sword in your hand. Saying that I can conclude that, then Jan swung the sword down forcefully. You calmly looked ahead and called out. This must be an influential guild, or the influence of the Sword King has been exploited. Lines of messages immediately appeared. It could be? What could it be? It definitely is. Takeda frowned as he heard Jahan's voice. They spent 1 billion just for one data window. It is truly haunting for me. A comment appeared implying that, am I the only one thinking of that name? Your voice rang out. Questioning, who's it? I wonder. Takeda. Hearing this, wiped his cold sweat and asked back, what is this? Lines of comments appeared. What is up with Takeda? I just noticed he has been pretty quiet lately. Jan looked at the screen and said, looks like he wants to see my data window, which is why he left that game. I will change my promise. Right after that, comments started rolling in. What is going on? You planning to back out? He raised his hand to select the rope icon and declared, I will change it from 200,000 subscribers to 1 million subscribers. And the promise for the top spot stays the same. The audience gasped loudly. When are you going to get to 1 million? This jerk better not be planning to back out. Jen closed his eyes and thought, well, it is good that I am worried about reaching 200 million soon. Jan tightened his grip on the rope, thinking that this way, I will get more money, and I will squeeze it dry until I hit 1 million subscribers. Comments started flooding in. Look at that smile. Holding the rope, looking so sly. But why is there a rope all of a sudden? The screen immediately displayed a reminder. Control rope. The rope disables the enemy. He used the rope to tie those 3 together and smiled in approval. Good. Very good. Nice and tight. Comments instantly appeared. So satisfying. Those bastards. The three of them were immediately dragged away, hearing Jan's voice echo. Then let us go. They continuously slammed down onto the ground. And the comments saw him dragging those three forward and asked, "Are you going straight like that? This guy is really crazy." On the rooftop, a guard was startled and looked down. Dong Hyuk saw this and gasped, "What about him?" Jihan frowned, hearing the sound ringing in his ears. "Don't disturb someone's sleep." The guard's eyes lit up with a golden glow as he muttered, "Your Majesty, do not disturb someone's sleep. The Emperor is immortal. Do not disturb someone's sleep." Underground on the 6th floor. Hundreds of eyes sparkled on the ceiling looking at them. The three of them lay on the ground, unable to believe this ridiculous situation. The audience saw them being dragged away by Daihan, commenting and mocking, "That jerk gorilla. This is really funny. Ah. But why are not they saying anything?" A message popped up immediately. "Hey worker. It is way too quiet." Monkey tried to speak, but was blocked by the red light. Shocked to think, is he really the same kind of trash as me? But how can he be so ridiculously strong? 10 minutes ago, he looked at Jihan and shouted, "Hey, you jerk." Monkey gritted his teeth, proudly threatening, "We won't let you off easy. This is your final warning." Just as he continued to threaten, Jihan immediately raised a finger to strike. "If you do not want the entire Black Eagle gang to become your enemy." He pressed down on several acupressure points on Monkey-O's body. He looked at the hole in his armor, startled thinking what was going on. Jan looked at Monkey, who had fallen, and asked, "Do you think the guild will stand up for trash like you?" He hung his head, wondering why his body had lost all its power. Monkey glanced at Jihan, speculating, could it be? But how could that happen? He pondered silently. Could he have sealed us over here? Jan looked at his hand thoughtfully. It has been a while since he used this technique, and it seems he has not lost his touch. Monkey was startled, thinking that technique could only be mastered at the level of a martial artist, an upgraded warrior class. He watched Jihan continuously hitting pressure points on him and whispered, "I thought he was just a support." Monkey clenched his teeth, thinking, at this rate, we are going to be dragged around by him. He remembered Gu Hik. He was very sensitive whenever she was mentioned. Then Monkey immediately decided, "All right. I will show you the skills I learned while being a keyboard hero." Just as he shouted, he was locked in by a red beam. Jan's knee smiled gently at Monkey, who was trying to make a sound. He tightly grasped one end of the rope and said softly, "Why did not you just shut up?" After being pulled up a bit, he cried, thinking he did not care about anything else anymore. Being dragged on the ground hurts too much. Daihan calmly shouted, "Sister Liu." Deng Aishtosi was immediately touched by Sister Liu, feeling fantastic. When getting into the car, he immediately shouted, "Shut up." Comments started popping up. "Dude, he often heals them. It is really funny. Does the dog bark forever? Anyway, he can't let them die." He looked at the screen, thinking, now we are on the 6th floor. Jan thought about that map and silently told himself, after conquering this floor, we will reach the final checkpoint. You go through the tunnel to the 6th floor. Then Jan is startled by the scene in front of him. The screen displays a message that it is the 6th floor underground. He sees dozens of eyes glowing yellow looking down, tightly gripping the sword in his hand and muttering, "Damn it." Jan looks closely and wonders. It is too dark so he can see clearly. He looks at the tomb guards sandwiched inside and thinks, but they all seem to be dirt soldiers. From behind, a rumbling sound startles Jihan. He glances at the tomb guards rushing in from behind. His eyes glow yellow, staring through. 3 people from Sang Xa are wide-eyed in fear looking over there. Just as a tomb guard strikes at the 3 people, Jihan immediately swings his hand to chop in that direction. Sang Xa looks at the staff stopping right in front of him and screams in panic. He reaches out to grab the bundle of ropes. Then Jan ignores the 3 people screaming and throws it hard away. Next, he raises his sword to block the attack from the guard. Tom Jan lifts his sword, slicing them into many pieces. The tomb guard's hit immediately split into pieces falling down. He stands still watching the fragments of dirt fall. A comment immediately appears. Life is tough. Truly magnificent. Woof woof. It has been a long time since he used a sword. A tomb guard on the ceiling hiding in the darkness looks down below. Then its eyes immediately emit a dazzling yellow light. Dia Hang is astonished to feel the tremors around. A message immediately appears. The tome is shaking. Sung He's eyes widen, letting out a gasp. You lift your head and quietly listen to the sound of the tomb guards murmuring, "Do not disturb His Majesty's rest." Hundreds of bright yellow eyes look down, continuously whispering, "Long live the Emperor. Do not disturb His Majesty's rest. Long live the Emperor." Daihan thinks to himself. Their eyes are glowing. They must have switched to a frenzied mode. You ponder in doubt. This is a notification on the screen. A limited mission to eliminate all the guards. With a reward of 1,000 achievement points. Jian smiles slightly and whispers, "It has been a while since I have received a mission. The last time was when I was still in the defense map." You raise your hand to create a protective aura for the 3 people and say, "Shield." Then Jan raises his sword and strikes the aura again. Dung Hoc sees you retract your sword and shouts out loud, "What is that? Why are you hacking away like that when you still gave us a shield?" You look at the red beams above. Calculating that with the force field above, the shield has become much sturdier. Jan turns his head and glances back, thinking to himself, "I do not need to focus on protecting them anymore." You immediately use the expansion field to surround all the tomb guards inside. No matter how many times Jihan uses it, he still can't help but be amazed by its power. Every movement of anyone standing in the field is slowed down. And just using one arm is enough for him to dominate everything. The bodies of the tomb guards instantly shatter into pieces. You raise your sword and look at them. In an area where you truly hold dominion. Jen closes his eyes, thinking about how he feels ashamed of being scolded by him. Baron. Such extraordinary skills. And you only use them to enhance mana. You grip the sword tightly, raising it high. Thinking that the fun has been enough now. Jen glances at the guards around the tomb and calls out, "Let us wrap this up." From your sword, a beam of blue energy flashes, sweeping around and annihilating all of them. The corners of Jihan's mouth lift slightly, forming a smile as he watches the debris fall around. A notification appears. You have completed the mission. The Tomb of the Conqueror can only be cleared when all team members are still alive. He opens his eyes, shining with a golden light. Looking straight ahead, the Conqueror sees the door before him open and says, "Hello. The Golden Conquerors are what humans always desire. I will give you what you crave. The condition to conquer the final barrier is..." He looks at everyone and says, "Show some respect." A respectful submission from all the players. Jan holds the sword, looking at the comments appearing. Science is magic. He really made it to the final level. The Black Bull is cheating. If they all submit to the boss, then has not the game already ended? He slightly raises an eyebrow, gazing ahead in astonishment. Jan leads the group into the 7th level beneath the final barrier. The audience looks at the circular area emitting white light and says, "The Eraser Trial. Everyone there has to submit to that boss." He pulls the rope hard, throwing 3 people to the ground. As comments keep appearing, "The strong mackerel. He just threw them down. But how is he going to make them submit?" Jihan raises his hand, bringing forth rays of red light. An audience member watching the light cut the rope speculates that the mackerel might be using psychic powers. You raised 2 fingers to signal them. The audience saw Jihan close his eyes and immediately denied it. No way. How could he do that from so far away? You opened your eyes, thinking it might be possible. Right after that, the bodies of the 3 people immediately floated up high. A comment appeared. "Are they balloons?" Dung He was startled and struggled. "My body is moving on its own." Jihan calmly looked straight ahead. Currently, Song Jihan's strength index is at 18. The area and influence of the boundary have been improved compared to before. The invader, Di Drung Kung, shouted forward. Now he looked at the 4 people standing in 4 different circles and declared, "Let us get started." Jan stood straight, looking ahead, deep in thought. The distance was quite large. He looked at the 3 others who were kneeling, calculating. But if he stood in the middle, he could control all of them. Sung He slammed hard against the ground, screaming in pain. "Damn. My nose." The audience immediately praised it. "Great job. The ability to control Song Jihan has improved." You knelt down, bowing your head, thinking, with this, it would be a perfect conquest. Right after that, Jan bent down and knocked his head once. The Conqueror lowered his bow and laughed, giving the order, "Good. Now you can go back." The intruder. You glance at the notification that appeared. You have conquered the 7th level underground. The comments immediately flashed up. The Eraser is gone. He has completed the conquest. Stealthy action. The group is now only on the 4th level. The notification sound rings out, and the gate to return has been opened. A comment appears. The dog barks forever. Jihan is leading again. Dung Echa kneels on the ground, silently thinking that she can't get the 10 billion. But at least she is in first place. Jiang glances at the guy, thinking he is lucky to have conquered it. But the guy looks at Jihan with doubt, covering his eyes and standing still. Why is not he moving? A comment pops up. The black cow is cheating. Doesn't he know that he has to leave the dungeon for everything to end? He puts his hand on his head and lets out a mocking laugh. Jan, angry, mutters. What the hell is this mission? On the screen is information about it. The hidden mission is to show your sincere respect to the statue of the conqueror. The reward is 5,000 points for each name of the conqueror. He looks at the man, thinking to himself, 5,000 points is already a great deal. Jan's gaze catches the conqueror's arrow. He lets out a thoughtful sigh. It is so big it looks like a spear. Am I going to get that as a reward too? Jan smiles faintly, glancing over at the man, wondering about sincere respect. He purses his lip, thinking, what is he doing there? Dazed. What if the guy in second place gets here? Then Sang gets pulled away and screams in surprise. He was pulled by Jihan by the collar towards this way. He looked up ahead and shouted, "O great Punisher, King of the Raiders, this is my sincerity." The Punisher radiated a golden light and looked over, while Sangxi's eyes widened in surprise. Jaw dropped, letting out a doubtful sound. Next, Jihan hurled him towards the Punisher. The horse's eyes bulged, flashing bright yellow light. Sangxi's head hit the horse's mouth. A notification sound appeared. The player has died. Munkyo stared in shock at the scene before him. A message popped up on the screen. The dog kept barking. Was he just eaten alive? The barley fish. The staff member kept barking. What the hell was he doing? Jihan's eyes glimmered with bright red light like blood. He looked up at the Punisher in front of him. The man heard this and asked back, "King of the Raiders, are you talking about me?" Jihan smiled slightly and said, "The Punisher is just someone who pillages from others. I am showing my respect to you." He looked at the pile of gold and shouted, "Instead of all that gold, I want to take what is truly valuable." Jihan pointed at the Punisher and said, "The arrow you are holding." His gaze focused on the golden arrow on him. Jihan looked towards him and analyzed. The Punisher's arrow was also one of the rewards he would receive. Knowing its value and claiming it was showing his respect. In his mind, the notification screen reappeared. The hidden mission. Show your sincere respect to the statue of the Punisher. A reward of 5,000 points for completion. Each name of the Punisher in that conclusion is the condition to complete this hidden mission. The Punisher silently stared at Jihan. Then he bared his teeth in a fierce smile. The laughter of the Punisher echoed throughout the place. He looked at you and smiled in approval. Good. Very good. I really like it. The Conqueror looked at Jihan and exclaimed, "I will reward you for that." He looked at you grabbing the sword and said, "I was very touched by your sincerity." Jihan raised the sword. Hearing the Conqueror's voice resonate, "I will grant you my treasure, for you have shown your devotion." Your thin lips slightly parted, calmly responding, "Thank you, sir." Jihan pointed the sword straight at him, shouting, "Then I am more than willing to accept it." The Conqueror raised his bow, aiming directly at you, saying, "All right, try to take it." He laughed loudly. "Each of my phoenixes." The audience looked at Jan raising the sword against him, puzzled and murmuring, "So there is something like this in the tome. How does Jan know about these things?" Sung-hee opened his mouth wide, sweat dripping down both sides of his face. He gasped, saying, "I can breathe. It feels like I am going to suffocate." Then, Dong-hee looked in shock at the flames coming from his cloak, and he screamed in pain. As comments quickly appeared. Did the movie get too hot so they burned up? Jan held his sword in position, hearing the piercing screams of the other two. "My body is on fire." He glanced back, thinking it was too dangerous. Jan looked at the amount of blood from Monkey and thought to himself, "At this rate, they would die." You are looking at him thoughtfully. "I do not care if they die or not. But there is a problem." Jan looks at the sword in his hand and adds, "When they die, the weapons disappear too." You are looking at the Punisher deciding, "I have to finish this before that happens." The audience gasps as the gold flows out. "It looks so hot." The gold is flowing. A comment appears. "It is already so hot before shooting the arrows." Right after that, Dong-hee lets out a groan and falls down. The system sound echoes. Team a member has died. The count is 2/4. Jan closes his eyes, feeling the arrow he aimed at is terrifyingly hot. "I can feel that I can't resist the thing now." You open your eyes and look ahead, deciding if that is the case. "I have to aim for the bow." The Conqueror smiles brightly as Dahang Kung carefully aims at Jihan. You raise the sword, aiming at him, guessing before he shoots the arrow. A long time ago, a wise man appeared before a lost soul. "You say I will show you the way." He points forward and says, "Just follow that path." Straight and true. Dian thinks of those words. Reflecting. That is the essence of the 3 talents. His eyes glimmer. He bites down hard and shouts. A very sophisticated thrust. On the other side, the Punisher's arrows are continuously gathering flames. The flame light expands endlessly. At that moment, Jan swings his sword fiercely towards that arrow. Then, the bow body is instantly chopped in half by Yu. Jan uses the guidance of the wise man to strike straight towards it. Each arrow immediately falls down, embedding into the ground. The audience was startled and asked, "Ah, what happened to the bow? What is going on?" The bow broke. The hunter frowned and asked, "What is your name?" "Thief," he thought to himself and then smiled as he began to speak. "Jihan's cart." He looked at the nearby arrow and shouted, "Jihan's cart." The hunter praised as he pulled the arrow from the ground. "Great. You are a good warrior." Then he threw it hard toward him. The hunter saw him catch it and said, "You have shown me the highest respect." When he saw Jihan hold it, he added, "The phoenix arrow is now yours." Comments kept popping up. "What is going on? It looks more like a spear than an arrow." The hunter shouted directly at him. The thief rushed at Jihan. Hearing this, he immediately turned his gaze toward him. The figure of the hunter gradually faded as he said, "I hope our next meeting will be a more legitimate battle." Jihan drove his sword deep into the ground. He stood straight, staring intently at him in response. "All right." Jihan took the arrow with both hands thoughtfully. "There are many arenas in the 8 lakes, so it is very likely we will meet again." Then he immediately began to spin the arrow, dancing it in the air. Jihan smiled slightly and exclaimed, "Feeling great," thinking to himself that he could take the feathers from the tail and use them as a spear. He glanced at the comments. "What technique is that?" "Jihan. I do not see anything at all." The audience looked at the live video earlier, even in slow motion. They could not see anything. Jan closed his eyes, thinking to himself that they could not possibly see it. Hensley died not only very quickly. He thought of the scene from earlier, deep in thought, and used a thin sword energy to aim precisely at a point. Jan raised his hand high to observe. The corners of his mouth slightly curved as he calculated. His control over the nameless divine skill had increased. The scene from when he first used it flashed in his mind. It was a bit unstable. He had spent a lot of energy. But the more he used it, Jan smiled slightly, analyzing that it became faster and more accurate. If this continued, he would soon be able to use even more advanced techniques. Notifications immediately appeared. "You have been recognized by the Conqueror. You are exempt from participating in the 7th Underground Challenge." He looked at the system screen, wondering if it was completely over. Comments started to pop up. Why does everything always go smoothly for this guy? Even though the teammates all died, he still got through. Jan turned to look at Mukio. Making a decision, he gaped, shouting when he saw the text above. "Ah." Munkyo glanced over, mumbling, "When did the archer die?" Jihan spun the arrow around high above, calculating that he should wrap everything up neatly. His voice rang out. "Sorry. I am not generous enough to let a traitor share my spoils." His whole body trembled, tears streaming down his face as he shouted. Jan tightly pinched that guy's nose. Light was continuously radiating from him. Then he quickly stabbed through Mokyu. Jan glanced back. The corner of his mouth slightly lifted, saying, "That is right." A notification popped up. "Team a member has died. Total members 0 per 4. A notification popped up. "The game has ended." The boys around Lot looked at the screen in front of him. "There he is. Oh my." Right after that, Jihan appeared here with a spear. The crowd immediately gasped when they saw him. Where did that terrifying spear come from? A reminder appeared on the screen. Rank 1. Han looked at Jihan in shock. "Did he get that in a bronze-level dungeon?" You smiled slightly and asked. "You all watched through the live stream." "Right." Jihan's voice rang out. "I topped the leaderboard again." Gazan thought to himself upon hearing that. Even though it is not the first time witnessing this, I still can't believe my eyes. Han turned off the screen in response. "It must be very impressive. You spoke up upon hearing that. Well, it is your turn to fulfill your promise now." Jihan's voice asked back. "You are not planning to back out, are you?" She awkwardly replied. "I understand." But Han looked at the golden energy radiating from the spear and suggested, "Could you put the spear down and then continue talking? It is too scary." Inside, he silently groaned at this overwhelming power. She bit her lip and covered her face with her hands, silent and too embarrassed to say a word. Embarrassed, covered her face and said, "I told you would regret it when you saw this." Jan looked at the screen, secretly smiling and thought, I knew she had this. The screen displayed information about Hazen's rank talent, allowing the owner to nurture a player. This is a support-type talent that helps other players quickly become stronger. She blushed and demanded, Don't tell anyone. Okay. Gazen looked at Han, wondering, is she okay? She worriedly thought that she really hated revealing her talent to others. In her mind, Gajan contemplated that after spending a fortune, she only got a trashy talent, which made her very upset. At that moment, Hazen, holding her phone, exclaimed in admiration. Recently, the new recruits of the guild have been getting good talents. I am so jealous. I spent all that money and prayed for so long just to get this nurturing skill. She clenched her teeth and muttered, why did I even go to that damn academy? Ga thought about this. She always spoke badly about the academy and her talent whenever she had the chance. If you dare to reveal her talent to anyone, I am sure you won't be safe. Ha blushed as she looked at Jihan, wondering, why is not he saying anything? Her face paled when she saw Jihan smiling. Is he mocking me? Han crossed her arms and questioned. Don't you think making fun of others like that is really rude? The Jihan, hands in pocket, laughed in response. Don't he laugh. I am just having fun. Then she blushed and let out a suspicious sound when she saw him pull out his phone. Jan held the phone towards Han and asked, can I have your number? Lai Han. She panicked and replied, but I already lost the bet. What do you mean by that? He held the phone in front of him, smiling in response. What do you mean? I just want your number. Han crossed her arms and replied, my number was on the business card I gave you last time. Jihan's voice came through. That, he calmly replied. I lost. She froze in place, screaming inside. What the hell? This guy. Han looked at Jihan, wondering. He said he had no interest in me at all. He even lost the business card. So why is he asking for my number now? She reached out to take the phone, deep in thought. Or is it because he is interested in coaching? But why? Han frowned in annoyance, feeling like he was just playing with her. Her pride would not allow her to simply give him her number. She opened her eyes, startled, and thought, all right, let us do it this way. Then Han saved her number with a heart symbol behind it. Her voice rang out, asking, is that satisfactory? Jan looked at the number on the screen, thinking, a heart. Next, Han turned and walked away. Crunchy chicken. She smugly glanced over at him. What is it? Jihan's car caught you off guard. Did not it? Surprised. Right. Han was startled again when he saw Jihan sigh and smile. She blankly thought, he is smiling. He raised his phone, saying, I will call you later. Han saw Jihan turn to leave, trembling all over, gritting his teeth. What was wrong with him? It was really uncomfortable. His hand held the phone, continuously dialing numbers. As sunlight flooded the lecture hall, Sexa looked at the video of Jihan's first live stream from the dungeon. Letting out a gasp, the classmate behind exclaimed excitedly, sit up. Your uncle is amazing. She laughed in response. Yep. It felt like he was getting stronger every day. He was stunned listening to everyone talk. She could not believe he could conquer the Emperor's tome like this. She silently fumed, biting her lip hard. A voice called out. She immediately started and looked over. What is it? The classmate next to her asked curiously. He looks completely different from the last time we saw him. Right. Hugh asked back with a smile. Are you talking about the time we went to see his house last month? She continued. Back then, he looked just like a lazy guy. Another classmate chimed in. Sit up. Introduce me to your uncle. A male classmate called out. Hey. Sit up. With tears in his eyes. Thought to himself, thankful that his uncle finally woke up. Suddenly, she jumped when she heard the questioning sound. Right. As car is about to arrive. Is not. Hugh immediately added. It is your 18th birthday. She smiled widely, saying that the day you officially become a player. Everyone will awaken as players when they turn 18, allowing them to see the status window. Classmates around also chimed in. That is true. You must be really worried. Yet soon we will be able to participate in mock battles together. The mock battles among students are what countless classes and training centers have been looking forward to. The talent room is the main reason for the existence of the academy, and most students are very interested in talents. He wondered if A would receive a talent. The classmate next to him confidently replied. Of course. It should at least be in S-Rank. She thought about his relatives. His dad is in SS-Rank while his mom is an S-Rank saint. Moreover, there is a rumor that his uncle must possess at least an S-Rank talent. Immediately waved his hands in denial, saying, that is not true. It has been proven that Da has nothing to do with talents. The classmates laughed in response. But the statistics say otherwise. Hugh asked curiously. Your birthday is on the 22nd. Right. She bowed her head and smiled, saying, "Well, I hope I get a decent talent." Her voice rang out. "Today is the 13th. So it is coming up soon." I pinched his finger in response. "Yeah. So I am a little worried." Who placed her hand on hers to comfort her. "I am sure you will be fine." She brightened up and exclaimed, "Don't worry at all." Hugh laughed loudly. "Just look forward to the talent you will get." Sia smiled brightly and replied, "I do not need any talent. But thanks anyway." She laughed and said, "It is nothing." Hai's face immediately darkened, full of scrutiny, looking towards He mumbled, "Just accept my feelings." A man with a face full of scars lay still on the ground in Tokyo, at the first training facility of Zopen, Niu's defense force. Si-jin held two swords that emitted a purple glow in his hands. The man looked over and praised. Genuinely amazed, "Is the Sword King really that strong?" Someone next to him immediately denied it. "After this trial round, it seems like the Sword King has gotten stronger." Jin turned around to look this way. He glanced at the documents in his hand and replied, "All his stats are higher than before." The guy next to him crossed his arms and chuckled. "Got it." That person looked at him and said, "I am really looking forward to it." The performance of you in the first round. The screen immediately displayed a reminder, international competition on the ground. At the southern headquarters of Divergent, a loud shout rang out. "Is Dad great?" Han yelled loudly into the phone. "How dare you think about giving your daughter to a guy like that? Don't act so rashly." I do not know what they said over there, but she was furious and shouted loudly, "That is why I left. Whether to marry or not is my decision." Han took the phone away from her ear. Angrily shouted, "I said I do not want to get married right now." Then she pressed the off button with her hand. Gazen came in from outside, worriedly asking if she was okay. Right after that, she was startled to hear Han yell out, "Not all." She turned her head, her face full of anger, and shouted, "Do I look fine to you? I am really upset right now." Gazen heard that and continued, "Yeah, you do look upset." In Han's mind, the image of her yelling at that moment immediately appeared. "I thought it was the fat guy from the Ministry of Defense. I was already mad for being dragged to a blind date. And then I had to meet another bald fake. Can you believe it?" Gazen heard that and nodded in agreement. "It is. Just because you are rich does not mean you are happy." She heard that and sat down on the chair next to her, thanking her. "Thank you. You are the only one who understands me." Gazen also sat down on the nearby chair, curiously asking, "You must be really tired. Why did not you go home and rest?" Han calmly replied, "It is. I can rest here." Gazen, hearing that, fell silent and looked in one direction. After a moment, her voice rang out in reply, "I understand." Suddenly, a low sound echoed in the space. "Sorry, Gazen." She heard it and jumped, asking back. Han's voice explained, "Because of this job, she barely had any time for herself. With her level skills and talent, she could probably support herself well." Gazen, hearing that, smiled and replied, "Your family is fine with that." Gazen's voice rang out in response, "Being your bodyguard is my duty. I will do my best until you inherit the company." Har exclaimed, "Oh my. But I do not want to inherit." She squinted, seriously declaring, "I want to go out and do my own thing, earn my own money, and live how I want. My parents won't have any reason to push me to marry anymore." Right after that, Hazen fell silent as she heard Gazen's voice. "That is fine. But her way of making money involves gambling." She bit her lip and retorted, "Predicting the winner is not illegal. It is just like investing." She touched her chin and looked away, repeating, "Not illegal." Gazen raised both hands, pointing out, "But you have to make a profit for it to be called investing. Right?" Hazen, with her arms crossed, shouted loudly, "This time I am going to win big." She heard that and confirmed. When it came to the Korea vs. Japan round, she immediately declared, "What else is there to say?" Gazen exclaimed, "This bet is so safe. But all Koreans are betting Japan will win 3-0. On the screen showing the betting odds for the Japan vs. Korea round. One comment gained the most agreement. In the face of money, patriotism is nothing but an illusion. Without a regular car, how could he win against Lei Mao? Her voice rang out. People do not say it, but everyone knows Japan will win. Han tightly gripped the phone in his hand to counter. Winning easily is still winning. Gazen chimed in upon hearing this. "Yeah, that is right." She looked at the text message appearing on her phone, questioning with suspicion. Jihan texting so late. Then Han's eyes widened as she exclaimed, "What is this?" The next morning, sunlight illuminated the entire building here. On the grill, Pieces of beef were continuously being grilled. Diego drooled as he looked over there. Letting out a gasp, he looked across and exclaimed, "It is my first time eating Korean beef here. I am so touched." "Really?" Jihan thought to himself. "You look much better now." Diego worriedly asked. "But is it very expensive? I feel too guilty." Hearing this, he laughed and said, "It is fine. Just let me know if you need anything else." He heard that and inquired, "So can I have a drink?" Jen picked up the chopsticks and smiled, asking, "Sure, alcohol." Then Diego gently picked up the bottle of wine and shook it lightly. Then used a spoon to pry the cap off the bottle. He gently poured wine into 2 glasses in front of him. You were surprised to take the glass and clink it with the glass opposite you. Jihan took the glass of wine, amazed, and thought to himself, "This guy mixes soju with beer even better than I do. It looks impressive." On the other side, Diego picked up a piece of meat, then put it in his mouth and chewed. After that, he covered his face with his hand, stammering compliments. "So delicious. I am speechless." You responded, saying, "If you like it, that is great." After a long while, Diego looked at the grill that was completely empty and said, "You can talk comfortably with me." Jihan calmly replied, "Okay. I also like to talk casually." Just as you raised your glass, you suddenly paused when you heard him begin to speak. "Honestly, I feel a bit resentful." Daigo's face was flushed, holding his head, murmuring, "If it were not for BattleNet, I would not be living this kind of life. I used to be a soccer star, but in the blink of an eye, I am under the food chain." He put his head down on the table and said, "I have no money, so my wife and kids left me." Jihan across the table could not help but feel moved. "His Korean is really good," you sighed softly, thinking, "Well, get it?" Jihan thought of him. Diego Masset. Once a star, Diego Masset of Argentina. A soccer star who had it all. But when BattleNet was born, people started to lose interest in sports, and he lost all his fans. FIFA's dissolution of the appearance of BattleNet made other sports less popular. Soccer could not escape that either, and everyone forgot about soccer. Jan sighed, thinking there was no need to say anything more. A once glorious football star who now has to teach kids how to play football in Korea. Diego looked up at him and exclaimed, "I have had enough. Let us get straight to it." He did not ask for clarification. "So you want me to become a wizard?" "Ah." Jan smiled slightly in affirmation. "That is right." You opened the screen, inquiring about his ability to enhance all equipment that looks like a ball. "Right." The screen displayed the introduction of the Football King, showcasing SSS skills when standing close to the football. All stats will significantly boost the enhancement of all ball-shaped equipment. The stats will increase even more the longer the user equips it. Diego grabbed the glass of wine and shouted, "That is why I always keep the ball close to me. I am going to be straightforward here. I am not cut out to be a wizard." His voice rang out, pointing out that my mana stats are really bad. Jen pressed towards the screen inquiring, "So can you take a look at this item?" Diego was startled when he saw the orb slowly appearing in front of him, his face filled with astonishment, eyes wide open. Shouting, "This is Daga!" he shouted immediately. An orb. The screen introduced it as the Orb of Ara. Item B from a foreign realm. A magical item once used by Iraq. The spider tribe is wrapped in a web. The sacred Orb of Iraq. A magical item once used by Iraq. The spider tribe is enveloped in a web, making it very elastic. Since it only has legs, this orb is considered a ball. Therefore, this will be the perfect equipment for Diego. Jan looked across, inquiring, "What do you think?" "It is quite interesting. Is not inside. I think this will reveal your true self. You think of that figure from your past life, the strongest wizard that ever existed." Diego looked at the orb and asked how much it cost. Jan calmly replied, 500,000 VL. How about 50 million? He immediately pulled his hand back and yelled, "What? Come on. I am awake. That is even more expensive than my house." Daigo's voice rang out. "Even if I saved for 10 years, I could not afford it. But thanks for letting me know." Jan clasped his hands together, smiling to stop him. "I have not finished talking." He was startled when he heard what you mentioned next. "I intended to give you this as a gift. And if you need it, I can also support you financially." Diego was stunned, suspiciously asking, "What do you mean?" "Well," Jihan smiled gently and explained, "I want you to join my club." He was taken aback and asked back, "Club?" You calmly admitted, "Yeah, when I reach silver rank, I will establish my own club." Daigo's voice confirmed, "Do you have enough money for that?" Jan pulled out his phone and smiled in response, "Enough." Then he showed the phone screen to him and said, "I am about to make even more." Daigo's eyes filled with cold sweat as he asked, "Are you crazy?" On the other side, Hazine reached out to take the phone from his hand. She frowned, staring at it intently. After a long while, Hazen still murmured in doubt. This does not make any sense at all. Why did you choose this? She looked at the message on the screen mumbling. 1 win. 3 losses. Han thought about Jin's rebuttal. Dream on. Hanthang Janwang. The serious-looking team from South Korea stared at their opponents. He stood straight with his eyes closed. Sensing the presence of the other side, after a while, Jin opened his eyes, glowing with red light, looking at the opposite side and said, Nice to meet you, representative of South Korea. On the competition field, the announcer's voice rang out. Hello to BattleNet fans around the world. The screen displayed a message that the International BattleNet tournament was starting the Japan vs. South Korea round. Diego looked at Jan's phone screen and shouted in disbelief. He could not believe it. Yelling, South Korea is ranked number 1. Diego interjected. I know the South Korean team is strong, but do you know who Janwang is? He thought about Sin. He can beat an entire team. That bull-headed guy is our opponent. Jan pressed the control screen to turn it on. It is really hard to believe. You look at the TV screen and say, you have to see it to believe it. Right. Jan looked over and exclaimed, Let us. He focused on him on the TV screen, saying, Let us watch. The system screen immediately lit up. The international tournament officially began. South Korea and Japan defeated every member of the opposing team to win. The announcement immediately rang out. Which team wins 3 out of 5 matches will be the winner. Jin held 2 swords in his hands, giving instructions in Japanese. Follow me. The 3 representatives from the Japanese team exchanged glances. After a moment, he glanced back suspiciously after hearing the call for Ru. The leader spoke up. We have no intention of following you. The representative from the Japanese team added. That means we do not consider you a teammate. Jin calmly asked. Is it because I am Korean? He frowned and shouted. With a more serious reason behind it, the 3 of them pointed at him loudly, saying, That is not your position. It is our longtime teammates. Sejin listened calmly as he spoke. But because he participated, they had kicked Sej out. He was the one affected. The representative from the Japanese team frowned and shouted in anger. How can you be so arrogant? Shouldn't you apologize to Sej? He calmly looked at the 3 of them. After a moment, Siji closed his eyes, remaining silent. Then he opened his eyes, looking at a beam of golden light coming toward him, saying, You misunderstood. That powerful energy struck him hard. The representative from the Japanese team gasped and shouted, Divine punishment. Are they attacking us? Jin raised his hand, looking forward and exclaimed, Did I really hit them? 2 members of the Korean team gasped and shouted, Hey. Awesome. Did we just get a hit? You hit the Sword King with a support skill. They are having internal conflicts, so they are probably not on guard. Jin's body immediately reappeared, hearing the voices of the Korean team members. He thought, This is our chance. The 2 of them charged toward him to Latu, aiming to defeat the Sword King. Jin raised the sword high and shouted, That is too loud. The member of the Korean team flinched at the deep mark in the ground. He clenched his teeth and spoke up to stop it. Wait a minute. The Japanese team member asked in confusion. What are you doing? The sound of the Jin's vehicle responded back. Didn't you say you would not follow me? He used the sword to end his own life. Jin calmly declared, Fine. I won't participate in this match. The audience was shocked when they heard the announcement sound. The Korean team has 1 kill. Diego was also taken aback when he heard that announcement. The unbelievable has happened. The Sword King Itu has ended his own life in the first round. The player Linuk from the Reason Guild was the one who made this move, so he will be recognized. It seems that player Linuk will become the MVP of the first round. Jen glanced over there. Upon hearing the sound, he asked the Jihan, Did you know this would happen? Diego slammed the table and stood up. Why did he leave? Jihan replied, Sorry, but I can't tell you. It is a business secret. He looked back at the screen and responded, Let us keep watching. Jihan opened his phone. Thinking that everything was still progressing as usual, he looked at the phone screen thoughtfully. The odds were the same. And a message appeared saying, You have successfully placed a bet. Jihan's bet odds were currently 1 win to 3 losses. Korea lost. Jan thought about the match, wondering to himself that even before the regression, he suspected the match was manipulated due to the extremely low odds. The Korean team member has taken the sword and eliminated the remaining members of the Japanese team. The screen shows the announcement that Korea has won the first round. Right after that, the system sound rang out, signaling an end. Thanks to Ruhei's unexpected action, our team won. The screen displayed a notification sound and the MVP was the player who killed the Sword King Lin Gu. Both team must be very confused. Everyone's figures immediately disappeared. And they all went into halftime. The representative member from Japan grabbed Sin by the collar. He was filled with anger, questioning, "What the hell were you doing?" The Japanese representative member shouted in anger, "How dare the national representative end his own life? How long are you going to stay silent?" Right after that, he froze upon hearing Jin's shout. "You are pretending not to get my point because you are a child." He looked over there and contemptuously continued, "A piece of trash like you does not understand how you even got to be professional." Jin's voice rang out. "You understand why you guys lost to Korea, right?" The other two Japanese representatives yelled in anger. "What did you say?" He looked over there, coldly threatening, "I won't go along with your stupid friendship game. If you do not acknowledge me, I will just keep ending myself." Jin looked at his furious face, questioning, "Then choose. Do you want to win with me, or do you want to lose miserably like before in front of everyone?" The Japanese representative clenched his teeth, bowed his head and said nothing. He glanced to one side, continuously struggling. The Japanese representative yelled angrily. Just then, an announcement sound went off. The second round began. On the other side, the representative from South Korea questioned out loud. Even after thinking about it many times, he still could not figure it out. He questioned doubtfully, why would he end it himself? Another representative from South Korea speculated if he was a spy or something. The South Korean representative looked up. He saw the purple light emanating from the car. Denying it, "This time he came to kill us, did not he?" The South Korean representative saw the Jin car raise its sword high in response. "This time he is completely different." He raised the shield in front, comforting. "Don't he worry." The South Korean representative spoke up. "Our enemy is the Sword King, no matter what." Before he could finish speaking, Jin's sword struck and shattered the shield, taking all three of them away. Jingu was startled, his eyes wide as he looked at the scene before him. He let out a surprised shout upon seeing his three members reappear. The audience in the stands gasped, mouths agape as they looked down at the arena. Jihan was also astonished as he looked at that screen. Sin's entire body radiated a strong purple light. Glancing over at the crowd, Jin tightly gripped the sword in his hand, then raised it high. He forcefully sliced the South Korean representative in two. Jin calmly cut through him. He frowned, looking ahead nonchalantly. The audience in the stands was stunned, eyes wide open, their mouths agape, their lips tightly pressed. And then all the spectators in the stands erupted in excitement. Raiksin stood still, listening to the calling sound echoing. Ru. He did not pay any attention to the commentary. With just 2 strikes, the Swordmaster Rui defeated the South Korean team. It was unbelievable. On the screen, the score of the international tournament match between Korea and Japan turned to 11. Right after that, the sound rang out. The 4th round had begun. Xi-Jin swung his sword at the representative member of South Korea. The commentator looked at the score on the screen and exclaimed, "Japan has won the 3rd round. The current score is 1-2. Our country needs to step it up a bit." They watched as Xi-Jin wiped out the other team and shouted loudly, "At least put up a fight. Don't give up like that." The 3rd round was already tough to watch, and South Korea was getting beaten up again. The representative member of South Korea shouted, raised his sword, and charged forward. Siji leaned back to dodge him. The representative member of South Korea kept slashing forward, not giving him time to counterattack. Jin raised his fist, using all his strength to control the response. Right after that, a bright golden chain appeared, binding Xi. It had to restrain him. The representative from Korea shouts with force, saying it is fine if the team is injured, as long as they can take him down. He raises the axe in his hand and shouts loudly, attacking. Immediately, the sword in Ji's hand moves away. The sword flies up, blocking the blow and attacking him. The representative from Korea exclaims in confusion, looking at the sword blocking in front of him. He can't believe that the sword moves on its own. Right. Then he uses his other hand to try to break the chain. Jay swings the sword through his body. Jin gasped in shock and screams, "What is this?" He breaks the magical chain with his bare hands. He looks at the sword resting on his neck in disbelief, mumbling, "How is this possible?" Jai effortlessly swings the sword, taking down Jinu. The representative from Korea looks at the remaining teammate and shouts, "Shoot him quickly. Do not let him advance." He angrily yells, "Damn it." He is startled when he sees his teammate hit by an arrow. A member representing Japan's Yang constellation shouted, "What about us?" He looked up in that direction and said, "Latu, do not underestimate us." Immediately after, a member of the Japanese team was startled and looked over. He saw Jin's vehicle hovering in midair near the body of the last Korean representative. Shouting, "Ah!" Jean looked up and glanced in his direction. The sound of Jean's vehicle echoed. You are still a bunch of useless idiots. He looked toward him, hesitating as he asked. Don't he tell me it is the flying sword? Right. He stood still in midair, paying no attention as he stared downward. He let out a cold laugh. Mocking. It seems that since leaving for Japan, that flying sword technique looks nice too. If your combat skills were as good as your martial arts, you would not be struggling like this. The Korean representative raised his hand, gathering blue energy, and asked again. Really? His eyes lit up, emitting streams of blue energy as he shouted loudly. Then watch this. Streams of blue light swiftly shot toward Jean's vehicle. He raised his hand to grab the sword in front of him and shouted. Perfect timing. Then Jean simultaneously raised both swords and swung them down, saying, I have to test this new sword technique. From the two swords, blinding yellow light radiated, making him stumble backward. His eyes flashed with yellow light as he looked down from above, while the illusory giant yellow sword also thrust forcefully toward him. The yellow light shattered the entire arena. The spectators in the stands were startled, mouths agape in shock. Black smoke rises from the deep pit in the arena. The entire arena has fallen into an eerie silence. The Jin car steps closer to that big pit. The sound announces that the match is over. He looks towards the representative from South Korea in the pit. Hearing the system sound, Japan wins with a score of 3-1. The commentary keeps playing. How could we be defeated so badly? It is really hard to swallow. But it can't be helped. We will be stronger in the future. Diego looks at the image of the Jin car on the TV screen and screams. How is this possible? He points to that spot. How could you predict the detailed outcome like that? Jan calmly replies. Just think of it as I had a dream. Diego exclaims in surprise. I can't believe how much you won. He looks at the phone screen, smiling. It is quite a bit. Jihan looks at the phone, thinking to himself, winning a lot of money is nice. But that last move really surprised me. His eyes narrow, becoming extremely sharp. Jen remembers Sin's move from earlier, realizing he is stronger than he remembers. At this rate, I won't be able to beat him. He looks at the system screen, thinking that the Nameless Divine Technique alone won't be enough. The Nameless Divine Technique. The SS skill. A technique with just a small part of the Nameless Holy Technique. The upgrade conditions require adjusting 3 techniques to fit oneself, or understanding the true nature of the Nameless to fully unlock the Nameless Divine Technique. Jan thinks to himself. He also has an SS skill. Song of the Peak Sword. SS skill. You bite your lip, reminding yourself, it does not matter. Then Jan glanced at Jean's car on the TV screen. He stared at him, thinking to himself, no matter how strong he becomes. Jan stared at Jin's car and whispered, then I will be stronger. He imagined that day and shouted, just wait. We will meet again soon. On Han's side, she was trembling, looking at her phone screen and exclaimed. Han looked at the text on it, excitedly shouting, I really won. Her cheeks flushed. She shouted excitedly, her words 37 times faster. $5,000 turned into $200,000. She smiled brightly and said, I did not expect to have this day. She thought to herself. Thank you. The Jihan. Thanks to Jihan. Hazen earned nearly $180 key. But unfortunately, when adding it all up, she still lost $20 after following your advice. Han was sure that South Korea would lose 0-3 and bet more. She bet all $20K on 0-3. Jade looked at her phone screen, thinking to herself that she would definitely win, which is why she lost. Han looked completely defeated, stunned, thinking that she not only lost $20 but almost lost her future. She closed her eyes, letting the tears flow, thinking damn it. Inside the room, Jan looked at Daigo and said, now let us get to the main topic of today. He looked across, smiling, and asked, do you want to sign a contract with me? He was silent for a moment and then replied, actually, I still do not understand why someone like you would want to sign a contract with me. Jihan silently looked over there, not saying anything more. Diego raised his hand, questioning with doubt. Am I really that valuable? You heard that and smiled back. You have seen it too. Right. I guessed the details of that match correctly. And I have confidence in this decision too. He asked doubtfully. What are you talking about? Jihan pushed the ball toward the opposite side and said, Diego, you saw the ball hit Daigo's chest and exclaimed, he will become the strongest wizard in the world. Jen smiled slightly and said, this contract is just an investment on my part. He suddenly grabbed the ball tightly in his hand and shouted, come back to me. Diego looked down, lost in thought. Come back to him. When was the last time someone trusted me like this? He remembered the memories from that team. thinking of the feeling of being valued by others. Diego held his face with his hands and whispered, "After the moment I got the call, I thought I would never feel that way again." He looked at Jihan through the gaps between his fingers. Diego gazed at the ball on the table, deep in thought. You showed him a glimmer of hope. He reached out and took Jihan's hand. "I have no reason to refuse." Diego looked at Jihan with determination. "I will do my best." You rushed at him with a serious face and shouted, "I won't forget your kindness. I will repay you 1,000. No, 10,000 times this amount." Jihan smiled back and said, "I really like your determination." You looked toward the battlefield and shouted, "I will wait for that day." Someone raised a sword and charged toward them. Gazan raised his hand to draw the sword. Then she swung her hand and struck fiercely at the approaching person. Gazan gripped the hilt of the sword tightly. Next, she lightly cut the attacker in two. She glanced towards the audience when she heard the call for Gazan. The crowd raised their weapons and charged towards Gazan, determined to take her down first. "All right, let us cooperate first." They had fierce looks on their faces, raising their weapons and shouting. The corners of her mouth curled slightly as she murmured, "How pathetic." Two swords flashed from the darkness, and in the blink of an eye, Gazan had wiped them out. She glanced back, hearing the announcement that there were 60 survivors left. Game over. The system screen in front of Gazan displayed the message. You ranked first. She reached out to touch the screen thoughtfully. Ranking first was not bad, but Gazan frowned in dissatisfaction. Thinking she could not be content with this result, she thought about Jin and Jan, reminding herself that she had to become stronger than the Sword King, who had superior strength in the Japan match. Korea and Jihan were on their way to becoming undefeated legends, and she was still lagging behind. Gazan looked up at the sky, thinking that since joining the Thai Star Guild, she had changed a lot, and she had to try harder. A glance at the news on her phone screen, and the Sword King had become stronger and turned into the perfect Japanese citizen. Her whole body trembled as she bowed her head and looked down. Looking worried, asked, "Are you okay?" I forced a smile in response. "Yeah." Her voice rang out in rebuttal. "Liar. Then how come you look like that?" She quietly replied, "It has only been a day or two." Above the car, a heavy sigh was heard. Hugh raised both fists in suggestion. "Today I will stay with you." "Okay, wouldn't it be better to have someone next to you right now?" Kara smiled brightly and replied, "It is. Do not worry." She looked at her and said, "Thanks for taking me home. I am worried about how my uncle and I are busy." A brown, sitting in the front, spoke up. "If you need any help, just tell me. I made a big mistake the other day." Kara laughed and responded, "At least you know you made a mistake." Hugh clapped once and asked with a smile, "See ya? Have you thought about my suggestion yet? If you are okay with it, just prepare to listen." She became thoughtful and said, "Actually, I am not sure." She frowned and asked, "Well, what reason do you have to refuse?" Kara was explaining slowly when the car suddenly braked. "I think everything." Hugh covered his cheek with his hand and yelled angrily, "Wait. Why did you stop suddenly?" Brown looked ahead and shouted, "Miss, she suspects." Ah. The two of them looked forward to hear the sound he mentioned. "We have arrived." Bakara widened her eyes and shouted loudly, "Who are those people blocking the front of the car?" Jan used his strength to leap lightly, soaring through the air, heading towards the building opposite. Jan quickly darted through the buildings. Jumping ahead, he glanced at the rooftop of his building, then slowly descended. Jan planted one hand on the ground to keep his balance and stopped. He stood still, murmuring, "I definitely feel lighter. I have made quite a bit of progress." Next, Jen looked to one side, his gaze focused in that direction. Thinking to himself about this high place, Jen glanced towards the distant sun, thinking to himself, "It really is much better." After a moment, he looked down at the crowd of pedestrians on the street below. Jen sat high up, silently observing below. He sat there, unable to stop thinking about the past, back in the United States. "I also went up to a place like this and sat there, lost in thought. This makes me nostalgic for the past." Jan closed his eyes and thought of him. Now I understand what kind of person Jin is during this time. In his mind, he could not help but think of Jin's figure. In fact, Jihan had never fought against Jin before. During the time when half the world disappeared and top fighters began to gather, Runsin had continuously held the first position, only to suddenly vanish. He closed his eyes in contemplation, still not knowing the reason why. Jan looked ahead to analyze. But the current Jin was as strong as I was at my peak in the past. Just because I am getting stronger quickly does not mean I can let my guard down. He propped himself on one knee, trying to get up. I have to become much stronger than I was in the past. Jan looked straight ahead, telling himself, I have to master the nameless divine skill faster. He glanced towards his house, calling out. Then he transformed into a flash of lightning and disappeared. On the other side, at Jan Brown's skyscraper, he yelled at the crowd, get out of the way. He saw reporters rushing in relentlessly. I told you to get out of the way. They still would not stop filming, rushing forward toward Lao. Excuse me. I come from the Rights TV channel. May I interview you for a moment? The sound of the reporter's inquiry echoed from inside the car. What do you think about the match and the interview with Sword King today? Hugh immediately patted her shoulder to comfort her. Hey, just ignore them. Kara listened in confusion to the questioning sounds, with someone saying that her previous comments had further provoked Sword King. Outside, reporters were frantically raising their cameras towards her, asking her to say a few words for the people. They shouted loudly toward Brow. Hey man. Move aside. Lo angrily shouted. What is wrong with you guys? Kara covered her face in pain as she heard reporter La too. While the car is here. Amo. Jihan is not around. Let us interview you for a bit. This is our bread and butter. Jan walked over from a distance, hearing Brown shout. Have some empathy. Can you? The reporters looked back when they heard his voice. You think Jan stepped forward toward them, raising both hands crossed together, shouting loudly. What the hell are we doing? His eyes glowed red as he forcefully pushed the reporters aside, shouting, get out of the way. They immediately fell to the sides, clearing a path toward the car. The reporters quickly got up, loudly questioning him. The Jihan. Do you dare to lay hands on a reporter? They threatened Jihan. Don't you care about your image at all? His low voice echoed. Of course I do. Jan, full of anger, gritted out each word. That is why I reacted so calmly. The reporter immediately bowed his head when he called out. Since it was the first time, I was gentle. Jan left the group and walked toward the car, saying, you all should be grateful that I only acted a little. He grabbed the car door handle. She looked through the gap in her fingers at the car door, when she heard Jan calling out. Hey, car. He smiled softly and said gently, let us go home. Then Jan turned and smiled in thanks. Thank you for taking care of the car, a Brown replied. It is nothing. Your Honor. Hugh immediately shouted. Hey, Uncle. Please take good care of Kara. He turned back and smiled, replying. Yeah. Thanks for caring. Jihan's voice rang out. Goodbye. She also raised her hand in response. Goodbye. He stood still watching the two of them walk away. She stood still, waving her hand while watching. Suddenly, Brown was surprised to see Hugh covering her face, bursting out in laughter. She could not stop laughing so hard that tears were streaming down her face. Hugh's voice immediately rang out. It is really hard to hold back the laughter. The reporter was also looking over there. Hey, that student girl is her. Right. Yeah. That is right. They looked at her, thinking to themselves, the granddaughter of the CEO of Tegan newspaper, the #1 media company in South Korea, granddaughter of CEO Kim Hugh of Tegan newspaper. She wiped her tears away and laughed, saying, our little car. Are you done for? Jin's face darkened as he declared. I do not have any daughters. Diane held the phone, listening to his voice echo. I have buried my past to come to Japan. So I do not have a daughter. Please do not ask personal and pointless questions like that. He thought it was because of this interview that they came here. A nodded in response. Yep. Jen gritted his teeth, tightening his grip on the phone, shouting, I wish I could give that guy a beating. He glanced over, wondering what to do. The girl seemed to be doing better. Jay looked at her frustrated face, deep in thought. But this interview had already ruined her mood. Sia pressed her lips together, trying to speak but hesitating. After a moment, she finally spoke up. He asked back. Yep. She looked at him, questioning, do you remember saying you would make one of my wishes come true? His voice echoed back. A wish for when I find the Dark Queen. Right. She smiled slightly in agreement. Yep. Dehan let out a skeptical sound upon hearing a say. I think I have a wish. She raised her phone, shouting. Looks like I have found it. I calmly told that Dark Queen. Jen immediately jolted, wide-eyed and shouting loudly. On the battlefield, an announcement immediately appeared. The match began, with comments scrolling up. Poor staff. Wait. Poor staff. Did I walk into the wrong room? Jihan raised each name he got from the Punisher high. The audience, seeing him standing still, looked on in confusion. Poor employee. The Jihan. What are you planning to do? Jihan smiled softly in response. I am going to break it. He glanced ahead and muttered. Now the commentary lines appeared on the screen. He is about to do something weird with the cookies again. Honestly, I really like it that way. The Dark Queen faced Jan from the shadows. He thought to himself, let us see if you really are the Dark King. A day before, he was startled looking at the phone screen in the car. Jan was surprised, his eyes wide open in shock. That is her. Pointing at the girl on the phone. He concluded, yep, I think this person is the Dark Queen. The driver took back the phone, uncertainly responding, not sure. But she is the strongest recruit. Daihan asked back curiously. Why do you think that? She thought about those people at that time. Initially we all doubted the elf queens sitting on the throne. Right. Exactly. Because both of them seemed to be trying to act like queens. Then the driver looked up and pointed at the phone, saying this elf looked more like the Dark. Daihan repeated in suspicion. Darkly. She immediately confirmed. Yep. Uncle. Check out the photos I sent. He looked at the phone, listening to the account carefully. Starting with the eye color. She looked at the phone screen and recounted. It was not that there were no elves with pure black eyes, but having pupils that were also black was quite rare. Right. Jan reached up to touch his chin. Thinking, that is true. Sia calmly continued. It is not just that place that is strange. Her voice rang out. Before the game started, this L already had her eyes on who would take first place. You are a bit curious. A replied. She always looks at you strangely. She is typing on her phone. I am watching other matches to check it out. A pointed to the matches of different players. And Gazin spoke. But here she is again. Always staring at the player who will come in first even though the match has not started yet. A look closely at the Dark Queen, asking as if she knew the future. A focused on those eyes. Questioning. Isn't it strange? Jay was looking at the phone screen, thinking that this definitely is not a coincidence anymore. You were surprised to hear it continue, saying that the most important part is in the final video. A pointed at the round shadow under the Dark Queen's feet, indicating to look at the shadow under her feet. Jan immediately stared at the shadow beneath her. A calmly stated that the video quality is too low, so it is not clear. But it seems like I am not the only one who finds it strange. You smiled slightly, staring at that shadow thoughtfully. This is worth checking out. Jan turned his head, questioning. Wait. Did you collect and analyze all this by yourself? She immediately admitted. It took a lot of time. You squinted, questioning. You are not overdoing it just for me. Are you? Immediately laughed and denied it. It is nothing. Anyway. Jian's voice rang out. Thank you. In the next match, I will test it out. She smiled brightly in response. Yep. I hope I analyzed it correctly. Right after that, Kara jolted as I heard you yell. Alright. I guess I should keep my promise too. Dihen gently asked. Do you have a wish? You calmly encouraged. Just say it. I will grant anything. She widened her eyes at Jihan. Then Kara smiled and said. Yep. Thank you. Her thin lips curled up as she said. I want. Inside the arena. Jan forcefully shot the arrow into the monster in front of him. Then the screen displayed a notification. You have taken down 10 kills. You looked ahead, pondering. That is enough to secure first place. Jan looked up at a height, thinking to himself, now you look over there. Deciding you should destroy the stands as planned. Right. The screen displayed the barrage. Is he really planning to destroy the barrier? Does everyone think he is going to blow up the stands? The arena has a barrier placed right in the middle of the competition area and the stands. Its strength is equivalent to the shield skill of a diamond tier support. Its purpose is to block all attacks from the competition area to the outside. Jan's eyes flickered with blue light as he calculated, so to use the observation eye to see her true state. You looked at the barrier thinking you need to create a hole in the barrier to look outside. Jan tightened his grip on that arrow, and immediately comments started popping up. Is he really planning to break it? A rice farmer. Jan. Honestly, I think this is a bit hard to believe. You look at the arrow in your hand, thinking to yourself, no way. If this exists, it is totally possible. With the phoenix arrow I got from the dungeon, a great item. The arrow of the exterminator made from phoenix feathers. When thrown, it has immense power and can return to its owner. Because the phoenix fire is sealed inside, it will vanish after being thrown 5 times. Diaha looks at the introduction screen and whispers. Although I can't fully utilize it due to the risks. You stretch your shoulders. Calculating. But if you want to break the shield, piercing through it will be enough. Jan lifts his head straight towards her. Now. Infinite Triad. Show me your face. You use the immortal piercing technique to stab straight at that shield. Jan stares at the Dark Queen. On the shield, a small hole appears. Right after that, a loud explosion rings out. And comments start popping up. I thought it would be successful. But why are those two not even blinking? With a dark expression. Raise that arrow high and shout infinite triad. Jen continues to stab forcefully into that hole. You widen your eyes and grip the arrow tightly in your hand. Jan uses the immortal piercing technique to stab straight at the shield. The audience looks at the large hole in the shield and immediately comments. This is crazy. He really broke it. You look over there. Thinking to yourself right now. Then, Jan's eyes shine with a blue light. A notification popped up. The traveler's eyes were activated. He stared intently at the Dark Queen. Thinking he needed to check her quickly before the barrier recovered. Jan looked straight at her. Silently urging, show your true self now. His eyes met the pitch-black eyes of the Dark Queen. Wondering who she really was. Right after that, Jan's eyes widened in shock. He glanced around at the darkness surrounding La, where Suddenly, a beam of white light appeared from behind. Jan immediately turned around, his eyes widening in astonishment as he faced it. Behind Jihan was a pair of enormous sharp eyes. The sunlight slowly rising, illuminating the tall building. Jan closed his eyes and let out a sigh. He lay still on the bed, exclaiming, "What a tiring day." Jihan held his head in his hands, muttering, "So exhausting." He opened his eyes slightly, pondering. He still could not calm down. In Jan's mind, the scene at that moment flashed back. As he had faced that thing with the body of a clone, he closed his eyes, feeling that it was truly terrifying, even compared to himself before regression. That power was astonishing. The corners of Jan's mouth lifted slightly in a smile as he thought. All right, he sat up and said, that guy's power will be really useful. Jihan exclaimed, looking at the achievement shop screen. Calculating. He had used the reward points earned from that until now to upgrade the achievement shop to level 5. He looked at it thoughtfully, and the added feature was extra constellation slots. Jen reached out to touch the screen, thinking that with this, he would be able to choose more constellations. You are staring at it. Concluding. But of course, it is still too early. A message appears on the screen. The Earth is currently in rehearsal time, even if you buy more constellations. This feature won't show up on your status window. Jen swipes the screen to the side for analysis. It is not necessary right now, so let us set it aside. You pressed on a spot saying, add a title slot first. The notification popped up immediately. You have purchased an additional level 1 title slot. Jihan looked at it and exclaimed. The status window for Jihan shows. You have reached level 22. Just 3 more levels until you reach the silver promotion. The information screen displayed the name Jihan level 22 from the first zone, with martial power 27, strength 27. Profession support. Wizard class. Traveler's eye. Profound knowledge of other players. Because he has both martial power and titles. Saying that the silver rank is practically in his hands is not an exaggeration. There is only one reason why Jihan added a title slot is for the title of the war god hair he will achieve in the future. Jihan's martial power will soon reach 30. And thanks to that, he will achieve the nameless divine skill. A line of notification appeared. Martial power 27. Strength 27. During this process, he can connect with the war god and achieve the title of the war god hair. Jay closed his eyes, thinking about his past life. That is the title I used before I died in my past life. No matter what happens, I must get that title. You opened your eyes, contemplating. Soon enough, Jan thought about Jin and whispered to himself that he would have to fight that guy. His whole body was surrounded by red flames. The broker looked at the scene in front of him and introduced. This is the center of Gangnam. And it is not only an influential area, but also has many prestigious schools, due to its focus on educational activities. He looked at the scene in front of him. This is the symbol of success. Even the highest floor here has the best view of the Han River. The broker raised his hand, pointing at the scenery, exclaiming, what do you both think? This is the best unit I have. He looked at Jihan and C, wondering, is 200 square meters enough for you to live comfortably? She glared, thinking it was too small. The broker pointed to a spot and said, please come and see the room here. I nodded and followed him. Okay. Jihan thought and said, she probably does not like it much. Right. But thinking about it, her reaction is quite normal. You thought about her past and whispered. She has lived in a high-rise building all her life, so she would not be happy with a regular apartment. Jay looked outside, calculating. Earlier he had looked out the window and thought. He did not expect her desire was to move out. At that moment, I was quiet for a long while. Then she softly suggested, "My wish is to move away from here. A's wish is to leave the high-rise." Jan looked at pondering, because it was a place filled with memories of the old apartment. It seemed she wanted to leave as soon as possible. "We have to stay here. It must be tough for the girl." The broker pointed inside and said, "This room is very spacious. And the layout is perfect. Right. As you both know. Even at this price. The fact that the room has never lacked tenants makes sense." He looked at her determined face. Knowing he needed to find a house that the girl liked as soon as possible, the broker smiled and nodded. Yep. Jen immediately spoke up. "It seems we need a house with more space." He stepped forward and added, "My niece is going to be a player soon, and she will need space for her equipment." The broker replied, "I understand. I will try to find a house that fits your requirements." He smiled brightly in encouragement. "With such a strong and handsome uncle like you, I am sure you feel very reassured," said the broker. Jan smiled back, thanking him for the compliment. "But I still have a long way to go," the broker exclaimed. "I will continue to support you." He smiled and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." The next thing he said startled Jan. "I should be thanking you more." The broker laughed heartily. "Actually, I am also from the Sword King clan. Although after the shock of the Sword King changing nationality to Japanese, I left immediately. But after leaving, I was very worried about you." He looked at the broker reassuringly. "It must have been very tough for her. So I was concerned she would think negatively. But when I saw her doing her best to overcome her difficult problem, I felt relieved." Her eyes welled up with tears as she listened to the agent speak. "There are still many things to worry about. But congratulations on waking up. How are you?" His voice echoed. "You will receive a wonderful gift." Jen quietly watched the car, unable to help but remember the scene when she was surrounded by reporters. Lamenting, trouble is coming. After the battle between Korea and Japan, interest in sea has risen again, especially now. Everyone must be interested in the awakening and gifts of A. You look at the agent and a happily chatting in front. Jan could not help but recall the scene of her breaking down in her previous life. But when the girl receives the forced gift, all that attention will turn into poison for her. You remember the malicious comments from your past life, and decide you must stop that at all costs. Jan stares at deep in thought. In the near future, I must limit others' access to her as much as possible. Determination filled your face as you whispered, especially regarding the reporters. Elsewhere, the niece of the two newspaper owner smiled brightly at the ringing phone. "Yep." "Reporter." She sat in the chair responding. "Yep. Yep. It is on the 22nd of that month. That day is his birthday. So they will be in the gift hall at school. Come on. Do not worry. I will help you interview them." Hugh hung up the phone and said, "See you then." The young man sitting nearby mocked. "That girl is something else. Look at her fake face. She really must be from a family of journalists." She heard that and shouted, "If you do not like it, you can just leave." He stretched and laughed, saying that her words made him really sad. "If it were not for this opportunity, when would I ever get to meet our Kara?" A young man's voice asked. "But why do you hate that beautiful girl so much?" Hizu frowned, tossed his hair back mockingly. "What else is there? She can't even compare to me. Yet she always wants to stand on the same level as me. If it were not for Betanet, I would not have to deal with that pathetic girl." He chuckled and asked, "Then why do you want to interview that wretched girl?" He raised his hand to touch his chin and smiled in response. "Isn't she a perfect subject for the news? Besides, I should help the family a bit too." She happily shared, "And if her gift is a dud, then this is the perfect chance to make her a laughing stock." That young man laughed loudly. "You are really a sneaky little one." Hizu lifted a picture of him resting his chin and said, "And that is why your job is the most important. Jihan's car, which has been very famous recently, is that wretched girl's uncle. And he sticks to it all day long." She looked at him, asking if he was sure he could beat Skong Jihan. The young man gritted his teeth and teased, "That crazy girl. I would not even glance at that bug of a name." His voice rang out. "Remember to keep your promise." Hizu laughed and scolded loudly. "That disgusting jerk." She saw the young man twist his neck and shout, "Don't worry. Once I am done with my part." Hizu stared at him and shouted, "Then I will let you do whatever you want with that jerk. The Batanet Academy is 14 hours away from Nam Gu soon until the jerk awakens." Who pleaded, "Sia, do not do that." She turned around and interrupted. "Enough." The jerk stubbornly refused. "I told you I do not want to be interviewed." She raised a finger pleadingly. "Think it over. Please." Hugh frowned and said, "It is all because of you." The jerk responded with a refusal. "I said I do not want to." She pretended to be annoyed and advised, "If you keep this up, I will be sad. Just because of the Sword King. They are humiliating an innocent person like you." Hugh frowned and shouted, "Isn't it better if there is good news to attract everyone's attention, to help you? I had to beg my grandpa a lot." The jerk leaned against the table and said, I am. "Thank you. But you do not need to do that." She quickly replied, "I am just going to the bathroom." Hugh frowned upon hearing this, secretly cursing, "What a country bumpkin. I really do not understand her. I thought she would be more obedient." Hugh ran her fingers through her hair, sighed, and said, "Forget it. Let us just go to the gift hall and wait there." Hugh looked up, thinking that tonight, who knows what that jerk will receive as a gift. The corner of her mouth lifted, forming a calculating smile. "I should also go choose a reporter and make her fall straight into hell." Hugh thought about the jerk, hoping she would receive a forced gift. She bowed her head and muttered, "This is really too difficult." Secretly thinking, "Actually, I know everything," closed his eyes, thinking to himself that he knew what Hugh thought about him, recalling when Hugh asked, "Hey, are you still hanging on to his car?" The girl smiled and asked, "Are you two best friends?" She, visibly annoyed, shouted, "Stop joking around." Hearing that, she asked back, "I heard that once she becomes pathetic, you will kick her to the curb." Hugh confidently replied, "Of course, before I cut, I have to take advantage of her first." The girl, hearing this, asked suspiciously, "Is just a tool. What does she have for you to use?" Hugh searched his pocket and replied, "My family runs a journalism business." Hugh laughed maniacally and shouted, "When she falls into hell, the best thing to do is take advantage of her." Hugh raised an eyebrow and yelled, "Come on. I hope she gets a terrible gift and goes crazy. I need to capture her reaction and post those photos." Inside the bathroom, gripped the hem of her dress while listening to the crowd gossiping. "This crazy girl sounds interesting." She bowed her head, hearing their mocking laughter. "Make sure to pay attention. Readers will love it." C was very shocked by Hizu's true face. From then on, she began to feel uneasy. She thought she might actually receive a terrible gift. Standing on the game stage, I intertwined his fingers, thinking to himself that Hez was not the only one hiding their true self. "I can't accept a terrible gift." She furrowed her brow and thought, "Please." I looked at the machine above, silently pleading, "Please give me a really good gift." The light from the round shaft flashed with bright red light. After that, she looked up in doubt. Stared blankly at the beams of light in front of him. She gasped at the sparkling light in front of her and exclaimed, "This is at school for 5 hours until it wakes up." Jan raised his hand to pull up his sleeve and looked at the watch. He stared at it, thinking there are 5 more hours. The government official pointed ahead and said, "Please go this way." Song led the way. He asked about their well-being. "Is it still safe in the gift hall?" The government official immediately replied, "Yep. The guard is keeping her safe." Dihen gently reminded, "Thank you. Do not let outsiders in, especially the reporters." And he immediately assured, "Don't worry. They have also blocked the school staff." The government official looked at the other guards and replied, "The government is also paying special attention." About yesterday, Jan talked to manager Park Yun about the fundraising for the electric sword. On the other side, upon hearing that, they inquired, "Right. Tomorrow is the day I will awaken as a player." "Right," he calmly replied. "Yep. So you already know." Despite the current situation, Jan softly mentioned, "I am also worried about someone breaking into the awakening place." Manager Park Young clearly understands the current situation. He replied, "If you agree, I can try to ask the on-site guards for help. Has the government supported personal safety for Thinking of this, Jan smiled lightly in relief. "So I am getting help once again." Just then, he was startled by a loud sound. "You have arrived at the location." The government representative pointed inside. Introducing, "This is the main hall of the exhibition. We have also prepared chairs right in front. You can rest while waiting." Daihan bowed and smiled, replying, "Thank you, brother. See you again at 12 o'clock then." He immediately responded, "Yep. If you need anything, please let me know right away." After that, he sat down in front of the door waiting. Jen clasped his hands together inside. He was silent, so anxious that he bit his lip. Then, Jen immediately shook his head, thinking he should not worry too much. This time he could be there and protect her. He opened his eyes, constantly whispering, "I have no other choice now." Jan looked at the string in his hand, pondering, hoping that this gift would bring great comfort to his car. Time quickly passed, and it was 5 minutes until his car awakened. He glanced over in surprise when he heard Hu's voice. Just as he expected, "Are you here?" She brought along reporters, gently smiling and asking, "Are you well?" Hu cheerfully inquired, "We meet quite often. Do not." Jan looked over there, wondering. Clearly, he remembered her saying she was his friend, but the person next to her was a reporter. Right. His face immediately darkened, his eyes filled with hostility. Jan quickly stood up, angrily questioning, "How did you get in here?" "I thought they had blocked anyone from entering." Hu laughed in response. "You know, media companies often have extensive connections." Her voice rang out. "I had someone I knew help me get in here." "You heard that? Right. She does not even bother hiding the fact that she sneaked in here. Does she?" Hu immediately spoke up to refute. "Did you say sneaked in?" "I came to school because I have something to take care of." Her voice rang out. "I decided that today I would interview Kara." Jan, with his hands in his pockets, shouted loudly, "Stop talking nonsense and go back." After awakening, "Kara will go home right away. I am warning you. This is the first and last time." The reporter felt scared and thought, "Is this really okay? It seems we are going to get into trouble." Hu crossed his arms, chuckled, and asked back, "Well, that is not very good." She raised her hands in response. "I have to interview him at all costs." You heard that and shouted loudly, "If that is the case, I won't sit idly by either." Hizu pressed his palm against his cheek, looking sad, and asked, "What should we do now? I can't possibly beat your uncle." She raised a finger and said loudly, "How about this?" Hizu squinted while trying to protect his granddaughter. "The player supports level 27 kanji hand." She looked at the young man raising his fist to strike at Yu from behind, which had been ambushed by an unknown level 50 warrior. On the other side, Kara knelt on both knees on the ground. Inside the room, the moment Kara awakened had come. The screen displayed the message. "Congratulations. You have awakened as a player, with gifts you currently possess. The late blooming flower. Gift level 4. She could not believe it and exclaimed, "I really hoped it would not be this bad." Outside, that guy hit Jihan hard on the back. Inside, his eyes were welling up with tears. Head down, muttering, "But now it is really over." Out there, Jen got hit, leaning slightly forward. He was suddenly caught off guard by Tony's sneak attack from behind. The punch was so strong that he stumbled forward. He smugly laughed. "Just stay there. I will definitely love and take care of Ara." Jihan remained silent after the sudden attack. But then he looked at Tony with a fierce gaze like arrows piercing him. Jan growled, "How dare you mention that girl?" He stared blankly at him, pointing ahead in confusion. "You took that hit and you are still okay. You are tougher than I thought." Immediately, Jan threw a punch straight at Tenny's face, considering this his response. Then his eyes noticed something gelatinous. That is right. Jan's punch was blocked by that thing, leaving Tony unscathed. He laughed triumphantly. "You are so knowledgeable. Why are not you surprised?" His eyes lit up, and he threw another punch at Jan. Tony taunted, "You are that confident." Ah. Hizu behind him remained calm, arms crossed, watching. "Really?" Then she sarcastically commented on their fight. "Is he really winning?" Tony turned around, preparing to throw a powerful punch. He sneered at Jan, saying people only hype you up with the Rising Star nickname, so you do not know your place. Right after that, Tony confidently threw a punch straight at him. He knew he was going to win. "Answer me. Will you? That jerk? How many more times do I have to hit you before you speak up?" Just after finishing that reckless sentence, Tony took an uppercut straight to the chin from Jan. He calmly sent Tony flying, blood splattering everywhere. The cameraman was taken aback, eyes wide open, while Hu stood there equally astonished. Jen used his magic to create a red magical ring that grabbed Tony's hair. He was suspended in mid-air, squirming like a fish out of water. He shouted, "What is this? What just happened?" But Jihan ignored Tony's words, focusing only on controlling the magical arm choking him. The fist was clenched in Jan's bloodshot eyes. He spoke sarcastically, "You look just like those thugs. And your actions are the same." Jan frowned, radiating a fierce aura. "I will carve a mark on you so you can never do this again." At that moment, he swung his red fist back, and Tony's head was pulled along, looking terrifying. The cameraman panicked and ran away, leaving Haiksu standing there in shock for a few seconds. Tony's body fell right in front of her with a loud thud. She was stunned. Her face pale as she looked down, then utterly terrified, eyes wide with fear. Teeth clenched. Hugh screamed in horror as if to tear apart the very space on the aside. Just waking up. She was slumped on the ground in disappointment and dismay. Her eyes reflected sadness. A wave of helplessness flooding her mind. Warm tears started to well up in Exia's eyes, filled with sadness. She immediately wiped them away. Xia encouraged herself. Come on. Do not cry anymore. She regained her composure, thinking strongly. What will sitting here alone change? Then she lifted herself up. She said, let us stand up. He is still waiting for us. Then she stepped out of her place of awakening, walking towards the door to meet Jihan. But Xia still felt very sad and worried while looking at her system board. What should I do from now on? Even if I participate as a player under the forced gift level, I will definitely just be surviving in the bronze rank. Trembling in fear, the system clearly states that late blooming flowers. Forced gift levels. You will realize your potential later. Xia lamented. And what is with this abrupt explanation? The door opened. Xia was about to step outside but kept mumbling. All this time, I have been praying like a fool. Suddenly she jumped when she heard a loud scream. Once she realized what was happening, what appeared before her was a floating blonde head. And Tony was lying on the ground with a shaved head. Xia anxiously turned to ask, "Wait, what is going on?" He remained calm and replied, "He is in that state." Then suddenly there was a curse directed at Jihan. That crazy jerk. He calmly told Xia to look. Look, she is just as confused. Hizu was holding Tony's shaved head, angrily looking up at Jihan and screaming like a mad person. How dare you do this to him? Do you know who my grandfather is? He is the chairman of the 2 newspaper. No matter how crazy she screamed, you just calmly replied. So what is up with that? Then gently directed her orange hair to fly straight into her face. Jan, with a cold expression, replied emotionlessly, who cares about your family's control over a big media company? Are you trying to manipulate the press? Upon hearing that, she covered her hair over herself and boldly acted arrogant. You think I will just stop there? I will even create fake news and spread it. Her eyes widened as she looked at Jihan, unaware of her place, and threatened loudly. I will make you the dirtiest family in the world. People will be disgusted when they see you. You know what? They do not care about the truth. Those harsh words made you furious. A look completely disappointed as his friend Haiksu kept spouting filthy words. Because of Kim Vijong, public opinion is already very negative. So this is good. Right. Jan had heard enough. He would not stay silent anymore and challenged her. Go ahead and try. Jan stepped forward, his footsteps making Hyu fearfully back away. So we just need to leave South Korea. Right. It seems like she has finally learned what fear is. But Jan's face was filled with rage, his eyes glaring at the flame in his hand as if he wanted to burn everything down. You are threatening back. But can she handle the consequences of her actions? It seems Hyu still does not understand the seriousness of the current situation. Arrogantly responding, stop pretending to be tough, that miserable jerk. If it were not for Betanet and Jun from Jean, you would not even be able to meet me. Hearing that, Jan flicked a flame from the palm of his hand. Shallow. I get it now. Who was suddenly surrounded by the flame, causing her to jump back in shock in response to her arrogance. You simply waved your hand and judged. She is the type of person who never knows how to reflect on herself and correct her mistakes. Diane's eyes were filled with killing intent. The fire flared up stronger. It rushed forward, wrapping around Hyu. You raised your voice for one last warning. I need you to remember this well. If you mess with us, something will happen. The window seen from outside was lit up by the blazing fire inside, accompanied by her screams. Once everything was settled, the 2 of them returned to the old, worn-out car in the parking garage. The girl next to you nervously stammered. Wait, is this really okay? She hesitated to continue. I am glad we could get back at Hyu. But I am a little worried. Jen turned to ask. What are you worried about? Tegan News is the biggest media company in our country. Upon hearing this, you just smiled and reassured your niece. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. After that, Jan thought to himself, because they are too big, they won't act recklessly. Moreover, from the very beginning, it is ridiculous that a media company would do these things just because the chairman's granddaughter is involved. You were just thinking as you drove. If they had any sense left, they would not mess with someone who is currently getting a lot of attention. C was also thinking to himself, how can he be so confident? It is quite interesting, but now there is something more important. Jan thought to himself and then turned to speak softly. What gift did you receive? You asked decisively, surprising a bit. Then she lowered her head, her sad eyes not responding. When she regained her composure, slowly began to speak. The late blooming flower is a forced gift. Jan looked at his niece and guessed in his head. Just as I guessed. He activated his status window and said to if you want to be a successful player, it is going to be tough. Then he turned to look at her. Take a look at this. She asked. Is that your status window? Yeah. This is the first time I have shown it to someone else. As soon as I looked at the status window, her eyes widened in amazement. Wait a minute. It shows the forced gift of a fake eye. And you can see information about other players. She exclaimed. What is that? Is your gift also a forced one? I started to get suspicious. She turned to Jan and asked. Then how are you so strong? He replied. Look at those stats at the top. She countered. What do you mean? Force. Power. Is this really the BattleNet stat? Jan responded to the question, saying, they are unique stats. Most people do not know about them, because the conditions to achieve them are hidden. As you can see, the level of the gifts is not everything. Receiving this new information left Kara completely astonished. He added, see I can also get unique stats. And Jan picked up a shiny, gold-covered glass. He brought it up to reflect Kara's face while saying, this item will show me the path I will take. After showing the treasure to Kara, Jan began to recall the past, remembering the image of a brown-haired girl with golden eyes before he regressed, standing at the world's second position. Jin Ho. She appeared with a serious, determined expression. And notably, her gift was also a late-blooming flower. Standing in the second spot, Roho's power was undeniable. Just a swing could eliminate a guy. Jen had only seen her on the TV screen before. He recalled that back then. He could not even believe his eyes at that time. Jihan was very surprised. Only now did he realize that the leveled gift had driven Kara to despair and led to this hidden secret. The special glasses with the golden wing could see the information of the late-blooming flower gift at the leveled gift. The number of battles required until level 50. The upgrade condition to level up is that you must participate in BattleEat matches. Kara asked in surprise. What is this? She looked through the golden glasses, filled with questions wanting answers. An upgradable gift. Moreover, the basic effect. Jan just sat there, satisfied, smiling. You spoke up. Isn't this gift amazing? In your mind, you thought, just as I guessed, that item is effective now. Over here. Kara was putting the glasses to her eyes to take a look, and here is the information of the monocle glasses of item grade A. The monocle of the Olympus god. A one-time use item that can identify the nature of the player's gift. A hidden item that I obtained by repairing the broken grade C monocle of the messenger. Recalling the process of creating it. You made it a day before Kara's birthday. Back to reality. Jan explained a few issues to her for clarity. The gift level being able to increase is already surprising. But even its basic effect is not too bad. Because the 100% hunt growth rate means your training efficiency will be double that of others. Kara exclaimed. So is not that a really good effect? You nodded in agreement. Yeah, that is right. With this effect, you can quickly achieve the rare index that I told you about. Her expression was even more surprised as the glasses vanished. Seeing this, Jan gently spoke to soothe her niece's soul. Do you think you can aim for the top player's position too? Really? A question that carried a lot of emotion. Jan's eyes widened as he witnessed the scene before him. A stream of tears rolled down the cheeks of the girl. She could not believe it and asked again. It was truly surprising. That is a really nice gift, is not? As he finished speaking, she immediately began to sob, her body trembling. He was filled with tenderness as he praised her. Yeah. Your gift is really great. You have no idea how much hope that girl must have had. Jan thought of the time when she joined Japan, sadly whispering to himself, after she was abandoned by her father. He kept rambling on about not having a daughter, and they only used her as a topic for cheap rumors. The image of the girl sitting alone in the crowd, isolated and discriminated against. That is why she would not want to overcome difficulties as the abandoned daughter, but as an independent player named Junts. He carefully brought the tissue to her, still feeling worried inside. She must have been very anxious, worried that she would receive a useless gift. The girl looked a bit surprised when she saw the tissue. Jan continued to encourage her. You have done really well. It must have been very hard for you. So go ahead and cry as much as you need. But then it took the tissue, wiped her tears, and said, I will stop crying right away. I do not even have enough time to laugh anymore. You know, there is nothing I can do.
Yeah.
With a slightly flushed face, I turned and asked. But I always feel like you are kind of mysterious. Caught off guard by his niece's words, Diane could only smile awkwardly, trying to come up with some excuse. As if he knew everything about the future. Just consider him lucky. After released all her anxious feelings, her spirits lifted. She smiled and said now that she was calm. She suddenly felt very hungry. Hearing that, he also prepared to stand up and go into the kitchen to cook something. So let us have a meal. I will cook something for you, she asked again, at this time. Why is Jan so attentive? He replied. I promised. Remember that next time I will cook something even better for you. I have prepared a lot of dishes to celebrate your birthday. Hearing the word birthday, I was a bit surprised. Her eyes widened, and then she smiled happily and said,
Yep.
That sounds good. While the two of them were enjoying a delicious dinner, in the tall building, with only a few strands of hair left on his head, was in a state of panic. She was pale and screamed. She sat in the room, continuously cursing loudly. Everything really burned down. Hair. Eyebrows. Everything, damn it. That bastard Jihan is crazy. There. Ouch. Oh my. How am I going to explain this to my parents? Suddenly, a man in a black suit walked in. Hi. Miss Hu, she snapped. Don't you know how to knock? You make me so frustrated. He bowed to apologize and handed Hu a phone. I have brought the recording from the surveillance camera, as you requested. Hu covered her head with one hand, took the phone with the other, and switched it on. I know. Just go outside. The guard, seeing her disrespectful attitude towards someone like me, muttered curses in his mind. What a damn girl. Hu was crying while scrolling through the phone screen. I can't live like this. I need to find something to ruin him. Suddenly, she paused, as if she had just thought of a very dirty trick. Haixu's mouth curled into a sinister smile. Our cute little car. On the phone screen is a picture of the car just waking up, looking at its gifts with a sad face. This is just what Hu wanted. You do not hide your feelings well at all. Do you? She looked at the screen, smirking at the car. That almost crying face of yours is perfect for a newspaper. Still with that wicked nature. Hu said. Looks like you got a real blow. How can you make a face that makes people want to ruin you just by looking at it? Hizu. You still have not realized your mistake. You will get a fitting lesson in the near future. She burst out laughing, like a mad person who just found joy for herself. You all are done for. So just ignore her for now, and let us catch up on some recent news about that Hu N Kwang who has been forgotten since then. He sat in a corner, resting his chin on his hand, dealing with unrequited love and a broken heart. The chat frame on the screen started to liven up. His hands were idle. He was still watching Xkine Jahan's stream. Chestnut Candy. Just admit your love for him already. The dog keeps barking non-stop. Who knew stewing Tajaki ice cream has been a while. He continues to complain. I have spent days and months feeling empty, drowning in sorrow because the person I admire did not choose me. That ugly and disgusting name. Fire Mage. Those filthy and cowardly hawks. Then Hu Kwang imagined himself carrying Jan, looking incredibly cool. He stopped all the obstacles in his way. Ji Bong commented cheerfully. Well, that is true. But it seems like things are not quite that way. The account of the old lady from the vineyard laughed heartily. After that, he stood up and struck an awkward pose that looked really bad. I spoke loudly. But then I realized something. Hu Kwang clutched his chest tightly. His face contorted as if no one else suffered like him. That Hu Kwang, was destined to become Jihan's manager. A lackluster commentator. The shape of the terrifying zombies appeared. He was showing off, so I asked him. Great Jihan. Then it was time for him to wield the spear and unleash a powerful strike that sent the monsters flying. Please read my message. Jihan swung decisively. Everyone jumped into comment. Xu was frozen in shock. Come on. Everyone. It is time to shout. The public uncle, King Redstone, is way too much. The dog keeps barking endlessly. But what is his teammate doing? Kim Biep solo in Paradise seems to have joined the group with Jihan. Just needing to sit back and watch him become a trend. The image of 3 people sitting down eating popcorn appeared. Is Jihan the only one? Well, I can understand that. If we do not bother him, we will definitely be at the top. So just go out without asking. They are still eating corn. At Jihan's feet are thousands of powerful lightning bolts. He directly executes the nameless divine skill, using the thunder-breaking steps, the holy scythe in hand. He strikes the monster's head off. The final move is the thunder-breaking steps. Jan's gaze is cold. He looks towards the scoreboard. The match has ended. And you have achieved first place in this round. The three teammates, seeing the battle is over, stand up to chat casually like they are on vacation. Eating corn is really hard. Next time, get half onion flavor and half caramel flavor. Jan is just focused on the status window. You have reached level 25. And now you can join the silver rank battles. Want to comment on the bronze rank? Fan of Number 1. Fan Ann. Stop messing around and just rank up already. The system sends a notification that you have achieved the title of Bronze Dominator by completing matches with the highest win rate. You have been selected for a position in the global top 100 of the Bronze Cup. His face shows shock as he looks at the notification. On the 25th of the month, you will be ranked in the top 100 in the 2023 Meat Sheep promotion matches. Crazy comment. Right. Top 100 globally. You lost. Who cares about that, chat? It has been a while since I have seen that notification pop up in Korea. Just watching him at 700. So he must have definitely reached silver. Top 100 globally. You thought to yourself that this means your bad at score has hit the top 100 globally, and chosen for the top 100 will definitely be promoted, even if they only participate in the promotion match. Being in the top 100 gets you a silver rank. Moreover, the promotion match has an additional feature, which is the image of Jan standing over countless corpses. The atmosphere was unusually eerie. You continued. The promotion match will take the form of a survival game, fighting until only one remains. Jan swings his sword, slashing at a player, the sharp blade glinting with light. And it won't end until only one survives. A stage to determine who the ultimate champion is. Teen Mai is not commenting. That is right. He is just glancing over there, Cuff happily said. Looks like there is a top 100 list now. Jan looked up, thinking to himself, just as I predicted. I will be in the global top 100 around this time. An image of half a man's face appeared. Someone he had not seen in a while. Baron Williams. Global rank, Baron Williams. Number 1 in the United States. He is a foreigner with distinctive blonde hair. You look at the notice board. I guessed I would meet him sooner than last time. But I did not expect it to be this soon. Jan was worried. His gaze a bit uncertain. This is not good. It is a bit surprising. Am I going to lose? But I have never beaten Baron. The screen displayed that the key factor helping Xian Jihan make it to the top 100 was his power index. Jihan's eyes turned red. His hands formed a magical circle. A red magical aura surrounded him. Of course. Strength is just as important. When the anonymous skill was unlocked, a metric appeared that aggregated all power, endurance, and speed stats. The Absolute Realm enhanced remote control magic strength. The power of divine energy is extremely superior. The ball in Jihan's hand was controlled by him, bursting forth with power. However, even if it has such capability, there still exists a discrepancy in rank. The image showed Baron summoning the inner circles of magic, flames powerful enough to shake the heavens, the silent scream of the unfortunate ones in the depths of fear. But all they receive is his indifferent gaze. You know that the divine power used by Baron is on a completely different level. So what is divine power? It is a measure directly proportional to magic power and holy power. Baron possesses an incredible amount of mana, so his divine power is twice as strong as Jihan's. No matter how well Jihan can control mana, it becomes useless against absolute strength. Looking at the two from above is like a deity in the sky and a mortal on the ground. From the very beginning, Baron maintained the top position solely through divine power without any control abilities. Thinking about that only made Jihan in reality more anxious. He was drumming on his body with one hand, practicing while closing his eyes in contemplation. It was not for nothing that he was at the top of the rankings. From the start, he was famous for having diamond-level magic power. Jihan slowly opened his eyes as if facing the truth. Directly confronting him is essentially a death sentence for oneself. Jihan is determined to practice until the buildings in the city are lit up. Now he must unlock the nameless divine technique. Sitting in his room, Jihan browsed the information board on the system. Baron's image appeared before him, his gaze looking extremely sharp. Jan was sweating and forced a smile, finding it hard to believe. Is this really the same person? Looking at the two images. On the left is Baron now. On the right is him before the regression. A clear difference that left him with no doubts. I heard that when he became president, he really tried to appear mature. How could Baron now be so different from the Baron before the regression? Suddenly, the phone on the table rang. The caller was Han. He looked at the name on the screen with suspicion. Leon Jan quietly wondered. Could she be calling to thank him? Then he answered the call. Hello. The voice on the other end responded. Jan. She wants to negotiate with you. Can you give me another option? The statement made him pause for a moment. Then Jan looked back at the phone screen, verifying if it was really her number. The next morning, the sun was high in the sky. The sunlight shone brightly at the branch guild. Gan spoke up. Miss. Han jumped when she heard someone call her name. She turned around a bit awkwardly. Then she asked Gazon. Is that you? Gazon, what is going on? Gazon gently replied. I am here to take you to the meeting point. Only then did Han realize. Oh right. It is time now, but wait for me 5 minutes. Hearing the lady say that, it is hard not to wonder. What is going on? Han was not planning to hide anything anymore. So she told her everything. Actually, I already gave Jihan's car an option this morning. Gazon asked point blank. Aren't you embarrassed? Han warily complained. Losing money is already heartbreaking. Can you stop mocking me? Gazon suddenly asked. So which match are you predicting? She scrolled through her phone and then asked Gazon. Gazon, did you hear the news? Jihan's car is in the top 100 in the world, and it seems Baron from the US is participating too. Hearing Hazen say that, Gazon was a bit surprised. Han was at a loss. Not knowing how to handle it, she asked Gazon. Do you think I should bet on Mirror? The Jihan. Gazon replied. That sounds great, does not it? But if the opponent is Baron, that is tough. How can you beat someone who is constantly attacking while flying around? Han unexpectedly spoke up. She thought so too. Right, she was still fiddling with her phone. Han turned around, feeling a bit shaky. Baron has a higher chance of winning. Right. In the Korea-Japan match. I was a bit nervous because he predicted too accurately, but I will bet on Baron. Han was firm in her opinion, for some reason. Gazon wanted to deny that. Then Hajian suddenly turned to ask Gazon, startling her a bit. How about you? Han continued. How's your bet? Did you hear the question? Gazon just quietly lowered his head without saying a word. Then Han praised her, saying she seemed to have been working quite hard lately. Gazon was a bit surprised that the young lady had a good impression of him. After saying that, she fell into deep thought, her expression briefly showing sadness. While Han spoke, anyway, what I told you. Gazon's hands clenched into a fist. Han continued. It was the truth. On Jihan's information board, details about him appeared. Name: Son Jihan. Level 25. Connection to the regional gang group 1. Physical power 29. Magical power 29. Subclass support. Subclass mage. Gift of a time traveler eye at the enhanced level. Knowing the information about other players. The nickname Guide Master. Jen closed his eyes and took a breath. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and thought to himself that he had now met the requirements. Then he touched the status window, which indicated that his physical power had increased. Reaching 30. Jay closed his eyes. A notification appeared. The time traveler's eyes were activated. Then he opened his eyes wide. A beam of yellow light emanating from his pupils. The constellation. The wandering martial god has discovered you through the trace's essence. Jan felt as if he had been transported to another space. His whole body enveloped in a shimmering color like the stars. He floated in midair, thinking only darkness surrounded him. Jihan's eyes widened. I can't see anything, but I can feel it. It feels like the last time. The notification appeared again. The wandering martial god is observing you. We meet again. The wandering martial god lets you know you will be his descendant. A stream of energy flows out like a thread connecting the two of you. Jen keeps looking up, thinking that in his past life he also received much help from that master. The system appears, revealing the unnamed martial skills. Your hand seems to have an energy flowing into it. Usually, the protection from the constellation brings good results. But the wandering martial god asks nothing of you. The two stand facing each other, the god continuously transferring strength into Jihan's body. The system announces that he has learned the 3 talents, martial arts technique, and the thunder breaking step technique. He realizes he has reached a martial power of 30. The wandering martial god frowns. But suddenly the system encounters an issue. Dian holds his head in confusion. What is going on? The connection has been interrupted. The system shows that he is not pleased because your 3-dan field has already opened. The system continues to tell you that the wandering martial god is wary of you. Dian panics and wonders why he is cautious of him just because his 3-dan field is open. Are gods really that wary of others? Sweat has begun to trickle down his face. The system announces that the martial arts technique has been successfully cancelled. A flash of lightning appears in one of Jan's eyes, leaving him stunned. The wandering martial god retrieves the energy, and just as the announcement ends, a blinding lightning strikes from his body. Jan holds his head in pain, gritting his teeth. Then he opens his eyes once more. In front of Jihan now is no longer a dark space but his familiar room. Jihan looks confused. What the heck? He said that and immediately went to look for the status window. The status window. Jan peeks in with one eye. The other still hurts from the earlier shock. The system currently displays Jihan's former title in 7 worlds. Jan silently laments. What a disaster. Before the top 100 match, he realizes the gift has completely disappeared. The system now also announces that the gift no longer exists. He has lost the most important thing. A moment later, the cheerful Akar announces to Jihan. Hi. She quickly sits in the car, sweetly greeting him. Hi. She says, and Uncle Jan gently praises her. Well done. On the way. The traffic is not too heavy. He asked hands in car. Are you feeling better? She gently rubbed her chest before replying. Yep. I feel much better now. After Kara awakened, she decided to drop out of the academy because the main purpose of joining was their talent. Dropping out after awakening is completely normal. Ka went online to seek more advice. I have awakened. Should I drop out? I have a C-level talent, and people often drop out right after getting a C or higher. But I am also considering completing the entire program. I am very worried, and some netizens enthusiastically offered advice. My friend also dropped out and signed a contract with a guild. Now he is in training. Specifically, Kara decided not to go anywhere because he will be the one training her. In the serious training setting, Jan shouted louder. Kara was struggling to do push-ups one by one. She trembled and said, Uncle, I can't take it anymore. Now he feels more at ease about her. Yep. From now on, Kara won't face any more problems. That is my biggest issue right now. Both Jihan and Kara were silent, not saying a word. He drove while lost in thought about himself. Then Jihan fell into deep thought again. The top 100 is already set for tomorrow. Losing the traveler's eye is one thing. Inside, he felt a bit of worry that he could not get the nameless divine art. At that moment, a notification suddenly popped up for the nameless divine art. Skill levels. A skill that somewhat resembles the nameless divine art. It includes basic combat skills and thunderbolt techniques. Once you master this martial art, you will have the opportunity to showcase your abilities. The more he thought, the more frustrated he felt. This is insane. It is just a skill levels, not SSS. How can it have thunderbolt techniques in it? I already have all of those. It is so frustrating. The girl sitting next to him could also sense Jihan's anger. She worriedly asked, Are you upset because of the top 100 battle? At X question, he awkwardly scratched his face and gave a vague reply. Yeah. But inside, Jihan felt helpless, thinking that his future was more complicated than the top 100. Even after getting a definite answer, she still firmly believed in Jihan. But you will win. Right. He was astonished and turned to look at the girl, while she gently comforted him. You always find a way. Right. The girl let out a sigh. But naturally, she said not to worry. He will definitely show up and say he won first place. She was even more excited and said, Maybe I should go predict the results. I will bet everything on you. But Jian was very serious in stopping her. Don't. If you do that, I will be angry. The girl was deflated by his words, and she asked with a sad face, Well, but you can do that too. You can do it. But I can't. Daihan replied nonchalantly, thinking that those things were not meant for kids. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed his car sulking and turning away, grumbling, That is funny. Fine. I won't compliment you anymore. Jan was about to say something teasing, a clever idea. But before he could finish, his left eye suddenly sparkled oddly. Jan furrowed his brows in shock, reaching up to check, but the light had already vanished. He murmured to himself, What was that? At night, in a city park, Jan was quietly sitting on a small bench. He closed his eyes to focus on meditating. Jan frowned, carefully sensing everything around him. Something felt very strange. An uneasy thought arose in his mind. He could feel something unusual in his left eye. This was the first time I have encountered such a strange sensation. I need to get rid of this energy. Jan carefully worked to handle the unusual energy in his left eye, using his internal strength to locate it and then destroy it. Just as he was about to destroy the unusual stream of energy, it suddenly retaliated fiercely. His left eye suddenly flashed with an unusual red light. A wave of pain shot through him, causing Jihan to cry out. As the pain subsided, he rubbed his head and let out a soft sigh. It hurt so much. Did my eye just pop out? Tears streamed down from the pain. Jan grimaced, struggling to read the notification that just appeared. The trace of the martial god traveler has been removed. Upon reading the next piece of information, he could not help but be astonished. Has the player Jihan completely freed himself from the control of the constellations? Jihan stood up in shock, still feeling astonished inside. What? What does freedom mean? The system quickly answered his question. From now on, you can receive blessings from other constellations. Jihan still felt a bit surprised. He slowly processed the new information that appeared. So does that mean I cannot receive support from the constellations all this time? Jihan widened his eyes, carefully reflecting on everything. This system never lies. So that means the war god has been involved all along. Then he slightly smirked. Jihan relaxed and sat down to rest. He reluctantly murmured, "Honestly, I thought he was very generous. Turns out he has just been a freeloader all this time." Suddenly, the system displayed a notification. The war god has become more cautious with the player Xan Jihan. He glanced at the confusing notification that just appeared. What is this? His face showed a huge question mark as he read the new notification from the system. The war god has quickly concealed his traces. Jan can't understand why this constellation is acting like this. You quietly wonder, isn't being cautious with one player enough? Now he is hiding too. Daihan still can't help but question why a battle god would be like this. You mumble, feeling overwhelmed with too many questions. Even if this is your second life, Jan quickly pushes this aside. From now on, I can't use the power of the battle god anymore. You stand up and look at the system, feeling quite helpless, saying that there is no other way. Jan is carefully considering that he has no other choice but to seize this opportunity and find a new constellation. Then you softly smile, your hand gently touching the system screen. In Jan's mind, a plan has formed. Just in time. I have an opportunity. You walk while intently reading the mission notification on the system. The mission is to find and challenge the Dark Queen at the Colosseum. The reward is 50,000 achievement points. The interest of the Dark Queen constellations. Jan skims for more information, carefully pondering what he needs to do to defeat the Dark Queen tomorrow. Suddenly, a thought flashes in Daihan's mind. Now I have to fill the gap left by Vo then. You think about it right away. Oh right. I have that. At the confrontation site. The system screen displays a notification. The top 100 tournament begins. A comment appears right after that. Bali Kakar. Everyone is exhausted. Right. Information about the match appears. And the game will continue until only one player is left standing. Jan holds a sharp spear in his hand, surrounded by other players. Another comment appears. Forever Bing Dog 1. The system does not forget to encourage the players, proving that you are the best. Jihan just stands still without taking action. Comments continue to appear. Inanji, you close your eyes as if sensing something while comments continuously pop up to cheer for Jihan. Korean Sian Jihan. Move up. Go for the number 1 spot. Shortly after, he opens his eyes, his cold gaze sweeping over the players surrounding him. Then he coldly says, I am not going to take down every single background character. Jihan loudly shouts, now come at me all at once. In the blink of an eye, all the players rush toward him. Daihan grits his teeth with determination. Let us finish this quickly. He powerfully raises the spear in his hand. A stream of sharp power from the spear erupts and quickly takes down 2 players. However, other players remain undeterred and continue to attack Jihan. The player's heavy sword swung down, but he easily blocked it with a regular stick. The lively comments were buzzing. Were they really aiming to attack Jihan? The foreigners are causing a commotion too. The scariest man. While Jihan was using all his strength to block the sword, suddenly a magic orb flew towards him from behind. Yet the viewers still believed in and praised Jihan. He truly is an unbeatable legend. For a moment, his eyes emitted a chilling aura. Jan channeled his powerful energy around the spear in his hand. Immediately, Jan crouched down to avoid the attack. The magic attack flew in and hit the player who was using the sword to attack him. After that, Jian quickly rushed towards the player casting the spell. He showed no fear and immediately got into an attacking stance. That player was very confident, loudly challenging, not expecting that he would drop his weapon and run away, just as he was busy mocking Jihan arrogantly. Jihan struck him straight in the face without holding back. The player, completely unprepared, was knocked away by Jihan's punch. Still, honestly, there was only a cold expression. Jan seemed a bit distracted, lost in thought. So not only is Baron here, but he is too. He was a bit distracted from the fight. He should not waste energy and should finish things quickly. Suddenly, a sharp blade lunged straight at Jihan's face. He quickly reacted, raising his hand to block the slash. The player just attacked. Jihan did not rush in again immediately. He was caught off guard and was very surprised. Glancing back to observe, just by looking over, Jan was even more shocked. What? The slash just now came from someone Jan was very familiar with. Limgaza. She looked at him with a very cold expression. Jan was stunned, wondering why she was here after the Eninhe Cup was inaugurated. They gradually got used to the fact that dying in the game also meant losing their life in reality. The rigid system rang out the game over announcement. Just as the game was about to start, the Northeast Asia tournament finally began. The cold words appeared clearly on the Battle.net Northeast Asia Finals screen. The representative for Japan in the finals was of course the Sword King at Ruhei. At that time, no one in Korea could stand against Ru. Terrified at the thought of facing death, the top players from Korea avoided having to fight him. The one standing up to face the Sword King as the representative of Korea was the heir apparent to the Sword King, the charming sword Lim Gazon. But Gazon fiercely swung her sword at Jahan. Nevertheless, he was not panicked at all and skillfully dodged her strike. Jan's gaze when looking at Gaza-Jan was full of astonishment. He felt confused, wondering why she was here. She had never made it into the top 100. The two of them were entangled in battle. Each move was extremely sharp and powerful. Meanwhile, Jihan was still very curious. Had the future changed? Just as she was about to unleash another move, he quickly reached out to stop Gazon's arm. Seeing her attack blocked, she gritted her teeth, straining to break free. But Jihan had anticipated this and tightly locked Gazon's sword hand, simultaneously activating his skill to launch a counter kick. She did not have time to think much and raised her other hand to block his kick. That skill was powerful enough to send her flying back. Taking advantage of her momentary vulnerability, Jen exerted himself to control the spear and charged forward. He did not hesitate, gripping the spear tightly, and he was starting to understand the situation. Gazon would not take long to recover from the shock of Daihan's kick. She gritted her teeth and endured, not letting out a sound. Before Gazon could regain her strength, Jan swung the sharp spear straight at her. She quickly jumped back to avoid it, and the spear struck the ground, causing the surface to crack into pieces. Taking advantage of the momentum, charged forward with a fierce swing of his sword. He was astonished by her strength, unable to help but wonder, has she always been this strong? Neither of them held back, continuously unleashing their most powerful moves, each attack fierce and aggressive. After a while of fighting, Jen was finally taken aback. She had gotten stronger compared to the last time they met. She was on a completely different level. He suddenly recalled Gazon's moves, both graceful and powerful. She has eliminated all unnecessary movements. Every attack of hers is filled with power. Jen carefully examines each of her moves. Even her footsteps are lighter. You grip the spear tightly, your sharp gaze locked onto Gazon's next move. Just as she swings her sword down, Jian catches Gazon's fierce look directed at him. Jihan wonders what happened during the time he did not see her. The scene before the tournament flashes in his mind along with Han's concerned voice echoing in his ears. How's your battle score? She gently asks Han. It seems like you have been grinding for points these days. Gazon furrows her brow slightly at this question. As if contemplating something, maintaining her cold demeanor, she carefully replies. Actually, I have made it to the top 100. Han asks in surprise once again. What, top 100? Wait, did you reach level 25 already? Gazon replies nonchalantly. That is right. I just happened to level up. She does not show any excitement about leveling up and simply says, I always reach first place, unless I run into Jihan. In contrast to Gazon's indifference, Han is extremely excited and cheers. With such good news, why did not you tell me earlier? Only now does she hesitantly express her true intention. I want to ask for your help with this. Han is stunned for a few seconds upon hearing those words. Help. Gazon tightened her wounded hand, gathering the courage to speak up. I gently placed my hand on the hilt of my sword at my side, my voice slow as I asked. Can I request new equipment? I do not want to blame the equipment, but after using it for so long, I have realized. Han stared silently at Gazon's injured hand, recalling her words that this sword is too heavy for me. I have tried to get used to it, but my hand just can't handle it. Gazon hesitated, choosing her words carefully with Hazon. This is the precious sword you gave me, so saying these words makes me feel very guilty. Hearing this, Hazon could not contain her frustration and blurted out. Lim Gazon, are you crazy? She stepped closer to Gazon, raising her voice in accusation. You idiot. Why are you only saying this now? Hayan angrily continued. That sword has been such a burden for you for so long, and you still want to explain further. But my score is still high, so I think these words will sound like an excuse. But Gazon's words only made her angrier, which meant she could do even better than this. With determination, she said, even if I have to use my own feelings, I will get you a sword that is both good and lighter, so throw that weapon away right now. But she only casually asked, haven't you already put all your feelings into the bet? As soon as Gazon finished speaking, she awkwardly raised her voice to retort. That is not true. Han grabbed her phone, frowning as she turned away sharply. It is really foolish. I will find you another weapon as soon as possible. But she still asked again, not feeling reassured. But are you sure? Han gently reassures. It is. Just remember that Gazan was stunned when she heard your gentle words of comfort. Show everyone what you are capable of in this level up round. Inside, she felt a sense of amazement. She knew. Han smiled gently, softly encouraging her. And if you focus completely, you can defeat Jihan. She felt deeply moved that Mine compared herself to Skying Jihan. Han continued to boost Gazan's spirits. No matter what others say, she is still the rising star of the Bronze Cup in Korea. You just need to prove yourself. She felt touched, thinking that Han was sincerely cheering for her and saying that she can rise to a higher rank. Gazan was stunned, quietly accepting her encouragement. Let us have a match in the top 100. Okay, she smiled gently, promising Haejin. All right. As the flashback ended, Gazan quickly raised her sword to skillfully block the fierce thrust from Jihan's spear, but deep down, she felt a pang of guilt for not being able to keep her promise to Han. Thank you, miss. But I do not think I can keep that promise. Before she could react, he decisively swung the spear straight at Gazan's face. Her face turned bruised from Jan's hit, but Gazan gritted her teeth, determined not to make a sound. The current me. He coldly stared directly at her without showing any emotion. Gazan has somewhat understood that she cannot defeat Jihan. Jihan's gaze seems to see through her thoughts. That is right. She knows she can't win. But when she sees Gazan still unwavering, continuing to swing his sword, it raises questions in her mind. So why is she trying so hard? She still keeps charging at Jihan. Each move she makes becomes more powerful, stirring up endless thoughts within him. She could survive much longer if she fought weaker opponents. Meanwhile, Jihan is also lost in thought about the Northeast Asia finals. And now, Gazan suddenly speaks up. I know better than anyone that I can't win against you. He looks up at her in amazement. Gazan attacks fiercely, while Jihan confesses. Perhaps I will never be able to beat you. Jihan's eyes widen in shock at her next words. But if I give up, everything will end. Gazan's sword points straight to the sky, her voice softly rising. If I can't surpass you. Gazan's eyes widen, her voice filled with determination. Then I will do my best to catch up to you. Just as she concentrates all her strength to unleash her secret technique, the cherry blossom petals symbolizing Gazan's power appear and fill the arena. A stunning yet sharp sight. Jan stands frozen in place, watching her endlessly absorb power. A strange excitement rising within him. That is right. You have always been that kind of person. A player can continue to fight to improve, even knowing they cannot defeat their opponent. In the last life, the Sword King killed her with his dual swords. But in this life, she has made it to the top 100. Now you are curious about how much your rewind will change the future. Jan subtly looked up at the excitement clearly visible on his face. I have always thought this. Jan gripped the spear tightly in his hand, calmly facing the secret technique about to be unleashed by Gazan, while the cherry blossom petals danced in the air more densely. In his mind, he could already envision his teammates standing side by side. Balim Gazan. I need you on my side. Gazan's cold expression was vivid in Jihan's mind at that moment. Her powerful voice rang out. The secret technique of the violent cherry blossom. As soon as she finished her words, Gazan swiftly executed the technique, slicing straight towards him. However, Jen remained incredibly calm and countered. He did not forget to comment. It is not really suitable for use with a spear. Jen skillfully channeled his inner power, confidently saying, but there is a technique very fitting for this situation. The bright cherry blossom symbolizing Gazan's strength was still in full bloom. As Jihan slowly uttered the name of this technique, earthly control of the three disasters. As soon as Jihan finished saying the name of the technique, heavenly sweep, a torrent of fierce power immediately blew away that cherry blossom. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a man with blonde hair was surrounded by 4 other men. The dark-skinned guy, Clark Jr., a warrior. The top 3 player in the American ranking sneered, while cracking his knuckles. So here we are meeting again. Baron Williams. Baron Williams supports and the first-class wizard of the United States. He glared at the crowd in front of him, above the notification system. The battle will continue until only one person remains. Clark Jr. spoke up. The world is about to come to an end. I never expected a coward who always needs help from others to be the most promising talent. I will show you the difference. Before he could finish, his words were interrupted by Baron Long Yan. He lazily said to them, Just a bunch of bugs. Why are you barking so much? The man next to call was furious. He gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it. Baron Williams, the #1 player in the United States." He raised his hand to summon an energy orb. "You declared war. Do not talk anymore. Just go." The mechanical voice of the system rang out, "Prove that you are the strongest." Just as the system finished its sentence, Baron showed a manic expression. He excitedly shouted at them, "I will burn everything." He was a war-crazed maniac, accepting his declaration of war. All four charged in to attack. Baron quickly grabbed Cole Jr., unleashing a powerful energy from his hand, burning the head of the black guy. His teammates witnessed everything and felt a wave of outrage. One person shouted loudly, "Damn it. Kill that jerk first." Hearing someone wanting him dead, Baron happily turned around, his manic expression unable to be hidden. He laughed and asked, "Kill that jerk. You bugs." As he spoke, Baron swung his arm, taking down both of them. Logic seemed to be absent from his mind at that moment. Baron screamed in madness, "You lowly fools." To those who know Baron, he is the strongest player, always full of confidence and never humble. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared, catching Baron's attention, and in an instant, the whole crowd was wiped out by someone. It turned out that the mysterious person was Jan. Baron stared in shock at him, unable to deny Jihan's strength. Just like in the world before the regression, Baron stomped towards him and spoke, "You are the one, are not you?" Upon hearing his question, Jan looked cautious. However, Baron pointed at him as if to confirm, "Jan is unbeatable." Jihan looked a bit surprised. He let out a sigh of relief. Jihan smiled and corrected him. Chehan in Korean does not mean anything good. Jihan in Korean means pervert. Realizing he had just made a mistake, Baron covered his face and burst out laughing. I am not good with the languages of those trashy countries. I hope you understand." As he spoke, Baron looked at him with a fierce gaze. Just as Jihan finished his sentence, Baron suddenly launched a surprise attack, his face expressionless. Suddenly, Baron's face showed a look of surprise. From the void, Jan suddenly appears, rushing in to attack Baron. He seems to sense the presence and compliments him. "You do not seem too bad compared to the others." Jan uses the spear in his hand to stab at Baron, but he dodges. Jan warily looks down at him, while Baron calmly says to him, "Feel free to struggle as much as you want." After saying that, he immediately summons 3 or 4 magic circles. Energy from the circles rushes towards Jihan. He skillfully dodges and charges toward Baron. Jihan swings the spear at him, but Baron still manages to dodge, encountering a worthy opponent. Baron happily praises him. "Very good," he smirked, casting another magic circle. His voice light as he spoke to you. "How dare a lowly bug like you look up at the sky?" After finishing his sentence, Baron launched an attack straight at Jihan. The strike was so powerful that the ground shook, rocks flying everywhere. Hit by the blow, Jihan fell to his knees. Baron contemptuously said to you, "Know your place." Jihan realized danger was approaching. He was on high alert that this was the end. Baron spoke while summoning more magic circles. The other contestants were stunned. They could clearly feel the fear coursing through them. In the arena sky, countless magic circles were summoned by Baron. He excitedly told Jihan, "Perfect for a bug like you." With a malicious expression, Baron growled. Saying that, he waved his hand, and dozens of attacks were unleashed at once. The attacks spanned the entire arena, sparing no one. Those who had been standing outside Jihan's fight with him were also caught in the crossfire, one by one being eliminated. Baron was surrounded by a large number of hidden weapons. He raised both hands as if he were a king, as if he had secured victory. Baron shouted down, "This is it. Have you learned your lesson yet?" "Thanks." That statement cut through his pleasure, and Baron's eyes widened in surprise. From the dark mass of hidden weapons, Jan shattered them with a swing of his sword. In that swing, several lives were taken. "Annihilation," Jan said calmly. "You expressed your gratitude to him. Thanks to you, I was able to kill a bunch of people. You said it, and you did not hold back, swinging your sword and taking them down one by one. The player Jihan has already killed a double kin, Chipokin, Quadrikin, and Bentakill on the leaderboard. The name Jihan has firmly secured the #1 spot." He looks up at Baron, mocking him, saying, "I have taken the #1 position." Baron stares at the leaderboard in shock, unable to believe it. How could he survive? "I used all my inner strength combined with Flame of Death. So if he touched it, he should have been burned to death." Right. Baron looks down at Jihan, surprised to notice something. The flames did not touch him at all. Not to mention, Jihan standing below has a mocking smile. Baron angrily shouts, "You are using inner strength too. I have 2 status windows. So I should be the only one who can use inner strength. Right. What kind of trick are you pulling? Jihan remains calm. He replies. What trick? So that means you are not the only one. Right. Now that I personally experienced it, I see how bad your skills really are. Jihan's words are spoken lightly, but they hit the last nerve of Baron. His blood rushes to his brain, and veins bulge. Baron regains his composure, channeling energy into his inner strength, radiating a powerful energy. Baron mocks him, saying the bug is only good at imitating. How dare you insult me? I will burn you to the point of being unrecognizable. What he said was not wrong. The flames around him flare up violently, all aimed at Jihan. Jihan is not afraid, showing a look of regret. I can't let you do that. I still have not shown you everything I have prepared. With that, Jihan pulled out a small bandage hidden under his hand. In the past, Jihan had tirelessly researched the system board while scrolling. He pondered. Even if I take the Dark Queen as my constellation, what should I do for the promotion battle tomorrow? I need to fill the gap of the warrior god. Suddenly, an object appeared before him. Oh right. I still have this. Do not. The system board displayed a blessed crystal shard that grants the player 1 blessing. This item can only be used at the bronze and silver ranks. Back in the present, Jihan did not hesitate to crush the crystal shard. The system board appeared before him. You have used the crystal shard and received a blessing. Jihan happily told himself. Good. You have been waiting for this moment for a long time. The effect from the crystal shard took effect immediately. All of Jihan's stats were increased by 50%. He confidently glared at Baron, declaring, let us fight. I will destroy you. Before entering the battle, a memory flashed in Baron's mind. He saw the weak version of himself from before. The coward. Baron used to be a coward. He was not as tall or muscular as the others and was also timid. When it came to fighting, a player like him felt fear. When talking about Baron, others lamented that it was indeed a waste of a gift. It seemed to become a psychological ghost for Baron. Then he fell into this world, granted power by the system, with 2 status windows and 2 professions. If he could leverage it, he would dominate Battle.net. But Baron chose support and mage. In other words, he would always stand behind his teammates. But after gaining divine power, Baron changed. He began to overwhelm everything thanks to the mana he possessed, and countless rising stars fell at his hands. Players who fought against him said Baron held 2 disasters. The first disaster: Fire Tide. This skill allowed him to sweep away all enemies with a massive wave of fire. No one has survived after facing this move. Baron seemed to have bolstered his confidence in his power. He grinned wickedly. He told himself, that is right. That is the truth. So while he thought he was about to win, a beam of light approached him. That beam of light came from Daihan. Launching forward, the hero's path, Baron could not react. He could only be stunned, wondering what was happening. You down there? Stay calm. With just 1 blow, 1 single thrust, just 1 launch. The massive wall of fire earlier was shattered by Jihan. Baron looked at him in surprise. How could this be? Jan had grasped his weakness. He smirked and said, I need. On the outside, he seemed strong, but inside he was empty. As soon as he finished speaking, Jan leaped straight toward Baron. This time Baron could not dodge his attack. Jan thrust the spear into his face, hitting him while saying, instead of compensating for his lack of skill, he just kept hiding it. Then he swung another painful blow. Before delivering the final blow, Jan disappointedly said to Baron, your moves are completely off. You are just that kind of person, Baron Williams said. Then he used both hands with all his might to knock Baron straight down to the ground. The impact was so great it created a large dent below. Dust and dirt flew everywhere. After taking such a devastating hit, Baron could not get up yet. Jihan landed gracefully. Baron was silent for a moment before gently saying to Jihan, you talk as if you know me well. Jihan smiled, confidently addressing him. You remind me of someone I used to know. No matter how much you pretend and try to show confidence, the image of old Baron is clear in your mind. Baron slowly sat up, and as Jihan continued his thoughts, he could not hide the feeling of inferiority and the guilt buried deep in his heart. The feelings of inferiority and shame from being defeated consumed his mind. Baron turned them into resentment and anger. He shot a fierce glare at Jihan. Jihan did not stop. He continued, train to get stronger, and change your appearance, and use those flashy skills to comfort yourself. If you do not change as a person, all those tricks mean nothing. Baron stood up, still somewhat dazed from the previous blow. Baron quietly said to Jihan, I really do not like your arrogance at all. The Jihan, without a hint of caution, replied, "Neither do I. Deep down you hope this will teach you a lesson, so let us stop chatting and finish this fight." With that, Jihan got into a stance and quickly moved in to attack Baron. However, contrary to his expectations, Baron calmly raised his hand and, in an instant, shot a lightning ball straight at Jihan. He was stunned by this unexpected attack. The lightning bolt was so powerful that it sent Jihan flying far away, straight into the wall. Shocked by the electric shock, he was dazed and unable to counterattack. Baron calmly explained to Jihan, "This move is called the second disaster. The second catastrophe of Baron's lightning is not like a wide-range fire attack. Lightning is a high-level skill that focuses mana to pierce straight through enemies. This skill suits Baron well because its key point is the amount of power you have, not the ability to control that power accurately." Jihan clutched his chest in pain, while Baron soared into the air. He acknowledged Jihan but was surprised that he could take a direct hit and still survive. After receiving such a painful blow, Jihan glared at him in anger. Baron recalled Jihan earlier. He had used his spear to block the blow at the last moment to avoid serious injury. "Your reaction is pretty quick," Baron complimented Jihan, "even though you could not completely stop that attack. The chest of your shirt is burnt from the lightning ball. You still stand defiantly facing Baron." He looked arrogant, raising his hand to focus mana. "Perhaps you could block it once. But there won't be a second time." He concentrated his power, his eyes glowing red with determination. "This time, I will use all my strength." As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful surge of electricity was immediately focused on Baron's fingertip. Jihan stood his ground, showing no signs of fear. The onlookers stepped back. It seemed Baron was serious this time. Jihan's ride was over. Both acknowledged one thing. Even he could not withstand this move. Everyone had predicted that San Jihan would lose, but only San Jihan believed he would win. Jihan looked up at someone observing from above. That is because the Dark Queen's gaze is focused on him. Feeling more confident, Jihan smiles. Jihan adjusts his stance. He spins his spear and gets ready to attack. Baron sees Jihan so calm, and there is a hint of surprise in his eyes. Just as Baron lunges towards Jihan with his lightning attack. However, before the lightning ball can be launched, as soon as the phoenix arrows leave Jihan's hands, he strikes him with a blow to the chest. The spear flies across, cutting Baron's body in half. Jihan does not hesitate, even though he knows that after 5 uses, the phoenix arrow will disappear. His mouth instinctively curves into a smile. That is because of the target of the phoenix arrow. It is not Baron, but the female demon casually standing above. The demon is also shocked by Jihan's actions. The spear collides with the stone wall, immediately causing a shockwave. For the first time in history, the arena's shield has been broken. The battle has officially ended. The host's excited voice echoes. The Jihan, the top promising star of South Korea. The images of Jihan taking down Baron are shown one after another. The host continues. He is winning against the all-powerful Baron. How can Jihan fight so well? Hound, watching the show from outside, expresses his disappointment because Lehan bet everything on Baron. She did not believe it and shouted in the room. How could he beat Baron like that? That is just unreasonable. Hound, distressed, held her head and complained, "Oh no, if this continues, I will lose all the money I made last time." At that moment, Gazen opened the door and walked in. Accidentally overhearing, she cut through Hajian's boredom with her voice. Turns out she did not even consider that I might win. Han realized Gazen had heard her words. She nervously called out the name of the person in front of her. Gazen appeared a bit sad, helplessly saying, "I had a feeling about this, but I still feel a little down." Han bluntly replied, "No need to be sad. As soon as the match started, you basically already lost." Gazen could only be speechless upon hearing that. He continued, "You need to go further than this. Then I will pay attention to you." Gazen's cheeks turned pink at that. Anyone looking in could guess that this girl was feeling shy. Han gently sighed as she looked at her bodyguard. She cheerfully said to Gazen, "But it seems like you are in a really good mood. It is as if you have removed a heavy burden." Gazen looked down and smiled shyly, replying, "That is really how it is. From this match, I have learned that I am continuously improving, and I will keep getting stronger." Gazen said to Han with a very confident tone. Hearing that, she smiled with satisfaction. "You cheer for Gazen." "All right, I will cheer for you." Gazen gratefully thanked her. An unbelievable thing has happened. The host's voice reminds Han of the current match. Chiechade Hai holds her phone, continuing to watch. "That is right. My love. Gazen sees this and is stunned. Are you still betting? Suddenly, both of them seem to have witnessed something incredibly unbelievable. Gazen blurts out, ah. Han next to him stammers as well. What? What is going on? The host voice is full of astonishment. Are you all seeing this? The image of the shield being broken is clearly visible on the screen. Baron, defeated, feels utterly humiliated. He grits his teeth, trying to suppress his anger. His veins pop out in response. He has realized it too. Baron growls, questioning. The Jihan. Was not I your target? The host's shocked voice rings out, shattering the shield. The spear that just pierced the shield is now hovering in the air, ready to return to its owner. Jihan stands with confidence, catching his spear with one hand. Jihan, looking straight up and says, long time no see. The Dark Queen gives him a cold stare. The strike earlier broke the shield, but the Queen used a concealed weapon to shield herself. Suddenly, those concealed weapons burst out, flying in all directions. Suddenly, a massive amount of concealed energy is released, leaving the players completely stunned. They look up in horror as the sky becomes obscured by the energy. Jan stood facing her without a hint of fear. The error alert system. No signal. The screen showing the match suddenly lost signal. Kara anxiously looked at her phone, a sense of unease rising in her heart. Uncle, on your side. The Queen's weapons have surrounded the competition area. It is too dark. Jan thought to himself. Even the air felt cold and heavy. Just breathing was difficult. He stood still, observing the dark shadow ahead. Jan guessed she was definitely watching him, but no notifications appeared, so it seemed it was not considered a challenge. The system displayed a mission notification to find the Dark Queen in the arena and provoke her. Jan tightened his grip on the spear. If that is the case, he would use the old technique. The sage's reveal. The spear was immediately thrown towards that dark shadow. A flash of light signaled that the spear had hit the shadow statue. But suddenly it looked like the spear was being gradually swallowed by that dark mist, leaving Jihan below completely astonished. Is she absorbing the sword energy? He felt a bit wary. His attacks would not be effective against her. While Jihan was still analyzing the situation, a dark shadow stealthily appeared behind him. Jan sensed the unusual presence and immediately turned around. He swung his hand to disperse the strange dark shadow, thinking he had caught the evil queen. But the shadow dissolved into thin air, leaving Jan very confused. He clenched his fist in frustration, not hitting anything at all. Is all of this just darkness? Thinking that, he looked around. Next to all the contestants, that strange shadow appeared. A player was attacked by the shadow, and he fearfully exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" Just after saying that, he was knocked out by the shadow, losing a life. Meanwhile, Jan was still able to fend off its attacks. Jihan was attacking while observing. He realized that physical attacks were completely ineffective against her. If that is the case, what about holy power? Thinking that, Jan secretly conjured a fireball. You threw the fireball straight at the black shadow. It seemed that attack had some effect. Jan observed the black shadow, noticing there was no direct damage, but a bit of darkness had been dispelled. It seemed like it was indeed darkness, and its weakness was light. Just as he felt a bit happy, suddenly a hand shot up from the ground, grabbing Jan's leg. The sudden appearance of the shadow from the ground caught him off guard. The other shadow took the opportunity to rush in and attack Jihan, but they had underestimated him. Jihan surrounded himself with a powerful holy power. He planned to unleash lightning in all directions, just like before when he had not fully controlled the thunder break technique. Thinking it, you immediately released a strong current of electricity around Jihan. Just as he predicted, that electricity successfully dispelled the shadow beneath him. Sensing the impact of the current, the remaining shadow instinctively recoiled. The shadow stood helplessly outside. Jihan smiled confidently. They can't get close to me because I am surrounded by light. It seems this time it is easier than I thought. Indeed. I have not even had a few seconds to rejoice when Jihan noticed that it seemed darker above her. You look up. Jan is stunned to see a giant black shadow looming above him. Jan feels completely helpless. Are you messing with me? A gaming chair appears, along with a system notification board about its uses and functions. BattleNet connection device. This is the device needed to participate in BattleNet. Its purpose is to reduce the feeling of pain when participating in the game, as injuries like burns or losing limbs are very common in BattleNet. The BattleNet notification can simulate 100% of the real-life pain, encouraging the use of the BattleNet connection device. Therefore, the BattleNet connection device has become a necessary item rather than an option for players. The recommended model can reduce pain by up to 80%. High-ranking players will use special skills, Most top players use a pain-reducing device that cuts pain by 90%, making their playstyle bolder as their fear of pain has been erased. Jihan smiled and crossed two fingers to signal not to proceed. However, even so, Jihan still did not use the connection device. Bimos appears, entering to destroy the entire city. The reason is quite simple. He knows that BattleNet will soon become a reality. The whole city is buried in ruins, with bodies lying everywhere. Using connection devices to alleviate pain is just temporary. Dozens of sharp blades are aimed directly at him. Once the main game called the Galaxy Cup starts, everything becomes pointless. Always fight with all your life. It is as if this is reality. That is why Jihan does not use connection devices. He wields a sword fighting in the sea of flames even as the fire burns his flesh. Or he could be hit by a current straight to his body, even if it is 1,000,000 volts hitting his heart. Jihan's brain has been hardened by those wounds. Jihan's body has endured that pain. This is something that a normal person cannot imagine. He holds the arrow in his hand. The ground shakes violently. And now he is facing the danger of a 10-meter-long sword slicing him in half. Jan furrows his brow in discomfort, his pupils wide open, so angry that he feels like swearing to make Hamad. The two players in the arena stare into the darkness, pausing for a few seconds. I have no idea what is happening. The two of them. True. Do not dare to step forward to attack it. What the heck is that? I do not understand why it seems to only attack Jihan. The darkness strikes. But luckily Jan quickly dodges in time. It fixates on him as its main target. Not taking its eyes off him for a moment, he falls and immediately braces himself with one knee. Jan looks up at it, deep in thought. I know this is an uneven battle. You brace yourself against the arrow and stagger to your feet. But she is too big. How can I possibly fight back? Jan looks into the darkness. And Lin feels that something is off. This is not good. You turn slightly to look at the others, gradually realizing that if you keep dodging her attacks like this, you are bound to die sooner or later, because she is not the only one targeting me. Based on this situation, Jan recalls the attack from outside. The recent attack from Baron has drawn everyone's attention to me. Right now, there are many players looking to take this opportunity to eliminate me. The players in the arena are fixated on you, hoping for a chance to take you out. No matter what, I can't just keep defending forever. You look at them, your expression deep in thought. Jan sighs warily, making the best decision possible. It seems there is no other way. After thinking it through, you grip the arrow tightly in your hand and aim upward. Jian's eyes are bloodshot, filled with divine power. In the next moment, the sword in your hand successfully absorbs energy. A massive fire erupts in the air, enhancing mana and flames. I will confront them head-on. The darkness is slowly being drowned in flames. Jan stands still, saying nothing. His voice grows colder over time. If you want to drown me in darkness. Jihan's eyes shine with the determination to fight until the end. Anonymous divine art. 3 calamities martial extreme heaven. A blinding light appears, causing all the players in the arena to stare in astonishment. Jan does not care about them. If you tackle the problem head-on, I will use an even stronger light to drive away the darkness. The next moment, you slam the arrow into the ground, creating a huge explosion. The ground erupts everywhere. The sun reaches the peak. Jan lifts the spearhead up. You stop and hold your position, not moving at all. After stabilizing, Jan looks up to observe the situation. In front of you is like a vast sea of fire. Is that enough? Jan glances around, searching. What about the other players? The other players in the arena are happily running off somewhere else. Let us go somewhere else. What the hell is this? My old man says that knowing when to lose and retreating is also a way to win. You are still paying attention to them. The only thing that can attract Jan's attention now is the darkness. They are leaving on their own. Now, it is just you left. The darkness still looms there waiting for you. The Dark Queen. It no longer stands still and begins to move to different positions. The darkness circles around Jihan. You feel helpless against that action. Again, Jan sighs and says directly to it. You grip the arrow tightly in your hand, your veins bulging. It seems this won't end as long as your main body is still intact. Jihan's whole body suddenly shone strangely. I won't let this dragon any longer. Tam Dan Dan began to shake. And before, he had fought magnificently, allowing me to perform higher-level martial arts, like using the 3 calamities martial art without needing the nameless divine art. Returning to the present, Jan unleashed an unpredictable power. He contemplated for a few seconds. Of course, with his current level, the technique would not be perfect. Jan firmly held the arrow in his hand, thinking to himself that he could not just use the power of the Phoenix arrow like that. A notification appeared from the system, stating that when throwing the Phoenix arrow, the Phoenix Fire would be activated. Phoenix Arrow. Item grade. The arrow of the Punisher is made from the feathers of the phoenix. When thrown, it will achieve maximum power, and after use, it will return to its owner's hand. The sealed Phoenix Fire inside will disappear after 5 uses. Jia closed his eyes, focusing on the battle. I will use it to make up for the missing strength. A powerful lightning bolt struck down from the sky. Since ancient times, thunder has been associated with the wrath of the heavens. The dark cloud created a torrential rain on earth, a type of punishment from the angry deity descending upon humanity when the world was filled with darkness and chaos. The people anxiously looked up at that pitch-black sky. He aimed the arrow straight up to gather as much lightning as possible. The brilliance of that power made the darkness shrink back in fear. The image of Jan firmly holding the arrow was distorted. The power exceeded the player's capability. The player's life was in danger. The warning just ended, and he suddenly screamed loudly, his eyes wide and blank. The martial arts of Thunder God Dahan clenched his teeth. Gathering strength, just a moment later, he pulled the arrow back to gain momentum, preparing to shoot it forward to cleanse all demons and unnamed evils. Jan spun around with all his might. The dazzling light from the arrow was truly astonishing. The Thunder God technique writes the Thunder history. All lightning was collected by Jan's arrow, activating the unnamed technique. Thunder God decision. Writing Thunder history. He pulled the arrow back into position to shoot. Everyone said that this martial skill was on a completely different level. Dense currents surrounded the tip of the arrow, because it lacked the strength for the Phoenix arrow technique. Jan threw the arrow straight forward with all his strength. Jian successfully implemented another technique to add power to it. He looked up, seemingly a bit disappointed, having only completed about 80%. It shot off without stopping. Initially, writing the Thunder history was just a technique that gathered multiple lightning strikes and struck down. However, the lightning from Jahan's attack could not be completed perfectly. It flew but could not keep up with the speed of the Phoenix arrow, and was not perfect. The target he aimed at was nothing other than the darkness. It did not dodge, standing still to confront the arrow head-on. Suddenly, the Dark Queen transformed into a human form. The image of the arrow rushing forward was reflected through her bright eyes. Yet, the arrow stopped right in front of the Dark Queen. The power within the arrow was gradually fading. After a few seconds, Jan's arrow had become a useless and ordinary weapon. The Dark Queen looked at it without any fear. It only revealed her shadowy face, causing no harm to her at all. In an instant, she thought that way. The very next second, a faint golden light suddenly appeared on her face. The Dark Queen was a little surprised. She frowned in confusion. Jan stood up in the distance, a triumphant smile on his face. Now, the area around the arrow was surrounded by a red energy. Jan smiled to himself, feeling lucky that the Thunderstrike technique was delayed, making it only slow down his effort by a few seconds. The Dark Queen reached up to touch the wound on her face. Jan summoned the arrow back to him. Who would have thought that such a technique could create a variable? Jan stared intently at the arrow, his gaze determined to fight to the end. Now it is my finishing blow. He wondered as he stood below looking up. Have I provoked her enough? The Dark Queen parted her lips to reveal that. She smiled tremblingly in anger. Congratulations. You have completed the task of provoking the Dark Queen. Jihan's face clearly showed a deep confusion. The darkness rushed straight down below. It charged towards where he was standing. Luckily, Jen managed to dodge in time. It attacks you from all directions. With just one arrow, Jen can take them all out beautifully. Your hand turns black, looking like it is decaying. Diane grips tightly, wondering to himself, did I overdo it just now? You look ahead, thinking for a few seconds. At this rate, you probably can't hold out much longer. Standing in the midst of darkness, Jan seems to have realized something. Furthermore, her attacks have become more numerous and faster. Without hesitation, it charges to attack. Luckily you managed to block with an arrow. At this moment, other players suddenly appear. Trapped by the darkness, the expressions on their faces are terrified. Jay looks at them in confusion. Why is she just blinding them instead of killing them? You frown, feeling uneasy. What is the plan here? Just a moment of distraction, and Jan is held tightly by the darkness. Damn it. It is wrapping around your chest. Daihan looks at the Dark Queen with a heart full of questions. Does she want to kill me first? Not panicking, Jan calmly uses the Thunderbolt technique. The people behind him groan in waves. You glower at her, wishing you could move. But you can't at all. The darkness converges into a sharp point rushing toward Jihan. You look at it and feel that attack slowing you down, about to die. But Jihan seems not too worried. You sneer and ask her, do you want to kill me slowly and painfully? The Dark Queen smiles. She talks in such incomprehensible languages. It is really a wicked hobby. Jen glances at the players behind. If this keeps up, I am going to lose the first place. They have a strange smile. Their intentions hard to guess. I have to take out the others first. You just look and assess their faces. Do they think I am going to die first? Jihan's eyes turn red once again. Although my whole body is tightly bound, the strength flows to my fingers, which can still move. The players behind are completely unaware. They are still laughing and chatting happily. I do not know what is happening, but this feels great. I know. She just wants to kill that jerk Jihan. Suddenly, their group freezes for a few seconds. One of them screams in pain. What the hell is going on? His eyes move in two different directions. My body suddenly. 3 players just vanish. And the system announces it 3 times. Player has died. 1 player left, 1 per 100. The Dark Queen looks shocked. Below. Jan smirks, teasing her. Oh no. I accidentally killed all the players. Congratulations. You ranked first in the top 100. The Dark Queen instantly gets angry. Gritting her teeth. You will be logged out in a few seconds. She immediately waves her hand to unleash some technique. Even though I am shrouded in darkness up to my neck, I remain very calm. Anyway, doing that is a bit painful. Each sharp point from the dark shadow rushes straight down onto Jihan. That guy took that hit. Hurts. Right. The darkness crashes down to the ground, shattering the surface rocks into small pieces that scatter everywhere. The Dark Queen controls it all. Now it takes the form of a gigantic sword. She stands at a distance, watching all the dark energy the Queen is controlling still lingering a bit on her hand. A familiar voice rings out, catching her off guard. What a shame. Jen managed to survive that attack so easily. I almost did not dodge in time. You scoff and state the rules of the game. Once this game is over, Batnet's influence will gradually fade. Meanwhile, Jen has lifted his legs into a ready stance. Her darkness does the same. The Queen scowls in anger. It is really unfortunate. Your tone is still quite fierce, even though your left hand is gone. But you should be happy that you managed to cut off my left arm. Jan's smile distorts further. He reminds her that the game is over, and you are forced to log out. Well then. See you next time. You have logged out. The Dark Queen's anger reaches its peak, but she does not know how to vent it. The system suddenly announces an error. The shadow of the sun has fallen onto your left arm. Cut to a high-rise apartment. Jan has returned to reality. He lies sprawled on the floor next to a battle arrow. Jan sighed. This game is really tough. Facing Limgazen, the Baron, and then the Dark Queen one after another is just too much. He slowly opened his eyes, still shaken by what happened earlier, unable to calm down yet. At that moment, the darkness turned into a sharp tip, rushing straight towards Jihan. That was really tense. If I had reacted just a little slower, everything would have been over. The darkness was creeping up on his face, just before the Dark Queen's sword touched him. Jan tried to channel all his power into his fingers. I concentrated as much divine power as I could into my fingers. He stood back, trying to control the powers over the 3 players behind him. The blood vessels in their hearts were severed, and he cut off the blood flow in the hearts of the remaining ones. While doing this, Jihan carefully observed the Queen. She was a very strong opponent, and I was worried she would stop me. The Queen's expression remained unchanged. But fortunately, it seemed like she did not notice anything at all. He smiled, not believing his luck. In the end, I only lost my left arm, which is such a relief. Remembering back to that moment, if that sword had stabbed me, I would have been in despair, almost having to endure the pain of being crushed and blown apart. Jan sat, thinking to himself, one gamble like this is enough. He summoned the system interface in front of him. Well, anyway, I got a lot of rewards in this round. You have won the top 100, and you have received a reward of 1 million GB. You have gained additional experience points. You have reached level 5. Still, being in the top 100 means the rewards are completely different. Another notification pops up, catching your attention that you have received the title of King of Kings. The system reports the achievement that Jan has accomplished. Oh right. This is also a reward for the winner. Is not King of Kings. How cool. The title is awarded to the winner of the top 100 ranking rounds. All stats increase by 5 in silver matches, and experience points always increase by 50%. You smile, deciding to change your title. It is finally time to change from the Conqueror of Practice title. Click on another item to learn more about this achievement. You have changed your title. With this title, I can develop faster in Silver Cups. Let us see what special achievement rewards there are. First up is 10,000 achievement points. The special achievement you have completed is winning in the top 100. The reward is 10,000 achievement points. The bonus points are so huge that it leaves you stunned for a few seconds. 50,000 special achievement points for ranking first without any gifts. 50,000 achievement points as a reward. Do I have 60,000 points now? Positive thoughts keep running through Jan's mind. In the end, losing the warrior gift turned out to be beneficial for him. Right. This is really great. Just as you glance to the side, something catches Jan's attention. It is a sleeve missing part of a shirt. He panics and stands up abruptly. What? Is my left sleeve torn? Jan has a lot of questions for himself. But before that, he was still normal. The look on his face shows a bit of fear. Could it be that he remembers being in the battle, when the queen chopped his arm off? He was directly affected by Betanet. He stands lost in thought during the silence. We are still in the guidance phase. Could this really be happening? Or is it because the constellation exists at a completely different level? There is not a single mark on my hand, let alone any injuries, while Jan is still deep in thought. Suddenly, the car rushes in, flinging the door open. What is going on? Uncle, you are back. She hurriedly steps in to express her worries. You do not need to worry. The broadcast suddenly got cut off. So I was really concerned. He is a bit surprised by that. The broadcast got cut off. The Akar sighs and continues. Yep. Ever since you broke the arena's shield, the transmission has been lost as well. There are a lot of news articles about Jan. Right now, both the public and the media are all in chaos. By the way, did the shield actually break? I have looked through all the broadcasts of the Diamond Cup, but this is the first time I have seen the shield break. At this point, it seems Jan has leveled up to Diamond, but if Betanet has its own consciousness, at the very least it should quickly elevate him to a player at that level. The promising bronze player Xun Jan has broken the arena's shield, and even the Batleet broadcast transmission has been cut off. You should open your phone and check out the articles talking about yourself. This is the first time everyone has seen this situation, so they must be really surprised. I know. I am getting tons of messages right now. A is reminding me of something to ask Jan, right? Uncle. So that elf girl is the Dark Queen. Right. Oh yeah, that is true. The expression on her face was really excited. Thanks to her, I completed the mission. So lucky. O was still speaking when she suddenly stopped, her eyes glued to something strange. Don't mind me. Just trying to find it, she worriedly asked Han. But it seems Daihan did not care much. Uncle. What happened to your hand? This? It is nothing. I do not know what. But it is just the shirt. What am I even saying? A's next words made you notice your arm. Your hand is turning black. Jan was completely confused by the situation. What the heck? Your entire left arm has turned solid black like darkness. What is happening? A curse has been discovered. In Sun City, Gangnam District. At the branch guild headquarters, Jian's battle video is replayed. And even when watching it again, it is hard to believe his technique. Han looked at the screen, deep in thought, saying nothing, while the commentator's voice continued to echo. It was already astonishing that he defeated Baron. But what happened next was even more shocking. That is right. He destroyed the shield. She rubbed her head, frowning with exhaustion. A peer managed to break the shield. I am very curious about the future of this player. Just as I predicted, the foreign media is making a big fuss about it. Baron and the winner of the top 100. Then the issue of breaking the shield. Hazen's gaze held uncertainty. Jihan is getting stronger every day. We have to do everything we can to recruit him first. But because of this incident, he has become too famous. Jihan's profile is placed on the table. What should we do? English. A major conference is taking place. We think he is very valuable. Indeed. The host requested to contact him immediately. Manhattan, New York, the first American trade tower, and Tokyo, Japan. On the Japanese side, the subordinates are making requests to the recruiter. Everything Takeda reported is true. Japanese. That is right. We must recruit Ga Jihan at all costs. He asked his subordinates a question. The problem lies there. How do we recruit him? Didn't you say that neither money nor our sincerity could persuade him? We have a team. Right. He angrily slammed his chopsticks on the table. I said because of the Sword King. We absolutely must not use them. If she goes to South Korea, who will control the Sword King? The next words from his subordinate made him frown in annoyance. We have our own way. So please do not worry. Okay. I mean, we have a way to recruit Jihan while still keeping the Sword King under control. He does not trust them and needs to double-check if it is really true. Yep. It is. Sir. The guy up on the rooftop said there is a helicopter landing. Caesarou is probably about to move there. She must be on her way there right now. Jin's car stared at her without saying a word. His tone was a bit flat. Until the end. You still won't tell me. Where are you planning to go alone? Shizuru spoke up to reassure Xine. Don't worry too much. Ru scoffed, her whole being exuding a strange energy. It won't take long. He gritted his teeth, holding back his retort. Just stay quiet and love me like you always do. Jin opened his eyes, his pupils now a weird pink color. All right. I will do as you say. He instructed her. And remember to be careful. Shizuru. She gave an unusual smile, waving goodbye to Jin. This enchanting girl is it, Shizuru, the bodyguard next to her said. My lady. She lightly replied with an aha. Then, Shizuru closed her eyes and looked up at the sky, enjoying the dim night. The sky is beautiful today. Not a single cloud in sight. It is a perfect day to find someone. Then she opened her eyes, her pupils shifting from black to pink. Shizuru whispered to Jan. Do you think so? The expression on your face showed a bit of urgency. Panic as you heard your name mentioned by Jahan. Suddenly, someone's voice spoke up. You should feel grateful for being given the chance to bow your head and apologize. But what is with that attitude? The glass of orange juice now hovers in mid-air, surrounded by a dark red energy that sways as if it wants to spill down immediately. That voice rang out again. Louder. More sarcastic. More heated. You would regret it. But it was too late for that annoying voice to keep continuing. The glass of orange juice slowly tilted and poured down, each drop rolling down the aged face of Namti, soaking his suit. He stood there stunned for a few minutes, speechless, eyes wide open as if he could not believe the other person would do that to him. The moment the last drop of orange juice fell was also when he bowed his head in disbelief, his body shaking intensely, face darkening with an unclear expression, while the other person continued to playfully sway the hovering cup, showing no respect for that old man. After a moment of silence, Namti reached up to touch his own face, contorted with rage to the point of being unrecognizable, gritting his teeth as he stammered out each word. Jan then opened his mouth wide and shouted, What the hell are you thinking? Have you lost your mind? Jihan stood there, emotionless, looking down at him as if he were a fly, his hand still outstretched controlling the situation. He listened to the old man curse, not bothering to respond, just growing colder and more serious. 10 minutes ago, the sky was clear. The sunlight shone brightly on the earth. The weather was exceptionally beautiful. And in front stood a towering building, quite impressive, inside which a hoarse yet respectful voice echoed. Yep. Your Excellency, this man is from the South Korean government, the head of the cybercrime division, Kim Nan. He stood in the elevator, his face bright and smiling as he talked to someone on the phone. The way he spoke and his expression showed that this person was highly respected by him. Definitely not an ordinary individual. Yep. I have just arrived. The person on the other end responded politely. I really appreciate your support this time. Namtae, with his hands in his pockets, walked leisurely, humbly bowing his head and replied, It is nothing. Really? Since you have done so much, I should be the one to handle this. As he spoke, he gestured for the two bodyguards behind him, who understood and bowed their heads before stepping back. He continued, To repay all your efforts. His voice seemed very sincere, but his face showed a mocking expression, and there was disdain in his eyes even while smiling brightly. Very insincere. The door in front opened, revealing Jan and C standing inside the apartment. Seeing them, Namta did not hold back and told the person on the phone, I will definitely pass your message to the two who harmed the Tegan newspaper. Since they were still guests, Kara had no choice but to let the old man in and serve him orange juice and pastries, politely saying, I did not expect the head of Bat Honet to come visit us. The old man chuckled and pretended to inquire. I am very sorry I can to visit more often. How have you two been lately? Hearing that, Kara could not help but feel embarrassed and stammered. Just the usual. Dehan next to him was different. He did not want to beat around the bush, and immediately got straight to the point. But why are you here? The old man seemed to just notice him, glanced over with a smile, then squinted his eyes and put on a benevolent facade, saying, The department has decided to reward you for all your contributions. That is great, is not? Daehan could only give a forced smile in response. Is that thank you? But thinking back, it was nothing significant. Suddenly, the old man slammed his glass of orange juice down on the table, and the atmosphere seemed to grow heavier. He said, But first, you and Kara need to officially apologize to the Tegwin newspaper. As he spoke, he gestured with his hand, his expression unchanged, but his demeanor was stiff and artificial, exuding a pressure that felt like a threat. Kara immediately reacted, tilting his head and asking doubtfully, Sorry. Jan next to him said nothing. his expression showing no signs of disturbance. The old man continued. It seems you attacked the family of the CEO of Toon newspaper. Right. It was originally a question. But coming from him, it sounded more like a firm accusation. Namti had even prepared a smooth way for the two to resolve this. If you sign the contract to be their promotional model and publicly apologize. They said they would let you two off this time. Just saying that. He imagined Ji-han and Si kneeling submissively before her, a Haiksu as reckless and arrogant. The old man Nam Tusum seems to see himself bestowing blessings on others. Adding a flattering remark, they are really generous. Not letting him ramble on and give a headache. Jan's resolute voice rang out, shattering Namta's fantasies. I refuse. His smile immediately faded. His hand clenched tightly on the table. Suspicion creeping in, Jan suddenly stood up, leaning on the table, and subtly dismissed him. If that is the reason you came here today, then please leave. The Kara sap I did not understand what was going on. Just staying silent while you handled it. After speaking, Jen immediately stood up and decisively turned to leave. Namtian changed his attitude immediately. One moment he was smiling and advising. The next he slammed the table and shouted. I am the department head. How can you leave while I am still here? Even after saying that, Jian still did not pay any attention, even a little. He had to yell this guy's name. Jan. Do you know the Two newspaper is preparing to publish an article about your niece? The words came out like a subtle threat. Hitting Jan's psyche, he froze in place. Stunned, but still would not glance back even once. Taking advantage of the situation, Namti stood up, raised his hand to point, making a fierce face to intimidate. We are talking about the Two newspaper company here. Do you know that if they want, they can ruin someone's future? Even if you plan to donate money to charity to clean up your image, others will still look down on you because of your connection to Kim V-dong. He can no longer maintain that false image. He spat out all malicious words aimed directly at Jihan and Si, seeing him flip-flop more than a creep. Kara looked up in fear, feeling anxious. Is she scared too? He kept talking, seeing Jihan and Si not responding. He thought it would be easy to suppress them. He should be grateful for being given the chance to bow his head and apologize. But what is with this attitude? He has no idea. The glass of orange juice that was on the table is now hovering right above the old man, swaying and about to spill. Are you going to regret it? As soon as those words were spoken, the glass of orange juice tipped over, pouring down drop by drop, slowly trickling down his face. It soaked the soup beneath him, his eyes wide open, pupils constricting violently, his mouth slightly ajar. Unable to say another word, Daihan across from him was still using his own power to control the glass. His slender fingers twirled in the air, his voice cold. You and everyone else want to use the Akar to threaten me. Namti could finally react now, his body trembling with rage. He tried to wipe away the orange juice still clinging to his face, gritting his teeth as he shouted Jihan's name. Then yelled, You bastard! Have you lost your mind? Jihan ignored the insults, staring at him with an expressionless face. Though his eyes were somewhat cold, then Jihan gradually let go, stopped controlling it, and returned to his indifferent demeanor. The old man Namtu was furious, standing up, slamming his hand on the table, and threatening, Do you dare treat the head of the BIAT department in South Korea like this? You must not realize the seriousness of what you have just done. He pointed with his hand, still having some light orange streaks on his face, and continued to talk non-stop. But you just made the South Korean government and the press your enemies. Do you understand? There is no need for any more negotiations. The article about the Akar, I will instruct them to publish it everywhere. You better be prepared. That old man just stood there ranting and then turned his back and left. He slammed the door hard on his way out. Jan and Si stood to the side listening to the insults without any sign of disturbance. Not only unfazed by the threats but also seeming not to care much, as if reading each other's thoughts. They looked toward the door where Nam Tied's figure had just disappeared. Then looked at each other, glancing back and forth. It was quite amusing. As if what had just happened was not worth their attention, Jan spoke up and asked, Are you concerned? A laughed mischievously and replied, Not all. On this side at the Tegan newspaper headquarters, the sunlight was gradually fading behind the skyscrapers. The golden evening light signaled that the day was coming to an end. Inside the headquarters, Nam Tiavam was using a handkerchief to wipe away the remaining drops of orange juice. His face twisted in anger as he cursed those arrogant little pests. Then without thinking, he shouted like a child who felt wronged. I have never been treated like this. He must be feeling pretty good about himself after winning so many victories in Battle.net. Right, he was sitting in a spacious room. The man was none other than the CEO of the Two Kim Hyanchian newspaper. In stark contrast to Namda's impulsiveness, He exuded a calm demeanor, radiating composure. Everything became easy. He smiled faintly, set his teacup down, and gently comforted. It must be really hard for you. Then he picked up the cup to enjoy. Suddenly, the girl next to her raised her phone and shouted, "Dad, look at this." It is a spoiler for the upcoming action scene. It turned out the little girl was Hizu, Hyen Chian's beloved daughter, excitedly showing her dad. Everyone was talking about the article about the gift from Kara. On the phone screen was the main page showing a series of news about Kara, including that the daughter of Sword King Run-X received a trashy gift. Below the article were countless malicious comments directed at Kara. She is a nobody while her family is all famous. Really? In a family full of famous people, getting a nobody's gift is a kind of talent too. Right. Is that why Sword King left her? Below was a picture of Jun from Kara, Jun Sejin's daughter, looking serious after stepping out of the gift room. What is up with the comments here? I feel a bit sorry for her. She should not have accepted the gift in the first place. Who was getting more and more excited from the beginning. We should not have waited this long to post that article. This is her karma. After hearing that, Hyen Chian calmly closed his eyes as if nothing had happened. Since it is like this, do not get angry anymore. Nam T. Hearing that, pretended to agree, forcing a smile and nodding flatteringly. That is right. You really did not give him a chance to flatter you more. The door behind them suddenly swung open with a strong push. The panicked staff rushed in yelling, "Sir." Director. Hyen Chian frowned slightly, dissatisfied with the other's demeanor, but still remained calm. Silently blaming. What is with all the noise? Don't you see we have guests? The staff was extremely anxious. Loudly explaining. But I think you need to see this right away. The player Son Janang. Clearly. The staff had not finished speaking before mentioning his name. Yet all three immediately turned to stare at him. Finally, that staff member said what needed to be said. Look at the Tegan newspaper and the streaming section on the tablet. Along with his shout, the scene shifted to Jihan and C. The two of them were standing on the rooftop of a building. In front of them was an electronic screen broadcasting. Jihan was holding his phone. He had recorded all of Nam T's impulsive threatening words. It is currently live. You should feel grateful for being given a chance to bow and apologize. But what is with this attitude? You just turned the South Korean government and the press into your enemies. Do you understand? The article about Kara. I will make sure they publish it everywhere. You better be prepared. With that, Old Jan raised the recording to the screen for verification, coldly saying, "Everyone understands the situation. Right, is this what the Tegan newspaper and the North Lake Net department did to me and Kara?" This has exploded all over the comments. The department head is threatening players again. He is so capable yet they have to treat him well. What the hell is this? Now this is the reason the king left. Our country is amazing. The situation has turned upside down. Jan and Kara calmly stood in front of the screen, speaking clearly. The family of the CEO of the two newspaper attacked me to release the slanderous article about Kara, and the head of the North Lake Net collaborated with them to pressure us. When this method did not work, he got desperate and released the article about Kara's gifts. Hearing her name made her even more determined. Her sharp gaze fixed ahead, no longer showing fear or weakness. After speaking, Jihan smirked, secretly calculating in his head that he had used as special glasses to analyze Kara's gifts. And once the true nature of this gift is revealed, others will see it too. Back in that room, the three Hyen Chian were anxiously sitting and watching him stream live one by one. On the other side of the screen, Jan's voice kept resonating steadily. So it seems it is time to announce the gift from Kara to all the viewers. Kara, are you ready? She responded immediately after. Yep. I have opened the status window. As soon as she finished speaking, a series of information about the gift that Kara received appeared on the screen. The gift is a late blooming flower. A title upgrade. The number of times participating in the game needed to upgrade is 50. Upgrade conditions. To upgrade, players need to participate in matches on Battle.net. The title upgrade effect. The number of times participating daily will increase the natural growth rate of the status by 100% each day. After reading this, Hugh could not help but scream. Now, she was even more agitated than before, completely losing her composure. Mouth agape in disbelief that the gift could actually be upgraded. This type of gift really exists. The sharp, high-pitched voice echoed on and on. The scene shifted to Kara. She was no longer as serious as before, seeming to shake off the burden, her lips breaking into a relieved smile. The screen filled with amazed comments. What is this? That is way too powerful. Oh my god. It should have SSS next to the upgrade. Leveling up alone is something. With a gift like this, any guild would want it. Seriously. This gift will only get stronger over time. Jan stepped forward, extending a hand to guide them. As you all can see, the gift from Kara is not useless. I hope all misunderstandings have been cleared up. He finished speaking with a gentle smile, secretly thinking that this might be better even though he still wanted to deal them a few more painful blows. Suddenly, a sound came from the screen. Regated gifted 100,000 GP. Then a message appeared. Hello player Jihan. I am Robert Gate, a promotional staff member of the First Guild of America. His face showed a hint of surprise as he stared at the text on the screen, unconsciously thinking again and again. The First Guild of America was shocked, not expecting someone to play so big. To continue sending a message to Jihan, they gifted another 100,000 P, along with a few lines. I am very impressed with your battles and today's stream as well. I would like to propose a contract for you to consider. Can I message you privately? Jihan raised his hand to stroke his chin and thought, this might be a way for me to deal them a few more painful blows. Then he no longer hesitated and got straight to the point, but still very cleverly and delicately. Since you have gifted such a large amount, I have no other choice. But can I show the contract to everyone watching? The other party gifted again to send a message to Jihan, gifting another 100,000 P. Of course. I will let you know the advance payment. We can offer a price of 300 million items. The live comments were buzzing. You should know that is not a small number. How many zeros is that? What the hell? Is he planning to go to America? It is understandable for him to go. Look at how much they are offering him. Damn it. We lost another talented player. With that much money, he surely won't say no. If it were me, I would give up my South Korean citizenship right away. Jan could not care less about those comments. His steadfast gaze deep in thought. Good. This should be enough. After thinking, he politely spoke, thanking the gentleman for the suggestion. He hated it. The car behind was revving up, glaring and repeatedly asking one question. How much money is that? Then he spoke softly as if sharing his feelings. Actually, I have a small dream of establishing a guild in South Korea once I reach silver rank, but not just big corporations like the two newspaper. Even the Bata Hedronik department treats us this way. Over here, Hien Qian was pursing his lips tightly. Nam Tian stood next to him, trembling and sweating profusely. His hand clenched as he cursed that jerk Jan. Still, on live, he kept saying. I feel like I can't develop under these conditions when I do not belong to any guild. Jian slightly bowed his head, placing one hand on his chest, looking very sincere. But I truly love my country. So I would be very happy if everyone could help me. The comments reacted enthusiastically. Don't be so sentimental. Either way, you are going to leave this country. As long as he does not go to Japan. Jan, I love you. Goodbye. Then you looked up and smiled gently. So I could stay in South Korea to enjoy the evening scenery with the brilliant sunset. Honestly, I can't just sit still now. Jump in one after another. Don't say goodbye anymore. You guys go send complaint letters to the 20 newspaper. The others are buzzing. And what about the department head? A nationwide protest? I do not know either. Just do what we can. Jan, please do not go. After that, the stream ended. You stood there with your hands in your pockets staring at your phone. Kara stood behind, puzzled. Uncle, what are you going to do now? Jan was a bit silent, but in the end, he let out a comforting word. You do not need to worry. Kara's eyes widened at that. After saying that, you turned around, waving your phone, leaving just one sentence. Uncle will just go solve a little problem quickly. On the phone, someone could be seen calling Jahan. Maybe because of this call, you were in such a hurry. Switching scenes to Haun. She was pulling at her hair, crying out, her beautiful brows furrowed in displeasure. Standing in a room full of designer clothes and luxury accessories, she was shivering uncomfortably. What should I wear? Why is he asking to meet me at this hour? Gazen standing next to her could not help but wonder. What are you doing? Hayan seemed not to hear, ignoring the previous question. Casually grabbing two trendy shirts from the rack, seriously holding them up and asking, Gazen, how about this one? And this one? Which one looks casual yet professional and attractive? Gazen did not answer right away, still stuck on the same old question. Where are you planning to go? Hazen now paid attention, immediately changing his attitude. The discomfort from before vanished, replaced by a smug expression. Why did he want to meet me so urgently? Hearing that, it was clear who Jihan had rushed to meet earlier. Turning back this way, Jan held his mobile phone in hand, staring coldly ahead. In front of him now was a group of people dressed in all black, completely covered. Each of them was armed with weapons. Jan did not want to make a big deal out of it, feeling as if he was deceiving himself and others. Surely these people were not just a group of ninja cosplayers, just passing by. Right. But they had no idea that this phrase was giving them a way out, but with their inherent arrogance, they paid no heed to that statement. After hearing it, they prepared to make a move without saying a word. Seeing this, Jan did not want to say much. Asking directly, "Did the department head send you all? Or is it the Tegan newspaper?" Noticing no one bothered to respond, he put his phone in his pocket. Answering himself, "It must be both." Both sides were silent, surely contemplating something. Daihan looked coldly at the crowd in front of him, his eyes showing only indifference. "Should I take this opportunity to use that?" As if he had made up his mind, his voice rang out with a strange, eerie tone, calling out a name that was both unfamiliar and familiar. As soon as Ariel finished speaking, a dark aura surrounded him, wrapping around Jan's feet. Not only that, it spread throughout the atmosphere, turning the scene into a dark, shadowy place. The people seemed to see a ghost, their eyes wide open, unable to react, but in reality, behind him, the dark aura had accumulated into the shape of a demon. Its deep, resonant voice echoed, "Humanity's arrogance. Did you summon me just to fight these lowly parasites?" Jen responded indifferently, as if he were just warming up. "They are perfect opponents for you to test your skills." In contrast to his calmness, the black-clad group took a few steps back in fear, instinctively shifting from offense to defense. Suddenly, he raised his arm, which had been stained a deep black, emanating an ominous aura, and smiled as he said, "And what a coincidence it is that we are in an underground parking lot. It is dark enough here." Then he looked at them as if he was not joking. "Now let us get started." After Jihan's words filled with laughter and provocation, the black-clad group was already writhing on the ground. They were sprawled throughout the basement, moaning in pain. Jan stood in the center without a scratch, the atmosphere enveloped by an oppressive aura. "You are being indifferent." Raising the hand surrounded by dark power, opening your mouth to exclaim, "Not bad." That deep voice echoed in agreement. Was perfect. Hearing that, Jan was a bit surprised, shifting his gaze downwards, staring at something. From the dark mist slowly fading appeared a pair of cold, sharp eyes. Still speaking. "You should be grateful to me." That mortal. After the mist nearly completely dissipated, a small demon appeared, its body contrasting with its fierce eyes, pretending to point at you. "I only gave you the dark spirit out of pity." It kept rambling on without stopping. "You should understand how much of a privilege this is. It is a whole different level." While pointing, Jan did not care, putting his hands in his pockets, with the other hand focused on his phone. Suddenly, his phone rang. Someone was calling. Jen immediately picked up the phone. "Hello, Ariel." Seeing that he did not pay attention to her, yelled angrily, "Are you ignoring me?" A familiar voice came from the phone calling his name. "Jan, I just got here. Where are you?" After hearing that, he froze for a few seconds, panicking, not knowing what to do. On Han's side, she had arrived at the meeting spot in a beautiful outfit and accessories, just waiting for him. On the other end, Jihan kept explaining, "Sorry, I was actually..." "You kind of understand him, right? Suddenly like this." "All right. I understand." She just stood there talking on the phone with you about something unclear. Gazen nearby could not help but be curious. "Is something wrong, madam?" Suddenly, Hazen turned to her and called Gazen's name. "It seems like I just got subtly rejected." As she spoke, her face fell a bit, but mostly she still looked resigned. Gazen unexpectedly leaned back, tilting her head with wide eyes in disbelief. Thinking they had prepared so much, yet the two just stood there like statues, enduring each awkward gust of wind. In another development, in another space, Haiyan Qian's usual pride was now being struck down by the person in front of him, causing his glasses to fall. Unable to react in time and turning his face aside. "You can be so ruthless with him. No one but Kim Tegan." His father. He was filled with rage, holding the stick in his hand. Looking displeased, Haiyan Qian Vazen. "You can explain everything." Hizu stood, unable to contain her fear. After all, the one being beaten was her father. Just as he was about to continue, Hugh quickly rushed over, gripping his arm that held the stick, and exclaimed loudly, "Wait, sir." Those jerks started it. She did not have time to say more or make any other sound before a slap landed squarely on her face. Kim Teg's cold demeanor left her stunned. Caught off guard, fell flat on the cold floor. Still reeling, she held her stinging cheek, eyes wide in disbelief. Kim Tegan stood there, clenched fists, emphasizing each word. I have always regarded you as a precious gem, because you are my only granddaughter. How could you dare to cause such trouble? He was truly furious. His expression fierce as if he wanted to devour the other person. He was none other than the CEO of Two Delhi. Only he would dare to ruthlessly beat those two wicked father and son. The two of them were beaten into submission, kneeling on the ground, listening to the scolding. Do you know how much our stock has dropped? If we can salvage this, I will make both of you pay. She trembled with anger, her cheeks swollen and red from the slap, showing that it was no light hit. While Kim Teg continued to berate them. Do you even know how to back off? Sue could only glare and grit her teeth inwardly, thinking, damn it, this is ridiculous. My plan was perfect, and it is all because of that damn driving girl. Then she shouted without holding back, you driving idiot. She seemed to sense something, her body stiffening for a few seconds. But she did not care much, continuing to look down at the screen in front of her, scratching her cheek in hesitation. Should she just go ahead and fight? Or should she let us stand there all alone waiting? Right, if I did not understand the rules too well. Suddenly a pair of legs stepped up behind her. Standing there. She thought, what the hell is this? I had no idea what was happening. Awkwardly staring at the screen in front of her, and the guy behind commented cluelessly. She looked so flustered. Definitely just a nobody who just got here. This guy's name is Do Hyung-jun. He is related to Go High in the guild, and is a potential player. Possessing a quick A-level gift, the screen also displayed a series of A-level gift information, increasing sensitivity by 25. This skill is not limited by guild restrictions. Then Hai-hung suddenly picked up his weapon without saying a word to carry out some shady schemes, feeling secretly pleased. I must be really lucky to have such a good gift. I will make it into the top 50 with this in hand. And the first to go down will be exactly that. He had his sights set on a. Maybe he thought she was easy to bully and went in for the attack. The sharp sword was ready to strike. And in Hyunung's mind, she just thought about it before shouting out loud. You are done for, the girl just yelled and swung her sword, her face showing a despicable expression. But what happened in front of him left him stunned. A question mark clearly visible on his forehead, as vehicle blocked his sword with just a hand raised for defense. Her face looking as if she was experimenting, saying, so this is how it works. A series of information appeared around her. A grade turtle shell armor. A grade steel gauntlets. As grade speed. A grade stealth collar. Just as she finished speaking, she flicked away the sword from Hyung-jun's hand and swiftly slapped him. Hyung-jun, caught off guard by the sudden attack, could only brace himself. The sword that was in his hand just a moment ago had vanished. He looked at his trembling hands in disbelief, fear in his eyes. It turned out that the sword was now in his hands. She even remembered to say a thank you for giving me the first kill. Then she quickly raised the sword and swung it at her opponent, not giving him a chance to comprehend or react in any way. After swiftly finishing him off, she looked up and smiled innocently. The sword in her hand gradually vanished. Jan, over here, was watching her through the screen, silently observing for a while, then finally spoke up to compliment her. This first time is actually not bad. Ariel suddenly flew out beside her, spitting out a mocking remark. No matter how good it is still just a lowly species. Jan glanced at her, softly uttering this statement, while she was serving a lowly creature. As if hitting the nail on the head with Ariel, she jumped and quickly denied it, telling him to shut up, embarrassed and angry. I made excuses, but still could not forget my pride. I am here to fulfill the high mission that my original body has placed on me. You should be grateful for my support. Do you realize how magnificent the power you possess is? You knew she always babbled, so you did not pay much attention. But this made Jan really take notice, suddenly looking down at his own hands, gradually sinking deep into the fragments of old memories lingering in his mind. That day was when he discovered he was entangled in something dark. Jihan's arm was enveloped in a dark mist, and he could not understand what was happening to him. The nearby car was even more panicked, constantly shouting, dude, your hand is turning black. Suddenly, a strange red panel appeared in front of Jan, displaying a curse that would stop draining the magic and experience from players until it was broken. He fearfully stepped back a few paces, panicking at the thought of a curse. The guy in the car could not help but ask, is this bad? Jan gradually calmed down, his face serious as he contemplated. The form of this system message looked exactly like an item description, so he quickly shouted to recover rapidly. Suddenly, from nowhere, a dazzling light appeared, recovering from the shadow of the sun. The curse. Although he was the one summoning it, he was more confused than anyone else. curious about what lay before him. Suddenly, the strange red panel displayed a line of text, stating that the condition of the shadow of the sun was too serious, and could only be partially restored. Dehan finished reading, stunned, eyes wide in disbelief, brows tightly furrowed in suspicion. A few seconds later, Jan finally reacted, gripping the tainted arm in panic and shouting. Recovering rapidly, the red text reappeared. The status of the sun shadow was too serious. Could only partially recover. He stubbornly continued to shout. Recovering quickly. The atmosphere was grim, not receiving an immediate answer. A few seconds later, a green panel popped up, displaying the message that the thunder source had been resolved. Then, another panel appeared, revealing the true function of the thunder source had been unlocked, and then his tainted arm began to dissolve, returning to its normal state. Jahan stared blankly at his arm. The panel kept displaying the SS-level sun shadow from the Dark Queen, which could transform into a Dark Eclipse sword at the end. You could upgrade it through the Dark Queen's orb. Seeing this, I rushed over joyfully. Wait. What is wrong with your arm? Dehang forced a smile and replied. It is fine now. Suddenly, a silent voice echoed from nowhere. Why is it so dramatic? Both of them stared wide-eyed, not daring to move. Along the figures reflected on the floor was an endless shadow, flickering with evil eyes. Seeing this, he immediately raised his hand to shield his niece. Panicking and shouting for the vehicle to back off, the black mist crawled across the floor before rising into the air, gathering above their heads. Jan and she did not dare to take their eyes off it, always alert and watching closely. Suddenly, from the black mass, a small chibi demon emerged. It was Ariel. Both he and Sia gasped, staring blankly at the strange creature before them. Suddenly, Ariel arrogantly spoke up. I am the replica of the Dark Queen. After saying that, she lightly stepped down onto the table, standing there calling his name, saying, Jihan, my original spirit is very intrigued by your power and commands me to assist you in your endeavors. Jan looked at the small yet imposing figure in front of him with a blank expression. She pointed at him. From now on, I will serve you as my master. Her words carried a tone of obedience but lacked any sense of subservience, completely exuding arrogance. Jan looked helplessly at the little dark figure before him. What the hell is this? Suddenly, a panel of information appeared before him. Ariel, the replica of the Dark Queen, had gifted him a skill, Black Spirit. After reading it, he looked down at his hands in disbelief. Subconsciously wondering, the Black Spirit returned to reality. Jen was still lost in the past, gazing at his own hands and thought. A power that allows the user to wield shadows as weapons. I have not used it to fight in battle yet, but I am sure it will be useful. As memories flowed, Ariel beside him began to ramble on. Are you listening? If you are, raise the stats of the Black Spirit. He hated the constant buzzing in his ear, feeling like a mosquito was buzzing around. Time passed quickly, and before him was a table filled with delicious dishes laid out. The car side guiding was hard to maintain. Jan, facing this, did not hold back in giving compliments. You have done really well. For the first time, that is great. Hearing that, she happily enjoyed the delicious dish in front of her, her face satisfied as she chewed. But then she unexpectedly asked, That is right. Uncle, are you going to accept the invitation from the first U.S.? The Jihan, hearing this while eating, had to pause a bit and replied, I will probably decline. Really? But they are willing to spend that much money. Later you could do the same. Besides, while saying that, he put down his spoon and closed his eyes to relax. I do not want to join the association. I want to start my own, and I know who can back me up in this deal. On this side, a pair of long, graceful legs stepped down from the car. In front was a tall building. It turned out the woman was none other than Han. Looking at her face, she did not seem very happy. Han, looking panicked, took off her glasses. Unable to believe it, asked again what was going on. Sitting across from her was Jan. He calmly held his cup of tea in front of Han's confusion and Gazon said, I will repeat myself. Become the president of the guild I create. Jian spoke this as if it were light as a feather, without a care in the world. But Han, on the other hand, was not so calm. After hearing him confirm it, she jumped up and yelled, What the heck? Where did that idea come from? Jia seemed to have anticipated this reaction, so he was not surprised at all. Even if you say you are the president, I am fine with just managing it. Just let me borrow the title. After hearing that, she helplessly replied, I am part of the subsidiary guild. He continuously presented convincing counterarguments. You say you are the sales manager of the guild, but you are not a player dependent on them. I am really getting a headache. Closing my eyes tightly, feeling helpless. I said, "Anyway, you need the guild leader." "Right, the guild leader should be a strong player who can represent the guild. Someone like me is more suited for management." "Why do you suggest that?" Jan did not respond right away. He stayed silent, listening as if he already knew she would ask that. He gently set the teacup down and asked, "You have a support gift?" "Right. All jobs give an extra 10%. I am sure you think it is useless because it can't be combined with EP-enhancing items." Han's face darkened after hearing this, while Gazon next to him was sweating bullets, wanting to remind him but could not. That is the thing she hates to hear the most. Jan lifted his head high, facing her with a determined look. "But I believe that when you become the guild leader, the real value of that gift will shine." Han felt a little flustered inside, secretly scared. How does he know something I do not? She worriedly fell silent, lost in her own thoughts. How can he be so sure? It is like he is in a tier, but the experts all say it is useless. Nurturing gift. The support gift helps other players grow quickly. Han kept her eyes tightly shut, deeply lost in her own feelings, forgetting the reality. I want to believe in him because he sees the value in my gift. But becoming the leader of another guild is unexpected. Jan said, "I will reward you too. I will tell you all the results of the match in the future." At this point, Han could not help but feel that maybe she had hit a nerve. Seeing her silent like that, Gazon could not help but worry, glancing down and silently reminding her, "Miss, it is really not surprising." Just a second later, you stood up and rushed straight to him. I made Gazon next to me unable to stop it in time. "Miss, how could Jan pass up this rare opportunity?" He immediately took action. "All right. Sign here." Han was now faced with the choices on the board. Gazon could not stop it anymore, only able to shout out late. Did she really agree? Then Hazen decisively pressed the button on the screen, not forgetting to think about if he bet right. A dazzling light beam spread throughout the vast space from the board. Hazen was surprised by the scene before him, a bit stunned, instinctively raising his hand to cover his body. The board displayed the contents of the support gift. The effects of the training will apply to all members of the guild. The growth rate is up to 200%. All members of the guild will receive an additional 30 FB software. Hazen could not believe it and shouted, "What?" Transitioning to the middle of busy buildings, countless citizens were passing through the city. Suddenly, a couple on a date was surprised when the electronic board displayed the message that the stream had started. Both of them were astonished and confused. Even the comments were questioning. "What? Jihan's stream is on." Quickly spreading the news that he opened the guild everywhere. Jihan opened the guild, and notifications about it were continuously appearing on electronic devices. Seeing that, the comments could not stay quiet anymore. Is he really saying what he means? But who is that woman? On the broadcast screen, the beautiful face of Han appears with a sweet, clear voice. "Hello everyone. You all see the stream title, right? Nice to meet you. This is the first stream of the Great Tree Association. I am the president, Lazen, who is standing in front of the screen introducing herself, her smile always shining brightly. As soon as she appears, the comments explode. Great Tree Association. What is that? She is so pretty. I have heard her name somewhere. She is famous as the financial goddess of the subdivision association. What is she doing here?" Suddenly from behind, Jihan comes forward to remind, "Miss Lehan, this has an important role in my association. She is the president as mentioned." And you quickly jump into the frame to join Han. "Now, let us get to the topic of the association. I will show everyone." The information board appears again with details of the Great Tree Association. 5 per 10 members. Owner of Xianjiang. President Li Han. Level of Fortune Association. Member level 1. 5 per 10 growth index level 1. Growth index +1. Growth rate level 11. Fortune Association effect. All member stats increase by 1 for each type. All member growth stats increase by 200%. All experience gained by members increases by 30%. Growth index 200%. A 30% experience comment jumps up like a storm. 200% means 1 goes to 2. Right, but by 30% thought the maximum was 10%. They poured all points into it. But this number is really unreal. After that, 2 more people joined the frame. Han immediately reached out to introduce briefly. "The topic of our meeting is training. We are proud that our group has a higher growth rate than other groups. However, our maximum membership is only 10. Right now, we are still a small group. Current members include the founder, the Jihan, who just spoke," and the camera turned to the main character, the Jihan. Then she also introduced herself in turn along with the other 2. "I am the president of Lion, Diego Masset," who just received a long-winded comment from somewhere that popped up when he became friends with Diego. But it did not stop there. Hazen continued. "And finally, Through the contract, the screen switched to the last person, who turned out to be Gaezon. She looked like someone had annoyed her, standing in a corner with a frown. Finally mentioning Lim Gaezon. That resigned expression was unmistakable. The disappointed gaze had only one thought. Why me? Han ended the introduction with a sentence. In total, 5 people after seeing Gaezon. The comments gradually became comical. What is she doing here? Imao understood the deposit. This is like the Pokemon nurturing system. Right, she had a look as if she did not know why she was here. After that, it continued with Daihan's hosting part. Everyone can follow through the stream for those who want to join the group or sign a deposit contract. Please contact President Leihan. She stood to the side, and when she heard her name mentioned, she smiled and waved her hand. Noticing that he seemed to have forgotten about Car outside, she reminded him, Uncle needs to explain the name again. Hearing this, Jihan seemed to suddenly remember. That is right. The reason our group's name is the Great Tree. Hearing him mention Kara, he felt embarrassed and turned red. Perhaps this name is quite related to Kara. We took it from the phrase the great tree blooms to refer to late blooming flowers. The first 2 words are great tree. That is the meaning of our name. The scene shifts to the arena. The sky is incredibly clear, perfect for a battle. However, inside the stands, a fierce fight is taking place. With explosions booming one after another, Baron stands in the midst of a blazing explosion. It is easy to see he is the one responsible for all this. He lets out a fake triumphant laugh and shouts. Oh my, so boring. In front of him stands Jan, surrounded by flames. Seemingly injured, his battered body hugging itself. But his gaze remains firmly directed at his opponent. Baron calls out to him. The Jihan. After calling, he smirks slyly and gets into a fighting stance, saying, I will finish this in one blow. With that, he launches a powerful attack straight at him, not giving Jihan a moment to defend. Immediately after, a massive explosion occurs with astonishing force. After the attack, he stands up straight, thinking he has completely defeated him. But he does not realize that a familiar figure has appeared behind him. Suddenly, a deep voice rings out mockingly. Is that all? After that, Jan immediately channeled all his strength into a lethal blow from behind. But little did he know, a blinding blue light emanated from the opponent. Before he could react, Jan was easily controlled by Baron with just 2 fingers. He was convulsing violently from the electric shock earlier, lying on the ground trembling. Suddenly, a sound echoed from nowhere. The training ended, and the surroundings began to dissolve. It turned out it was all just practice. Baron stood there with a wicked grin, then spoke with feigned sympathy. That was tragic? I know you won that time because of luck. It was clearly a pitying tone but utterly sarcastic. The person behind also sighed. Well done, Baron. You could easily defeat Son Jihan at 50% strength. Next time I will win at 75%. It sounded like a consolation but was dripping with mockery. Hearing that, he could not help but clench his jaw in anger, shouting, Shut up. Suddenly, a respectful voice came from the door. Baron, the guildmaster wants to see you. In that room. It was unclear what Baron had heard, but he looked furious, gritting his teeth with each word. What? A guild invitation. He then cursed without holding back. Entering the guild to play with Jihan. Are you crazy? He showed no anger or change in expression. Perhaps too accustomed to this person's temperament, he calmly replied. Baron, you will understand if you watch his stream. After saying that, he snapped his fingers, and an electronic screen appeared immediately. The person was none other than the guild master of the United States, Robert Gate. The screen displayed Jan's figure, and as soon as Baron saw it, he could not help but frown tightly, then lost control, his eyes wide with rage. Everything around seemed to be moving under some invisible force. Robert Gate did not react much, just glanced at it and moved on. Because it was Baron who did all this, he angrily used a threatening tone. The old man snorted, then he completely lost his mind, flailing his arms wildly. With each swing of his arm, objects moved along with it. He shouted angrily, This is clearly a scam. Do I look like someone who can help with this? I am the strongest in the world. Do not ever mention that jerk in front of me again. Robert Gate remained calm, sitting still with his hands clasped, waiting for him to quiet down. But soon could not take it anymore, and raised his hand to his forehead, thinking he understood that the kid had a complex about the player Xon. But this was getting out of control. After thinking that, he spoke up. If Baron is not coming, it is best to send her. The one he mentioned is a sports enthusiast with distinctive blonde hair. She probably just finished training, sweat still on her cheeks. Looking at the information screen in front of her, she smiled and said, Jihan's player is so cool. She is the #1 player in the US. The revered Saint Sophia. The scene shifts to Jihan. In the conversation between Hazen and Jihan, Gazen stood nearby, seeming to endure something. Her eyes tightly shut with a drop of sweat lingering on her cheek. Han's loud scream echoed, causing everyone around to turn and look. Jan, the #1 in the US, offered us a lot of money in exchange for the secret on how to get the entire Chinese guild's corn. Jan sat across from her as if he had already predicted her reaction. He casually picked up his glass of water and sipped it slowly while answering. I only told you to be cautious, but never let them know. Hearing Jihan say that, she immediately responded clearly and loudly, of course. What do you think I am? It is a bit awkward talking to you like this. But actually, Hazen is really happy in her mind. She thought to herself that she had never imagined her gift would be this amazing. Suddenly, a not-so-pleasant memory flashed through her mind. A hoarse voice and half a face revealing the sinister smile of the man appeared. Does he need your fruit? The man stood facing her in the office. Every word he uttered felt like a stab to Han's heart. She could not believe what she was hearing was real. I am sure it could be a lie to cover up the truth that he is interested in you. Take this opportunity to charm him. At that moment, she felt small, lonely, and lost, having to choose the wrong path in every way but with no way back. Isn't he just cruel? The last words of the man in her memory once again denied her the effort on her part. After all, she had not done much for our guild. Back to reality. After a series of scenes in her mind, Han spoke first. Suddenly being called out made Jihan flinch. Jan, I will really do my best for this guild. What she just said surprised him a bit, making him think, why did she suddenly say that? He had countless questions in his heart, but on the surface, Jan simply explained it to her. Thinking she did not really understand the issue, all she needed to do was to be the nominal head of the guild. It was as if Han had been waiting for him to say this, and she quickly retorted with unwavering determination. Her firmness made Jihan a little uneasy. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. He mumbled to himself that he had planned to leave the guild once he achieved a certain level of success, and the other members were good enough. At that moment, the atmosphere was both tense and awkward. Suddenly, she stood up, slamming her hand down on the table, making a loud noise. With her fierce energy, she shouted loudly as if using all her strength to prove her point. On top of that, she even dragged Gazen into the conversation. Her dream was truly to become the head of the guild. I have already started betting on Bat to save up money to establish the guild. Right. Gazen was suddenly pulled into this, and could only mumble to go along with it. I guess. I can't remember anymore. It seemed that her half-hearted answer would discourage Han. But no. It actually strengthened her resolve. So until I can establish my own guild, I will do my best to contribute to the Great Tree Guild. She seemed to be immersed in her plans. First, we need to set up an office for the guild. We can use the common room at the training hall. Right. And the kitchen too. Can you announce the recruitment of an editor for the channel? But I am a bodyguard, not a secretary. Right now. Jihan sitting across only knows how to choose silence on the outside, but is telling herself. Is it okay to tell her the truth now? A few days pass, and the scene shifts to a room with a sign that says interview room. Inside, Han's cheerful and welcoming voice rises, her face wearing a professional smile. Thank you all for being here. A small interview is taking place, hosted by her. In front are 3 members coming for the application. She does not beat around the bush and goes straight to the point. Can you introduce yourselves? The first to introduce is Shuru. But the difference is she now has a simple style and is using a fake name. Yep. Hello. I am candidate #1. Duyuzi. She continues the interview. I have been making advertisements and other promotional videos since high school and college. I studied this major. Han sits in front, holding an iPad, reviewing the profile while thinking. Not bad. I am in a hurry to find someone. But she is better than expected. Her introduction ends. Han politely responds, her gaze shifting to the next man. Thank you. The next one. Your name is quite unique. Just as she finished reading the name, the boy replied enthusiastically with bright eyes for the job. A military-style demeanor. Hello. I am really looking forward to working for her. Song Ji-han. I am Mulgame. It is a pleasure to meet you, sir. The President Li Han. The second candidate extremer Huar Kwang. Logame. His voice echoed so loudly it was like a roar. He even attached a loudspeaker, making both you and Gazen look pale. Even Gazen was ready, hand on his sword, prepared to attack at any moment. I can edit and also run ads. I can do everything you need. I am the gem of this era. The game beat. What I mean is, I have respected Jihan since the early days of his streaming. Speaking of which, Hu Kwang's emotions intensified. He posed like an artist. Winking. One hand waving hello. The other pointing forward. So my mind is filled with perfect ideas for Jihan's channel. If you hire me, I will dedicate everything to the Great Tree Guild. It is a pleasure to meet you. As soon as he finished, the atmosphere froze. So quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's focus was on his long-winded speech. I do not know how long it took, but Han finally regained her composure to speak. Although her complexion had improved somewhat. Thank you. Please have a seat. Hu Kwang replied confidently. Yep. Madam. At that moment, she felt a twinge of regret for inviting him for an interview, because he was a top creator from Bada. But what kind of outfit is this? The last person is a handsome man with a mature and gentle demeanor. He slowly introduces himself. Hello. I'm Kim Jung, the third candidate. Kim Jianu. I have 4 years of video editing experience at the old guild, and I can proudly say that I am a veteran in BattleTube videos. If you hire me, I will utilize all my experience to ensure that I become the most contributing member of the team. Seeing that he already has a perfect job, but still comes here to apply for Hazen surprises me. So that guild is quite famous in the country. Why did you apply here? He maintains a calm, gentle expression and answers. Although the Great Tree Guild is a new guild, it became quite famous when Jihan became the guild master, and his answer continues. I believe that this position will help me improve my skills. Such talent in communication and speaking makes Hu F. Kwang and Shizuru worry about being overshadowed. Hunu Kwang is frustrated. Thinking, is my opponent that experienced? Kim Jun-gu not only makes his opponents cautious, but also earns silent admiration from the judge. Hound. He has a lot of experience and has been very successful in this interview. On the outside, she can't hide her admiration from her face. She cheerfully asks, Thank you. Do you have any questions for us? But the surprise is yet to come. He asks, Is Song Ji-han not participating in this interview? Hearing such a question, she is momentarily taken aback and looks up. She thought it was just a casual question from a fan. Han regained his composure, chuckled for a moment, then replied, I am the manager. You must be a fan of him. Kim Jin-gu also returned a polite smile. But there was something gloomy about that smile. I understand. Not stopping there, he continued to ask more uncomfortable questions. So which floor does he live on in this building? At this point, you and Gaezon could not keep your cool. Everyone's faces changed from shock to doubt and then to worry. Ha stuttered, struggling to get the words out. They thought the situation would remain silent in the awkwardness, until Hu Ev Kwang's voice broke through. As he spoke, he stood up from his leaning position. Wait a minute. I have been a bit annoyed with you for a while now. Just finishing his words, he grabbed Kim Jin-gu's collar. Huna Kwang acted too quickly for him to react, leaving him wide-eyed and staring at him. In the next moment, he could not hold back the anger he would been suppressing. He spoke furiously. But I have been waiting the longest to meet Jihan. I know you like him, but do not meddle in his private life. While he was saying this, a noise of something hitting the ground interrupted him, causing his thought to halt. All attention was on the object lying precariously on the floor. Although he did not fully comprehend the issue, Huna Kwang instinctively asked about it. What did you just drop? Is he the only one who has not figured out what it is? But it seems Shizuru has guessed it. Her face clearly showed fear, as she bent down to pick up the stuff for Kim Jin-gu. The closer she got, the more panicked he became. Deal. Knowing that the situation had been exposed, he gritted his teeth in anger, the veins on his face clearly visible. Just a moment later, he grabbed the knife on the floor and pulled it out decisively. Jong-go had lost all reason, wildly swinging the knife in all directions. His eyes filled with fury as he shouted, You disgusting lackey Zuxkang Jahan. Do you really think you can run the guild smoothly after ruining the image of the Sword King? Seeing the dangerous situation, Gaezon immediately stepped forward to protect Ham behind him. His curses still echoed. Where's that bastard? The Sword King did not come back just because of that bastard. From one surprise to another, it made her wonder about the Sword King's family. Kim Jin-gu did not hesitate long. He brandished the knife in his hand and charged toward her to take her life. I am going to kill this bitch to teach her a lesson. But things could not be as smooth as he wanted. Before he could reach her desk, Jun-gu was grabbed by the collar from behind and yanked back. That hand belonged to Huna Kwang. He threw him down to the floor with no mercy. Jong-gu lay sprawled on the floor, in enough pain to feel sore all over. but still mustered the strength to sit up and curse. He looked up at Huan Kwang, who seemed enormous, with a fierce face and cold, sharp eyes staring down, adding to the pressure. Unable to bear the humiliation of losing, Kim Jun-gyu used all his strength to stand up and charged at him with a punch. But Hu Kwang nimbly dodged the blow. "You want to die?" "Ah." After avoiding the punch, Huan Kwang retaliated with a powerful punch right to his cheek. The force of his punch was so strong that Kim Jun-gyu stumbled, and the knife in his hand was knocked away. The sound of bones clashing was both painful and shocking. Just one punch from him knocked out 2 of his front teeth, and his eyes went empty of life. Kim Jun-gyu lost consciousness and fell backward, his face hitting the floor hard. Hu Kwang's actions left everyone astonished. Gazen, standing behind, were even more shocked. A thought suddenly jumped into Han's mind. Wait a minute. This guy, at that moment. The image of Hu Kwang in her eyes radiated a bright golden strength just like him. Every detail of his background came to her mind. At first, he was a gold-ranked athlete, but intentionally dropped to a lower rank. His main content is to drop ranks to be better than others to get attention. Only high-level gamers participate in matches against lower-ranked players. Han's thoughts continued to flow. But before he could finish his sentence, he had to swallow it back with Hu Kwang's mocking laughter. His personality is a bit strange, but his skills are impressive. It is just amazing. One moment he is incredibly fierce. The next he seems like a completely different person. He posed in front of the phone in all sorts of ways, from cool to excited, shaking Kim Gyu, who was lying still below. I need to capture a shot. The title will be I Protected Jahan from the Terror of the Sword King Clan. I am going to stream now, so do not bother me anymore. Got it. Han now had no emotions left, his face serious. Coldly ordering, Gazen, call the police. Gazen, although still recovering, maintained her composure and accepted the order. Yep. Miss, the scene shifts to the outside of a towering skyscraper, where voices are coming from the rooms above. Is that? The 2 characters in that conversation were Jihan and Han. At this moment, he was filled with rage, fists clenched tightly, gritting his teeth as he looked into the distance and cursed. He is chasing after me. Not the car. Right, that jerk knows you are angry. So she has to comfort Jihan to calm him down. It is okay now. The situation was resolved right then and there. That can ease the anxiety you are feeling. Don't think too much. Jan immediately picked up the phone to call in 9. Sorry. I should strengthen security. Maybe we should continue looking for an editor. Hearing that, she quickly dismissed it. That is not necessary anymore. She continued to explain. We already have another strong candidate. I am sending this notification for him to see. The candidate Han mentioned is Hu Kwang right now. He is sitting anxiously biting his nails in the room, with one hand holding the phone as if he is waiting for something. After sitting there for so long, he has lost all patience, stands up abruptly, pulls his hair, and starts shouting. When will there be results? Not even a day has passed since the interview. A series of negative thoughts pop up in Hu Kwang's mind. I won't be rejected. Will I? Or am I being too anxious? I should have personally defeated that jerk from the royal clan. And the more negative thoughts he had, the more tears flowed. Suddenly, a notification sound rang out amidst his chaotic mind. Hearing the sound, Huan Kwang hurriedly bent down to grab the phone, his fingers trembling as he tapped on the notification. As soon as he saw it, his mouth fell open. The longer he looked, the more tightly his eyebrows furrowed. The screen displayed a simple notification, but it carried a very heavy impact. Interview results announcement. Congratulations. You passed the interview for the editor position at the Great Pine Guild. We will send you more detailed information via email in the coming days. Please be prepared. Thank you. Elsewhere, Shizuru received the exact same notification, but she was much calmer than Hu Kwang. I got accepted. Suddenly, Takeda appeared from behind. He rubbed his hands together, praising her. Truly a goddess. Praising her like that. But he was still nervously worried inside, so he timidly approached Shiru. But is it really okay to join there as an editor? I do not want to overstep, but being a video editor is a bit difficult. Knowing that Takeda was overly anxious, she reassured him. Don't worry. Shizuru continued, speaking while taking off her glasses to adjust. As soon as she took off her glasses, she seemed to transform into a different person. No longer looking innocent, but rather sharp and cunning. It is my specialty. In the well-equipped live broadcasting room, the sound of deep sighs echoed. Hon Kwang was sitting at the live streaming desk, but his mood was not good, completely lacking energy. A viewer was very suspicious. What is wrong with him now? Another viewer explained. I heard he applied to be an editor for the DJ Guild but got rejected. Seeing everyone discussing him, Hong Kwang also vented his frustration. He slammed the table in anger. Why was not I accepted? I swore loyalty to Jan. I even uncovered the plot of the Sword King clan. I have already defeated them. Everything was perfect. At this moment, the viewers were mocking him. Streamer Han Kwang is an idiot. Isn't it because you pushed someone down during the interview? Hong Kwang's interests. The good nature of an editor. Push someone down. Another viewer donated to grab attention. Hong Kwang's fan donated 10,000 AP. Why do not you apply to be a security guard? Does your storytelling always cause that? That comment might be a bit mocking. But to Huno Kwang, it seemed like a decent idea, making him freeze for a moment. After that, Hu Kwang tightened his fists, feeling very anxious and insisting that Jan must be really worried about being attacked right now. Seeing his strange actions and words, Kunchak also started to feel suspicious. What the hell is he talking about? Huan Kwang. Are we even talking about the same Jihan? Thinking about this, Huan Kwang suddenly felt full of anticipation, imagining Jihan in his arms and making a decision. I have made up my mind. From now on, I will take a different path and become Jihan's guardian. The viewers who were watching the stream found this amusing and started to tease him continuously. Is Huo Kwang smiling? But I can only laugh. News from Huo Kwang 1. Hearing him talk about protecting the puppy like this makes me really happy. Suddenly, someone donated, which shattered Hui Kwang's beautiful imagination. Jan. Huan Kwang has donated 10,000 P. But Huna Kwang, your Jan is playing very safely right now. Right after that, the viewers all had the same thought and decided to check out Jihan's channel. When did he start streaming? Then I will say goodbye. I am going to watch Jihan stream now. I am going to watch Jihan too. Bye. Huan Kwang, bye-bye. Along with that, there was a flurry of goodbyes. Seeing everyone continuously leave, Huan Kwang yelled to stop them. Wait. Everyone. Do not leave me. In the game world at a bright red ruin, Jan also appeared, making the chat channel very excited. This is the first time I have seen this map on X's stream. Damn. Jan, silver rank is really difficult. Comment. What is this? I got. Comment out is this place. Jan. Look at me. Comment. This is the silver rank mission. After you fully enter the game, the system announces again. Silver Cup welcomes you to the gang area. Along with the system's announcement, the game mode is invasion. The surrounding scenery gradually became clear as an altar, surrounding our protective pillars. In front is a dense forest. Looking at the familiar scene, Jan fell into a moment of contemplation. It has been a long time. At the same time, Gazin just appeared and asked suspiciously, what do you mean? This is your first invasion mission. Right. The two looked at each other, and no one spoke. The space fell into silence. It turns out Lim Gazon and Xian Jihan teamed up to carry out the mission smoothly. Specifically, Gazon has a hard time remembering when Hazen directly asked her to join the game with him and promote our guild if there is a chance. Let us level up together with that guild master. Returning to reality, he proactively spoke to break the awkward atmosphere. I have only seen this map on the livestream. It feels a bit strange to stand in this map with my team. Gazon listened thoughtfully but did not respond. When she appeared, the chat channel suddenly became lively. This morning's energy is from Lim Gazon. Muzi commented that they plan to compete for personal points. Jan, with a sincere expression, extended his hand wanting to cooperate. I am really looking forward to joining this game with you. This is the second time for you. Gazon thought, pondering what she was thinking. After a moment, she also shook hands in agreement. I am also looking forward to playing this game with you. Inside, she thought, I can't believe I am being pulled back to his team by the person I wanted to recruit. When the light transmission appeared, Jan was also surprised. It seems that the others have already formed their teams. On the other side, Gazon sighed quietly, accepting that since things have turned out this way, she should just focus on training. Suddenly, a voice called her back, pulling her out of her thoughts. Gazon, the group that just arrived is the guild of the promotion team. The girl in the team suspiciously asked if she was Gazon, the quality channel. Seeing this, could not help but be speechless at the current situation. I want to leave here. Why did they form a team with them like this? I want to invite you Mao. Announced the title of the background music, The Wrong Encounter. Jan smiled in surprise, welcoming them. So it turns out to be the team of the Origin Guild. In contrast to him, Gazon looked a bit uneasy, beads of sweat rolling down her face. The group quickly gathered, continuously greeting each other. I heard Gazen was borrowed by the DJ club. Meeting you here like this is really something. Jan. Oh wow. Hello you too. Hi everyone. The channel is quite surprised to see this harmony. They are friendlier with each other than I expected. When others commented, she did not switch to another club right away. This is just for a short time. While the girl in the club kept checking in, the young sorcerer with glasses remained silent. How have you been lately? How's the DJ club? When will Gazon be back? She is not gone for good. Right. He looked at her beautiful face without saying a word. Gazon suddenly saw him kneel on the ground, and his mood turned gloomy. She still looks beautiful as always. It has only been a few days. But since she left the guild, I feel so lonely, even now. He thinks about what will happen when Gazon reaches silver rank. I want to be the first to join her team and guide her a lot. Feeling that, Gazon shivered, suddenly feeling a chill down her spine. I do not know what he was thinking, but Victor turned to Jihan with fiery anger. The Jihan. It is all your fault that my Gazon left the guild. The girl in the club was still very friendly and asked, this is your first invasion mission, right? Do you need me to explain? Gazon did not refuse. Of course. Thank you. After receiving the approval, the girl in the group started explaining the rules of the game. In the invasion mission, 10 players will be divided into 2 teams, the Angel Base and the Demon Base. This is a 5-on-5 team match. The team that breaks through all 3 lanes and destroys the opponent's nexus first will win. The base that crosses all 3 directions and destroys the opponent's base first will be the winning team. She also emphasized that both teams should remember that there are jungle areas outside of the 3 lanes. Whenever a player kills a monster in the jungle, they will receive various types of corn that can help them gain an advantage. Jan thought to himself, in this match we are the demons. Then he raised his hand and asked, is anyone from our team going into the jungle? Everyone calmly explained, this is your first time playing, so you probably do not know. The monsters in the jungle are at least level 65, so we can't fight them. 2 members of the group are in the lower 40s, while Gazon is level 25 plus 5. The 5 points are the bonus for winning the top 100, Jan said. Really? I know we can do this. They are all at the top of the silver cup. Hearing that, Victor seemed to come up with a plan. He faced Jihan, cleared his throat, then casually said, wanting to push him aside, you are a newbie, so you still do not know anything. You do not need to worry about this mission. Jan, you just need to listen to us. He was directing his comments toward the members of the group. I will guide Gazon and Ja. So you two go ahead. The girl in the group happily agreed. All right. Then we are off. He saw the plan succeed and urged them on. Then let us go too. He felt a quiet joy inside. The Jihan. No matter how excellent you are still a newbie in this silver cup. In a team match like this, if you play solo, you will just ruin the game. I will use this opportunity to show Gazon my experience. Seeing a fierce battle erupt ahead, Victor asked, do you see those little things over there? He went on explaining, Gazon. They are called minions. Their attack is quite simple, but silver ranked players will have a hard time dealing with them. So we need to defeat them with our teammates. Even if we die, we will respawn after a minute, but never charge at the enemy carelessly, or we might get pushed back. He wanted to add more. Additionally, Jihan spoke up, that is easy then. You start using your skills while activating your limbs to link them together. In short, we just need to avoid dying during the fight. Right. To his surprise, Jan stepped forward. He reached out his darkened hand towards the green minions. Jan just used his skill and thought to himself, this is the first time I am using the dark sword in Betanet. I wonder how effective it will be. The soldiers noticed someone approaching, and at that moment, Jan recalled the terrifying power when this skill was deployed. His strength might not compare to the Dark Queen he witnessed that day. Seeing the group of soldiers rushing over, he made a quick decision in his mind. But if I use it to fight an opponent like this? In his hand, darkness seemed to bind the soldiers, and above them, numerous dark swords began to condense. With a calm expression, Jan's hand gently fell, and immediately countless dark swords pierced down through the soldiers. They were instantly annihilated, leaving no one alive. Seeing that power, Victor and Gazon were left speechless. Gazon had witnessed it a few times and quickly snapped back to say, looks like we can go now. He was not like that and was still in shock. The system then announced, you have killed 50 soldiers. The demon god has recognized you and blessed you. All your stats will increase by 20%. Hearing this, Jian was also surprised. A 20% increase. At this rate, I can go into the forest alone. Thinking this, he called out to Gazon, Miss Gazon. Upon hearing this, replied, "What is it?" Jan left with a vague remark. "I will temporarily separate from everyone. Give me 10 minutes. Okay." Hearing this, Gazon was momentarily confused. Where are you planning to go? Jan pointed towards the forest. He still had that smile, that calm expression, and said, "I will level up alone." Despite Gazon's helpless attempts to stop him, he quickly ran into the forest. "What I mean is no." Jan said this while she was still stunned by his departure. "If you leave, what will happen here?" Victor was still waiting to charge at Gazon from behind. His face was extremely serious and dark. Just as Gazon reacted and turned around, a dark hand attacked her. Gazon immediately jumped back, spinning around with clenched teeth, her eyebrows furrowed, showing clear tension, instinctively grabbing the hilt of her sword to defend herself. To her astonishment, a figure quietly but determinedly formed a protective circle around her like a shield. Meanwhile, two guys behind were trying to break through it. She thought of Victor. The loud noise of magic pierced through Gazon's ears. She turned to look at the source of the commotion. Her mouth fell open in amazement. Flashback 5 minutes earlier. Victor had a furious red face that seemed painted on his skin. His eyes were wide, thinking through clenched teeth. That damn Jan's car. He started to walk with angry strides on the flat surface, his hands clenched in rage, silently cursing. He was messing up my plans. I wanted to show Gaza Johan something really cool, cursing inwardly so no one could hear. Not long after, Victor suddenly froze, his eyes wide and brow furrowed as he realized something. Wait! With the mini-map appearing before him, he returned to his expertise, carefully observing every move while meticulously calculating with countless questions running through his mind. Do I need to move out a bit? Can I stay at the top with Gazon and let Jan mid handle it? Victor's expression suddenly changed dramatically. He broke into a smile, casually taking off with excitement mixed with joy. I'm a genius. Letting a guy like him do whatever he wants out on the street is definitely the right decision. Gazon, wait a second. I will be right there. After just a few short steps, Victor stopped dead in his tracks, staring at the scene of two enemies charging at Gazon while she had no idea danger was approaching her. Oh no. An ambush. His eyes widened, eyebrows furrowed, his face clearly showing tension mixed with panic. He frantically thought that his girl was in danger. Without hesitation, Victor rushed in, creating a shield to protect her. The scene now was also the present moment. Gazon turned around, looking at the sharp edge of the sword, determined to break through the protective shield around her with anxiety. I did not think they would ambush me like this. The middle mage noticed this and came to save me. On the other side, Victor struggled to maintain the shield around her. The pressure was clearly overwhelming through his trembling body. He struggled to speak, his tone almost stuttering. Gazon, do not worry about me. I will definitely protect you. As the words slipped out of his mouth, he unexpectedly spat out red liquid, accompanied by sounds of pain. The sorcerer, suddenly, a lightning bolt shot out, its golden light blinding. The protective shield, which was previously sturdy, shattered into pieces after being pierced by it. The sound of a terrible scream quickly followed in Gazon's shock. Finally, Victor collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide open, completely turned white, his body trembling in waves as the lightning struck him. Hey Victor. Gazon rushed over, kneeling beside him, her face showing clear anxiety as she looked at the blue light surrounding his body. Are you okay? I wanted to protect you at all costs. A hand, almost pale, slowly raised, bringing it close to her face until it hovered in the air. A faint whisper echoed. Now it was a bit too late to say it. But Victor smiled contentedly, his face softened, eyes glistening with tears that still lingered. He gently said, I have always liked you. From the bottom of my heart. She stared at him anxiously. While his hand quietly fell, Victor seemed to split into two areas. One side stood still watching the scene before him in confusion, while the other side played out a tragic drama. He will respawn in a minute in this game. What is wrong with this guy? Know it already. Two enemies. One small one holding a staff, while the other, a muscular guy, casually slung a sword over his shoulder. He walked over calmly, his arrogant tone leaving her speechless. The performance is over, so it is time for the action. Right, don't let your guard down just because it is 2 against 1. That is Lynn Gazon. She is one of the most promising players in the dual guild. Gazon turned his head, his eyebrows gradually knitting together, revealing his discomfort as he silently fumed. Where did Jan go? Isn't he supposed to be cooperating with his teammates? She suddenly froze, her eyes widening in confused surprise, as if sensing something unusual. With her bewilderment, the atmosphere had clearly changed. The sky turned dark, gradually revealing a circle in the air surrounded by ominous purple smoke swirling, like a vortex gathering dark energy. In another scene, the pitch-black sky lit up with blue light like glowing auras illuminating the gloomy space, while the trees rustled with leaves silently falling, creating a chilling aura. Jan stared at the scene before him, his eyes drooping into a look of boredom despite the roar echoing throughout the forest. The beast stood towering before him with two heads resembling wolves, its demonic tail thrashing behind. Also known as the twin-headed wolf, its mouth was drooling at the sight of him. A delicious, fresh prey. In an instant, it charged at Jihan without hesitation, letting out a deafening roar, its teeth bared, revealing sharp, shiny fangs. In the jungle, you did not show any fear, aiming for its gaping mouth, then grabbing its sharp fangs with both hands. You clenched your jaw, your face showing determination but also tension. One of the most abundant species in the forest. Under the strength of the beast that was twice as tall as Jihan, you were quickly pushed back by it, creating a long trail beneath your feet, over 3 meters high. The bite force enough to crush a human skull. Jihao's eyebrows furrowed in determination, clearly unthreatened by the pressure, not backing down. You suddenly swung your hand, fast as a flash. Jihan's punch easily sent it flying away, its body falling and causing tremors like an earthquake. Although the two-headed wolf appears in the forest more than any other species, while that punch knocked the beast down, it still stubbornly got back up in a defensive stance, then let out a chilling growl. Clearly, it was not easy to take down with just one punch. It is a monster that takes 3 silver-level players to hunt. Jen calmly looked at it, the beast uncontrollably drooling once again. Finally, you wondered aloud, while it continued to growl as if responding in its own language. You caught me off guard. Why are you attacking me like this? The two-headed wolf suddenly jumped up, its feet leaving the ground as it charged at you. Jan's body leaped up without a hint of fear, swiftly dodging the beast's attack. Your eyes suddenly widened, a dangerous gaze fixated on it. Jihan's hand seems to be channeling dark energy. With precision, a slash cuts through the space between the two heads of that monster, connecting them. It lets out a resonant howl that could make someone's hair stand on end. Its body starts to crack apart into pieces. Every crack in its body flashes with dark energy. As Jihan lands calmly, he finally turns his head, exhales a long, tired breath, and watches as the parts of that monster fall apart and scatter across the sky. Jen reaches out to grab the sword enveloped in dark energy mixed with purple. The image of the sword gradually appears. A pitch-black figure from head to toe holding the sword, with a single white light flashing from its eyes highlighting its entire form. A solar eclipse. That is the SS-grade weapon that the Shadow user uses in the upgrade battle. Only those with Shadow sword stats can wield it. Jan looks down at the sword in his hand, examining it closely. His face clearly shows excitement at obtaining the trophy, evaluating it with an amused tone. It will immediately lose its shape if the wielder lacks the ability, making it difficult to use, but the damage output is incredible. Before he could take his eyes off it, a system panel appeared right in front of him, grabbing Jihan's attention. A slight smirk appeared on his lips. Smiling happily, you have achieved the Silver Jungle Explorer achievement. You have earned 1,000 achievement points. Jan stands calmly in the quiet forest, sunlight shining down on the spot where he stands, while Jihan focused on the system board in front of him, excitedly thinking he knew he would achieve a new milestone. If he cleared all the forest monsters, he might complete another achievement. Jihan suddenly paused, his face becoming hesitant as he closely observed the system. He thought to himself thoughtfully, but he still needed to kill more monsters to gain experience. As Jihan continued to stare at the system before him with uncertainty, another notification popped up, leaving him confused. You have achieved your first kill of the evil team. Achievement points increased by 100. Back to Gazen's situation. Her enemy lay motionless on the ground. He groaned in pain, mouth agape as his eyes rolled back. That dark sword stabbed straight into his heart. The remaining enemy beside him became panicked. He gritted his teeth, eyes wide with fear. Gripping the staff tightly, a dark spirit hovered in the air, its pitch-black eyes growing cold. Ariel summoned countless dark power swords flying around her. Damn. What is this? Where did this little creature come from? Ariel turned to look at Gazen over her shoulder, her calm expression questioning, causing Gazen to freeze. Startled by the distraction, Swordmaster, What are you doing? Just kill the other one.
Yep.
That enemy quickly used his staff to create a magical barrier around him, his face glistening with sweat. Clearly showing his fear, he threw the magic ring, creating a huge, violent explosion. The light was blinding, deadly. Yet despite causing that explosion, he still did not seem to escape. His eyes instinctively widened in panic. Something cast a shadow over him, and he saw a Gazen soaring into the sky. The sword in her hand raised high. Her eyes glowed with a dangerous determination. She charged down, her sword slicing through the body of that guy like a shining shooting star in the sky. Now a sharp beam of light from the cut. Gazen calmly looked up, her brows furrowed, her expression becoming unpredictable. Ariel stood silently with her arms crossed, her face showing indifference. Then a voice rang out, causing her brows to involuntarily raise. Thanks for the help. In response to Gazen's gratitude, Ariel frowned. Her hand clenched as she turned sharply without hesitation. Immediately, she raised her voice arrogantly. I do not need thanks from a lowly creature. But who is she? With that question, Ariel furrowed her brows. She spoke bluntly. Before leaving, Jan summoned me and told me to be here. He must want me to fight for him, that rude guy. She is Jihan's summoned spirit. Gazen closed her eyes for a moment, then spoke honestly. I was grateful he did not run off carelessly with blind faith in his abilities. She seemed a bit hurt emotionally. When will Jihan come back here? She seemed silent for a moment, then refused thoughtfully. As for Ariel, with an unreadable expression, I am not sure anymore. Time for the transformation is almost up, but it does not seem like he is coming back at all. I guess we do not really need to worry about him. Leaving this place, to a different scene, where a familiar silhouette quietly kneels on the dark ground, kneeling among the corpses of several monsters that he may have defeated earlier, surrounded by a gentle blue light. Jen looks up, his face darkening to the point of gloom, clearly showing his discomfort through his furrowed brows and clenched jaw. Jihan's eyes suddenly widen, unsure if he is realizing a massive dangerous creature quietly approaching him from behind. Why am I suddenly feeling dizzy? At this moment, his system interface pops up again. But the entire board is flooded red with a warning about the abnormal effects he is experiencing after being detected by the monster. Continuing with that story, the monster stands tall behind Jihan. While he stares blankly at the warning system, his eyes wide in confusion. It appeared just as Jan calmly turned around, muttering a question. It appeared before he could finish his sentence, a long, pink tongue shot straight at Jihan. Fortunately, thanks to his agility, he quickly dodged that surprise attack. Jen looks up at it, his brows slightly furrowed, his hand instinctively reaching up to lightly touch his injury when he accidentally let its tongue brush against his shoulder. Its venom made one side of the shirt smoke for a moment, while the skin inside you darkened. It has been a while since we met. In front of you was a giant toad, its eyes covered in yellow, shining in the dark space, with two protrusions on its head resembling horns. It is also known as the poison toad. Going back to earlier times, in the quiet forest, corpses lay scattered on the ground, slowly being burned by the poison. It wrapped around its prey with its tongue, the venom from the tongue seeping into his body. The poison toad, a green forest monster that uses poison as its main weapon because it is a high-level monster. It rarely appears in silver cups. In the low-level dungeons of Invest, only low-danger monsters appear. Jen raised his hand, squinting his eyes to carefully look at the warning system in front of him, which did not match the silver cup at all. In front of him was a warning panel, notifying of the current status that an abnormal toxic state had been detected. All indicators decreased by 50%. And it even used those bothersome little things. The skin of that poison toad revealed rough patches. Meanwhile, comments started buzzing with conversations from the viewers. Checks out. I just got here. What is going on? Break it down. Is Jan checking this out in the silver cup? That monster suddenly stood up, its cheeks seeming to puff up in preparation for another attack. Jan's eyes immediately narrowed, tension gradually appearing on his face. It is. But as predicted, the poison frog opened its mouth wide. And immediately, countless venomous darts shot out, flying straight toward him at lightning speed. Jan skillfully weaved through each attack. He bent forward, his face scrunched up in determination as he glanced back at where the toxins hit the pillar, turning it black. Without waiting for Jihan to catch his breath, that poison frog shot out its long, pink tongue toward him. Jihan's hand tightened, gradually turning black under the dark power of the sword he had recently obtained, now in his grasp. As the tongue of the poison frog lunged at him, Jan quickly cut sideways with his sword, blocking its attack with the blade's surface. He was doing really well. Feeling like he was filming a martial arts movie, Jan's eyes narrowed into a focused gaze, mixed with determination. Its poisonous darts shot out all around, he thought, silently analyzing. Even though it could only attack within a certain range, it was very fast. Its saliva was poisonous, and he had to be careful not to touch it. Before Jan could act, his body suddenly froze. He glanced at his arm where an object was wrapping around it. The distance between that poison frog and Jihan was quite far, yet its tongue easily wrapped around him. It tightened its grip, not even giving Jihan a chance to dodge. The monster's eyes began to glow with a bright yellow light, and its tongue started to unleash green poison trying to reach him. Jihan's face twisted in a grimace. His teeth clenched tight before he let out a soft cry of pain. Jan extended his hand to summon the sword from before, and without hesitation, he swung the sword straight at the monster's tongue. The monster let out a horrifying roar of pain. Its tongue was split into two parts. He raised his hand, staring intently at his etching hand. It was still sticky with the poison from that monster. The area around his wrist changed color as if burned, smoke rising from Jihan's hand. The monster stood firm on the ground, its mouth nearly swelling up once more, as if wanting to take revenge on him. Jan clenched his teeth lightly, his eyes glancing sharply at that poisonous monster. The monster opened its mouth wide again, a sphere hovering in its mouth. The poison began to gather, making the sphere grow larger with each passing moment. Suddenly, it tilted its head back, its mouth wide open as the sphere shot out along with the accumulated poison. Jan stood frozen, his gaze immediately locked on the gigantic sphere rushing toward him. The sphere hit the ground, releasing the poison from within. The poisonous monster calmly stared at the explosion it had just created. Suddenly, a sound rang out from the explosion, and its lips instinctively curled up as it glanced over. Watching carefully, it almost died as the lingering smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated. A determined figure stood firm amidst the surrounding toxins. Jian held tightly in the air, keeping the shield tightly around himself. Comments in the stream popped up. Did he dodge it? Top thing survivors always say. I almost died. Inside his own protective shield, Jan slowly raised his head, his mouth unconsciously curling into a satisfied smile as he stared at each notification from the system appearing before him. If I had not used so much corn at once, I would have been in big trouble. You eliminated the two-headed wolf. All your stats increased by 30%, not backing down. Jan used his magic to create a dark energy that surrounded the poisonous frog staring at him, unaware of the impending danger. The power changed even the atmosphere. Without a word of warning, countless dark swords were created in the air and charged straight at it. Each tip pierced through its body without mercy. After a brief moment, the dark energy around gradually faded, leaving the poisonous frog lying on the ground, unclear whether it was alive or dead. Jan watched it closely, observing every movement. Is that still not enough to kill it? It really does defend well. Jan carefully recorded every movement of the creature as it slowly stood up, facing you despite just being attacked fiercely. Jan thought to himself that he should quickly take it down. Before his thoughts could drift away, he suddenly froze, staring in disbelief at the creature's body starting to swell. And the comments became lively once again. There were murmurs of conversation. Jizun Moonlight Boy commented, "What is wrong with him?" Anoa commented, "The creature is trying to attract its offspring." Itsock commented. Wu commented, with the bizarre scene in front of him. Jan suddenly stopped, his eyes wide open as he realized the sight before him. Thinking uncertainly, wait, this is its eyes shining intensely, as if deep within that light, there was something truly difficult to grasp. Although he had realized, it was clear that Jan did not have the chance to leave. Then right there in that secluded area of the forest, a loud noise erupted as it exploded. The lively comments filled with unanswered questions. Director. What the hell? Rara. Quickly cast the immortality spell. Free water tissue. Is it dead yet? Jan bent down, trying to hold himself up by embedding his sword into the ground. Jan's face darkened, cursing under his breath. Damn it. I did not expect it to self-destruct. At that moment, the system appeared again. A warning about Jan's status had detected an anomaly. Poisoning. All your stats have dropped by 90%. You can only last 5 more minutes. I should have killed it right away. Jan quietly stood up, his steps unsteady, breathing heavily. Luckily, the corn run did not last long. I will wait until it is over. Jan calmly stared into the empty space, his expression showing deep contemplation. Why is not the achievement window opening? I should get a reward for killing all the monsters in the green forest. While you were still lost in your thoughts, a giant foot covered in green suddenly slammed down onto the dark ground. Jan froze, his gaze drifting back to where something large cast a shadow over him. Before Jihan, a massive monster radiated power through the surrounding light, with antler-like protrusions on its head and eyes glowing with dazzling brightness. Clear Beform commented, "Is it really a female?" Clean State remarked, "Why are those two toads in the silver cup, my love?" The atmosphere suddenly changed. His body instinctively shivered for no apparent reason. Killing another one while being poisoned is really dangerous. If I make a mistake and die, all my corn will disappear. He bent down, gripping the sword tightly to support his own body. His mind raced with thoughts, both anxious and regretful. However, giving up like this would be a real shame. Can Min find Shrukorn anywhere else? He suddenly looked up. Is that the sound of fighting? Jihan ignored the pain in his body with an inexplicable determination as he opened the system menu to check his location. Wait, where exactly are we? Jian focused on the system as it began to establish his location, his eyebrows raised in surprise. A smirk formed on his face as he looked around where he was standing. Then he spoke a confirmation on the map from the system with a blue dot indicating he was alone in the forest, while the remaining red dots surrounded him. Jan murmured, "It is time to head back." Meanwhile, a fierce battle was raging elsewhere. Miss 2, an archer of the angel team with her bow in hand, confidently shot arrows at the opponents. Each arrow aimed precisely at the enemy, creating a lethal strike that knocked one of the enemies down. The archer standing next to her gasped in surprise. "Be careful. Are you okay?" She gradually faded into the air, leaving behind a final source of blue light. At this moment, only 3 people remained on the battlefield, 2 from our side and 1 enemy. On the angel team's side, the girl with the bow excitedly recorded a kill, showing a look of determination to win. Meanwhile, the girl with the staff next to her appeared extremely cautious. "All right. We took down a warrior. The diversion guild is not that good. Right, angel team. We have to keep pushing." Despite her outward appearance, a whole system map of everyone's positions had formed in her mind, her thoughts racing with meticulously calculated plans. They said they were almost done with the enemies. The Dimmick group is still fighting, so we need to take the upper hand here. The excitement did not last long. As they both widened their eyes in shock, a noise shattered the atmosphere. Before they could realize what was happening, Jan suddenly jumped out of the forest, branches and bushes flying up behind him as a giant monster chased after him. The loud noise left them stunned. As Jan landed firmly right in front of them, the monster was still hot on his heels, not giving him a chance to throw it off. The 2 girls widened their eyes in shock, mouths slightly agape. Jan showed no signs of fatigue, glancing back over his shoulder. Found it. Focused on the situation at hand, Jan maintained a determined expression, calling for help while the 2 girls behind him were still horrified by the sight before them. "Everyone, help me." About 5 minutes ago, Jan was gripping the dark sword tightly, facing the giant poisonous toad alone. Now, Jihan looked up at the monster seriously, silently calculating that he needed to lure it into a disadvantageous position, and he would kill it if given the chance. But then he frowned slightly, feeling suspicious, because the monster was not moving at all. But why was not it budging? Under the chat frame, the comments were responding. Wartesm commented, "What if he thinks it is a male frog?" T-Doctor commented, "Those frogs have terrible eyesight." As expected, they were not wrong. The forest monster now had an expression full of love, and the world around it looked pink. Jan saw this and felt helpless. His whole body slumped, and a comment next to him humorously chimed in. R commented, "Why is it blushing?" "You guessed right." In a brief moment of silence, he suddenly swung his sword, the black blade tearing through the night, striking directly at the mouth of the venomous toad. Caught off guard by an attack, the monster instantly became furious. Opening its wide mouth, it recklessly chased after Jihan. He ran while mumbling that he did not think it would attack so unexpectedly. Back in the present, the angelic group in the distance gasped as they saw Jihan leading a forest monster. One person questioned, "Why is there a forest monster here?" Just then, the eyes of the venomous toad lit up, its body trembling, as layers of dark toxic gas spread out, enveloping the area. The toxic mist was like an invisible net, trapping the entire angelic group, causing each person to writhe and cough up dark red blood. The system immediately reported it, detecting an abnormal condition. The members of the demon team were nearly paralyzed. Some collapsed. Others crawled, their voices wary. Poisoned. Damn it. I can breathe. At that moment, a member of the angel team, the brown-haired girl, was painfully covering her mouth. Her eyes rolled back, murmuring in dissatisfaction. Is he crazy? Why would he bring that thing here? As soon as she finished speaking, her panicked gaze landed on the dark sword, its cold aura surrounding it, carrying a hint of chilliness and sharpness. It turned out that this sword belonged to Daihan. He calmly smirked arrogantly, raising the sword stained with dark light, his voice cold. Sorry, but I have to deal with you all. While the poisonous toad was still confused, Jan swung his sword back and forth. After a while of fighting, his body stabilized. The system immediately announced that the abnormal status was removed. Jan smiled lightly, feeling more comfortable at last. He did not look back at the two corpses behind him with a serious expression, quietly saying, "Thank you. Thanks to those guys, I got some extra experience." The system coldly announced. Double kin. Your stats have increased. Suddenly, the monster that had been neglected for so long, with darkened eyes and a swollen body, prepared to launch a fierce counterattack. It roared, releasing a stream of toxic green slime that sprayed like a deadly rain. Pafchian had to leap to dodge. With agile reflexes, he spun in midair, avoiding the deadly attack. A fierce look crossed his face as he gathered energy to strike. Shouting, 3 disasters of martial arts and earth. Taking advantage of the monster's moment of vulnerability, Daihan gathered his strength, leaping from above like thunder, the sword in his hand resembling a mountain weighing thousands of pounds. Executing a powerful downward strike that shook the heavens, the archer from the demon team stood aside, astonished, mouth agape. He had just defeated the toad when notifications flooded his system interface. Feeling a bit anxious, wondering what just happened, at that moment, a series of notifications appeared. You have just defeated the poisonous toad. Your stats have significantly increased. The hidden mission to punish the green forest has been completed. You have earned 10,000 achievement points. Jan scrolled through the rewards in the system interface, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Good. Working hard in the forest is worth it. Suddenly, your gaze stops on a strange detail, and your expression shows a hint of doubt. In front of you, a new mission board appears, with multiple tasks and traces of players unlocked. Diane feels a flicker of doubt in his heart. A new mission. After a moment of hesitation, Jan looks towards the archer of the nearby demon team, noticing his cautious demeanor. You speak to this archer. Jen maintains a relaxed stance, letting his sword hang as he asks Fuvi. I have been in the forest, so I do not know what the situation is like out here now. The demon team's archer hesitates for a moment before replying. Gazen is mainly pushing the top lane, while the mid lane is stabilizing. We have already lost the bottom lane, but luckily you saved us. The archer glances at the approaching minions and explains softly. We just need to take out those minions. Then we can go down to help them. Facing the fierce minions, Daihan's voice is steady. All right. You raise your dark sword high, your expression determined, speaking decisively. Then let us wrap this up. Transitioning to the middle of the road, the wizard player now looked haggard, his eyes wide with despair. Now he could only struggle to dodge this attack after that. Completely powerless, unable to do anything, the dark wizard player was now fighting one-on-one against the opposing archer. Seeing that guy hiding under the tower, he angrily shouted, "Hey, stop clinging to the watchtower like a coward." This is the center road in front of the angel team's tower. The opponent's mage is a bit irritated, speaking loudly. That jerk. If he is jealous, he should just retreat to his own tower. Victor gritted his teeth, his determined gaze fixated on the enemy pillar, which was covered in cracks. Internally, he calculated that he just needed to take down that tower. No one could take him down when he was below keeping watch. Suddenly, as if he saw something, he stood stunned and called out the name of the person in front of him. Exguang Jihan, the mage at the enemy pillar. Upon hearing this, panicked and turned around, exclaiming, "What?" He looked confused for a long time, not noticing what was happening behind him. Victor had rushed in, his eyes filled with desire, and after a moment of not seeing anything, he muttered in confusion, "There is no one." Victor was really foolish, only now realizing that the opponent was still hiding in the pillar. Instantly, before he could strike, he was hit by a shot from the pillar, immediately falling down. The fall painfully shocking. The angel team's mage, seeing the opponent in such a miserable state, sneered with disdain, planning to play dirty. But down here, you are done for." Victor, in pain, raised his head, filled with helplessness. "I can't do this alone. regaining his courage. The angel team's mage raised his staff high, his face briefly showing a fierce expression, his voice cold. But you have lived a bit too long. It is time to die. You have to accept it. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from his pillar. Victor was in a miserable state. And as he heard the movement, he raised his head, his eyes wide in shock at the scene before him. In front of his eyes was Gazon rushing towards the pillar quickly. The wizard of the demon team exclaimed in shock. Gazon. The wizard of the angel team. Look so smug. You think I am going to be fooled again this time? The guy on this side. Gazon gathered all her strength. Her sharp gaze locked in. Her figure surged forward, carrying a terrifying wave of energy. She put everything she had into it, swinging her sword fiercely. A single cold slash shattered the opponent's pillar, causing it to crumble in an instant. The angel team's sharpshooter lost their shield, panicking and turning their head back without hesitation. After the slash broke the pillar, Gazon dashed over, landing lightly on the ground, with a shockwave explosion sounding behind her. At this moment, her gaze was icy as she slightly turned her head and commanded. Move forward. Gazon sharply shouted. Wizard. Over here. Victor, struggling to keep up, quickly raised his hand to cast fire magic, enveloping the area before the opposing sharpshooter could react. He maintained a calm expression, the magic in his hands exploding with powerful steps. Then the inevitable happened. The place where they stood erupted violently, sending out a wave of shock. After taking down the angel team's sharpshooter, Gazon approached and gently asked her teammate, Are you okay? She maintained a determined expression next to Ariel, who was standing beside her. Gazon then spoke up. I think if we can handle the middle lane, everything will be easier for us. Victor clasped his hands, looking up at Gazon with admiration, feeling a surge of emotion that Gazon had saved him. Suddenly, Jan and the demon team sharpshooter rushed in. He was a bit surprised and asked, Did you get here first? Gazon turned her head in surprise to call out to Jihan. Victor, seeing Jihan interrupt, potted in dissatisfaction, secretly judging why he dared to interfere while he and she were alone together. Jihan did not care about his surroundings, stepped up softly to apologize. I am sorry for taking so long. I owe you this time, Gazon replied calmly. Spirit. You have helped me a lot. Ariel immediately got angry and shouted. I am not just any ordinary summoning spirit. The demon side noticed that the angels were just standing at the altar healing, feeling a bit dissatisfied. They murmured among themselves. By the way, it seems like the angel team has given up. They have not even moved. We just need to eliminate that last lowly summoning. Jihan softly spoke, his voice full of meaning. I understand now. Neither fast nor slow. You said something that left Gazon a bit confused. Then you take care of it. Gazon, with a doubtful expression, called out to Jihan ahead. What is Jihan's vehicle planning to do? She watched him step straight into the enemy and shouted. That is a healing spot. Suddenly, the sniper from the angel team resurrected, his face grim, gritting his teeth and yelling. Damn. Those bastards are too strong. Another player from the angel team sat for a moment, then sighed. Is that you? Our team is too weak. She looked at Jahan, who stepped forward, thinking to herself that they were going to lose anyway. What? Why is he coming this way? The guy next to him, feeling helpless, shouted. Wait. There is nothing left here. Not responding to those around him, Jen was now shrouded in dark energy, looking a bit fierce. And he raised his sword, taking steps closer. The angels looked on, both doubtful and disdainful. Is he planning to attack? That is really funny. Just like some newbies, one of the angels confidently said. The barrier will protect us anyway. Just as he finished speaking, Jan swung his sword slowly, striking the barrier of the angel side. The immense power caused the solid barrier to shatter step by step, leaving the angel faction stunned. One player from the angel faction exclaimed. Wait. Crazy guy. How are you attacking this place? Jian wore a contemptuous smile as the barrier began to crack. Oh really? He responded calmly. I do not really understand the rules. Then he left a hint. I'm a newbie. Suddenly, Jan recalled the mission when the system board appeared before him. The mission of the Apostles' Traces. Destroy the Archangel's sword at the Angel faction's base and the Grim Reaper's scythe at the Demon faction's base to collect pieces of both sacred artifacts for a reward of 20,000 achievement points. The artifact pieces can only be collected when they are at the enemy's base. Currently, the piece of the Archangel's sword is stitched on one, and the piece of the Grim Reaper's scythe is stitched on one. He then remembered the golem with its arm rising from the ground, its large mouth looking utterly grotesque. When I saw the title of the mission chain and the reward being more than the achievement for jungle exploration, I knew it had to be related to the dead golem mission from before. Of course, the difficulty was the biggest issue. Jan pondered, sketching the two swords, the Angel Sword and the Grim Reaper's Scythe. Both of these items symbolize their respective factions, located where players respawn, and have a protective shield that players cannot destroy. The train of thought continued. But they only said that. Then he, without a hint of fear, swung his hand and struck the Angel faction's barrier once more. Two players from the Angel faction stood within the barrier that was gradually cracking, their eyes wide, mouths agape in disbelief. No way. The crowd was stunned in front of the main pillar, and the dazzling stone jostled among themselves in panic. Voices echoed continuously. If it keeps playing like this, what will happen to it? How could the shield be broken? Still in shock, suddenly a blinding light shone down, causing the Angel faction sniper to turn around in suspicion, their eyes revealing confusion and doubt. At that moment, a giant figure appeared before Jan, causing him to freeze and observe intently. The imposing figure, hands clasped, looked down at the crowd below, a dazzling aura radiating all around it. This was the embodiment of the Archangel. Her eyes slightly opened, and a strange light appeared in her pale blue irises. Then those eyes seemed to be stimulated, widening, the pupils gradually narrowing, and the system unexpectedly displayed a notification. The Archangel was furious at your actions in her sanctuary. The aura around the Archangel spread wider, causing everyone below to be amazed. The sorcerer from the demon faction standing behind Gazan was now gripping tightly onto the staff, exclaiming, "What is that, Gazan?" Relatively calm, though slightly shocked, still turned to signal the mission to everyone in the team. Let us destroy their base first. Deep down, she secretly doubted Jihan's actions. What exactly are you doing? Song did not hesitate. The Archangel seemed to gather all the power in his body, one hand raised high, a massive force radiating around him. Instantly, the shield in front of the Angel's archer suddenly glowed, slowly regenerating, causing him to widen his eyes in astonishment. The system announced that the Archangel had enhanced the cathedral's shield. The Angel archer smirked at this, pointing at Jan with a taunting yet confident tone. It is recovered. Looks like the shield is still strong. Next to another player hurriedly chimed in, sounding anxious. Don't make yourself a joke. Step aside. The crowd around them buzzed with chatter, commenting loudly. It turned out the shield could be destroyed. Jian's car was the one that destroyed the shield. He managed to break it. What a shame. He felt humiliated. His face darkened, while Ariel beside him also cautiously glanced at him. Without hesitation, she spoke up, her voice tinged with disappointment in the face of Jihan's increasingly cold gaze. Is that all you can do? It is actually quite impressive for a low-level player like you. Do not think too much. In response to Ariel's bewildered expression, Jan's voice was both gentle and firm. She was right. It was quite sturdy. He felt energized. His face immediately brightened, sword in hand. With a determined expression he declared, I should give it my all. Somewhere, there are 3 martial arts schools named after the gods in the nameless divine art. The images of the gods are truly majestic, each radiating their own unique power. One wields the destructive power of annihilation, another commands the power of thunder, and the last one harnesses the strength of darkness, the dark god. Among those 3 gods, the power of the dark god envelops the entire world. Suddenly, Jan coldly uttered the voice of the dark spirit. As soon as he finished speaking, a whirlwind erupted, the power around the sword converging to an astonishing level, creating a violent shockwave that tore apart countless rocks and soil nearby. At that moment, his gaze was resolute, all his strength enhanced to the limit, ready to charge straight ahead in the blink of an eye. Within just a few seconds, from hundreds of meters away, Jan dashed towards the barrier, the sword striking directly into the newly formed barrier, creating a wave of shock that spread all around. The archer from the divine side was thrown back by the tremendous force, clinging tightly to a pillar, helplessly shouting to his teammates, struggling to hold on, grabbing onto anything he could. Ariel watched the torrents of power surging forth, witnessing the terrifying might before her with disbelief. She paused, unable to comprehend this power. The flow of strength now intertwining between darkness and light, one side defending while the other attacked. With determination, concentrated all his strength into the barrier, gritting his teeth to encourage himself. Just a little more. Just a little more. Suddenly, before Jan's eyes, it felt like time slowed down. He found it hard to believe. Immediately, the system notification also appeared quickly. The loss of the sanctuary has enraged the Archangel. The barrier just reformed has shattered. Perhaps the Archangel is truly angry. She extends her hand with a swirling force, preparing to attack Jihan. The one disrupting the Archangel's barrier will personally punish the arrogant challenger. With a sharp gaze as if to pierce through him, The archangel rushes in, icy energy surrounding her like a storm. Jan, seeing this, remains calm, determination to risk his life evident in his eyes. He continues to focus on breaking the barrier. Using all his inner strength, Jen finally succeeds in shattering the barrier into countless pieces that scatter everywhere. The enemy's main house, after losing its barrier, becomes weak. The explosions around the altar gradually die down. As the smoke clears, his figure appears somewhat battered, yet strangely defiant. The system unexpectedly announces that player Jihan has achieved a pentakill. Exhausted, Jihan wipes off the dust. A fleeting smile of joy crosses his face, making him feel alive. The system immediately displays the content. The game has ended with the victory of the demon faction. The demon faction is now chaotic. Some stunned, others excited. The comments are filled with astonishment. The content is all unbelievable. They actually won. In front of the shattered altar of the angel faction, a flurry of congratulatory comments appear. That pentakill was insane. Can he really destroy it? Seriously, he made history in the forest. And today is the shield. Every time he plays, he sets a record. So I am not surprised anymore. Jihan loves car. Scene change. Chizuru is focused on reading every comment that appears. The first person in the US wants to offer him $500 million. Right. Good thing he did not take the white lightning. Don't say that. Her gaze held a hint of meaning, thinking to herself. Jihan's car. Chizuru slowly looked back at the destroyed altar, contemplating in her heart. You really destroyed the shield of the enemy base. It is hard to believe that a silver-ranked player like him can jungle. He always has unpredictable moves. Then she thought about Jan's figure along with the one called the Sword King in this guild. He might even surpass the Sword King. Chizuru then helplessly leaned back in her chair, thinking she had to do her best to recruit him. It is even harder to approach him as a regular staff member. Her thoughtful expression asked if there was a way to approach him naturally. Just then, a staff member appeared and greeted her. Good morning. Guild leader. I politely replied. Hello. Let us work productively. She then confidently took a step forward. However, over here, Chizuru has been watching and cast a gloomy glance at Hound. I have a bad plan. I have this idea. On the other side, in a skyscraper with a spacious view in a room, the system suddenly displayed a notification that you achieved a pentakill. You have earned points for your achievement. You have completed the hidden mission to destroy the sanctuary. You have earned points for your achievement. You have ranked first in the invasion game. The reward income gap increased by 50%. Jan sighed and then pondered. There are more rewards than I thought. You stared intently at the system board and thought to yourself. So the mission items are distributed automatically. The reward is 20,000 achievement points. Note that you can only collect the relics after they are in the opponent's hands. The shard of the Archangel's sword. The scythe of death. As long as I get the relic of the opposing side. Suddenly a voice appeared that surprised Jihan. Wait. When you see the person speaking is Ariel, you immediately turn to compliment. You have some skills. You did great today. I owe you this time. Ariel was silent for a moment and then gently asked. Who are you? Jan looked a bit confused. Ariel calmly explained. The power you used to break the shield. Jan touched the back of his neck, his tone a bit evasive. That, you thought to yourself. I can't tell her that it is martial arts I learned before regression. Oh no. Then, seeing Ariel's face gradually darkening as if contemplating, Jan said, it is hard for a big shot to be clear. It relates to my talent. Not seeing Ariel respond, Jihan asked curiously. But why are you asking? Before he finished speaking, a wave of darkness suddenly appeared before his eyes. Countless dark magic swords controlled by Ariel surrounded Jihan. He looked at the scene before him, slightly stunned. Suddenly, what is she doing? Ariel, with a serious expression, raised her hand to control the power, her voice urging orders. Quick, tell me how you have that power, you lowly human. The Jihan, feeling his life at stake, frowned and raised his voice to intervene. I do not know why she suddenly did this, but faced with Ariel's dangerous demeanor, he spoke up in doubt. Is she so desperate for power that she would go this far just to threaten me? After a moment of silence, Ariel clarified. That power belongs to my own body. She spoke each word powerfully, her gaze shifting as Jihan looked on. The skill you just activated is the power of the Dark Queen. Jan was taken aback, finding it hard to believe. The power of the Dark Queen. Seeing his doubt, Ariel calmly illustrated a scene of herself controlling magic alone. That dark magic is extracted from the purest dark energy. That wave is very similar to my power, she continued coldly. As far as I know, there is only one way to mimic the power of a constellation. With that, Ariel quickly returned to the topic, asking forcefully, "Tell me, how did you acquire that power?" Jan did not rush to respond, his expression cautious as he studied her and contemplated. "The dark spirit flow is the name of the nameless divine technique I learned in my past life." He imagined the similarities between Ariel and the god of martial arts, secretly doubting the techniques of the god of war and the Dark Queen seem identical. What is the relationship between those two constellations? After a moment of contemplation, Jan helplessly bowed his head and replied softly, "I want to explain too. But I do not know what to say right now." Ariel frowned slightly, her tone a bit accusatory. "You should have seen it." Jan interrupted. "My talent has disappeared," he said calmly, raising his hand to explain. "I do not know why, but the constellation I made a pact with took it away. I must be the only player who is angry about losing their talent." Seeing Ariel's skeptical expression, Jan then asked, "If you do not believe me, do you want to see my status window?" Ariel did not answer his question but was curious instead, asking what that talent was called. He calculated silently, knowing he could only reveal so much. Quickly, Jan responded, his eyes wide. Ariel was astonished, her face darkening, with a serious expression, her brows furrowed tightly. She said with a hint of disbelief, "That is still very suspicious." Suddenly, Ariel calmed down, gathering all the magic around her, and in a calm voice said, "But fine. I will spare you for now." Jan sat on the bed, feeling anxious. When everything seemed to settle down, he sighed in relief, thinking she was going to blow up his house. Suddenly, he shifted his gaze to the phone lighting up on the shelf. It turned out to be a call. At that moment, Jihan picked up the phone. "Hello." A resonant voice came through the other end. It was his uncle. Sounding doubtful, on this end pressed the phone to her ear and asked with a hint of worry, "I just saw the news. What happened?" She looked at the computer screen showing Jihan and voiced her dissatisfaction. "Every site is posting about him." "Wait a second. If you had told me earlier, I would have filmed it and posted it right away." Jihan on the other end had an unclear expression, only responding with a meaningful tone. "Really?" Without waiting, Han on the other end sounded a bit excited. Her eager voice revealed that thanks to him, our guild's channel has more content to work with. "I have been worried lately that we are uploading too much content about Battle.net." Jan humbly replied, "That is not a problem. After all, it is your guild's channel." Han surprisingly retorted, "Oh my. What do you mean by that? The more diverse the content, the better. Right. You even have a cafe just for the fans." Hearing that, Jan was taken aback. "A cafe for fans?" Han, unfazed, continued calmly, "And there is this too." She started, "I want to ask you for a favor." As soon as she finished speaking, the scene shifted to a dim, quiet workshop. Inside, there was a girl tied to a chair. And suddenly, a footstep approached. A middle-aged bald man wearing sunglasses smiled as he stepped forward. He said, "Finally caught you." Not seeing her respond, he smiled teasingly, saying she was quick to hide. The bald man looked Han up and down, sneering. "Isn't this the head of the guild division?" One of his lackeys on the left spoke up. "Yep. The big guilds that currently cooperate with the division are paying her a lot of money." The bald guy with his hands in his pockets has an arrogant tone. Good. Good. If we use her well, we will be rich in no time." When Han gets angry, he shouts loudly, "You really think you can get away with this, even in a weak position?" Her voice still resonates. "If you think I will cooperate, you are dead wrong. I did not become the head of the group to serve you all." The bald guy is not angry. He just smiles and taunts. "If you still have the energy to yell, keep going." I thinks he is too shameless and keeps cursing. "This shameless bastard is really annoying to watch. Seeing you trash act so superior. Why are you wearing sunglasses at night? Trash." Bald jerk. The guy next to him sees his boss' expression unchanged and looks worried. It is hard to believe that such a beautiful girl could make the tough bald guy cry so hard that one of his underlings has to step up to comfort him. Comforting him, another underling steps up and yells, "Can you shut up? He is not bald. He just shaves his head." Saying that, he threatens in the dilapidated workshop, "If you are waiting for someone to save you." Sorry. The underling feels proud and boasts, "This abandoned building is not even on the map. Just want help, so do not expect to survive." Before he finishes, Jan's figure suddenly appears behind him. He speaks up, catching the underling off guard. "Found you." The people who heard the commotion are stunned and turn to look at Jihan. Han is a bit surprised. He mutters. Jan does not respond but calmly loosens his tie, preparing to use force for the fight. Seeing him getting ready to strike, the bald guy and his underlings scramble to pull out their guns. One of the underlings asks, "What do we do?" The Jihan. The bald guy sees the critical situation and shouts, "Damn it. Shoot." The three rely on their guns and recklessly fire at him. Suddenly, a bullet nearly hits Jan's eye. But before he can react, his eye turns red, and the bullet stops in mid-air. At that moment, all the bullets fired at Jihan are stopped by him with one hand. Everything remains still in place. Seeing the guns are useless against Jihan, the group panics and drops their guns. One of them curses, calling him a monster. Then the bald guy, seeing no other way, pulls out his trump card, a huge cannon. This is a show of bravado while his underlings look on in admiration. All or nothing. The bald guy pulls the trigger along with the cannonball and declares, "I will blow you in this building away." Jihan, alert, watches the cannonball fly toward him. But in an instant, he swipes his hand, and the magic redirects the cannonball back to the group. The bald guy looks up, bewildered. Suddenly, a huge explosion erupts where the three were standing, flames looking fierce. Over here, after Jan finishes up, he approaches and smiles brightly at Hyan. "Did you forget to ask how she is doing?" Lihan looks confused, her tone a bit curious. "How did you find me?" They said Jake's could not be used. Jen was also being honest. He fumbled around in his jacket pocket for a while, then immediately pulled out a brand new fancy phone with an excited expression and a hint of pride in his voice. Jan introduced, "Thanks to Space 23 with its super accurate bees. I found it." Behind him could not help but cover her mouth in awe. "Isn't that the new Space 23 model with the foldable screen and shockproof case?" She did not stop and continued as if she had researched it for a long time. "It is more durable and smoother than other foldable phones on the market. Order your Space 23 today." Jan displayed a commercial expression with a hand gesture full of advertisement flair. That is how an advertisement is born. His image was paused on the projection screen, transitioning after watching the ad video. Han could not contain his excitement and stood up to applaud. Kine was lying on one side, laughing with a choke, while Jan's expression remained grim. "Bravo. You are truly a genius at acting." Sia then jumped up, unable to stop himself, shaking his hand and giving a thumbs up in admiration. "Dude, your acting is seriously top-notch. You should switch to being an actor." He was so helpless that he seriously wiped away his tears before speaking. "Sit up." Then Jan sat up straight in his seat and coldly spoke. "I did what you asked. But is not this ad going down like that?" Han immediately turned and pointed, rebutting, "Not all." Meanwhile, Sia was uninterested. Using the remote, he continued to rewind and had to watch it again. Right, waiting. Suddenly, Han took out a sparkling flip phone from somewhere, presenting it like a salesman. "Do you know how high-end this phone is? They used the Akashic roll to create it. And of course, the Akashic roll is an S-grade item that can be obtained through a platinum cup. It is so high-end that the system screen has to light up. The Akashic roll, an S-grade item, contains all the multidimensional information from the early days of Battle Elite. No one knows how to use it because of that strange description. Its price skyrocketed after a company figured out how to use it to reinforce their electronics." Ariel, standing aside, voiced her dissatisfaction. "They used the Akashic roll on that junk." Hearing this from afar, I got angry. The Jihan, also skeptical, turned to call Ariel. Ariel did not pay attention, floating in midair and evaluating disdainfully. Just as expected from the inferior human race. What a waste of a rare item. Hearing Ariel, he became curious. "Is there any other way to use it?" Ariel replied calmly, "Of course." Suddenly, a knock at the door interrupted the conversation. Han ignored Ariel, turning toward the source of the noise. She spoke up, "The film crew is here." From the side stood up to speak. "Let me go open the door." Jin also stood up, sounding annoyed. "What are we filming today?" Han, excited beside him, replied, "A practice film. I want to shoot the scene of you training at the Sword Pavilion." She continued, "That is right. I forgot to mention." Ha smiled and introduced, "The content editing team from the Guild's branch is here today to help us film." Just as she finished speaking, 3 other people walked in, led by Scissor. Without waiting, she immediately said, "Hello, Song." He froze, sensing the strange atmosphere. Shizuru's eyes were now enchanting, and an alluring aura surrounded her. She gently spoke, "I am Juunja from the content editing team of the Guild's branch, and I hope to collaborate with you." While Jihan was still lost in thoughts about Shizuru, Han suddenly called out, "The Jihan. You jumped when you heard the call." "Ah yes. I just came to my senses." Jihan replied to Han, "Do we need a post-production team for filming too?" She replied awkwardly, "Actually." Suddenly, Shizuru, standing next to her, interrupted. At that moment, she stood modestly and a bit shy. "I volunteered myself. I'm your fan. I really wanted to meet you in person. So I asked the guild leader, Lai Han." After her very sincere introduction, Shizuru beamed and extended her hand toward Jihan. "Can I shake your hand?" The somewhat awkward situation caught him off guard at first, but he quickly responded cheerfully, "Of course." Suddenly, Shizuru felt a fresh energy radiating around them, which made her laugh. Yet, in an instant, it felt like an electric shock ran between Shizuru and Jihan, causing her to shiver. The notification system displayed a message. "You are not allowed to approach this target." Shizuru was stunned, standing frozen for a few seconds with a blank stare, not understanding why this was happening. Just then, to break the awkward atmosphere between the two of them, Hazin spoke up, startling both of them and making them quickly pull their hands back. "Shall we go to the gym?" she asked quickly. The Jihan, "Can you lead the way?" He did not hesitate to agree. "Sure. Please go this way." Jian walked ahead with Han, leaving Shizuru behind with a sudden thought flashing in her mind. What just happened? I have never seen a notification like that when using this ability. It works on the Sword King too. Shizuru felt a ripple in her heart. She kept thinking about what happened earlier with him. Jihan's car. "What exactly are you?" The scene then shifted to her in Kara. Her face looked really worn out, and the loud screams echoed. Jan saw this and encouraged her from the side. "That is right. Hang in there. Just a little more. Just a bit more. Kara is struggling. Wait. I can't take it anymore." Han was very surprised by Kara's abilities. She began broadcasting on television. "Do you all see her muscles?" Everyone started chatting excitedly. "How was her score in the training room?" A regular high school student is actually not regular at all. Her abnormal ability was already unusual. At that moment, Han turned to ask Jihan, "What exercise is it doing?" You shared with the audience that A is trying to build her endurance. She is sweating a lot from the endurance training, and finally, all of his efforts paid off. Now she has completely achieved a toned appearance, muscular as she always wished. This is a rare score that can be achieved at level 10 with a max AP of 10. It will double that AP performance. The audience watching on TV must be amazed by this strong physique. Gorgeous as hell. Forget it, this is really difficult. The filming is still ongoing. Han continues to ask more about this metric so that all viewers can understand it better. It is a simple yet fantastic effect. But I have not heard about the endurance index before. Later, Jihan also recounts this process of XA in detail. Within 100 days, awakening has a condition that must be fulfilled. So very few people achieve this metric, no matter how difficult it is. You still have a strong hope for her. But I am sure the Akar can do what that girl from our guild can do. And besides, you have a bit of arrogance. My enthusiastic guidance too. With Jan's ridiculousness, the Akar looks visibly annoyed. "Just kill me already." The discussion reignites passionately after hearing you talk. He is making her train and then rehabilitate. "I feel like I have seen this before. But it feels more like PT in the gym than training Batnet. I thought they had to fight in the arena or something." The Akar snaps back. "This is torture." Jen retorts to her, "You won't die." The Akar. At this moment, Hazian hesitates while looking at the list of questions in front of her. The Jihan, "Can you show us your daily training schedule?" He quickly agreed to the proposal. "Then I will show you my private training room." Awesome. The audience was once again amazed by the spaciousness of this place. "You are quite curious. Is it really safe to get electricity here?" Suddenly, Hazen looked confused. She stared around the empty room in bewilderment. She was very surprised. There was nothing here. Jen then said clearly, "I do not need any equipment." Suddenly, Ariel appeared, her sharp gaze fixed on him. Ariel asked, "Why do you want me to do that?" He thought, she should give it her all and attack me. Ariel did not need to know the reason, but she complied. She stepped closer to Jihan, the arrogant mortal, quickly rushing towards him, shouting, "This time, you should be prepared." Jihan got into a defensive stance to dodge Ariel's attack, standing on his toes as if ready to leap. Indeed, as she threw her punch, he carefully dodged to avoid getting hit. Jihan and Ariel were getting closer, the distance between them shrinking. Just then, she smiled, as if she was plotting something. The scene looked very ambiguous. Jan jumped high and stretched his arms out to catch Ariel. Suddenly, her face went pale, and her eyes were deep in thought with a cold expression. Jan exudes an aura intertwined with Ariel's magic. He sticks a heart sticker on his thumb, leaving her stunned and confused by his actions. It turns out Jihan wanted to stick that sticker on Ariel's forehead, but without her consent, which made her angry. Ariel yelled at him, calling him arrogant. Jan chuckled. That was a bit of a letdown. Having witnessed his performance with Ariel, felt a bit disappointed. Is that it? He casually replied. Yep, that is all. The television audience was equally curious. Everyone was puzzled. What just happened? I did not see anything. Hastil was not satisfied with the earlier performance. She hinted to Jihan. Are you practicing anything else? That was too quick for us to catch. Ariel was annoyed, mocking the crowd. Truly a low-quality bunch, with terrible vision. At that moment, Shuru had been watching from start to finish. She was shocked and could not believe it. She recalled what had just happened between Jihan and Ariel. That attack aimed directly at the blind spot. But he used the last bit of his strength to block it. Is that even possible? Suddenly, Shizuru remembered the important item she brought in her bag. I brought the Akai's roll just in case. She sighed in relief. Glad she brought it. That Akai's roll might be very useful for Shizuru. So she hugged her bag tightly, gathering all her courage. She stepped into the room where he was sitting. Shizuru called out to him. The Jihan. She bashfully approached him. She softly wanted to help Jihan. I think we need to fix the mic a bit. Let me help you. Hearing this, Jan immediately stood up straight and leaned closer for Shuru to help him. Yep. She calmly said, just wait a moment. While fixing the mic for Jihan, that sensation appeared once again. Shizuru seemed to be entranced. Her expression was completely astonished. The notification system was set up again. Ido Shizuru's ability was to bewitch with beauty, a skill that helps you charm others and control their minds. This is a support ability similar to Lion's enhancement. At that moment, Shizuru's bag suddenly lit up in a strange way. As for this Akai's roll, the space suddenly shrank to just the two of them. The aura began to spread throughout the room, an item that enhances the effects of support abilities. The atmosphere became truly romantic. Shizuru unexpectedly looked up with her sparkling eyes at Jan's radiant face. Thoughts began to appear in her mind. I used the Akai's roll and still failed. Her face showed a bit of worry. Even the Sword King was not this difficult. What is going on? Suddenly, Jan's voice made Shizuru jump. After that, she was able to piece everything together. She smiled at him. Jan also looked at her with affectionate eyes. You gently asked, what is her name again? They had not been talking for long when Kara cut in. She peeked in and watched the two of them from outside the door. She witnessed the intimate scene between Jihan and Shizuru and was a bit surprised. Seeing them laughing and chatting happily made her feel really upset inside Kara. Is that guy really asking for a girl's number? Plus, Kara noticed the affectionate look Jihan gave to Shuru, which made her start to think, what is with that face? It is the first time I have seen him like this. He would not even pay attention to someone like Han. While she was pondering, Han had seen everything too. I thought he did not like dating. Han was just as shocked. Her face darkened. Oh my god. Turns out he knows how to ask for a girl's number. He said he did not even know his own number. Back to the conversation between Jihan and Shizuru. She immediately gave him her number. Here's my number. His cheeks suddenly turned bright red. Thank you. She must be really flustered. But please let me know anytime. She excitedly giggled. Oh my god. I am a fan of yours. So I am very willing, Shizuru thought to herself. Getting closer to Jihan. He is definitely not someone who trusts easily. At that moment, she switched to analyzing him. She pretended to smile and talk, but deep down, she had a lot of tricks up her sleeve. The way he does not kneel before me. He is definitely not under a spell. It is so frustrating that submission does not work with the Sword King. And he is the same way. Shuru quietly started planning to charm Jan by any means necessary. Minkyam was gaining trust. The sky was gradually darkening, revealing the scenery of the skyscraper with lights still flickering through the windows. A man with a refined demeanor appeared. He wore a black suit with a striking presence. It turned out to be Jan. I was surprised to see him dressed so neatly for the first time and immediately asked, "Hey, what is going on?" She was so curious that she asked him in a rush. It seemed like he was not going out for work. But this was the first time she saw him in a suit. Who are you going to meet? The editor's sister from yesterday. Jan suddenly stopped, as if he had heard all her questions. Only then did he mention that it was Akaya today. Jihan said it nonchalantly. He did not want to reveal this to her. It is nothing. Just eat. Do not wait for me. Saying that, he turned away and left her standing there. feeling lost at that moment. She looked a bit skeptical about Jan's unusual behavior. What the heck, quietly murmured to herself with a touch of sadness. It was as if he was acting like he would not come back. Under the street, there were still countless vehicles passing by. The lights shining down looked truly magical and ethereal. At that moment, Shizuru was focused on the messages between her and Jihan. Oh my god. She was admiring her phone, lost in happiness despite Takeda standing beside her watching. He then spoke up. Oh my god. He cheerfully said, "Do we really have to reveal our identities this early?" Shizuru explained to Takeda. If a player is at Sung Jihan's level, we do not know when the buff will wear off. He did not know that even the Sword King could get lost if we do not check on him regularly. He stuttered, "That is right." Takeda seemed a bit reserved. He shared his thoughts. She even used the Akai's roll, so it definitely won't be easy. Shizuru bluntly replied. Forget it. She advised him not to worry unnecessarily and to follow the plan. She added, even if things get complicated, our shadows will appear. With the matter settled, Takeda reluctantly agreed to Shizuru's wishes. Just then, Jihan also arrived at the meeting. He politely asked, "Hello, sorry for being late." He stood frozen, his expression a bit confused. She had been waiting for a while. Jan found it strange because of Takeda's presence. He spoke up. Takeda. Jan began to feel suspicious. What brings you here? He awkwardly replied. You see, to avoid being exposed. Shuru rushed to interrupt. Don't worry about Takeda. Jan. She leaned on the table, her gaze affectionate as she said, he is here to help me work. Jan was increasingly confused. Stunned. Help, she said. Shizuru sat up, her voice clear as she spoke to him with a very sinister expression. That is right. It is my job to take you to Japan. She immediately gave Takeda an order. Takeda. He quickly obeyed. Yep. Immediately, he pulled out the Akai's roll from his pocket. Takeda tightly held this item and began to recite the incantation. Let us change emotions together. This powerful magic was about to envelop Jan's body. He stood there, still in shock, unaware of what was about to happen. At this moment, Shizuru revealed her wicked expression. She had planned this out for a long time. Takeda's talent is extremely useless in real combat. But when he acts with me, it creates a super strong resonance. She made very reasonable and convincing deductions. A talent that helps him share his emotions with the target. Exchange. If we combine the exchange with the Akai's roll, he won't be able to refuse me anymore. Jan still did not move. He was frozen, waiting to be caught in Takeda's tricks. It is the Jihan. Suddenly, the Akai's roll flew out of Takeda's hands, leaving him stunned, mouth agape. Why did the Akai's roll suddenly? Right after that, Jan counterattacked. He flicked his fingers lightly. Takeda's expression at that moment looked really ridiculous. He is being suspicious and still pretends to understand nothing. Jan can't watch this act anymore. So he scoffed. I am wondering why so many people are hired by this ordinary man. Indeed, he has always seen through all of Shuru's schemes, and is just waiting for the right moment to bring the curtain down. You are hiding some interesting things. Are not you? It Shizuru. At this moment, Shuru is shocked as she realizes the entire plan. She is stunned and can't believe it. Thihui Mian. Is it ineffective? Shizuru decides to stop hiding. She starts to show her true colors. Have you been pretending from the beginning? Not only that, but he also knows her identity. This is bad. Jan immediately retorts. Who knows I have to answer your questions. With that, he steps closer to her. And the important thing is that your ability does not work on me. He threatens Shizuru, his gaze intense. I do not want to cause a scene in the restaurant. So you would better stay quiet and follow me. Since Jihan has pushed her to this point, Shizuru has no choice but to launch a new strategy. She changes her tone dramatically. This is my mistake. I should have pretended after gathering information about you. She presses him with questions. But Jihan, do you know that suddenly there is a shadow of a stranger lurking behind you? And I still have one more move. Suddenly, there is a loud noise in that room. And the lights shine brightly, illuminating the entire space. Both of them leap out through the glass door. Geto Akari charges toward Jihan with a sword in hand. It seems like you anticipated this would happen. So you have kept a sword by your side to counter her attacks. The atmosphere is incredibly tense, like a duel between warriors. In an instant, Jihan was pinned to the ground by Geto Akari. A massive explosion erupted right in front of him, shaking the very earth. Now, Jan is left with only a thin shirt. He has emerged from the thick dust. Jan's body is scratched and wounded on the outside. He tries to open his eyes wide to look around. Jan is unconsciously unaware of where he is. He wonders what this is. Geto Akari, with her cloak covering her entire face, stands defiantly in front of him. She is already prepared with a weapon to attack Jan. Suddenly, a voice rings out, "An assassin!" From that high-rise building. Takeda and Shizuru are watching the fight closely. Shizuru smugly thinks to herself that bringing her along was indeed the right choice. She seems to have planned this move very carefully. Akari specializes in raids and assassinations. When it comes to handling situations discreetly, she is the best option. Back to the fierce battle between Jihan and Gato Akari. His expression shows some concern. This is getting more difficult. He starts analyzing every move she made earlier. The way she moves suggests she is at least a gold rank, if not diamond rank. Jin seems to be falling into a passive position. He appears to be a bit overconfident about his opponent's plan. I did not expect them to prepare this well. They really are a formidable enemy. Ido Shizuru. But thanks to Jihan's knack for timing, he quickly came up with a clever plan. But it is not bad. I have prepared as well. Just as he finished speaking, Takeda received an urgent message. He quickly reported it to Shuru. Oh my. He held up the screen showing Gato Akari for her to see. Her face was filled with panic. Sansan's perspective was being broadcast on Bat. Shizuru was also surprised. She frowned, showing her astonishment. Memories from the past flooded back. That day was the first meeting between Jihan and Shuru. Today, the editing team from the Guild of Part K will help us. It turns out Ariel sensed something was off back then, and quickly informed Jihan. Something's not right. What are you asking about? She replied immediately. That woman. Ariel had seen the enticing item in Shuru's bag. She was hiding the Akashic scroll in her bag. Jihan was stunned. The Akashic scroll, indeed. Ariel knew a lot about it. She briefly introduced the item to him. The true purpose of the Akashic scroll is to amplify the effects of innate support. It is not meant to generate electricity. I do not know what she wants to do with it. But the fact that she possesses a rare item is quite suspicious. Ariel cautiously reminds Jihan about the girl standing right in front of her. Be careful. In the path. There was a voice in that room. Let us take a little break before we continue. Okay. At that time, Jan was sitting alone in a corner, still pondering Ariel's earlier words. Isn't it unusual for an ordinary employee to possess such a valuable item? Why did she bring it with her? Right then, Shizuru appeared right in front of her, smiling and greeting her. Hey Jihan. You are getting close to Jihan. I think we need to adjust the mic. Is that okay? He agreed immediately. Sure. At that moment, Jen also realized a strange aura surrounding him. He stared in disbelief at this situation. The system then displayed a series of notifications that Ido Shizuru had attempted to enchant him. He looked at the text appearing before him in confusion, feeling a bit skeptical. Ido Shizuru. Jan then remembered a fleeting image of this name associated with an event from the past. This name belonged to the woman who had seduced Jun Sejin. Soon after, Shuru used her enchantment to get closer. Jan. He was sweating profusely. His expression became extremely tense. He clenched his fists, trying to break free from this magical trick. I have to focus. If not, I will be enchanted. I need to stay calm. Within Jan, a protective mechanism began to establish. An unnamed divine skill, a mental state. He struggled hard to maintain control, his mind overcoming the physical. Jan thought to himself, Ido Shizuru. The more you think about it, the stranger this situation seems. How could she come here without the Sword King accompanying her? I want to expose her identity. But considering how much she hides herself, I do not think it will be easy to reveal her. Shizuru then called out to Jihan. In the end, you made a snap decision that mine will pretend to be hypnotized. What was her name again? Jan's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. He was plotting in his head. The moment she reveals her true nature. Sharing this first-person perspective skill allows you to broadcast live what you are seeing on Bata. I have to make sure she can't escape. Everything happening now is completely part of Jihan's plan. You recorded all of Shuru's dirty deeds and broadcasted them online. Honestly, I am worried she will find out. At that moment, he looked quite pleased with himself. I think my acting skills are not too bad. After everyone watched this footage, they were all buzzing. Utterly stunned. What is going on? Is this for real? I just logged in. Can someone explain this? I think the Japanese are trying to hypnotize Jihan to get him but have failed. Is that the skill Takeda just used? This topic is trending. Jihan remarked. What is it? Shizuru and Ariel are starting to teach her a lesson. It seems just winning is not enough. You think that silly hypnosis trick would work on me? Without me, you would have fallen into the trap. Hypnotized to be the Sword King. What the hell is going on? Takeda over here looked confused as well. He was trembling. Oh my. Akari. Shizuru still was not giving up. She quickly ordered Gato Akari, follow the plan. She immediately complied.
Yep.
Madam. Gato Akari was ready with her weapon. Just waiting for the command to strike Jihan. She glared, preparing to charge an attack. As the lady wishes. Even if I have to cut off all your limbs, I will catch you. Jihan showed no fear and even retorted. Is she complimenting me or what? Ariel crossed her arms and replied. Are you serious? Jihan did not understand Gato Akari's words. So he had to use the translation software. Let us. A translation tool. A beam of light suddenly flashed by like a gust of wind in front of you. That is the magic of Gato Akari. She acted while you were hesitating, unable to react. Immediately, Gen regained his courage. He grabbed the sword and charged into fight to the end, but unfortunately, she dodged your attack just in time. Jihan then realized something unusual. Shadows. The appearance of Gato Akari had vanished in an instant. She immediately created an illusion to surround Jihan. Is this another barrier? She appeared very confident, clearly stating, you are indeed as strong as they say, but I am an assassin. You can win against me in the dark. The darkness is on my side. With that, Gato Akari struck her Jihan, contrary to her arrogance. He still had enough strength to end this battle quickly. In the darkness, Gato Akari thought, he can block all my attacks. I need to finish this quickly. The darkness enveloped the space outside. And suddenly her expression showed surprise. What is happening? She was shocked. Her darkness was being drained away. Jan was the one who did this. He smirked. The darkness is on her side. Gato Akari stood there in shock. Suddenly the barrier was completely shattered. The battle was still intense. And the two decided to face off against each other. Jen pressed the sword towards her. What a coincidence. I feel the same. The announcement appeared once more. The shadow of sun and moon expands the barrier of darkness and absorbs the enemy's shadows. Gato Akari can wait any longer. She kicked straight into Jan's stomach. The force sent him flying. She raised her voice, pressing the attack. Surprised. You sneered. I told you to prepare well. The company is coming. Time has rewinded back to 2 hours ago. Jan stroked his chin. His eyes lost in thought. It is really strange. The achievement vault has been upgraded to level 6. Gift pouring has been added. The Dark Realm has been added this month. He focused on reading the screen and thought he could arrange these things before meeting Ito Suzuru. But I still have not gotten anything useful. The Dark Realm. What is this? Suddenly Jan's eyes lit up, as if he was captivated by something. Ariel next to him felt confused. What are you doing? Daihan smiled. I used to be a professional gambler. At that moment, the screen displayed the text. You have purchased a special Dark Realm this month. The chance to receive a talent has been activated. He was very excited. Could he also get a talent from the Dark Realm? Awesome. The screen displayed a message. Congratulations. You have acquired the talent of agility. Seeing that, he felt a bit disappointed. He did not need it. Is the system still reporting on the constellation? The Dark Queen has spent a large sum to replace the item in the bed. Jay stared at the screen, his expression a bit confused. The gift of his craftsmanship has been replaced by the shadow of the sun and moon. Ariel, standing beside him, also felt indignant on his behalf. She shouted angrily. What is this? She bluntly lectured Jan. How could you give that lowly creature to the shadow of the sun and moon? If you keep giving things like this, you will destroy the balance of power. Just then, an information board appeared, which was also an S-level talent. It seems the Dark Queen wants to have me at all costs. The shadow of the sun and moon is an S-level talent. The power of the constellation, and the Dark Queen expands the dominion of darkness and absorbs the darkness of the enemy. Absorbing darkness will enhance the effect of the Dark Sword's eclipse. If you manage to get the Dark Queen to support you, your talent level will increase by 1 level. It seems the Dark Queen wants to have me at all costs. Ariel continued to shout at Jan, despite him trying to cover his ears to avoid hearing. Moreover, this skill will allow you to become a constellation. Jan suddenly turned around, pressing her. What did you say? He wondered. I thought a constellation is born a constellation. So does that mean I can also become a constellation if I am strong enough? Ariel haughtily replied. Talking to you about this is pointless. She thought to herself. What could she be thinking to give you that power? The door to the room opened slightly, and someone was about to step inside. Sure enough, Azkar rushed into the room right after. She asked, Uncle, what are these things? Azkar found it strange and kept greeting Jan. You never wear a suit unless you are going to work. Who did you meet today? Is it the girl from the editing team last time? At that moment, a struggle began in his mind. wondering if he should tell the girl the truth now. The fact that the person who separated her from her father is currently in South Korea. Jen immediately thought of an unfortunate outcome that might happen. He worried that if everything went wrong, they might brainwash him too and leave his car all alone. Therefore, he decided to keep the secret from his car until everything ended well. His car hesitated, glancing at her puzzled face. Then, he turned to leave and gently advised, "Forget it. Do not worry. Do not wait for me." His car felt a bit sad. Her gaze lost as she watched Jihan's figure gradually fade away. Behind the door was Jihan's heavy heart. He tried to keep moving forward. "I think Ito Suzuru is trying to take me away even though she knows I am the only family he has." Jihan was determined to take revenge. He could not let this go easily. "Ito Suzuru, I won't let that happen. Not on my watch." Putting aside those thoughts, let us return to the intense battle between you and Gato Akari. The audience began to speculate on the situation. Did a diamond-ranked player really lose to a silver rank? Where's the special team? I do not think we need them. I do not think he needs rescuing. Jen confidently said, not expecting to have to use this skill. He swung his sword fiercely at her. The power was truly overwhelming. Indeed, this force sliced through her hair and caused a terrifying explosion behind her. Gato Akari would not back down either. She summoned her weapon, ready to counterattack Jihan. Gato Akari rushed forward, throwing that weapon far away. "Why did not you try absorbing this?" The blades were hurtling straight toward him, with the power to crush anyone. Jen gripped his sword tightly and prepared to counterattack. In an instant, he quickly destroyed all of those blades and charged toward Gato Akari. She managed to react in time. She crouched and jumped high to avoid Jihan's sharp sword. Gato Akari was gradually getting tired. She was quite surprised by his strength. Unable to believe it, she began to change her mind about this heavyweight opponent. How could she lose to a silver-ranked player? She should be stronger than him. Above the building, Shuru and Takeda were also closely observing the match. Shizuru was stunned, her body frozen. All her predictions were wrong. She pondered. He could resist brainwashing even though she used the Akashic roll. And even Akari lost despite being a diamond-ranked player. She bit her lip, her face extremely angry. How dare he sabotage her plan like this? Shizuru was determined not to give up. She was full of energy, wanting to take Jihan for herself. "Hey Jihan, I have to have you at all costs," she commanded. "Player Gato Akari." Shuru extended her hand forward, her gaze looking truly terrifying. "I have broken her bonds." Gato Akari was a bit panicked, her spirit starting to infiltrate her body. Her power was increasing day by day, enveloping this space with a dark force that overwhelmed Jihan. He covered his mouth with his hand, unable to believe his eyes. "What?" The system displayed a notification. The binding is a system where the player's stats will be adjusted downwards during the tutorial. Information has been provided that this system appears to prevent players from abusing their power in real life. Atosuzuru just used a skill to allow targets to bypass these restrictions for a certain period of time. Gato Akari has been significantly upgraded. She is definitely better than before. Now let us get started. Jen clenches his fists. You can see the change in her appearance. Her vibe has completely shifted. Ariel suddenly appears to remind Jihan. Be careful of that person. She has no more restrictions. You said you did not know it was possible to do that. Shizuru is plotting everything by herself. It is Shizuru's skill. She has a sinister smile. Something bad is definitely about to happen to Jihan. Shizuru laughs. Her heart is truly wicked. Can she do more than just control the human mind? Jan wonders. Can she bypass the restrictions? A large audience is also watching the match very closely. Are her restrictions being lifted? The restrictions were created by the system, so no one can unlock them. What is going on? What will happen if a diamond-ranked player gets angry in real life without restrictions? Isn't it obvious? We are all doomed. In the busy traffic lane, a voice comes from inside that white car. What? The restrictions have been lifted. Over here. While watching through the small screen, Han can't contain his anger. Is Gazen reasonable? Step on. Gazen replied softly. I am not the driver. I am just the bodyguard. Han snapped. This is so annoying. I am the one who wants to pick up Du Yuni. How dare she trick me? She felt it was quite ironic. Even though Xan's power is unusual, his stats are lower than a diamond-ranked person. Han assessed the situation. If her seal is lifted, something is definitely wrong. Back to the fight. Gato Akari reached her hand forward as if ready to grab Jihan. You will struggle to withstand this. She emitted a powerful aura, and countless arrows rushed toward him. Jihan stared wide-eyed. How was he going to deal with this? This time he could not resist. Jihan thrashed alone in this dark sea of fiery shadows. Indeed, Gato Akari's power had visibly strengthened. Now his body was covered in serious wounds. Jihan was gradually running out of strength. He clutched his injured arm. No matter how hard he tried, he could not block everything. I can slow down the speed of the projectiles, so I got hurt less. But if this keeps up, I will be in danger. Gato Akari looked at him, thoughts flashing in her mind. I did not think he could hold out this long. I only have 3 minutes left. I need to defeat him before the seal recovers. She analyzed the scene. It seemed like that guy summoned the black sword with his left hand. After a moment of deep thought, she said loudly, "That arm." With that, Gato Akari swung the sword, determined to take Jan's life. But I have to put it away now. She swung the sword down hard, shouting soul slash, and to everyone's shock, Jan's arm was severed from his body. Blood splattering everywhere. Gato Akari smugly said, "For a gold tier. You are pretty strong." But it is not surprising. The scene looked like a horrifying explosion. This disaster had a devastating impact. At that moment, Jan held his shoulder. His arm was no longer intact after that incident. A notification appeared. The system's restrictions had been restored. Jan looked truly miserable. He was in so much pain he fell to the ground. I chopped off his hand. I think he won't resist anymore. How fortunate. Gato Akari shouted his name directly, rushing at Jan. Just as she was about to finish her sentence, her gaze suddenly changed. She froze, as if her body could not move anymore. Gato Akari panicked. "I can't move." That was Jan's voice. "How many more times will my hand be chopped off?" Turns out, he was just pretending for her to see. "You should aim for my body or my legs. Those parts I can't regenerate with darkness. If you do that, I will do my best to dodge." Jan summoned his weapon. Now it was time for him to counterattack. Anyway, since she has gotten serious, if you take the golden armor sword and prepare to attack Gato Akari, it would be rude if I do not respond. Right? Saying that, Aja quickly thrust the sword straight towards her. She was stunned, standing there in shock without reacting, the scene exploding into 100 pieces. Dust flying everywhere. Jan looked up, staring at Gato Akari. "I can't believe she is still standing there without a scratch." The spectators were in awe, completely taken aback. She blocked it. She is definitely a diamond rank. That last exchange with Gato Akari only managed to leave a scratch at best. She let out a big laugh. Everyone was still buzzing about the intense standoff. "I thought the assassin would go live." Jan has a restriction but can still deal such damage. Silver rank has restrictions, while diamond rank does not. How is it possible for silver rank to win? Jan stood frozen. He was staring at something. At that moment, numerous helicopters appeared in the sky surrounding the player Gato Akari. She had been captured for kidnapping and acts of terrorism. "Put down your weapons and surrender. I repeat, put down your weapons." You seem to understand the purpose of this helicopter being called in. It looks like my work here is done. Shizuru and Takeda were just as panicked. They were quickly looking for a way to escape. There is one more thing. Oh my. We have to run away. Suddenly, some kind of light shone brightly ahead, causing Shizuru to cover her eyes with her hand. Right then, Jan slowly stepped forward and appeared before the two of them. He stared at their miserable state, then straightened his tie and said seriously, "We have a lot to discuss. Do not." Takeda was terrified. He was so shaken that he could barely stand. Jan sternly looked at Takeda and Shizuru. "What do you think these two can do now? It seems they have not changed at all." Shizuru still has not taken off her mask. "I tried so hard, but you still discovered my identity, and I had to use a lot of Akashic rolls. I have already suffered a lot, but I have no other choice." In reality, she is just trying to buy some time. Akari. Pull back. Gato Akari has also received the signal. She obeys. Yep. Master. Immediately, the figure of Gato Akari gradually faded away, transforming into the dim shadows of the night. The helicopter opened, and someone inside was giving orders. "She is escaping." Fire. Gunfire rained down. But Gato Akari had already managed to escape without a trace. Jan quickly turned to look down there, wanting to witness the outcome with his own eyes. Then he suggested, "I want to discuss more. But this is not bad either." Suddenly, Shizuru's face was completely distorted. She flickered and then vanished. "We will have more opportunities in the future." In the end, Shizuru has vanished into thin air. She successfully escaped. We will meet Jihan again next time. Jian looks a bit stunned. "We have lost track of her. Let us find her. Everything is still not over." And he glances at Takeda. Jihan can't hold back any longer. "You are boiling with rage. I want to hear you explain what happened. At that moment, he trembles, his whole body stiff.
Yep.
The scene now shifts to a new, open space with a very cool breeze. Itosuzuru's apartment. Suddenly, footsteps are approaching. Jin bursts into the room. His face looks really bad. He calls out, Sizuru. Sizuru has now returned to her original form. She smiles at him. Welcome. Jin. Jin's face darkens. He frowns. It seems like you owe me an explanation. At this point, Sejin directly asks Shizuru. Answer me. Sizuru. Is everything in Jihan's broadcast the whole truth? He outright criticizes her despicable actions. Not just for trying to seduce another man behind my back. Jin shouts loudly. His anger can't be contained that she used her enchanting skills on me. In response to his anger, Shizuru has softened. She questions Sin. Do you doubt my love for you now? She stands up and approaches him. Sizuru continuously makes excuses for her wrongdoings. I just want to recruit a few outstanding talents for my country. Jian's car is just one of the potential slave candidates. A seed of light. Sizuru used her affectionate gaze to try to win Jihan over. My true love is only you. She started using that enchanting trick to quickly calm his anger. Indeed, this technique is still very easy to succumb to. He has fallen again to this gaze. Even though he knows something's off, he can't resist looking at this face. Suddenly, memories flooded back, making Jian recall images from the past. Just like when he first met Shuru, this story began in a small bar. At that time, he was sitting alone drinking, in the empty bar with no one around. Only Jihan remained, drowning his sorrows alone. He seemed to have encountered a life event that left him feeling very down. Perhaps because Jia's Memorial Day is approaching. My mood is so terrible today. I have to stop drinking. Jihan reminisced about what Jia had once said to him. I promise you won't drink at home. Right. You hate the smell of alcohol. Suddenly, he smiled when he remembered these memories. A strange voice suddenly spoke up. You seem quite anxious. It turned out to be Shuru. She walked over and sat right next to Jihan, unexpectedly smiling warmly at him. He was startled by this very strange appearance. Since when has this girl been standing next to him? Shizuru is truly someone with enchanting abilities. She did not hesitate to touch Jin's hand during their first meeting. Did you drink all of this by yourself? She even seemed to care about others. After all, nothing soothes the soul like alcohol. But overindulging is not good. Soon after, that aura began to envelop his body again, with Shizuru gaining confidence. Why not try getting drunk on something else? And unsurprisingly, Jin was completely captivated by her gaze. He looked at her intently. Suddenly Shizuru pulled her hand away from his body. At that moment, Xin pointed his sword directly at her neck. It was then that he pressed. Who are you? Jin glared at Shizuru, his tone sharp. What were you about to do to me? The screen continuously reported that the resistance properties of the Ganjiang and Mu's swords had been activated, breaking the state of frenzy. She seemed a bit confused. A thought flickered in her mind about the twin swords that the Sword King used. Ganjiang and Mo's. Unexpectedly, these weapons had such properties. The one who disobeys. The user of this weapon is not affected by abnormal state complications. Then her expression turned malevolent. A tough man. Shizuru activated her unblinking lie mode. What are you planning to do? She is using her old tricks on Xin again. I am just a longtime fan of yours. Then she gently took his hand. I just want to help you a little. Itosuzoru tried to create a state of dependency. Itosuzoru is trying to create abnormal, haunting state. It seems Jin's car can't resist anymore. He is completely enchanted by Shuru. He places the sword under the table and starts talking to her. He asks her what her name is. Shizuru is really formidable. She does not respond to the question and dives straight into Jin's arms. It is quite annoying, unable to use subservience and fanaticism. You occasionally dare to resist. Shizuru has an idea. My body is still here. So the brainwashing by the Sword King has not been broken. But my clone, Duj, is not complete enough to seduce Song Jahan, only exposing my identity uselessly. Soon after, the scene shifts to Gato Akari's prison. I will have to put in more effort to create it. In another space, the Battle Elite Management Headquarters. In the closed room, Jen rapidly questions Takeda. Is Duty just a clone? After saying that, he angrily slams his hand on the table, startling him. If what you are saying is true, it means there are dozens of versions of Itosuzoru spreading throughout the world. Takeda slowly explains it to him. This is the first time I have tried to recruit using a clone. The goddess coming out directly instead of letting the Sword King handle the most important tasks. He says that is very dangerous. The more Jan hears him speak, the more unbelievable it seems. I do not know how to create clones or how many clones I can make. Dear idol, please believe me. But thinking it over, he finds these words somewhat convincing. That is true. If it were real, she would not be able to just disappear like that. You immediately recalled the previous clues. That night, after the video exposing Ito Suzura's identity was broadcast live worldwide, the Japanese government, things started to connect more regarding a player named Heichi, who was in the process of grasping the situation, speculating that the connection to the Sword King was an exaggeration. Jen quietly stepped out of that room, but he could not shake off the anxiety in his heart. It seemed that she was a big player connected to many powerful figures in Japanese politics and finance. Forcing her into a corner through conventional means was impossible. Jan looked up. Vehicle immediately groaned about him. Why so? She had been waiting outside for quite a while. I almost died waiting here. Jan hurried to ask. You reported everything that night. Right. Personally, I want to verify some things. She was clearly upset. Her gaze fiery with anger directed at you. Right after that, it seemed her anger had surged. She yelled at Jan. Seriously? Something big almost happened. And you did not say a word to me. Do I have to hear from someone else that your arm was cut off? Do you know how panicked I was watching the broadcast? I still would not stop blaming you. She snapped. Would it ruin everything to give me a heads up? You are almost an adult now. Stop coddling me. Diane's face turned pale after being scolded. All right. Then I spoke loudly. Listen carefully. At this point, her voice was a bit choked up. She expressed, if you disappear too, what am I supposed to do? He was taken aback by her words. I thought everything would be very touching, but it was not. I then rewarded Jihan with a direct punch to the stomach. Is he crying? She still did not feel really comfortable. She knew that speaking up would not help him. I tightened her fists, mustering all her courage to step up and say to Jihan, but I will be stronger soon so I can help you. So do not try too hard alone. Okay. He looked at her with fondness, seeing her grown-up demeanor. At that moment, Jan even dared to joke with a, right. Seeing you beat him like this, you will be strong in no time. She confidently replied, that is right. I will be strong soon. Even though I am still far from being humble. Then she playfully teased Jan. Oh my. You have raised a little tiger here. Finally, I decided to tell him something. Uncle. She sadly shared her feelings with him. I want to talk about Dad. I am sure that girl from the broadcast brainwashed him. I felt a bit scared. Is not there any way to unbrainwash him? A thought flickered in her mind. Still reluctant. Definitely not wanting to give up. No matter how much people criticized him. He was still the most important person. Jan was about to refuse when Ariel interrupted. That is something I can solve too. They were all stunned by Ariel's appearance. Ariel. What did you just say? You calmly explained to them how to solve it. The brainwashing can be undone. The most cunning race in the universe can do it. If they are supreme beings. After hearing Ariel say that, both of them were curious. C asked. The cunning race. Who is that? Ariel stated as if it were obvious. It is obviously the elf. Who else? She was a bit hard to understand. Cunning elf. Really? Jian also pondered. Right. C had to ask again. But Ariel. You are also an elf. She just said. Wrong. I am a shadow elf. Completely different from a regular elf. Jian had also figured it out. The Elf Alliance. The alliance of the tree world in the past life. They were also ruthless for the survival of their race. In the end, they occupied from 1st to 5th place in the female spatial. As perspective really broadened, it is surprising that in movies or novels, elves often have a benevolent image. Ariel then stated a fact with their own kind. They are indeed a very loyal group, but towards other races or heretics, they never show mercy. On the contrary, they are very ruthless and cowardly. She continued to wonder, so who is the supreme being of the elves? Ariel thought for a moment and answered. It is that on the elf planet. There is a tree that forms the core of the world called the World Tree. This tree world is the only god of the elves. And it is also their world. And the tree world has the ability to just taking a leaf or even just touching a branch of the tree world will you father's brainwashing state. Hearing this, Jihan seemed startled. She also suddenly wanted to confirm. Just that tree. My dad will come back. Right, she is not avoiding it. That is right. But getting it will be very difficult. Now Jan is also thinking about something. Could the strange behavior of fate before I turned back time be because of that? The more you understand the truth, the more anxious you feel. Sia feels less worried than before. Luckily, there is at least a bit of hope. But then she noticed Jan's expression next to her was even more intense than her own. Scene changed to a tall building where it seems she is live streaming. Han smiles and greets the viewers. Hello, viewers. I am Lai, the captain of the reserve team. How is everyone doing? The comments instantly come alive, with some saying to do even better. Others compliment that the captain looks beautiful today. Someone even asked about others. Where is Jan? Is he? Han immediately smiles reassuringly. Oh my. Everyone must have been worried while watching the stream. Right. Han is still safe, so do not worry. The management team has promised to pay attention to protecting the players. The comments seem a bit excited. They should have done this a long time ago. Our government really needs to wake up. If we lose Jihan, this country is done for. After that, Han quickly changed the subject. Today, to update the situation of Han's broadcast and fulfill the promise. Everyone is curious and guessing what the promise is. Could it be that she stands up with the prepared congratulatory banner and confetti that Gazan set up earlier and shouts loudly? That is right. It is the promise to reveal the milestone status of reaching 1 million followers. Currently waiting for the match. In today's match, the status will be made public. So let us take a look with me. Line. No matter what, Gazan has to clean everything up. Some viewers are still in shock. When will we reach 1 million? Someone in the back commented that right after the previous stream. It was already reached. Many people really must be surprised. Reaching 1 million so fast. Han looked at the monitor. And just after speaking, it seemed that Jan's match was already paired. Inside, the team was standing in a small circle. She cheerfully led this time to Invasion Dungeon. An was placed on the angel side. How will An perform? Let us look forward to it. A few viewers quickly commented. Isn't Jan about to reveal the status?